Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the win, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion, incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's key frame is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to today's Sports World Cup. Today is day 2 of the MWI.
Day 2 is something else. Who'd have thunk that the ladies had it in them to bring out these kinds of moments? Genji versus Vitality. One moment stuck out. Ashley came in for a kick. It was almost perfect. And then she, weirdly enough, dashed a different direction.
Chào mừng các bạn đến với ngày 3 của giải đấu EWC năm 2026. Quy mô giải đấu EWC thuộc giải đấu giải đấu MWI thuộc quy mô giải đấu EWC trong tại tựa game Mobile Legends băng 3. Và hôm nay chúng ta sẽ cùng theo dõi cặp trận đánh dưới nhánh 1-1. Và như hôm qua chúng ta đã biết rằng là các chị Costream MEN đã thua một trận, dẫn đến là đẩy xuống ngành thua. Và hôm nay sẽ là cơ hội cuối cùng của các chị có thể gỡ gạc lại những gì mà bản thân đã mất. Anh em vui lòng sẽ chờ đợi trong một vài phút trước khi đến với trận đấu ngày hôm nay.
Here at MWI at EWC
Hôm nay là tôi TVT sẽ là đại diện caster sẽ cast giải đấu trong ngày hôm nay cho anh em để có thể theo dõi bằng luồng tiếng Việt một cách mượt mà nhất. Hôm nay sẽ là một buổi stream cuối cùng của luồng stream B. Luồng stream này sẽ có chị Sang, đúng không? Hình như là vì đứa Sang lớn ta.
Counter a draft really good. But I'm not saying that women incapable playing mechanical heroes or it's just in terms of data they just play heroes that really the identity of their own team. There are teams that play hero like assassin, but there are also certain teams that playing
team. Definitely a lot of money. We'll be watching MWI, and I'm sure we'll have a chance to catch up with you.
Vegamena versus Foot. I'm sure, whether win or lose, we will remember these names, these faces, these teams, and we might even tell some stories.
Đằng sau ta đấy là sai ta với Virtus Pro. Có lẽ đó là trận đấu đầu tiên của đấu hôm nay. Mà tôi đang muốn rõ ràng là mình đang stream với một stream chị cơ, nhưng không biết là tôi đang có cập nhật đúng cho anh em thấy hay không. Sẽ là một chút technical checking trước khi stream cho anh em.
And they'll give you everything you need potentially in order to obviously be the best creator you can possibly be, and of course being a part of the esports.
On stream A, because we will have two other more also happening simultaneously
và team Falcon Indonesia ở stream này. Ok.
Bonjour everybody, good morning. As we enter day 3 of MWI, we are here with the girls as they are.
Chúng ta sẽ chào đón các chị đội tuyển Việt Nam chúng ta. Đội tuyển Twisted Mind. Đây là chị Daisy. Chị trông như kiểu mới ngủ dậy, trông cũng ok, không sao cả, đi đâu cũng phàn nàn lắm.
10. Is there any words that you have to say to the viewers? Support us guys.
Đằng sau
Period. Thank you very much. Bye. See you later. And of course, we have more of the girls coming out of the buses. Let's see. Hello, good morning. How are you?
Food Esports.
You're excited for today's match?
Yes, but it will be easy for us.
Oh, easy? Why
Và sau kia là Gen Z Esports.
Because we always match with the Falcon Mina and always we win.
You always win, so you think it's gonna be easy?
Đây là gì nhỉ?
You think it's gonna be easy too?
Yeah.
Cái đội gì cũng không rõ lắm.
Wow, confident, I see. Now let's see who else is here.
Đi hết rồi, để lại mỗi mình MC.
Hello again.
Hello again.
How are you today?
Doing great.
You're doing great. How excited are we for the match today?
Like really excited because I'm so ready.
Because you're so ready.
Yeah, I want to take a 2-0 today.
You want to take a 2-0 today? Who are you going up against today?
I'm not sure yet because I don't know which team we're gonna choose yet. So it's depend on our coach.
But it's gonna be a 2-0 either way.
Yeah.
Girl, good luck. I'll see you later. Bye. Ooh, the girls are rather spicy and confident this morning. I cannot wait.
Các chị đang rất là sẵn sàng rồi.
Let's show it back to you guys.
Theo như màn phỏng vấn vừa rồi, nhưng mà mỗi tội chị Daisy của nhà ta trông có vẻ hơi buồn ngủ một tí. Chắc là mới dậy và chưa khi chuẩn bị lắm. Nhưng không sao. Mà thực ra chị Daisy chị cũng có theo dõi page của chúng ta, của mình, nhân đây của anh em MN, thì ra là chúng ta cũng không bàn luận quá sâu về vấn đề đấy. Mặt bằng chung thì thấy các chị rất xinh ấy. Anh em cứ chuẩn bị sẽ để đối mặt trình diễn các chị.
Comes to show you, sometimes you don't even need to know who you're playing. You just know you're going to dominate them either way in a 2-0 win. Thank you, Rose, for catching up with the players as they're heading into the venue, and they're going to be taking the stage in just a moment's time. Speaking of which, it's time for our crunchy.
Hôm nay là chúng ta sẽ có Costream MEN.
It's Twisted
Yep,
Minds
Twisted Mind và Falcon MEN. With family become enemy.
On both rosters runs deep. This is going to be a fun matchup.
Yep, I agree, and I think that's also why even Eterna has been very vocal about she's so not used to seeing Chin Chao on a different team, or maybe even them split up in general, because these members, at least for the 3 players we're seeing partake in this first best of 1, have been together ever since the beginning, in the very first MWI, even when they were still Team Falcons Vega, and now they will have some sort of reunion, but
in a way,
on the
tôi là sẽ vẫn hy vọng là các chị ở Việt Nam mình sẽ vào playoff nhé. The Falcon MEN không hoàn toàn là một thế lực quá mạnh, nhưng mà họ là một thế lực ổn định trước những trận đấu mà áp lực cao, và đặc biệt hơn là hiện tại là họ đang trong cái tình thế là có thể sẽ nếu chỉ còn mua một ván nữa sẽ loạn. Nên chúng ta đánh ở 1-1 ở trận 1-1, thế nên là bất kỳ đội nào mà thua trong ngày hôm nay là sẽ bị dập kỳ ngay, không né được vấn đề đấy. Và vấn đề dập kỳ cũng đã được nói về rất lâu về trước rồi. Đương nhiên là esports thì có những cái mà sẽ cần phải mang tính cạnh tranh và những cái thực tại, những cái hiện thực mà tàn khốc mà khiến cho anh em phải xác nhận, phải kiểu gọi là phải chấp nhận. Thế nên là kể cả là dù các chị Twitter Spy của chúng ta có bị lo ngại đi chăng nữa và bị dập kỳ chăng nữa thì chúng ta cũng nên hoan hỉ thôi. Nhưng chắc chắn là điều đấy là sẽ không cái việc mà toxic các đối phương khi mà đội thua và không thể ra MLBB của giải Mobile Legends bóng 3. Thế nên là cũng không quá lo, và hy vọng anh em sẽ theo dõi trận đấu một cách vui vẻ nhất.
I think in the first day we got to see them be, I think, a bit more confident with the more high skill ceiling or demanding lineups in terms of execution.
Đội hình chị cao mất hình rồi. Chị cao mất hình rồi.
That's when execution seemed a lot
better. That's when
they were able to play the better early to mid game, and that's where maybe we see some of the contrast, because if Twisted Minds tend to be shakier towards the mid to late portions of the game, then Twisted Minds or Team Falcon's ID, I think, are a team that you should watch out for when it comes to the late game when they get their snowball.
And I'm going to add some more layers to that in just a second, but for all of you guys out there, hey, it's Rhino Day! Brand new interactive effect for Rhino Day is available now. Check it out and join the celebration. Get involved. Hey, we got some great stuff coming your way, especially for you MLBB players out there. And again, adding more layers. So Twisted Minds so far in the club championship race have yet to get any points. They're currently sitting at 0. This is a valuable opportunity for them to stay alive and get closer to getting the first club championship points for that roster. Now for Falcons, obviously back-to-back champions in the club championship race for EWC 2024 and 2025. They're a little bit far down than they probably want to be. So for the club championship race, LaFell, this matchup matters.
Oh yeah, for sure, because I really feel like for both teams here, Falcons ID as well as Twisted Minds, it's like having seen them backstage, they're really trying to balance out having enough pressure so that you're playing with focus in the game, but at the same time not too much that you overthink it, because that is something that the players do where it gets too intense.
Ok, chúng ta sẽ tới với cặp đấu trong ngày hôm nay giữa Twisted Minds và team Falcon Indonesia.
The club championship, they will also have Team Falcon's MEN still
What the fuck?
fighting later on for another qualification match. So I think this is a day where Team Falcons fans really want to pay attention to.
Wait. You gotta send them your energy.
Đó tôi bắt nhận thông tin hay sao hay là như nào đây, bởi vì là các con tôi nhớ là không có
when we specifically talk about Twisted Mind, they got Coach Nasdux and he has the understanding of the Indo region. Do you think this is going to be a big buff for Twisted
Mind?
Not just that. Yes, they have a good idea of what Falcons ID want to bring up, but I got to bring up a name called Sa. She's the mid laner of Twisted Minds, and I feel like she helps them so much because her hero pool is so wide. She has 7 to 8 heroes in the bank. So the moment she sees a weakness in the draft, Sa is going to be the one to exploit. So I'm really looking forward to see what kind of hero Sa in the mid lane will be using.
Ở bên phía luồng xuyên phúc stream B thì sẽ là buổi stream cuối cùng của luồng B để đánh cho kịp đến chung kết. Vòng bảng thì chúng ta sẽ bắt đầu vào ngày 15, nếu tôi không nhớ không nhầm. Ở vòng chung kết sẽ diễn ra vào ngày 18. Mong anh em sẽ theo dõi một cách về.
They pretty much know how Violet is playing.
So if Saw's so good, I believe on the opposite side for mid for Falcons will be Livy, if I'm not mistaken. So how does Livy counter Saw? How does Livy pull herself up and outperform Saw in Twisted Minds?
Personally, for me, you gotta ignore Sa, because Sa will try to catch you, but your target should be someone else. I feel like if
nhầm,
Livy is
vòng
able to take
các
out
con
Chincha, that would be a great help for the team, because yesterday at the second turtle, usually the gold lane don't join, but Chincha did, and she immediately almost wiped out her opponent. So you gotta look for someone else. Don't look for Sa. Sa is gonna be too difficult to handle.
What about our jungle battle, though? You got Melon going against Zev. It's past versus present, and it is a little bit deeper than just, okay, I'm going to play my opposite jungle competitor. No, because of the history they both have, I feel they're going to give 150%.
Yeah, that's
Các
the
chị
thing.
trông
That's
có
why
vẻ
we're
cũng khá mệt.
interested to see if they're
Ra
sticking
việc
with
di chuyển
the
liên tục
heroes that
và
they've used in their previous matches.
đánh liên tục
Because if
ngồi
then so,
nhiều
it's
ngày như
gonna
này
be a
mình sẽ
utility
khá là háo
versus
sức.
assassin matchup.
Đặc
That's
biệt hơn
pretty much
là
gonna
chịu những áp
happen.
lực về
Only
mặt
unless the Hirara gets open, because I think it's only the
về
Hirara
mặt
that
thi đấu nữa.
Lane has
Cho
considered
nên
in the
là
jungle,
tinh thần
apart
của các
from
chị
the
thật
top.
sự là vững vàng.
But that's also where we have to talk about the stats here, because interestingly enough, Hirara after 2 days have only one victory. And funny enough,
Các bên
Hanabi
ban
is a marksman that
Caster
rarely gets picked,
bàn
but so
luận
far at
qua
least in
về
stream B,
con bài
only
Hirara.
has one loss.
Overall, I think the
Hirara
Hanabi is
hiện
on
tại
a
là đang chỉ có thua một trận
win
thôi anh em nhé.
rate, which is not as bad as you
Ngược
would
trở lại thì
expect,
thắng
because
rất là
in
nhiều
context of
và
a
là
tournament,
một con bài mà
it's really tough
cái
to,
phía
like,
MN vẫn đang
stack
khuyến
on
khích rất là
those
dùng
win rates in general as a hero. But
để có thể
one
sử
thing
dụng
we've
để
seen
đánh trong
multiple
giải đấu.
approaches to how it's being used
Để mà
as
nói
well.
thì
Like,
Hira
be
trong
the
danh
Aegis
sẽ khá là
Hanabi,
đuối,
just
nhưng
going
hiện ra
up
trong
against
giải thì lại
Hanabi,
là
making
một
sure
thế
that
lực
the Aegis keeps you alive from the deadly
trước
magic.
tay của
There are
các chị.
multiple approaches
Nhưng
to
mà
this,
các chị
and I
đánh
think we
thuần
have yet
rất
to
nhuần
explore
nhuyễn
its full
vai
potential.
trò của Hira cầm cho vai trò đi rừng.
We have had yet. Of course, we mentioned Vitality Gen G, granted grand finals last year, but in terms of friendships, pride, former allegiances, they now clash
Các chị
into
rất xinh
this
em
one deciding
là
match. How do you
đối với anh em nào
prioritize that
muốn
as a
là kiểu
competitor?
fan
How do you
service
put
hay là
that
như nào
to the
đấy
side
thì
and
có
simply
thể
focus on the game?
kiểu luôn thôi. Ban Bích bắt đầu rồi. Bên phía của team Falcon Indonesia đã có động thái cấm đi là con bài Matilda và Esmeralda. Còn bên phía các chị Judas Mai thì cấm đi là Hira và Marcel rồi. Hai vị tướng rất mạnh ở bên tay phải Hira và Marcel. Ngược trở lại thì con bài Matilda thì hầu như là một lần đến 80 đến 90% là bị cấm trong tất cả các trận từ đầu đến giờ tôi theo dõi. Thực ra là Matilda vẫn là một thứ khá là khủng khiếp khi chỉ cần thả ra và có những chất tướng đỡ đòn cần khả năng di chuyển, như là con Barat có con Matilda đi kèm thì sẽ khiến cho những chất tướng máu mỏng sợ cái sự truy đuổi đến từ con Barat bị động hoàn toàn. Và đặc biệt hơn là con bài Esmeralda có khả năng hồi phục khá cao. Việc cấm đi cho con bài Esmeralda này có khả năng là bên phía của Falcon Indonesia sẽ hướng tới những chất tướng có khả năng tạo giáp ảo và duy trì bền ra tranh như cả Lusin chăng? Bởi vì là bên phía Justice Mai và cả hai đội đều không hề cấm đi Lusin. Thì tôi đang nghi ngờ là bên phía của Falcon Indonesia sẽ tranh luôn con bài Lusin. Không, phải lựa chọn YV đầu tiên rồi. YV thì vẫn là có cái giáp ảo từ chiều cuối và cái sự đảm bảo về cái tiết độ giao tranh, rất là YV được đánh giá rất cao về mặt kiểm soát giao tranh của các trong trận đấu, và sẽ là một con bài clock đến từ vị trí của Chica bên phía Mai. Và không biết rằng là để counter lại cái con bài YV của bên phía chất Mai thì không biết là bên phía của con bài YV của Falcon thì lót còn là bài gì lựa chọn cho mình đã phát được một chữ tướng đỡ đòn khá là châu bò cơ động và có khả năng bao quát rất tốt. Một cái kịch bản khá hay giữa Atlas và Cloud đó là Atlas sẽ kéo đối thủ về và Cloud sẽ bật cái động lực công phá, băng cản và sát thương liên tục đến các thành viên. Nhưng mà kịch bản này nó sẽ không hoàn toàn đẹp nếu như mà một con Atlas không thể căn chị cao đi đường Ram, không thể căn được cái tầm nào mà bên kia đang còn hoặc là đã mất cái thanh tẩy, và lựa chọn cho mình đó là Carry và Sora. Một kèo Carry và Cross lại là một kèo đường đi đường gì Carry với lại Cross là kèo đi đường vàng khá cơ bản. Và thường thì Carry có lợi thế thương nhịp và đầu game, nhưng Clock có sự cơ động của mình thì có khả để được Carry ổn hơn so với ở đa số giai đoạn.
even
thì Charlotte và Valentina để cao để có thể gọi là lấy được khá khá ulti đến từ các thành viên bên phía của Falcon Indonesia, và tất nhiên Sora và OIV là có những cái ulti khá ổn để cho Valentina có khả năng cướp mà.
Has been a monster here in MWI. We really have to see where this Valentina
is going. Chúng ta thấy được rằng Kevin hiện tại vẫn đang là một thế lực khá ổn. Bất kỳ một cái tuyển thủ nào lựa chọn con bài carry cho trận đấu thì đều có một cái vị trí và vị trí đứng khá tốt trong các trận đấu. Đặc biệt hơn là con bài carry của chị Lip thì hoàn toàn ok nha anh em, đánh khá tốt trong những trận đấu vừa trước. Đợt vừa trước chúng ta đã xem. Cấm đi cho mình đó là con bài Beric bên phía Mai và con bài Fanny của bên phía Falcon Indonesia. Lock đi luôn, đó là con bài hai lốt, hai chất tướng đỡ đỏ. Hai chất tướng đỡ đỏ khá mạnh, khá thôi em, bởi vì là Beric với lại hai lốt thì chỉ là những chất tướng mà có phái mở tàu tranh thôi. Nhưng trở lại thì bên phía của Falcon Indonesia thì có thể có người con được, không phải là vấn đề, vì là Sora cũng khả năng mở tranh tốt và lựa chống chịu cũng vừa đủ để có thể tạo ra những đột phá trong giao tranh. Thế nên là bên phía của Falcon Indonesia có thể lựa chọn những con bài có sức đề ổn hơn hoặc là có khả năng đạt được tốt để hỗ trợ giao tranh hoặc là đi ram trong lúc cần thiết. Và hiện tại thì vẫn chưa thấy cấm vào con bài Vasia nhé. Vasia vẫn là một con rừng đánh tốt. Đặc biệt hơn là đấy, bây giờ mới cấm rồi. Đã cấm Vasia từ cái của con Indonesia. Cả hai bên mới chơi lộ rừng. Và việc cấm, và đặc biệt hơn là bên phía của con Indonesia cũng chưa lộ vị trí Rammer. Thành ra việc cấm hai con bài Rammer mạnh là vì Chicken Smile nên làm. Nhưng đồng thời cũng phải thả ra con bài rừng cho bên phía của cái Chicken Smile có nữa. Chị bay lên thì chị đánh khá tốt và các tướng cũng khả năng con cản. Đặc biệt hơn là mình nghĩ là kiểu chị bay lên thì chị có thể sát thủ trận đấu lần này, bởi vì là Carry, YV đều là những từ khá là mỏng mà cần một sát thủ để đánh với tuyến sau. Chicken Smile nên có một sát thủ để đánh với tuyến sau để phản lại những cái lượt pick đầu tiên của bên phía của con Indonesia. Và Zuzong được lựa chọn cho vị trí đi đường kinh nghiệm đối đầu với Sora. Sora thì không có khả năng hồi phục cao như Zuzong, nhưng lại có mật độ sát thương cao hơn. Zuzong có lượng sát thương duy trì, còn Sora thì lại có lượng sát thương ổn định, biến động theo tùy tình huống giao tranh mà mình muốn sắp xếp, và sẽ khá là khó để cho phía Falcon Indonesia theo mình thấy con bài Zuzong và chưa lộ vị trí đi rừng nhá. Họ pick đầu tiên và họ sẽ phải lộ đi rừng trước. Nhưng hiện tại thì vẫn sát thủ của đi rừng vẫn còn, chỉ là cũng có Hirara mà thôi. Sát thủ đi rừng như là có Studio vẫn có, hoặc là một con nữa đi rừng như là Factory vẫn ok. Hoặc là Barat cũng được, mà Barat sẽ khá là tù trong trận đấu lần này đấy. Vâng, lựa chọn Ketokaka thì đi Ram rồi, và Harley thì đi rừng. Tổng quan lực lượng của bên phía của Falcon Indonesia thì họ đang có khá nhiều sát thương, và lựa chọn phép là ba thành viên. Ketokaka, Harley và YV là ba cái tướng có lượng sát thương phép vừa đủ. Và thậm chí là tổng quan lực lượng thì bên phía của Indonesia đang có lượng sát thương vật lý đang hơi thua thiệt. Carry sát thương chuẩn, nhưng vật lý của Carry không cao. Thành ra là bên phía của Indonesia đang có lượng sát thương và phép đang bị chênh lệch. Ngược lại thì bên phía của Chicken Smile thì đang đều 2 vật lý 2 phép. 2 vật lý ở 2 phép. Đỡ hòn thì nó không có phép nhiều lắm, cho nên là nó sẽ là đỡ đơn thuần. Và Chinka chị ta sẽ cần một con bài đi rừng cho chị Mele. Hayabusa nó lock vào rồi lần đầu tiên lock vào Hayabusa đến vị trí của Chicken Smile, một con bài mà khá nguy hiểm nhưng mà với cái tay của chị Mele từ những cái trận đấu trước đó thì sẽ là một cái lựa chọn kiểu gọi là đi xem, kiểu một lựa chọn ok, gọi là một lựa chọn Không biết thông minh hay không, nhưng tóm lại là nó sẽ là một lựa chọn ổn cho một cái tay nhanh thì chị mới lên đã chơi trong những trận hôm qua. Tổng quát lượng thì bên phía của Twisted Mind đang có lượng chống chịu lượng sát thương là đồng đều, nhưng lượng sát thương phép lại hơi thỏ. Ta thấy ra là ở slot cuối nên có một con bài đi rừng phép như là con Gudavia hoặc là bất kỳ một con gì để thằng phép. Nhưng chúng ta sẽ đến với trận đấu lần này, giải đấu Mobile Legends Women International, trận đấu giữa Twisted Mind và Falcon Indonesia.
We're looking forward to seeing some flashy clashes as early as possible here for both
Mới lên đang có một cái vòng dừng khá là cơ bản với hai đội bắt đầu đánh, sẽ có thể là muốn đánh từ dưới lên trên và sẽ đón được đầu tiên, con rùa đầu tiên của trận đấu này. Vòng dừng hiện tại ở trong meta hiện tại thì theo như anh em, bất kỳ đối với anh em mà mới chơi với tiếp cận đến từ bộ Mobile Legends thì không phải là ăn từ bùa ra trước nhé. Bắt đầu có một vòng dừng mới được xuất hiện lên, đó là sẽ đánh ngược vòng dừng ngược với lại vòng dừng ngược lại xuất hiện của con rùa ngược trở lại đấy, vai trò đi được kinh nghiệm của đội mình. Thì việc đấy nó sẽ tạo ra một cái lợi thế, đó là sẵn sàng tạo ra những cái thế giao tranh sớm, có mặt sớm ở khu vực con rùa ở sau phút sau khi con rùa xuất hiện. Và Maylen đã có động thái là muốn băng vào để cướp đi tài nguyên. Và việc cướp đi như này thì chị Maylen đã có tính toán để khiến cho chị Seth lên được level 4 nhưng mà không lên được level 5, để thua thiệt cái lượng sát thương, sẽ bị thua thiệt về lượng sát thương của cái thiên phạt. Và sẽ tạo ra một cái lợi thế tốt hơn, nhưng mà chị Maylen chị sẽ bị mất đi một nhịp ở pha quái rừng và sẽ có thể bị các thành viên của bên phía Falcon Indonesia áp lực. Nhưng Violet có động thái muốn lao vào phía Daisy rồi, mà Daisy chạy bị được, mặc dù là bị tổn thương cũng có khá nhiều nên là bị các thành viên của Indonesia. Tinka đã có một pha là solo đánh tay bo với lại chị Lip, nhưng mà con rùa đã bắt đầu được khởi động ra và Raimundo đang đứng ở đây để có thể duy trì con rùa, tạo ra một cái thế mà kéo rùa về gần để hỗ trợ cho chị Seth có thể lấy được con rùa. Nhưng mà hiện tại thì trừng phạt chưa được hồi ra, và chị Maylen chị vẫn đang có trừng phạt nhé. Chị ta đã có một cái cướp rừng nhưng mà có vẻ như là không điều được cái nhịp rừng, đến là việc là bây giờ chị vẫn đang level 4 và vẫn đang cố gắng ăn cho mình cái combo đỏ, và có thể luôn là con rùa này sẽ mất, con rùa này có thể sẽ làm mất thôi, bị dính ulti đến vị trí của chị Maylen và chị Livy, và mất đi cái mạng của chị Livy rồi. Maylen cũng đồng thời phải làm lại thôi, một cái ulti quá đẹp đến vị trí của chị Violet, và có vẻ chị Daisy cũng sẽ không chạy được cái pha giao tranh vừa rồi và bị khiêu khích đến từ chị Cam. Và Falcon đã có lợi thế tốt về giai đoạn đầu game, có được 12 mạng và một con rùa. Sẽ là khó giai đoạn đầu game khi mà phải thực rằng là trong 3 trận vừa rồi chị Sa lấy được một mạng nhưng lại không quá đóng góp vào trong khá macro giao tranh vừa rồi. Thực ra thì chị Maylen trong pha vừa rồi cũng bị chậm nhịp rừng, dẫn đến là cũng sẽ khá là khó trong việc giao tranh và cái cướp rừng. Và Violet solo kill thẳng chị Daisy trong trụ, mất đi 2 mạng luôn, mất đi 2 mạng để đến chị Daisy. Có thể là bên phía Falcon Indonesia sẽ có lúc phải muốn snowball sớm ở vị trí đường kinh nghiệm, thế mà lợi thế về cả khả năng đề đường của chị Violet và chị Daisy là ở sự chênh lệch rõ ràng. Hiện tại thì Violet đã lên level 7 rồi và chị Daisy vẫn đang ở level 4. Đặc biệt hơn là chị Violet vẫn đang có vẻ như khó khăn rất cao rồi. Choáng là một thành viên về nhưng có vẻ là không chạy được rồi. Livy ăn được cái mạng rất cao. Thế là có rồi, chị Sa lấy cái ulti của chị Violet, lấy cái ulti của con bài Sora. Raimundo lao tới cả Gián Lâm, để định bắt vào đi của chị Chinka nhưng mà không hề làm gì được. Chinka làm áp lực, có khả năng là sẽ khá là khó giật đầu game khi mà các những cái cơ bản nhất của về mặt tài nguyên của bên phía các thành viên bên phía Twisted Smile đang bị thua thiệt khá là nhiều. Bên phía được kinh nghiệm thì chị Daisy của đội tuyển Việt Nam đang bị thua thiệt mất 2 level trước chị Violet. Thế là một cái thế khó để có thể đánh cướp con rùa này thôi. Raimundo có vẻ như là định lao vào và muốn có thể dễ gặp nguy hiểm mà không, chạy về đường rồi. Con rùa sẽ được khởi động sớm bởi chị Sep bên phía của con Indonesia, và chúng ta thấy được chị Cao muốn tạo ra để áp lực nhưng mà chị Cao đang hòa tầng giấy, con rùa này có thể thôi sẽ mất, và còn chị Sep ăn được con rùa rồi. Bắt đầu bắn trừ ra chị Livy nhưng mà có vẻ như bị chị Melee đi vào tìm phía sau. Chị Violet bật cho mình cái ulti và lấy được cái của chị Cao rồi. Melee lên gặp nguy hiểm, bật cái bị kỹ hành trả nhưng không chạy được cái cứu chị Violet. Daisy đang hoàn toàn giấy và bị kinh chặn ra lâm, có thể bị cản ra lâm của Raimundo nhưng mà chạy về được. Lượng hồi phục lên của góc bài John khá nhiều nhưng mà không hề an toàn một tí nào đến vị trí của chị Daisy. Mất đi cho mình 3 lạng lục và hoàn toàn là một kèo đi đường lệch kèo đến từ chị Violet và chị Daisy.
Vâng, và đúng như những gì mà chúng ta đã nghĩ rồi, chắc chắn rồi, gặp một đối thủ rất mạnh như Falcon Indo thì chúng ta hoàn toàn gặp bất lợi ngay ở giai đoạn đầu game. Chúng ta đang không có những cái thế trận mà chúng ta đang mong muốn. Ở thời điểm hiện tại thì lượng tiền chênh lệch đã là 4k tiền rồi, cùng với đó là 7 mạng hồi phục đến từ bên phía của Falcon Indo. Và để xem những cô nàng đến từ Việt Nam chúng ta có thể lật kèo đó hay không. Nhưng mà cái thế trận này phải nói thật rằng là khá khó rồi. Khi chúng ta đang có một bài Hayabusa đang không được chơi và một chất tướng nó cũng khá là ao meta ở thời điểm hiện tại. Còn Cloud thì vẫn chưa được farm. Vị trí của Cao thì không lấy sai được quá nhiều và Daisy thì mất đi tận 3 mạng hạ gục. Và chúng ta đang có thể thấy rằng là bây giờ thì Twisted Smile đang rơi vào thế khó thật rồi.
Chị Mây lên chị là có một cái động thái muốn đi cướp rừng đầu game nhưng mà lại bị chậm mất nhịp rừng dẫn đến cái thế trận nó liên tục bị snowball ngay từ đầu đến tận bây giờ, và liên tục là những pha solo kill chị Violet đối với chị Daisy, và Mây lên bị tìm vào đến từ chị Raimundo bị khiêu khích và nhưng mà vẫn chạy được nên chị cứ Mây lên. Chị Cao phát hiện được vị trí của chị Raimundo và sẽ là khó thôi. Chị Livy bật cho mình cái bàn cờ ra, Kim Cao giá lâm cho chị Raimundo, chị Lip lên đồng chị Daisy thôi và sẽ là khó rồi, double kill cho chị Lip.
Không có cách nào khác cả, chúng ta bắt buộc phải bắt người thôi, nhưng mà tuy nhiên thì cái công cuộc tìm người chúng ta nó lại không quá hợp lý, mà bây giờ chỉ cử vị trí của Mayland đi để đi đẩy khu vực phía đường trên kia, mà đẩy được ai không? Mà Sa sẽ có thể đẩy được một người về nhưng mà tuy nhiên thì không hạ gục được ai cả, và Sa bắt buộc phải lùi về thôi. Con rùa thần cuối cùng đấu thuộc về bên phía của Falcon Indo, trong khi đó thì đen ở khu vực phía trên thì lấy được cái trụ rồi, chỉ cao tất bao chỉ có pha mất về được. Tôi đang hơi lo lắng rằng bây giờ thì carry của Lip đang có những cái động thái là được chơi, được farm, và nếu mà để cái thế trận này quá lâu thì chắc chắn rồi carry trong tay của Lip sẽ là một con bài cực kỳ nguy hiểm.
Sẽ là khó đến từ vị trí các chị Smile đây, khi mà trận đấu này đang hoàn toàn đang dần trở nên một chiều rồi, sẽ là khó thôi, bởi vì chị Violet hiện tại vẫn đang là một thế lực. Ở trên cao thì rồi quá nhiều và
lên cao quá.
Chị Cao choáng được vị trí của Sep và có động thái là muốn kéo chị Sep về, nhưng mà 3 thành viên về phía Falcon Indonesia ở đây, chị Cao đang có vẻ như là bị áp lực khá nhiều đến từ các thành viên về phía Falcon Indonesia. Nhưng mà chị Lip đang đi này, bắt được không? Nhưng mà Raimundo đến đây rất đẹp và có vẻ như chị Daisy đã phải nằm lại vào rồi. Chị Lip bắn cả đâu, Melee có thể bị nằm xuống nhưng không chạy được về không? Có, đó là chạy về được đến từ vị trí chị Melee. Nhưng chị Cao ở đây chẳng phá các thành viên với các Falcon Indonesia và sẽ là khó để đến vị trí các thành viên của Twisted Smile khi mà mất đi quá nhiều sự lợi thế từ giai đoạn đầu game, mất đi cái sóng trụ và có khả năng là có lót sẽ xuất hiện sớm ở đường trên sau 40 giây nữa.
Từ bây giờ cái thế trận này chúng ta có thể dùng từ khó rồi, chúng ta phải sử dụng từ tan vỡ anh Trường ạ. Khi mà ở thời điểm hiện tại thì rõ ràng Mayland thậm chí không có sát thương, chỉ đơn giản là một con lịch không kiếm thôi, đang không được chơi đến từ người chơi đi từ bên phía của Twisted Smile. Và tôi đang hơi khó hiểu là tại sao đang có khá nhiều vị tướng di rừng có thể pick vào, nhưng mà bên phía của ban huấn luyện lại quyết định chọn con bài Hayabusa và dẫn đến cái tình trạng là Hayabusa đáy đánh ở cái khả năng hoạt động của Hayabusa ở thời điểm hiện tại nó là rất là thấp và không có sự ảnh hưởng trong trận đấu này. Chihuahua một lần nữa phải tự mình dâng cao lên, có thể đẩy những tên lính bắt buộc phải đánh cao đến từ Chihuahua sẽ quay lại và Chihuahua có đủ lượng hồi phục để có thể quay lại tìm ở vị trí của Sam, nhưng mà tuy nhiên cần phải lùi về luôn đến từ Chihuahua ơi. Và bây giờ có của Hurley không, và tôi nghĩ rằng không thể nào bắt được đâu. Đây là một con Hurley rất cơ động và có thể rằng hạng xếp con nàng này sẽ phải lên bảng điểm số, nhưng mà cái khả năng cơ động của con bài Hurley cùng với cái khả năng chống chịu của con bài này nó cũng đang là có luôn. Chúng ta một đội hình quá tiếc sát thương đến từ Việt Nam, và bây giờ vị trí của Violet lao lên không bắt được Sa và Sa lùi về được thành công. Tuy nhiên một đường siêu cấp mất đi quá sớm ở cái tầm phút thứ 10 như thế này.
Sẽ là khó đến từ các chị của đội tuyển Việt Nam, khi mà chị Sa chị không đóng góp được quá nhiều, chị đánh tròn vai thôi. Nhưng mà đương nhiên việc tròn vai này thì sẽ cần một người chơi đi rừng một cách đột phá. Nhưng mà ngược trở lại thì chị May lên đang cầm con bài Hayabusa hoàn toàn bị động trước các sự điều hành trận đấu của phía của đội tuyển Falcon Indonesia, và sẽ là khó thôi. Con lót này sẽ vào sớm và sẽ là khó khăn cho vị trí trên sân mai thể thủ của lót tôi. Khả năng cao sẽ mất cái trụ đường trên này nếu như được lính này nó dâng lên. Các chị Falcon Indonesia đánh rất kéo, đẩy lẻ và đẩy vào 3 người ất cung rồi, khó rồi, thế trận tan vỡ rồi.
Và bây giờ mở được ra thanh ra, và bên phía của Lim lấy nước mạng của cao, có lót tiến vào, Lim có double kill và game đấu này sẽ được kết thúc sớm. Và Lim có triple kill Spirit cho Lim, và chỉ còn Mayland rồi, Mayland cũng phải lên bảng điểm số và game đấu kết thúc ngay ở thời điểm phút thứ 11 này, 1-0 dành cho phía với Falcon Indo. Và chúng ta chỉ còn một cơ hội nữa để có thể nghĩ đến cái việc là đi đến cái nhánh 21 nơi mà có tấm vé playoff. Nhưng mà tuy nhiên với phong độ Falcon Indo ở thời điểm hiện tại, tôi nghĩ rằng đấy sẽ là một thử thách cực kỳ lớn cho Twisted Mind.
Anh đang nghi ngờ là bên phía của Falcon Indonesia họ muốn đi xuống nhánh thua để họ tìm vào những cái đội khó để hủy diệt những cái cơ hội để vào vòng trong của họ.
Khi mà màn thể hiện vừa rồi thế thì khó rồi.
Thực sự khi mà thấy cái màn thể hiện vừa rồi của Falcon Indonesia, anh không nghĩ đây là một đội xuống nhánh thua. Họ đánh rất khéo, điều hành trận đấu quá tốt.
Và đánh hỗi đến từ Việt Nam nữa, và cái phần ban tích chúng ta cũng chưa thực sự quá ổn. Đây phải thôi, Nitry thôi, Nitry và hướng đến game sau với các bạn ạ. Và như các bạn có thể thấy rồi, một đội tuyển Indonesia nó hoàn toàn khó ăn hơn rất nhiều so với những cái gì mà chúng ta thấy ở cái trận đấu ngày hôm qua khi chúng ta đối đầu một đại diện đến từ CIS, đó chính là Gatech Cyberteam. Gatech Cyberteam thì chúng ta còn có thể đánh mạnh ở giai đoạn đầu game được, nhưng mà Falcon Indo thì không. Falcon Indo họ đánh áp đảo chúng ta hoàn toàn. Và có lẽ rằng khi mà gặp một đối thủ mạnh hơn thì chúng ta đang tỏ ra yếu thế hơn khá là nhiều. Nhưng tuy nhiên thì với cái đội hình của chúng ta ở thời điểm hiện tại hoàn toàn có thể nghĩ đến cái trận đấu thứ hai với tỷ số thắng là 1-1.
Là chuẩn bị cho trận đấu tiếp theo, các chị đi vào nghỉ rồi, và tôi nghĩ là sẽ cần một vài sự cổ vũ, một chút sự bàn lại lực lượng để xem xét rằng là trận đấu tiếp theo có thể đích đến mấy tướng nào. Rất trong trận đấu vừa rồi trong một ván bích thì đã để thở con bài Suyo và có khá những chất tướng đỡ đòn in meta đi rừng hiện tại thì là con bài Fredrin vẫn ok, nhưng mà chị mê lên lại lựa chọn bích vào con bài Hayabusa, một con bài mà sẽ cần quá nhiều về kỹ năng cá nhân và đánh cũng hoàn toàn lẻ nữa. Cho nên là tôi nghĩ là sẽ cần một cái sự tổng quan lại lực lượng để có thể giải quyết được vấn đề là các chị đang có vẻ hơi buông trong trận đấu lần này.
Giá như là một chất vĩnh đi rừng ok hơn, và giá như đấy không phải là con Hayabusa các bạn ạ. Tôi không muốn con Hayabusa xuất hiện trong đội hình của bên phía Twisted Mind đâu, bởi vì con Haya ở thời điểm hiện tại nó đơn giản, nó đã quá yếu so với những gì mà nó đã từng thể hiện ở ngày xưa rồi. Lượng sát thương có thể nói là chẳng có một chút nào đến từ Hayabusa ngay ở cái giai đoạn thủ nhà, các bạn có thể thấy thậm chí là thậm chí là nó còn chẳng sợ chỉ vào được cái rất lớp tất cả cái độ YT thôi.
Dễ là khó.
Trận đấu mà có thể nói rằng là chúng ta thua toàn thật với các bạn và phải hướng đến game 2 thôi. Game 2 thì chúng ta sẽ phải làm lại từ đầu.
Yeah, on paper the Valentina stealing away the Sora's ult should do a lot for the team, but at the same time you're not
tính năm mới ạ, tính năm mới.
Tính năm mới, lỗi. Có vẻ là sâu nhầm cái chỉ số trận đấu. Họ bên phía ban tổ chức hình như đã sâu nhầm cái trận đấu test ra 2 lỗi trước khi vào trận đấu chính. Thực ra là sẽ có pha một chút đến từ các thành viên, đến từ anh em viewer nhé.
Seriously, what did they need to do coming in to map number 2? Because I think we talked about the hero selection and it almost seemed like that they were trying to force a little bit too much. Well, hey, we'll talk about that.
Đúng rồi, bên phía của Caster đang nói rằng là trong màn ban mic vừa rồi của đội tuyển Việt Nam cũng có một phần là có vẻ như là các chị đang ép buộc bản thân mình. Khá nhiều. Cho nên là một cái sự thất bại trong trận đấu vừa rồi. Cho nên chúng ta vẫn phải xem xét là các chị sẽ có đối sách gì so với mặt hiện vừa rồi hay không.
They faced off yesterday against Genji, which was a rematch of the grand
chưa có
finals
thể
of
biết được kênh
2025
trưởng
and swept them
tuy nhiên thì chúng ta đành phải hy vọng rằng ở game đấu thứ 2 chúng ta sẽ tìm được một cái đội hình đánh dễ dàng hơn và một cái đội hình nó phù hợp với Việt Nam hơn. Và
anh vẫn mong là chị Sa có một con bài nào đấy khác so với Valentina. Còn Valentina hiện tại mặc dù là nó có thể lấy được ulti thật đấy nhưng mà nó không phải là một kèo đánh tốt, nó chỉ là kèo đánh ngang đường thôi. Nó chỉ cần một sự đột phá thì đấy ở các con tướng khác. Và anh đang nghĩ vào con bà Logi. Trận đấu vừa rồi thực sự là quá thiếu macro và quá thiếu chủ động trong việc điều quân. Thế nên là anh nghĩ là sẽ cần một con bài nào đấy đánh ổn định hơn và cơ động hơn trong giao tranh. Và anh em có thể nghỉ ngơi trong một vài phút trước khi chúng ta đến với trận đấu tiếp theo, game 2 giữa trước Mai và Falcon Indonesia.
Well, Trav mentioned it. For some of these orgs, it's a heavy investment into the games that their competitors are playing. This is no different, right? Twisted Minds, Team Falcons, both tried to gain the club championship points. And for Twisted Minds, again, they currently sit at 0. Twisted Minds need to stay alive here for the hopes of a Twisted Minds club championship race moving forward. It's only week 2, it's early, but you fall too far behind, you'll just simply never catch up. Now, going back to the hero discussion, you mentioned something that I found quite interesting. For some of the hero picks, you mentioned it was an expression of skill.
Yes, honestly, coming in from both teams, this is one of those high risk, high rewards kind of draft where if you die 2 times, that's it. That's the end of the game because this is a very punishing meta now that the jungle gives more gold. Because what happened in that game was Falcons ID won so much that Twisted Minds could not farm up so that they didn't have the item. So it was like trying to chop down a tree with nail clippers. You will never have enough damage to do anything against Falcons ID.
That will take some time if you do it with nail clippers. But that's, I think, also on top of the fact that we felt a bit more of an adjustment from Twisted Minds because we're more used to seeing them play the utility type of approach. But I think Falcons ID just did their homework so well too. The Mathilda ban hurt them so much in a sense that it kind of made them hesitant to just prioritize their utility jungler overall. And at the same time, them picking it for last, resorting to an assassin, and having to also pay attention to Chin Chao, I think they had to do some certain significant adjustments from their end.
And I got a key talking point I want to bring up to both of you out there. But for all of you at home and also in the venue as well, check it out. My Champion Pick. It's here. 2 champions, 1 game. My Champions Pick event is now live. From July 27th, submit your predictions for the MSC and MWI Champions for a chance to win 50,000 in-game diamonds and MSC 2021 and 2025 tournament skins. Don't forget to leave your picks under at MLBB Esports for even more chances to win. Lock in your champions now and cheer for your favorite teams. My Champion Pick now live. Get involved. It's some good stuff coming your way. Now, again, going back to the hero selection again, it was a bit drastic. I mentioned the coach, though, for Twisted Minds, knowing the Indonesian playstyle, coming from Indonesian himself, of course, players also represented on both sides. Do you think he tried to get a little bit too tricky, thinking like, okay, I know the mindset of the Indonesian team on the opposite side for Falcons Indonesia, but maybe he just did a little bit too much?
Indonesia as a region, they're a very
Ok, chúng ta sẽ trở lại với trận đấu thứ hai, cặp trận đấu giữa Twisted Minds đó là Falcons Indonesia. Ở trận đấu đầu tiên thì sự áp đảo sẽ từ đại diện đối thủ của Indo đã làm cho chúng ta gặp rất nhiều khó khăn và chúng ta phải nhận thất bại ngay từ game đấu đầu tiên. Và để xem game đấu thứ hai này chúng ta có quay trở lại được hay không, hay sẽ là một trận thua hay không trước Falcons Indo.
Hiện tại thì anh thấy là bên phía caster của luồng tiếng Anh, bên phía EWC vẫn đang bàn luận về vấn đề rằng là năm pick của Twisted Minds thật sự có vấn đề. Thành ra chúng ta nên cho rất rằng là bên phía ban huấn luyện của bên đội Twisted Minds nên có đối sách gì khác. Ngoài việc pick những con bài meta ra thì họ cũng phải điều hành một cái trận một cái lối ban pick là để nó ổn nó ác hơn. Chứ có hai ra Busa vừa rồi thật sự là một dấu chấm hỏi rất lớn.
Có thể là hơi khó để có thể sử dụng bài Hayabusa ở mùa giải tại các bạn ạ. Nên có những con tướng thuận tay hơn cho Mayland, có thể một con thuận tướng tanh xương chẳng hạn như kiểu Costream MEN ở trận đánh khá là tốt. Chúng ta để xem map pick của chúng ta ở đây sẽ là map nào, và có lẽ sẽ là map Bay. Cái map thì nó cũng giúp cho các bạn có khả năng ra đường nhanh hơn và đảo đường nhanh hơn. Để xem ở bản đấu thứ hai này bên phía Twisted Minds họ sẽ làm những gì để có thể trở lại trận đấu này đây.
Nếu mà cảm thấy là đảo nhanh hơn thì anh vẫn nghĩ là chị Jinka không nên cầm con Bruno đấy. Bởi vì hôm qua anh vẫn thấy là chị Jinka chỉ cầm bên phía ban huấn luyện của Twisted Minds gợi ý cho Jinka biết cầm Bruno, và thật sự là chị Jinka cầm con Bruno farm không hề ổn định chút nào. Kể cả là có được hỗ trợ về mặt macro thì về mặt macro và đảo đường thì việc biết con Bruno hoặc là không kê, nên là vẫn nghĩ là bên phía của Twisted Minds nên có một sách ổn áp hơn. Đúng rồi, top May thì sẽ dễ dàng cho về mặt các cái tướng tù có khả năng ra đường nhanh hơn. Và bên phía ban pick thôi, bên phía của Twisted Minds bị chọn là pick trước, và sẽ là lựa chọn vào con bài cấm vào con bài Sora và Atlas.
Sora của chị Violet thực sự nó là một con tướng rất kinh khủng. Chúng ta thấy rằng là những pha giao tranh mở màn đều là do chị Violet mở ra cả. Và bên phía của team Falcons Indo thì họ ban đi hai chiếc tướng, đó là con bài Basia cùng với đó là Matilda. Từ ngày qua đến ngày hôm nay thì chúng ta không được sử dụng con bài Matilda nữa rồi, khi mà ở ngày thi đấu đầu tiên chúng ta sử dụng con bài Matilda này rất ổn định. Nhưng mà tuy nhiên thì con tướng nào mạnh ở bên phía ta thì bên phía địch người ta chắc chắn người ta sẽ ban thôi.
Đây là khó thôi, chị May lên chị anh nghĩ là chị nên lựa chọn vào một cái bài tanker đánh thuần tay và khả năng mở đánh tốt. Hiện tại đi rừng thì anh thấy con Barat vẫn ok, và hiện tại mà Matilda bị cấm mất rồi thì Barat thì sẽ là khả năng về chống chịu là tốt, kiểm soát mục tiêu lớn là ổn, nhưng mà sẽ là khá là khó bởi vì là đánh sẽ cần khéo, di chuyển khéo, không sẽ là ngang thịt với con bài khác. Và anh thấy được rằng là đáng lẽ ra là bên phía Twisted Minds nên cấm và carry, bởi vì chị Lee chỉ cầm carry rất kinh.
Hoặc là bên phía Twisted Minds có thể lấy carry luôn cũng được, nhưng mà tuy nhiên thì rồi carry thì thường sẽ pick ở những giai đoạn cuối cùng của lớp ban pick đầu tiên hoặc là ban pick thứ hai.
Lựa chọn Marcel đến từ chính Twisted Minds rồi, thả Marcel lên từ chịu Hà Nội, và Big Marcel sẽ là một lựa chọn ổn áp. Và bên phía của Falcon vẫn lựa chọn vào con bài carry và YV y hệt với cái ván đấu vừa rồi, lựa chọn hai slot đầu, đó là hai slot pháp sư. và đường
And now you
vàng.
might want to think twice about what the option in the jungle is going to be.
Vâng, và hai chiếc tướng rất tự tay về phía của Falcon Indo mà thôi. Và để xem về phía của Việt Nam chúng ta sẽ lấy hai chiếc tướng nào cuối cùng đây.
Tôi nghĩ là cái đội hình, anh nghĩ là cái đội hình của Falcon sẽ vẫn duy trì được với cái đội hình vừa trong ván vừa rồi. Khi mà cái lối Van Beek 2 slot đầu này của họ là y hệt so với trận đấu vừa rồi. Vâng, và lựa chọn cho mình đó là con mẹ Akai và Paquito. Họ bên phía Twisted Smile được là sẽ tìm vào tuyến sau và ổn định lượng sát thương đến từ Paquito sau khi đã pick một chiếc tướng đỡ đòn và một chiếc tướng đảo tường có khả năng chống chịu và lượng sát thương không quá nhiều.
Nhưng mà tuy nhiên thì bên phía Falcon Indo có một con bài nữa có thể cầm vào, đó là Esmeralda anh ạ, bởi vì trận này Twisted Smile cũng khá là nhiều giáp ảo đấy.
Twisted Smile có cái tô ra khá nhiều giáp ảo, Marcel cũng không phải là ít đâu nha. Akai cũng có lượng giáp ảo khá nhiều từ đòn chiêu 1, thì ra chúng ta sẽ khá là nguy hiểm đến Twisted Smile lựa chọn vào con bài Esmeralda. Nhưng mà anh sẽ nghĩ rằng là ở việc cấm Sora rồi thì có thể là bên phía Falcon Indonesia sẽ lựa chọn Esmeralda, và đúng như thế, lựa chọn Esmeralda đến từ vị trí của Falcon Indonesia. Có thể là lời Van Beek này nó nằm ngoài dự đoán của bên phía Twisted Smile khi mà ban huấn luyện đã lựa chọn cấm vào đi 3 vị tướng meta, nhưng lại quên rằng là việc pick 3 vị tướng có lượng giáp ảo quá nhiều thì lại không cấm luôn vào trước là con bài Esmeralda. Khó thôi, sẽ là khó.
Có lẽ nên hy vọng vào hai chiếc tướng cuối cùng của bên phía Việt Nam có thể pick. Lượng giáp ảo thì sẽ không phải một con tướng nào đó có thể công phá được con Esmeralda, tránh để cho việc Esmeralda quạt quá lâu vào giao tranh. Và bây giờ bên phía của team Falcon Indo họ ba đi, đó là con bài God, một chiếc tướng pháp sư cũng cực kỳ khó chịu. Bây giờ đã xa bắt đầu hết tướng chơi rồi các bạn ạ. Chỉ còn để xem nào, chúng ta vẫn còn có thể là Kagu, nhưng mà Kagu ở game đấu hiện tại với cái phong độ hiện tại tôi nghĩ là không được đâu. Vẫn còn đó đấy chính là con bài Sushi thì Sa vẫn có thể chơi được. Tôi nghĩ rằng ở bên phía của team Falcon Indo họ cũng không nghĩ rằng là bên phía của team hình có thể ban đi con Sushi đâu. Sushi ở thời điểm hiện tại nó cũng đã nerf đi khá rồi, nên là việc ban Sushi thì cũng không quá là cần thiết.
Cấm vào Kaya, anh nghĩ là sẽ có một con bài đi đường vàng cơ động ở mức tầm trung của bên phía Twisted Smile khi mà cấm vào Kaya. Anh muốn không nhỉ? Anh thấy không ổn, anh thấy không ổn. Anh đang muốn chị K sẽ cầm vào con bài Beatrix với con Marcel. Đi cùng con Marcel thì Beatrix sẽ là
được anh ơi, không được anh ơi, cái giáo án đấy chỉ ở TikTok thôi, giáo án đấy chỉ ở TikTok thì nó không phối hợp được đâu. Với cả một cái nữa Beatrix không phải tham
của nhưng mà đây là map mây, kể cả là có thọt thì ta đã farm đầu game thì có thể đánh an toàn để farm về giữa game với cuối game được. Và con Beatrix tầm bắn ở đòn súng ngắm và súng phóng lựu xa hơn con bài carry có thể diều được, hiểu không? Và độ vô động của nó cũng là đặt mức trung bình. Đặc biệt hơn là với cái đội hình này của bên phía Twisted Smile thì họ đang có một cái đội hình bảo quản tuyến sau khá tốt. Thành ra là anh đang hy vọng rằng là một con xạ thủ ở đấy có cái lượng sát thương tầm bắn tầm trung tầm xa và có thể vượt được cái tầm bắn của con carry. Cấm đi cho mình là con bài Kimmy đến từ phía Falcon Indonesia, và cũng khá là rõ rồi bên phía của Twisted Smile chị Sa đang có vẻ là hết tướng chơi.
Harley, that's a lot of magic damage we're starting to see from Falcon's
Thế là khó đấy.
I feel like Harry will have enough burst actually, unironically enough to deal with Esme, but again, it's so risky. But that's the problem right now. Every single pick for Twisted Mind is pretty risky.
Lựa chọn mạch Cloud rồi. Sẽ khá là nguy hiểm.
Cloud thì an toàn. Cloud
thì cơ động
an toàn cho bên phía Việt Nam chúng ta. Và chỉ còn một chất tướng nữa là vị trí đi đường giữa của Sa mà thôi. Liệu rằng Sa sẽ sử dụng con tướng vào đây? Chắc là sẽ chạm vào con bài, sẽ lấy vào con bài Yusin thôi. Nhưng mà Yusin ở thời điểm hiện tại là một trong những chất tướng pháp sư ổn nhất để cho bên phía Việt Nam của pick rồi.
So Sa is really taking her time thinking about this.
Và Kagura sẽ được sử dụng.
Kagura xuất hiện rồi. Kagura xuất hiện cho chị Sa rồi.
Kagura sẽ tập trung bắt vào vị trí của con nàng Lip các bạn ạ. Nhưng mà
từ từ Kagura không hợp lý.
Đúng chính xác không hợp lý. Nhưng mà tuy nhiên thì đành phải dùng thôi. Có lẽ là bên phía của Twisted Mind họ không muốn nghĩ nhiều quá để cho Sa sử dụng con bài thuận tay đánh thì nó sẽ là ổn hơn và so với việc pick một con bài meta hơn như kiểu là Jushin hoặc là những vị trí khác như kiểu Lilia chẳng hạn.
Cái này đó là thể định để hết tiền chơi. Anh nghĩ là việc pick Kagura là do hết tiền chơi. Bởi vì Akai và Marcel không thể hỗ trợ cho Kagura có lợi thế về mặt thứ nhất kể là kể cả farm lính hay là kể cả là song sát thương. Bởi vì là Kagura cần gom nhiều người và việc pick vào Atlas nó sẽ hợp lý hơn trận đấu này. Atlas đã bị cấm rồi. Được lựa chọn Marcel xong lại pick Kagura thì cái ô của Kagura thật sự không có độ hiệu quả nhất định nếu chị Sa. Nhưng mà chúng ta sẽ xem xét về trận đấu thực tế xem sao. Sẽ là một cái lối pick có vẻ là sẽ khá nguy hiểm và sẽ khá mạo hiểm từ vị trí của Twisted Mind đây. Và bên phía của Indonesia nó lựa chọn Matilda rồi. Lúc trở lại thì bên phía Twisted Mind không có quá nhiều tướng có khả năng bắn xuyên qua được cái khả năng chống chịu của Yuda. Thì và khống chế cứng cũng không có quá nhiều nữa, sẽ là khá nguy hiểm cho các chị trên Smile đây. Tôi hy vọng là trận đấu này các chị sẽ đánh trong một phong độ ổn định, tránh việc bị thua quá sớm trong trận đấu game. Và chúng ta đến với ván đấu thứ hai của cặp đấu Twisted Smile và Falcon Indonesia.
Vâng, và trận đấu đã được bắt đầu rồi. Và để xem Twisted Mind khi mà họ có cái left như thế này thì họ có thể đánh thắng được bên phía của Falcon Indo không. Nhưng mà bây giờ thì có thể thấy rằng ở giai đoạn đầu game bên phía Falcon Indo họ đang tổ chức gây áp lực ở hai nơi, ở đường giữa và không ở phía đường dưới. Và bây giờ vị trí của Seth rất nguy hiểm. Seth lên bảng điểm số. Bây giờ tiếp theo chính là Violet vẫn còn đủ chịu cho bạn Easy có cái double kill.
Đấm là đau,
hay quá,
rất đau.
Một pha phản giao tranh, một pha lùa đá phòng ngự phản công từ bên phía của team Twisted Mind để đủ ơn hai mạng ở giai đoạn đầu game. Đó là một cái sai lầm bên của Falcon Indo. Và bây giờ chúng ta đang là người có lợi thế hơn. Chúng ta đang muốn gia tăng những cái lợi thế này khi mà muốn mở luôn cái giao tranh khu vực phía đường giữa. Và vị trí của Livy thấp máu như Sa thì cũng là như vậy. Nhưng mà Sa có cái lượng giáp ảo dài hơn Livy là rất nhiều. Và bên phía của Twisted Mind họ sẽ chủ động lùi về, có thể đánh chặn hôn để giúp cho Melee có thể farm những quái nhỏ cũng như quái lớn.
Anh đang nghĩ là bên phía Twisted Mind nên đẩy xuống đánh ở phía đường dưới, đánh vào vị trí của chị Violet để đề phòng trường hợp FF này nó xanh. Bởi vì cả 5 thành viên của Twisted Mind đều có khả năng trả giáp ảo. Nó sẽ khá là nguy hiểm cho khi mà đối đầu với con Esmeralda, khả năng hút giáp ảo hồi phục rất nhiều.
Các bạn có thể thấy Esmeralda đang xuống một mạng nhưng mà cái khả năng đi đường với con bài Bakito nó vẫn là có nha. Khi mà cái sát thương của Esmeralda giai đoạn đầu game nó khá nhiều. Chikawa ơi, lùi về kia Kawa ơi, thành công rồi. Bết luôn cả cái chú cuối cái vòng xoáy thời gian đến con bài Early này. Và bây giờ thì bên phía của Twisted Mind họ là người chủ động họ lấy con rùa thần này. Bên phía của con nàng Hurley thì đã hết cho mình đó là chiêu thức rồi. Và vậy nên con rùa thần đầu tiên sẽ thuộc về bên phía của team Twisted Mind mà thôi, không có gì thay đổi cả. Biết được vị trí của Seth của khu vực phía bên trên thì con rùa thần này sẽ được lấy đi thôi. Và bây giờ bên phía của Twisted Mind họ muốn có một cái giao tranh nào không đây, nhưng mà chắc chắn rồi bên phía của Twisted Mind thì lấy con rùa thần xong thì ai về nhà lấy mà thôi. Tốt nhất là sẽ giữ khoảng cái lượng tiền sẽ gần tầm khoảng 1k tiền để ra đoạn đầu game và sẽ là ổn áp hơn cho bên phía của Twisted Mind. Và bây giờ Limundo sắp máu, bên nó tốc biến được về, camera lên thì hơi chậm mà xem tổn thất từ Chikawa. Chikawa không có khả năng được hồi phục và Chikawa câu được thành công hai người. Và bây giờ bên phía của Cao đến nhưng mà Cao thì cũng sẽ không bắt được ai đâu, bởi vì lượng sát thương của Twisted Mind khi mà không có ai cản thì Cao thì chỉ có thể lùi về mà thôi.
Một pha đấu khá nguy hiểm đối với chị Chika, nhưng mà chị đã đoán được cái tầm, có lẽ chị đã đoán được rằng là con rừng chị Seth đang đứng ở đấy. Thế ra là đặt sẵn có cái bóng của cái bóng của con ở đằng sau trụ và dẫn đến một pha giao tranh an toàn. Raimundo gặp nguy hiểm rồi và có lẽ chị Sàn lại ăn nó mạng của Raimundo thôi. một pha đi di chuyển có vẻ như là cũng khá liều lĩnh để lấy sai đến vị trí Rammer của bên phía Falcon Indonesia. Và cao tìm được vào vị trí của Levy, người trên đường giữa của bên phía Falcon Indonesia. Và chị Sa thì chị vẫn đang có một giai đoạn đi đường khá ok. Còn Kagura sẽ cần farm lấy cái đoạn đồ đầu tiên nhé. Seth đang có động thái muốn xâm lăng rừng của vị trí chị Mây lên, và có lẽ như chị Mây lên đã lấy được sẽ lấy được không? Sẽ là không lấy được. Lấy được của chị Seth.
Hai chị Mây lên ơi, không cướp được bên phía của Sifa Condino. Vị trí của Seth phải lùi về. Ở đây sẽ một tình huống 3vs3. Merumbo là người lao lên được kia. Cái thời khắc hoàng kim khép khắc là đẹp đến từ vị trí của Cao, và họ giúp cho vị trí của Chifawa cùng với Sa có thể lùi về được thành công.
Các phải là để không trúng ai cả, nhưng mà sẽ là một cái đường choáng đẹp và hai đường viên
hay quá chị ơi.
Có lẽ là
chưa đủ Chifawa làm gì để hạ phục đi của Clivy. Và bây giờ thì bên phía của hai bên sẽ phải lùi về một thôi. Khá đáng tiếc và lượng chất của Kazu ở giai đoạn này thì nó vẫn là thiếu một chút nữa các bạn ạ. Nhưng mà không sao cả. Với những cái pha danh kinh đến từ Sa cùng với những người đồng đội của mình thì tôi đảm bảo rằng ở game đấu này sẽ không phải một game đấu dễ dàng cho bên phía Falcon Indo mà thôi. Hay là con rùa thần thứ hai của đấu xuất hiện, bên phía Falcon Indo họ là người khởi động con rùa thần này trước, và cái con quanh ở cơm vẫn chưa được sử dụng. Daisy bị dồn sát thương, Daisy lùi về được. Bên phía của Twisted Mai họ tra lên kéo vào vị trí của Minudo về, nhưng mà Minudo là một con Hilda nhưng vẫn cũng khá là trâu. Bên phía của Falcon Indo họ đang khá thấp máu, còn vị trí của Violet thì có nhiều máu nhưng mà cạn mất lượng mana rồi. Raimondo thấp máu, Raimondo vẫn may mắn, Raimondo vẫn có thể về được. Hơi thiếu may mắn một chút thì bị cũng truy thực mãi, nhưng mà tuy nhiên con rùa thần này thuộc về bên phía của đội tuyển Việt Nam chúng ta mà thôi. Và bây giờ Lip bị Lip né được cái thời khắc hoàng chi, nhưng mà Lip làm sao mà chạy được bây giờ. May mắn như thế nữa, đỡ một kill được free rồi cho bên phía của Daisy.
Daisy chị đấm rất đau, đấm 2 phát, chị Lip nằm ngay vào luôn. Còn Gary và chị đã rất tự tin ở ván 1 và sang ván 2 chị ta đã không thể có được những cái lợi thế đó. Thực sự thì đáng lẽ ra Gary thì sẽ cần những pha đầu tiên.
Sếp không biết ở bên rồi.
Thế thì kẹp bóng rồi.
Có thể lùi về được nhưng mà không sao cả. Lùi về thực thế nào nữa đây khi mà bên không phải có hai lấy quá xanh nữa, mà Daisy có mạng unstoppable. Và khu vực phía bên trên sẽ vị trí của Chiikawa sử dụng được cái động lực công phá để có thể đảm bảo rằng mình vẫn có thể an toàn trong tình huống vừa rồi. Và bây giờ thì bên phía của team Falcon Indo họ mới là người gặp khó cơ anh trưởng ạ. Và bây giờ bên phía của Cao đã lên khu vực phía bên trên để có thể đảm bảo rằng Chiikawa không gặp nguy hiểm bởi vị trí của cô nàng Raimundo. Còn với phía đường dưới thì có sự xuất hiện của Melan và Daisy. Người ta đang triển khai một cái thế trận cử hai người ở hai đường để có thể bảo toàn cho cái lượng trụ ở hai cánh không bị bào đi quá nhanh. Phụ xa để khu vực phía đường giữa này thì đã đứng một cái góc khá là chí trá và không có ai check cả. Mà tuy nhiên thì bên phía của Falcon Indo họ cũng không có ai đi qua cái bụi của Sa đang đứng. Và hình như Seth
có vẻ là mắc vào
rồi, chắc chắn là đủ. Và kính thiên phạt kiếm giúp Sa lấy mạng của Seth. Và bây giờ thì Twisted Mai dẫn tiền với 3k6 tiền thì mới đối là 6 mạng hàng gục. Twisted Mai họ mới công lên khu vực phía đường giữa, nhưng mà được lính thì không cho họ làm được cái điều như thế. Và bây giờ con rùa thần cũng sắp ra mà thôi, và Sa lùi về được thành công của khu vực phía đường dưới này. Thì đây gì tìm vị trí của Lip, nhưng mà Lip thì cô nàng hẹn đánh khá chi trá. Các bạn có thể thấy ở giai đoạn đầu game, mặc dù là Lip bị ganh khá nhiều nhưng mà cô nàng này mới chỉ làm xuống một mạng thôi.
Anh thấy rất là chị Sa cầm một đứa thật tay, chị đánh rất khéo. Có phải trong cái tình thế mà không còn gì để mất nữa. Chị Sa đã block luôn vào con bài muốn block luôn vào con bài Kagura. Và không được ok.
Hành lý trên tay. Vâng, và bây giờ con rùa thần cuối cùng trận đấu này sẽ dành cho bên phía của Twisted Mai. Bên phía của team Falcon Indo họ đang gặp khó, họ đang không có những cái lợi thế mà họ đang mong muốn của Twisted Mai. Họ quay trở lại với ván đấu thứ hai này. Bên phía của cô nàng Daisy đây cẩn thận khi mà thấy có cả vị trí của Seth nữa. Đây là một pha 3vs1 đây. Daisy gặp nguy hiểm, Daisy phát hiện ra thêm vị trí của Seth rồi. Rõ ràng biết có những ai trong hội và Daisy chủ động đánh lên. Bên phía Twisted Mai họ tra lên nhưng mà không bắt được ai cả, vì Falcon Indo họ quyết định họ chủ động để họ lui về. Và bên phía của Twisted Mai họ bảo toàn được tính mạng của cô nàng Daisy.
sẽ là một cái thế đánh khá là kéo. Chị Daisy, chị ta thấy có vẻ chị ta đã đánh hơi được cái mùi của việc là chị Raymondo đã đi về. Thế chị ta đã công lên. Trong khi tình huống đấy chị Seth và chị Lip đang động thái muốn đi về rồi, và lượng sát thương dồn vào không có nhiều, nhưng mà cũng sẽ là một sự đe dọa. Bởi vì là nếu bạn ăn Raymondo thế, Raymondo
Đấy rồi, Raymondo sắp màu, Raymondo chưa về được, thế thôi các con tim đóng bông được hai người, chính xác là một người thôi, và Livy và Sa đổi năng hại của Livy. Và bây giờ thì sao? Cũng chỉ là pha mức đổi một mà thôi, cả hai bên sẽ lùi về được thành công, và chúng ta chỉ bỏ lại mạng của Cao. Trong khi đó thì chúng ta lời hơn khi mà lấy được cái vị trí của người chơi
mạng của chị Livy.
Chính xác là như vậy.
Khá là khéo. Bây giờ vị trí có cái hình về Smile lấy cho mình thì cái trụ, hai cái trụ đầu game, hai cái trụ đầu của bên phía hai đường cánh, và sẽ là một cái khả năng kiểm soát về mục tiêu lớn khá là ổn áp hơn so với cái bên cho đội chơi Smile. Bên pháp của Indonesia họ mới chỉ lấy được một bạn của chị Cao mà thôi, một cái bạn còn được có con đảo đường, và sẽ không có quá nhiều cái sự gỡ lực vàng tới từ vị trí của khách hàng của team Indonesia. Chị Sa có vẻ gặp nguy hiểm rồi, bị đặt multi đến vị trí của chị Seth, nhưng mà sẽ là không sao cả. Đấy, chị Sa lên giáp ảo con Kamura cũng khá là đủ để có thể hạn chế việc bị dồn tương quá nhiều từ chị Sa.
Daisy được đẹp này.
Đừng đẹp, có vẻ sẽ chìm vào đấy,
Không đấm được đâu, không đấm được đâu.
Đấm một nhịp thôi, đấm một nhịp dạ thôi. Đấm hai nhịp và sẽ bị chị Violet chị phạt game. Làm đấy.
Bây giờ bên phía của team Twisted Mind họ đang muốn unlock nhanh, và chắc chắn họ sẽ làm được cái điều đó khi mà họ thấy thông tin rằng ở đường dưới đã có hai người và Cao tức máu. Không sao cả, Cao cũng chỉ là một con đảo đường mà thôi, và cái mạng của Cao này đổi lại một con lót, đó cũng là lời rồi bên phía của team Twisted Mind. Và bây giờ con lót xuất hiện rừng cùng với phía đường trên, con lót thì ra nó không quá đẹp đâu, nhưng mà tuy nhiên con lót thì nó vẫn sẽ là an toàn hơn cho bên phía của team Twisted Mind. Bên phía Falconido, mặc dù là họ đang dẫn trước rất nhiều, nhưng mà về cái phong thái đánh của họ thì họ đang có vẻ như rất là ung dung và tư thái, và họ đang chưa gọi là gặp bế tắc gì cả. Khi mà vị trí của Seth thì cô nàng liên tục là những pha đi lẻ. Ôi Daisy ơi, Daisy đánh lão rồi, Daisy đánh sai hơi sâu, Daisy muốn lùi về, Daisy có thể vẫn sống được, và trong tình huống này Daisy xử lý được thành công, và Sa vẫn còn sống được trong tình huống vừa rồi. Sức thương của cô nàng Seth nó chưa đủ, nên là thấy rằng bên phía của người chơi đi từ bên phía của Falconido đang đánh cực kỳ hay, khi mà cô nàng có những tình huống di chuyển là cực kỳ chi trá. Và Daisy ở cùng với phía đường trên đang bị vị trí của cô nàng Violet truy đuổi, nhưng mà tuy nhiên thì với một cái sức cơ động của Bakito thì đó vẫn sẽ là lùi về được mà thôi.
Em tập trụ được rồi hay không đây? Em tập trụ được rồi hay không đây? Khi mà sẽ bị lùa là ok. Mây lên bắt đầu băng vào rồi. Không ném bom lửa ra. Cố gắng rồi, tốc của Mây lên thì tầm này là chưa đủ. Livy có một lượng giáp ảo khá nhiều. Vị trí chỉ cao bán 7 lượng giáp ảo của đó là vị trí của Livy rồi. Chỉ xa cầm con Kakura này có lẽ chúng ta nên suy nghĩ lại về việc đó là con Kakura không yếu, nó chỉ yếu khi mà người chơi họ chơi không hay thôi. Còn đây là Sa, chơi hay rất sự luôn. Ở đây là
Daisy chạy không quá nhiều, nhưng mà Daisy vẫn lùi về được. Tận sức thương của thời điểm hiện tại bên góc Falconido vẫn là chưa đủ. Và bây giờ thì sao này? Bây giờ bên phía của team Twisted Mind họ đang cố gắng tập trung được nhiều người càng tốt để chuẩn bị khởi động giao tranh. Tuy nhiên thì cái lượng tiền ở hiện tại 3k6 tiền thì bên phía của Twisted Mind họ không muốn nhân lên, và cho nên việc đi cùng nhau để đảm bảo được cái lượng tiền đấy.
Nhưng mà chị anh đang
Ôi chị vào, ôi nào, ôi đau nha, nguy hiểm,
Cái gì lùi về được, cái gì không lùi về được, bởi bị sắp cao rồi bên phía
Sếp kia, sếp, chị Sa làm gì đi? Ôi thôi khó rồi, mất tốc tiến rồi, leo tình huống tôi có mai
họ đang lao lên, và đây là tình huống
nó có bắn kìa, sao ơi bắn tiếp đi chị ơi, bắn tiếp đi, mình vẫn được bắn, nhưng bây giờ sẽ phải lùi về một tình huống đội bộ 3-2 đội bộ rơi lỗ rồi, chị Cao đã chỉ có việc ở đây là các bạn được sử dụng rồi, miền được sử dụng. Sao bắt đầu có vẻ mọi thứ lại trôi rồi anh em ơi.
Trời ơi.
Tôi lại thế 3k6 tiền trở xuống thành 1k8 tiền các bạn ạ. Một tình huống của chúng ta đánh
cô đấm, cô không đấm được rồi.
Lần này thì không có gì có thể giúp cho con nàng có thể lùi về được nữa. Và lần này là mạng thứ hai là khi mà chúng ta có những cái lợi thế mà chúng ta không muốn thì chúng ta vô tình bỏ lại cái gì mà chúng ta vừa lấy được. Và bây giờ người gặp khó bây giờ là chúng ta rồi, khi mà cái lượng tiền mà mã setup của Daisy mang lại nó là quá nhiều đi. Và con lót sơ địa khu vực phía bên trên bên phía Falconido họ chắc chắn họ sẽ lấy nhanh được con lót này mà thôi. Khi mà chúng ta mất đi một người thì chính là Daisy. Về phía của Chuyên Tìm Mai họ muốn lao ra nhưng mà lao ra nào đây, và vì cái đồ gõ và chỉ có xa rất cao. Và tay không bằng kim là kịp thời. Bây giờ để theo ai sẽ là người được con lót này, chỉ cần quan sát tay ra và con lót này thuộc về bên phía của Chuyên Tìm Mai. Bên phía của Chuyên Tìm Mai họ muốn lùi về cao nằm xuống và vị trí của ai tiếp theo sẽ phải nằm xuống để Daisy thăng qua. Nhưng mà không sao cả, chúng ta lấy được con lót thôi, có thể lùi về được. Daisy đang cố gắng đẩy những thành viên bên phía của Falconido về, và bây giờ và bên phía của Tiến Chuyên Tìm Mai họ thành công với việc là lùi về với 3 thành viên. Nhưng mà tuy nhiên thì con lót này nó sẽ không có sự ảnh hưởng gì cho bên phía của Falconido đâu, họ vẫn có thể có cái lợi thế hơn. Và bây giờ lợi tiền chênh lệch ở hiện tại bây giờ chắc chắn rồi, nó là không có nữa.
Một tình huống mà thấy con kim rất đẹp, thực sự rất hay từ vị trí của chị Cao khi mà đóng băng được cái dàn đằng sau, thậm chí là bắt được vào vị trí của Seth. Đồng thời là vị trí của trên Cao cũng có một nhịp đánh hay khi mà đã bắt thẳng người chơi bên phía, người chơi đi từ bên phía của Falcon. Nhưng có vẻ là không ổn rồi, đường dưới này thì sao đây? Ui giời chị ơi, đáp đến nhau mà. Đây, chúng ta xem lại các tình huống này, pha này thì đấy, các bạn có thể nhìn thấy Seth bốc hơi rất nhanh nhưng mà Leaf lại được free shot. Và khi mà Leaf được free shot thì trên Cao không có góc để chơi. Thành ra là chúng ta cũng không đổ được quá nhiều.
Thế là có lẽ là cái tình huống mà chúng ta đang muốn bắt vị trí của Violet tất máu, Violet có thành tẩy, Violet không về được. Và bây giờ chúng ta muốn lui rồi. Và bên phía Falconido rất may mắn là Rimondo chưa đến kịp. Và phía Falconido họ cũng không quá mặn mà với cái việc là dồn theo những thành viên bị cũng chưa tuyệt mài. Và hãy xem cực độ thời điểm hiện tại thì khi mà vị trí của cô nàng Leaf đã có đủ máu trang bị để có thể bắn rồi. Bây giờ đang lên thêm cho mình cái gương hoàng kim, trong đó nó được cầu thì cũng là như thế rồi, chỉ khác một điều là con nàng này có thiếu cho cái thiếu cho mình đó cái súng nội năng, súng ma năng, chính xác là súng ma năng. Và bây giờ thì sao đây? Chúng ta đang cố gắng để có thể lấy lại những cái gì mà chúng ta đã để đánh mất trong một pha chúng ta đánh ẩu. Vị trí Rimondo đang là người đánh cao nhất về phía của Falconido. Cô nàng này đang cố chiếm lấy những cái bụi trọng yếu của đối phương, và để xem là bên phía Falconido họ mới triển khai giao tranh đây. Ở đây thì thấy được vị trí của Rimondo rồi, cả vị trí của Violet nữa. Violet chủ động lộ sai ra vào Chuyên Tìm Mai. Họ đã không biết là bên phía của Falconido họ đã tập trung rất tâm tới biên đây. Maylen lên lùi về công quanh ở cân để đẩy những thành viên bên phía Falconido về. Ví dụ khu vực phía đường dưới sẽ được lấy cho bên phía của Falconido mà thôi.
Anh thấy sẽ khá là nguy hiểm từ phía Chuyên Tìm Mai nhá, khi mà những cái thứ anh đang được đoán ngay từ khâu ăn bích, tức là 5 thành viên của bên phía Mai đều có khả năng phá giáp ảo và sẽ khiến cho một con Esmeralda không bị đè ở giai đoạn đầu game, có được cái khoảng cách để có thể tạo ra những cái pha giao tranh mà chống chịu ổn. Và chúng ta có thể thấy được rằng là những cái dự đoán ban đầu của anh là khá đúng, khi mà đáng lẽ ra cái Chuyên Tìm Mai nên có những động thái snowball sớm vào giai đoạn đầu game ở vị trí được kinh nghiệm để hạn chế sự ảnh hưởng của chị Violet, nhưng lại không đề quá nặng vào vị trí được kinh nghiệm và chỉ đơn giản là ăn được một mạng của chị Violet mà thôi. Chị Daisy ăn một mạng và thậm chí là ngay cả việc mất đi một mạng đấy vẫn không ảnh hưởng quá nhiều đến cái giai đoạn đi đường bên phía của chị Violet.
Bắt tiếp và lượng sát thương của chúng ta ở thời điểm hiện tại nó bắt đầu nó bị mất dần đều rồi. Bây giờ thậm chí là vị trí của Maylen tất máu, Daisy cũng tất máu bên phía Falconido. Họ đang muốn tràn lời khu vực cái đường giữa kia và họ đang muốn tìm những thành viên yếu máu của team Chuyên Tìm Mai, và có lẽ rằng bên phía của Chuyên Tìm Mai họ đang chưa muốn dừng lại ở đó, họ chưa muốn về, họ đang muốn giao tranh con lót này. Vị trí của Cao cần phải được phải có cái góc để tiếp cận con lót này. Rimondo tất máu, Rimondo mất đi cho mình cái khuyên bất tử, và Rimondo sẽ trở lại trận đấu mà Cao bắt được vị trí của Sam. Và bây giờ thì sao đây? Con lót hết tung điểm, vị trí của Violet phải lùi về. Cái động lực công phá này không bắt được ai cả, chi lùi free thì cho Leaf. Và bây giờ Chuyên Tìm Mai lao lên, Leaf bắt được vị trí của Sa và Leaf vẫn được bắn. Cái công quanh ở cân này quá đẹp đi, chỉ có qua được bắn, chỉ có dứt điểm được vị trí của Leaf. Và bây giờ Daisy bắt được vị trí của Rimondo, chỉ còn lại vị trí của cô nàng Violet mà thôi. Và chúng con lót này sẽ thuộc về bên phía của Chuyên Tìm Mai, mà từ từ đã Daisy cần phải xuống để có thể clear đợt lính của khu vực phía đường trên, và con lót này sẽ là một con lottery cho bên phía của Twisted Mind mà thôi. Một pha giao tranh cực kỳ hay bên phía của Twisted Mind, và từ từ được Glenn cô nàng này không dám mạo hiểm để có thể lao vào một cái tình thế mà chưa chắc chắn cô nàng này sẽ lấy một lon, và cái trụ không hồi đường giữa này sẽ thuộc về bên phía của chúng ta mà thôi.
Anh thấy rằng là bên phía của Twisted Mind đang macro không khéo, nhưng mà họ đang cố gắng lấy lại được những cái gì mà họ đã mất trong cái pha giao tranh ẩu vừa rồi. Và chị Chinka thì bị dối rất khá nhiều, nhưng về chạy về kịp ăn mua tím để lấy được cái lợi thế, lấy lại được máu của mình đã mất thôi, để lại con con bé để có thể giảm tốc độ hồi bại quái của bên phía Falcon MEN, Falcon Indonesia. Con lót xuất hiện rồi, anh nghĩ con lót này sẽ có một tầm ảnh hưởng nhất định thôi, nhưng mà tới tận giờ là phút thứ 7 rồi và lượng tắc và cái sóng trúc đã mất đi, thì bên phía Twisted Mind nên khai thác triệt để cái có thể của từ con lót này.
Vâng, và cái trụ không về phía đường trên đang bị báo máu đi khá nhanh, và chúng ta sẽ có một trụ đầu tiên khi mà con lót này vẫn chưa lên. Bây giờ bên phía Twisted Mind họ lấy được cái trụ không về phía đường giữa này, khả năng lấy trụ của chúng ta thời điểm lại có Raimondo tấp máu, Raimondo bị có máu rất nhiều và Raimondo vẫn có thể lùi về được. Con lót tiến đến không về phía đường dưới, tuy nhiên Zep đi vòng ra sau nhưng mới bị Daisy bắt lại và giao tranh được nổ ra. Libby lấy mạng của Cao, Sa đổi lại mạng của Raimondo, rồi đổi một người trên đảo đường. Libby lấy mạng của Sam, chúng ta lên lùi về thôi, khi mà chúng ta đã quá thua người, chúng ta mất đi 2 thành viên trong tình huống vừa rồi. Daisy cố gắng để Cao lên và DZ sẽ lùi về được thành công, và chúng ta có khả năng chúng ta sẽ lấy thêm được siêu cấp nữa. Có lẽ rằng 2 mạng nằm xuống nó sẽ là được để cho chúng ta lấy thêm được chúng ta lấy được một siêu cấp đầu tiên của đối phương.
Trận đấu nào mà Việt Nam thắng nó sẽ đánh khá dài tận 20 phút, và anh không biết là việc là kéo dài trận đấu này nó sẽ có ổn hay không, nhưng mà đương nhiên rồi là việc kéo dài trận đấu nó đủ lâu thì cái nước Esmeralda dù nó đã đến ngưỡng sức mạnh rồi, không còn mạnh hơn được nữa, thì sẽ là một sự lặp lại với những cái thành viên bên phía của Twisted Mind. Rồi chị Violet vẫn đang một thế lực và vẫn chưa mất thêm một cái bạn nào ngoài cái bạn đầu tiên ở đoạn đầu game cả, và sẽ khá là nguy hiểm đây khi mà chị Lip thì vẫn đang dần dần bắn được rồi, và con Carrie về giai đoạn late sẽ khó chịu hơn, mạnh hơn so với con Cloud, nhưng mà Cloud phản ứng giao tranh tốt hơn, nên là anh vẫn đang trông chờ vào việc là các thành viên về phía Twisted Mind đánh cần khéo hơn một chút. Raimondo đã vào
có vẫn là người lên đầu tiên. Raimondo cũng đây lại chặt dâng Cao tấp máu, Cao bị sát thương, nhưng mà tuy nhiên thì đây chỉ là một con bài Marcel thôi, không đủ có thể hạ gục cái con nàng này. Daisy muốn quay trở lại trả sát thương, nhưng mà nhìn kìa, X-Men là đạp quá trâu đi. Ở Daisy ở thời điểm hiện tại chỉ có thể có một cái khả năng duy nhất mà Bakito có thể sử dụng, chính là bắt vào dàn ra sau của đối phương. Nhưng mà tuy nhiên rồi, bên phía của Falconido ở thời điểm hiện tại, thành viên nào cũng đã đủ sức mạnh của thể đối đầu lại với chúng ta, nên phải có cái phương án đánh hiệu quả hơn, tránh cái việc Falconido họ có thể phản công.
Chị Cao thật sự không nên liều nhé, chị Cao thật sự không nên liều nhé, bởi vì là cái mức khó khăn kia chị rất là những cái giai đoạn kết đích của trận đấu, và nếu mà chị thật sự liều một cách thiếu quyết đoán, thiếu sự tính toán, thì có thể sẽ bị sự tổn sát thương của chị Sếp lên người và sẽ mất đi cái khoảng khắc đáng lẽ ra để đặt ra khả năng kim để lấy được cái lợi thế về quái lớn bên phía hai đội. Và có thể thôi, có lót lại được khởi động sớm, nó có Mena đã không phải nó cũng đặt ra rồi, dứt được chị Gaulet và 4 trận sát thương và chị Gaulet như một không.
Ôi combo luôn họ không bắt được ai cả. Bên phía của team Falconido họ tràn lên khi mà biết rằng bên phía của team Twisted Mind họ không còn chiêu nữa, động lực không phá, không đủ đè và lượng sát thương nó chưa đủ để từ Chikawa mà không bắt được cả Chikawa, nhưng không phải mất đi cho mình cái bất tử và sớm rồi cô nàng sẽ phải nằm xuống và chip double kill cho cô nàng Lip. Và Daisy ở đây thì Daisy sẽ lùi về được thành công, và chúng ta chỉ còn 2 thành viên, đấy là Daisy cũng nó xa nữa thôi. Một tình huống bắt người là lỗi bên phía của team Twisted Mind, họ không nên mạo hiểm như thế, và bây giờ thì có lót tiền lên được không phải phía giữa kia, chúng ta chỉ còn một cái trụ ở khu vực bậc thềm mà thôi. Thành viên ra sớm là bên phía của team Twisted Mind đó là Mayland, nhưng mà Mayland là một con AK và thậm chí con lót này sẽ tiến thẳng đến khu vực phía đường giữa này. Và thôi xong rồi, có lẽ rằng 2-0
hết rồi.
Hết rồi, bên phía Việt Nam thôi mà không bắt được vị trí của Lip. Daisy lao lên, Daisy cảm tử, Daisy bắt được vị trí của Raimondo, nhưng mà Lip chỉ không thấm máu, Lip không có kiếm bất tử và thôi.
Không rồi.
Và Daisy gặp đây, Twisted Mind sẽ dừng lại hành trình của mình ở giải đấu MWI năm 2026 lần này. Khá buồn thì có lẽ mở màn khá đẹp, nhưng mà cái kết thúc của chúng ta nó là hơi buồn. Thì từ đại diện Việt Nam chúng ta, và hy vọng rằng các chị ở giải đấu năm sau MLBB năm 2027 sẽ trở thành mạnh mẽ hơn, và chúng ta nên khắc cốt ghi công cái bài học này. Chúng ta gặp với đối thủ quá mạnh đi, chúng ta gặp một cái đối phải thực sự nói rằng chúng ta rất khó để có thể đánh bại, và không sao cả. Có những gì chúng ta làm được thì chúng ta đều tự hào, và chúng ta nên chấp nhận cái thất bại này. Chúng ta nên chia vui cùng với những thành viên đến với Falcon Indo. Họ là người xuất sắc hơn khá nhiều so với chúng ta, và chúng ta đành phải về nước sớm ở trong cái giải đấu lần này.
Anh thấy rằng là ở trong trận đấu vừa rồi thì bên phía của Twisted Smile họ đánh lỗi khá nhiều. Anh khá buồn về những pha đánh lỗi của phía Twisted Smile. Đã lẽ ra họ nên có những cái động thái điều động tốt hơn so với những thứ mà các chị đang thể hiện trong trận đấu vừa rồi. Nhưng mà thực sự thì cũng phải để nói rằng là các chị đã thể hiện được quá tốt rồi. Đối đầu với một cái đối khá là khó như là chiến thực như là Falcon Indonesia, thì đó là một thế lực đủ mạnh để khiến cho các thành viên bên phía của Việt Nam mình trở nên bị gặp khó trước một đối thủ mạnh như vậy. Vâng, và chúng ta sẽ đến với màn giao key. Sẽ là dập key
from your former teammates. Well, this is my first time to holding the key, so I'm so excited. But then I feel bad for my teammate also because Ika is from Indonesia also, but she tried her best already.
Yes, Chin Chao, you did your best. Thank you so much for your valiant effort. Your journey ends here. Thank you. And of course, you know, anything you would like to say to all the Indonesian fans who are
sẽ là màn giao key đến từ vị trí của Twisted Smile cho Falcon Indonesia.
For the first day, it's a little bit bad for us for our perform, but I think from yesterday until today we bounced back, and then I think maybe we can rematch with Vitality.
Yes, and with this
bên phía của đội Falcon Indonesia đã nói chuyện về vấn đề rằng là trước mắt thì họ ở giai đoạn đầu ở giai đoạn đầu của giải đấu đó có thể là không tốt, nhưng mà đến ở những trận đấu nhánh thua thì họ lại đánh khá là ok. Họ đánh ngược trở lại và lấy được những cái phong độ của bản thân mình, và họ đang trông chờ vào việc rằng là sẽ đấu lại đấu với Team Vitality, đó là mục tiêu của họ. Và chúng ta sẽ đến với màn dập key của đội Twisted Smile trước key của các chị. Sẽ là dập khá đau nha anh em nha, dập rất mạnh nha. Và chị bên phía Falcon Indonesia sẽ bấm dập key.
Nothing is given, everything is earned. Oh my gosh.
Nó sẽ khá đau đớn dành cho các fan hâm mộ các chị tại Việt Nam.
Oh my.
Đau phết, rất đau. Rất đau nha, các chị giật mình luôn mà. Và nhờ chiến thắng trước Twisted Smile, Falcon Indonesia sẽ có tấm vé để tham dự vào vòng playoff của giải MLBB trong giải đấu lần này. Chị đây thì khá buồn, thấy nhận thua vừa rồi. Tuy nhiên rồi nó là cái thực tại không tàn đâu, không ai mong muốn cả, nhưng mà chúng ta phải chấp nhận. Và anh em có thể nghỉ ngơi trong một ít phút trước khi chúng ta đến với cặp đấu tiếp theo.
Well, the first key on day 3 has been crushed, and let me tell you, that key put up a fight. It was loud indeed, but at the end of the day, it's the reality of EWC. Twisted Minds, unfortunately, will not be progressing to the knockout stage, but for Team Falcons Indonesia, a clean sweep of 2-0 puts them in an excellent spot. During the match, though, Rose had a chance to catch up with some interesting people out in our audience.
we're having fun here in Paris, but I do have a few questions because it is an interesting match right now. We know that Falcon's ID is going up against Twisted Mind. Now, I'm pretty sure Funi is split because if you guys remember, Funi used to play in Falcon's ID, but her sister is in Twisted Mind. So how are we feeling about this matchup?
Actually, right now, I'm very nervous. I'm trembling non-stop. Oh my god, I almost cried. Oh my god.
Okay. But yeah, I can feel you're nervous. Yeah, but yeah, Funi, does this match makes you feel sentimental?
Yeah, I mean, on one side, it's my sister, and on the other side, it's my ex-teammate. So, of course, I feel a bit sad. Yeah, either Twisted or Team Falcons lose, I will end up crying. Pretty sure.
Oh no, please don't cry. Please don't cry, girl. Now, of course, we also want to ask Sabila. Now, Sabila, as the Indonesian reporter here on ground, I want to ask you, how do you think, or what do you think is happening with the Indonesian representatives here in MWI? Okay, it's a hard question because you know what? As we see from the Falcon ID, their play on their first match is not that good. They lose 0-2 from Saita, but now we can see their step up from yesterday until today. I'm sorry, Funi, because as we know in the first game, we saw Falcon ID playing so good, playing so well, but on the second game, we don't know. But Falcon ID, you have to reset. You have to do your best because this is your last chance to go in the knockout stage. You know what? I feel the Indo pride really strong right here.
Sabila, I know you have a question for Funi, right?
Yes, Funi. Is there anything you want to say to Chinchao, your sister?
Good luck. I love you. Whatever happens, either you're winning or you're losing, you're still the best gold winner for me.
Oh,
she's tearing up. Oh my god, so sentimental. Thank you so much, girl. Sabila, anything for the Indonesian viewers?
Of course. Can I say in Bahasa, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Alright. Teman-teman semua, satukan dukungan kalian untuk tim ataupun player Indonesia yang sedang berjuang di MWI at EWC 2026. Thank you very much, girls. That's it from us, and we'll see you guys next time.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Thank you, Rose and Sevilla, for catching up with some of the players out there in the audience. Funi, what a tough spot to be in. The tears were flowing. My heart breaks. The story that she has being out in the audience, having to watch those two teams. What's the story behind that?
It's so tough to be in her spot because, again, as previously mentioned by her, on one side, it's her sister who's fighting. That's why you see her tearing up just a little bit when she had to give her final message. But on the other side, she had former teammates. So she's very much familiar with the competitive scene. She's been playing in Indonesia for a while now. She knows for a fact how competitive it can be and how much of an achievement it is to be here in MWI at EWC. So I can only imagine how she feels for her sister because she's already made it to this point where you only need to win one series to make it to knockouts, but you have to witness her lose it out in such an unfortunate manner after dominating the game for so long.
That's why we framed it family versus the enemy. It's tough. It is for some of these matchups. I mean, it goes deep, especially with the history between certain rosters and teams, and maybe even some people on our desk with some upcoming matchups. Let's talk about some actions throughout, though. Game number 2. Man, it was tough to watch. It really was, because Twisted Minds, at least at the start, we're at the 4-minute mark, LaFell, and I felt like Twisted Minds were off to an excellent start.
It was perfect. And honestly, Taylor, that's why it hurts. Imagine playing perfectly for 19 minutes. And then the moment that counts, the final action when Sa, as the Kagura, she missed her ult. She could not kill the opponent's carry. That's at the point of the game. You're like, I made a mistake. We cut our losses. Let's live to fight another day.
Yeah.
But the mistake was they committed. They're like, no, we have to win now. They all died. and that was the end of the game. That's how crucial one mistake is at 20 minutes.
Absolutely brutal. We take a look at our second moment, and I believe we get deeper into game number 2. And this is where things might start shaping up for Falcons Indonesia at the 12-minute mark. Now, Bree, from this point in time, it's still relatively even. I believe Twisted Mind still has maybe a little bit of a lead, but you can tell Falcons Indonesia are creeping up.
Yep, this is a moment where Chinchao was actually still able to find the way around the objectives, but it was where also Falcons ID were gradually being more confident in just trying to fight back against these objectives as well. And that's when I think they've also acknowledged themselves that we're a scaling lineup. And for the longest time, indeed, Twisted Minds have dominated it because they've done it through sheer burst damage. But it also can arrive to a point where they too can rely on their sustain. They also can rely on their raw damage in order to fight back. And that's where I think we got to see them on a much more equal footing, where decisions really made a huge difference in the latter portions of the game.
And Lefel, we take a look at our third moment of the game. We get deeper in, and I think this is when you really start to notice and showcase Falcons Indonesia could pull this off.
And this is where the mistakes really start to show. If there were 5 women there, they could have protected their base. They could have extended this and then maybe end in the next fight. But the fact that they committed earlier on, at that point, once they die, I think every player from Twisted Mind, they knew it was over.
But even one mistake, right, which can catapult and snowball into ultimately a loss. During the hero selection, though, we did notice that Falcons quite literally picked just to counter the Twisted Mind setup. Do you think that late game setup with their picks ended up playing more of a role than we thought?
Oh yes, 100%. And especially because Falcon slowed the game down. Because Twisted Mind, they had a good advantage to just end the game early, but Falcon denied that. Eventually, Falcons got the items needed to finally fight back against Twisted Mind. So yes, Twisted Mind made a mistake, but we gotta give credit where credit is due. Falcons slowed it down so much, they came back.
They did not be as reactive to what Twisted Minds were already doing across the map, and that's despite the Paquito leading up or actually having such a great time, even despite the matchup against an Esmeralda. That's why it also feels so frustrating for Daisy, because I believe it was an unfavorable setup for her.
She had a perfect game.
It was a perfect game for her nonetheless.
Yeah, well, I gotta say, it is heartbreaking for Twisted Minds, but that's how these tournaments go. Again, like I always love to say, making it to this stage is a massive accomplishment in its own right. Shout out to Twisted Minds for being one of the best teams out there when it comes to the MWI. Now the question is, how do you be cool? I actually don't know, and Damascus, from what I'm hearing, you're gonna teach me? What do you got?
Au revoir, gentlemen. I heard that today you guys have been a bandbagger, so I'm gonna teach you how to be cool in MLBB. So make sure you guys get this correct. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? How you feeling?
I'm feeling phenomenal.
I don't care how you're feeling. All right. This is the first question. Vengeance. What's a vengeance?
A vengeance? Revenge?
No, it's when you get killed at the beginning and then you just kill them back.
Bro, what are you talking about?
No, it's a skill. It's a skill. You know.
Oh, like a flicker. Exactly. It's flicker.
Stop. He pretends he knows words. He does not. You don't know what a flicker is.
Bro, I know MLB. Bro, what are you talking about?
I'm gonna forgive you. I'm gonna forgive you this. Okay, what's an inspire? It's easy. What's an inspire?
An inspire?
Yeah.
Martin Luther King.
You're not wrong.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a character's traits. Like there are tanks and there are inspire characters. They inspire the others.
You know what? You're the kind of people that make my mom cry. All right? This is not being
sorry,
cool.
Mom.
Okay, you know what? Last one. You guys have to get this because you guys have been hosts, right?
Yeah.
After a passionate game, you see the players standing up and then shouting to the opponents. What do they say?
Bang, bang.
No.
Why are you laughing?
No.
Bro, it's Mobile Legends bang, bang, bro.
No, they shout. I love. You know what? I'm done. You guys are hopeless. You know, I hope someone else can do this because I'm out. See
me on the gold lane, bro.
See us in the gold lane, brother.
Yeah.
We gonna remember this when it's time for vengeance and we inspire on the gold lane.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
LaFell, I'm not going to lie. At one point, I got pretty scared. I thought you were going to take them both down.
Dude, they were hopeless, man. I tried my best. Hearts out to them. You know what? Briggs, maybe you have more patience. Maybe you could have made them more cool.
I don't know how else to explain Vengeance and Inspire, though. Like, I think you're the best teacher to do that.
Well, you tried.
I tried. But honestly, they're very, very cool guys. You know, hopefully we get to hang out, but just not play MLBB.
Give them a second chance, if you will. I have faith in them. I think they can learn how to be cool. Hey, Muton's got a special message. Let's listen in.
In the past, we were always in Asia. This year, we came to Paris. What stories are still left untold?
Kami sudah membuktikannya. Tapi ini baru permulaan.
Tiada siapa akan ingat siapa nombor 2. We need the win.
Bukan sekadar keinginan, tapi tekad.
Hindi ang pag-abot sa top ang pinakamahirap. Ang corona ang mahirap ipagtanggol.
What happened last year became fuel for us this year.
This time, we bring us to Paris and finish it.
A new lineup, new chemistry, new fire. Once champions, not settling for podium finishes. World champions, defending MSC champions. As the final boss of MLBB, can anyone stop them? Names have been made, stars have risen, but now they need to show the world what it takes to rise above. This time, the world is bigger than ever. Like every year, new challengers step onto the world stage. Some carry the ambitions of 2 continents. Some fight for the pride of home turf. Some have never stopped chasing the throne. So who will finally rise to clinch the title? This is where unresolved stories find their ending. A new shot at glory. One more chance at redemption.
We are back. Kali ini, sekali lagi.
Betul atau tidak?
Pareho lang ang chance namin.
No one is untouchable.
Let's fight.
Buktikan ako kalau bisa.
2 champions, 1 game. Paris breaks through limitless possibilities.
I don't know about you, but I'm pumped up not only for MWI, but MSC as well, taking place here in Paris, France at the Esports World Cup. LaFell, it's MLBB for like 3 of the 7 weeks.
Oh, dude, I love MLBB. That's why I've been here for like 9 years now. I didn't know until someone asked me. I was like, I've been here for 9 years, bro.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that it's been here for 10 years
10
already.
years.
Because just yesterday we celebrated their 10th anniversary.
Yeah, she just hit 30.
Hey.
Whoa.
I am far from.
By the way, she's like literally like 22. Okay, now me, I'm 34. I'm the old man on the
I'll take
desk. LaFell, I don't know how old you are.
I'm 32.
32?
Yeah.
I'm the elder here. I'm the elder, baby. Hey, Seda Esports over on the B stream ended up taking a big win. They stay alive. They move forward. They win 2-0 over their opponents. Now, this is a big deal, right? Because Seda Esports, man, coming into it, we kind of question, would they be able to redevelop the meta? They're representing a region that has been underrepresented. In this case, though, they managed to take down VP in a dominant way. We'll keep you updated with All Stream B. One more matchup to go there, but we need to head to the stage with Cheryl and Rob.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for a true clash of titans. On one side, you have Team Gen G, who is last year's 2nd place finisher at MWI. On the other, you have Team Navi, which of course was the champions in 2024 for MWI. 2 amazing teams, 2 titans, but at the end, only one is gonna qualify to the knockout stage.
That's right. Now Gen G is hungry for that do-over opportunity. opportunity, so they are going to do everything they can to secure this win. Whereas Navi PH is on their journey to redemption. But who stands in their way? Gen G, the very team that sent them home last year. Two powerhouses that is seen here on stage, but only one ticket to the knockouts. Let's do it.
Thank you, Cheryl in Hollywood. Rob TV. Let's get it going. It's Gen G versus Navi, our second elimination match to move into the knockout stage. And this is a big one. It's a blockbuster matchup. You've got the 2025 EWC MWI runner-up of Gen G taking on the 2024 EWC MWI champions of Navi. This one means a lot, not only for the club championship race, but also for the history they both hold when it comes to the MWI.
Yep, I cannot believe we might just see a replication of last year take place here in another elimination series, simply because they meet yet again in the lower bracket where life is at stake. What if it just so happens to repeat? Because yesterday we saw that Vitality swept Gen G all over again, similar to last year's grand finals. And now could they be the ones to send back Vitality or Navi home again?
That's right, and you're obviously alluding to last year in the knockout stages. Navi ends up losing to then Gaming Gladiators, but now Gen G. This is a matchup of epic proportions, and for Gen G, they might not want revenge on Navi. They don't need it. They've already beat them before. However, they want revenge on Vitality. They want the championship. They fell just short last year. They want the main stage. But did they show enough yesterday to prove that they could beat this Navi roster?
I gotta say, I'm pretty nervous for this one. I'm getting ready as well. You know, it's her home country, and for me, my sister's playing on Gen G, so hopefully they do very well.
Giải đấu ngày hôm nay, trận đấu giữa Gen Z Esports và Navi.
I don't care who you are, I just want to be the best. And the fact that they lost against Vitality might be dangerous for Navi, because Navi is the one that has to go through their wrath.
Yeah, and I think even in interviews it reflects so much that they had a change in mindset even. Because even Ashley, in terms of her character, she no longer really wants to compete for the title Mother of Tanks. It's more of her
hôm nay thì bên phía MLBB Sport News vừa rồi sẽ đã tuyển được thêm một caster mới, và caster mới dần lên tiếng đi. Giờ là đến phần bán bích rồi.
Now, as we get into our pick and bans, something to note: Navi has an extremely deep hero pick pool. 22 unique heroes in this tournament. We're talking debut picks of Chip, Masha,
Gen Z Esports đã ban cho mình 3 vị tướng đầu tiên là Pavito, Obvious và Unlock. Đây đều là 3 vị tướng đang khá là mạnh của meta. Còn bên phía của Navi PS thì sẽ ban cho mình Marcel, Kiara và Esmeralda.
Honestly, like their hero pool is
Tại vì ở đầu thì Gen Z Esports đã tích trước và đã lựa chọn cho mình vị tướng đó là Bellatrix.
Mirai is kind of like.
Còn bên phía của Navi PS thì sẽ lựa chọn cho mình vị tướng Garcia và Freya.
Top 1 là con tướng
anh Freya đi đường vàng.
Anh nghĩ là Freya trong meta hiện tại sẽ đi đường vàng khá nhiều đấy, bởi vì đặc biệt hơn là ở con Freya của chị Not Ayanami. Chị Not Ayanami thì anh nhớ là chị cầm con Freya đi để kinh nghiệm, nhưng mà anh sẽ không biết rằng là sẽ có muốn lựa chọn Freya cho vị trí đi đường vàng hay là không. Đối chọi với lại lượt pick của bên phía của Navi, con bài Freya và Basia thì lựa chọn luôn, và con bài Lilia và Kerry đến từ Gen Z Esports thì sẽ là một con Freya đi đường kinh nghiệm lựa chọn vào, đó là Ranger đến từ vị trí của Navi Esports rồi.
Vâng, và một đội hình có thể nói rằng là có sự xuất hiện của Ranger bên phía của Navi thì tôi chưa chắc rằng là Ranger giai đoạn cuối game có thể bắn được hay không, mà tuy nhiên thì để tránh né đi cái việc có bên có thể phản đòn quá nhiều thì Ranger cũng là một trong những số lựa chọn mà bên phía Navi có thể sử dụng. Mà tuy nhiên thì bên phía của Kenji họ có một con xạ thủ ngõ hơn, đó là con Kyrie cùng với đó là sát thương ở giai đoạn cuối game đến từ con bài Lilia, nó sẽ ổn đáp hơn khá nhiều so với con bài Ranger thì chắc chắn rồi. Không phải ở bên phía Navi họ có thêm một con pháp sư đứng giữa có khả năng sốc sát thương mạnh, và ít nhất có cái lượng sát thương đủ lớn để cân bằng lại cái lượng sát thương của con bài Ranger nó bị quá thiếu hụt ở những giai đoạn cuối game. Và tiếp theo đó bên phía Navi ở giai đoạn ban thứ hai của mình thì họ ban đi đó là bài Akai, chiếc tướng đi rừng. Bên phía Genji chắc chắn rồi, họ đang thiếu một chiếc tướng đi rừng đủ khỏe, và con Akai ban đi nó cũng sẽ là ổn cho bên phía của Navi. Và bên phía Genji họ trả lại được một con Matilda, một chiếc tướng đảo đường hỗ trợ. Khá may mắn là ở giai đoạn pick đầu tiên thì cả hai bên đều chưa muốn sử dụng Matilda, và thậm chí bên phía Genji họ đã sử dụng trước con bài Bearic rồi, cho nên con bài Matilda này sẽ là một cái lượt cấm cận thiết cho bên phía Genji.
It's just that they're forced to play from behind because their frontliners are always being punished or taken out
Và
every
có
single
lẽ
time.
là sẽ
In this
là
scenario, hopefully it's
khó
not just Mirai,
về phía các
because
đội.
she did pick up the backsha anyway.
Nhưng mà anh đang suy nghĩ rằng là bên phía của Genji đang cấm đi rất nhiều vai trò đi được kinh nghiệm, cấm đi 4 con bài đi được kinh nghiệm meta hiện tại rồi nhé. Thì anh đang không biết là bên phía Genji có dự định pick vào con bài Labu Labu không, bởi vì là trong thời điểm hiện tại thì anh nghĩ là chỉ có Labu Labu là khả thi. Anh nghĩ trong thời điểm hiện tại
vẫn còn một vài con tướng khác như kiểu là Uranus chẳng hạn, Uranus hoặc là con bài Alot vẫn có thể sử dụng được.
Nhưng mà Uranus đánh kèo với lại Freya thì không ổn. Sao lại cấm
At least so far, Genji and their mid duo have been also picking up some of the more unconventional mid duos.
Họ thấy là cái việc mà cái việc 5 slot cấm nó không được, chúng tôi nên ban bừa đi, ban con nào cũng được, ý nghĩa nó như nhau. Và bây giờ cái phía Navi thì họ để xem họ pick cái gì đây. Khi mà 1, 2, 3, 4 chiếc tướng đảo đường nó bị mất đi rồi, và cả con bé Bearic cũng đã bị mất đi, thì họ còn những vị trí đảo đường nào có thể sử dụng đây. Tuy nhiên thì còn bị thiếu một vị trí của người chơi đường giữa và người chơi đi đường đảo đường, thì tôi nghĩ rằng bên phía ở Navi họ sẽ lấy vị trí của đảo đường trước và để xem họ sẽ lấy chiếc tướng nào. Có còn khá nhiều con đảo đường có thể sử dụng được, nhưng mà tuy nhiên thì sẽ lấy YV cho vị trí của cô nàng Rain trước.
Sẽ là khó đây. Anh đang không hiểu cái việc cấm vào đi con bài Rafaela, đó là bên Genji đang muốn chấp một slot ban hay sao, hoặc là do là ban huấn luyện của họ đang muốn tính toán một cái kế hoạch gì đấy. Nhưng mà anh không nghĩ đây là một kế hoạch đâu, bởi vì là việc cấm Rafaela không hề là thông minh cho lắm. Cấm Matilda này còn để hiểu, nhưng mà cấm Rafaela thì nó lại không ok cho lắm. Rafaela thì ok về giai đoạn tầm giữa game thôi.
Biết đâu được anh, biết đâu là Navi có quả bài đánh dị với Rafaela
không sao. Navi hiện tại Navi phong độ hiện tại là rất kém. Cái này phải nói thật là Navi hiện tại phong độ là rất kém so với Genji nha. Genji mặc dù là đã xuống thua nhưng mà họ vẫn đang đánh tốt mà. Ôi, Big Linh rồi, Big Linh và Guinevere rồi. Guinevere sẽ đi kinh nghiệm. Và Linh sẽ đi rừng đến từ các thành viên của phía Genji Sport. Anh thấy một đội hình không liên quan cho lắm đến cái vị trí của Genji.
Ồ, cái đội hình cảm giác sử dụng được, bởi vì cái chiêu 2 của Guinevere dịch chuyển không gian nó có cái tầm hoạt động rất là xa, và nếu kẹp cả cái tốc biến nữa nó sẽ ra một cái sự đột biến rất bất ngờ, nó sẽ hơn hẳn cái triệt tự lại của trong khá là nhiều đấy, và nó sẽ có khả năng khống chế khá lâu, kèm với cùng với cái combo chiêu 2 với chiêu cuối cái ra tay của cô nàng này. Và có một cái điểm nữa mà Guinevere có thể sử dụng được, đó chính là việc y kèo với con bài Freya, nó sẽ là tầm khoảng 60-40 đến tầm 50-50 thôi, không phải là quá đẹp gì, mà vị trí nếu mà vị trí của cô nàng Not Azanami mà đánh không khéo có thể là vị trí của mày Guinevere có thể đè được. Và bên phía Navi họ lựa chọn một con bài có thể nói là đến cùng rồi, đó là con bài chip. Khi mà thấy trận với cái bài đánh này của họ thì chip nó là một con đảo đường phù hợp nhất với họ rồi.
Anh thấy là bên phía của Navi đang không ổn cho lắm. Và cả Genji cũng thế. Anh không hiểu sao khi mà anh nhìn cái đội hình hiện tại thì anh thấy là cả hai bên đang có một cái đội hình nó không được ổn áp cho lắm, nhưng mà sự hợp tác nó không quá nhiều, nó cũng bị hơi tách lẻ nhau và kiểu gọi là họ sẽ chắc là sẽ thiên về đánh về cái lối đánh cá nhân hơn. Và chúng ta đến với trận đấu cặp đấu thứ hai trong ngày hôm nay, Navi Esports đối đầu với Gen Z Esports.
Vâng, và trận đấu đã bắt đầu. Bên phía team Navi thì họ đang muốn tìm cái vị trí của Rui à, nhưng mà vị trí nó Yagami muốn chặn lính, nhưng mà vị trí của Aria phản đòn lại quá nhiều đi. Sức thương của con bé Beric là quá nhiều và chúng ta đã đoán sai rồi. Beric sẽ sử
Khoan ra từ từ, Beric đi được kinh nghiệm,
Beric sẽ được sử dụng được kinh nghiệm và Ashley mới là cầm con bài Guinevere đi đảo đường. Cái việc sử dụng như thế này nó sẽ gây ra cho phía Navi một chút bất ngờ đấy. Nhưng mà tuy nhiên thì để xem Ashley cầm Guinevere đảo đường đánh sẽ như thế nào.
Nhưng mà ý là cái dự án cầm con bài Beric đi đối đường với lại con Freya là hợp lý nha. Bởi vì Freya đánh thường rất nhiều và gặp cái sự phản đòn đến từ vị trí của Beric thì nó sẽ là một cái ván bài khó. Nhưng mà việc cầm cho mình cái tốc biến đến từ vị trí của chị Aria thì cũng không hoàn toàn thông minh cho lắm, vì Beric sẽ nên cầm phản kích hơn. Cầm tốc biến chỉ đơn giản là sẽ
không anh ạ. Beric cầm tốc biến trong giải người ta ai cầm phản kích nữa anh.
Nhưng mà ý là Beric trong
sẽ cầm chuỗi sinh lực, một hai là cái tốc biến nó không phải là công danh và nên là bên ở trong các giải đấu chúng ta những cái lượt mà con Beric này xuất hiện chúng ta không thấy một con Beric cầm phản kích nào cả và chỉ cầm một là tốc biến, hai là chuỗi sinh lực thôi.
Nếu mà như vậy thì sẽ thuần là make play, Aria sẽ thuần là make play để tạo ra cái thể giao tranh trong vì các đội. Nhưng có vẻ như là việc phía Ashley gặp nguy hiểm nhưng mà cũng chạy về được, bị choáng cái đường chính của chị Casey khá chill. Anh thấy con Guinevere đi đường đi ram nó sẽ khá là giấy, nhưng mà với các bản ngọc của nó với lại bằng một đỡ đòn và những cái gọi là khả năng chống chịu và hồi phục thì nó sẽ ổn áp hơn rất nhiều. Bên phía Navi khởi động con rùa sớm rồi. Ngược trở lại thì người chơi đi rừng của Gen Z Esports lựa chọn việc là đi lên và cướp tài nguyên. Nó sẽ không phải là một lựa chọn quá thông minh, mà là lấy ra là phải cướp con rùa để sớm. Đặc biệt hơn là
nếu mà không lấy được thì bỏ cũng được, bởi vì con rùa đầu tiên không có ảnh hưởng quá nhiều. Và nếu mà có xảy ra tranh chấp thì em nghĩ rằng là bên phía của Gen Z họ mới là người khó hơn, hoặc có khả năng cũng sẽ phải bỏ lại cái mạng của con Rui hoặc là ai đó. Và vị trí của Rui thấy được vị trí của Casey của nó Yagami rồi, muốn đánh nhau không? Chắc chắn là không. Và bên phía của Navi họ cũng chủ động để họ lùi về. Vị trí Mirai đứng khá là đẹp. Ashley không check và có cái cổng dịch chuyển được trên người của Mirai rồi, thôi xong rồi. Vị trí của Rui sẽ là người bị bắt lại, bị trói chân, bị dính và Rui trận lùi về đến từ bên phía của Rui. Và combo xanh này khả năng cũng sẽ mất đi 4 người bên phía của team Navi họ tràn lên và bên phía của Gen Z họ phải lùi về. Azosi vẫn có thể lùi về
được không khéo nhá.
Ai cả bên phía đến từ con là Aria. Combo xanh này mất đi và bên phía của team Gen Z họ coi như là họ trừ đi một người rồi, coi như là trong những thời điểm sắp tới mà con linh này không có bùi xanh thì có thể sẽ là 4 đánh 5 thôi.
Sẽ là khó đến từ vị trí các thành viên vị Gen Z Esports, nhưng họ đã mất khá nhiều lợi thế về đầu game. Nhưng mà lượng vàng chênh lệch là không quá nhiều. Họ đang vẫn duy trì được một lượng vàng chênh lệch nó ngang nhau hai đội và chỉ loanh quanh khoảng 100-200 vàng thôi. Và dẫn đến là việc là kể cả là có mất đi lượng tài nguyên nó còn rùa đầu game thì họ vẫn không có quá sức bức cộ và đáng lo ngại về giao tranh khi mà họ không liều lĩnh, họ giữ lợi thế, họ đi farm và hai đội đang đánh khá là khéo. Con cô và nó thủ về phía chị Rihanna trong pha tranh cướp vừa rồi.
Nhưng mà có một điểm mà như tôi đã nói rồi là con màu xanh của trên người Rui đã không có, và cái khả năng tranh cướp đến từ bên phía Navi ở thời điểm hiện tại nó là không có, khi mà những thành viên ở như kiểu là vị trí của con nàng Rui thì không thể nào tham gia giao tranh được nếu mà thiếu con màu xanh này. Và nếu muốn cướp thì cần phải rất đông những thành viên của Gen Z ở lại đây, cụ thể là bây giờ là đã là 4 người rồi.
Anh nghĩ chị Ruchin nên đánh an toàn cho pha này khi mà chị đã không có một tím. Chị mới mất một tím xong đặt cổng ra đến chị Mayray. Các thành viên của bên phía của Navi đang xuất hiện rồi và có vẻ như thành viên của Gen Z đang gặp khó rồi. Con rùa này sẽ sớm khởi động và ăn bởi vì cái của Navi Sports con rùa thứ hai. Nên dùng phía này
là Ashley bị cắt lại, Ashley mất tiền, Ashley bị rồi, vẫn nó Ashley bị lấy được Ashley. Vâng,
Ashley
ở cô Nubia vừa nãy chúng ta thấy rằng con nàng này thì nhảy trúng cái dịch của không gian, nhưng mà tuy nhiên thì bị giữ lại một nhịp và rồi mất tiếp combo xanh tiếp theo. Một cái tình huống đánh có thể nói là đơn giản như thế nào vì đè được đè vị trí của con nàng Linh này, và sau đó thì không để cho Linh được farm. Yagami cũng thấy Linh ở đây rồi, muốn lao lên chắc chắn sẽ phải lao vào combo đỏ này.
Là cả luôn.
Yagami truy đuổi quá gắt gao đi và Linh cũng có chút tin trận Linh vẫn có thể lùi về. Rihanna lấy được mạng của Ashley và Ashley nằm xuống mạng tiếp theo của mình. Vâng, bây giờ nhìn con Freya nó quạt kìa, Aria phải chạy mà thôi.
Just all over the place. She has to be at two places at a time right now.
Khá là anh thấy nó khá là sẽ khá là khó cho phía Gen Sport đây. Họ đã bị chênh lệch 2.000 vàng rồi, một đội chênh lệch vàng không quá lớn nhưng cũng không quá nhỏ để có thể gọi là không coi như là gì được cả. Chị Rihanna hiện tại đã có 2 mạng ở cùng rồi, đặc biệt hơn là
ôi xong rồi Padawan ơi, Padawan vẫn có thể lùi được. Nhưng mà Mirai không muốn đánh mạo hiểm khiêu
ulti không
chỉ có Mirai và cả vị trí của Rihanna nữa sẽ tổng ra có lẽ vẫn sẽ là vị trí của Padawan sẽ phải lên bảng điểm số và người tiếp theo sẽ là vị trí của Ashley và Sari vẫn có thể lùi được. Lúc cuộc kỳ gần Yagami, Sari vẫn còn cho mình cái tốc biến và đó là 2 mạng đi xuống đến từ bên phía của Fancy. Và bây giờ vị trí của Rui đến con Linh làm gì được đây? Linh phải đu ra đu vào đu về nữa thôi, và combo xanh này có thể nói rằng là bên phía của Fancy họ cũng không thể giữ được nữa đâu.
Sẽ là khó cho Gen Z đây. Nhưng mà anh thấy là những chủ chốt, những vị trí có khả năng chống chịu như là Ashley và chị Aria đang ngang trong vai trò bị thịt hất tung vị trí của Mirai, nhưng mà có vẻ như là cũng không làm gì được mới cả. Mirai đang có động thái là định chắc là kiểu vào hất tung nhưng mà sợ chị Mirai để cổng, nhưng mà nãy chị Mirai định cổng rồi nhưng mà không hiểu sao đi lại lùi về nhanh như thế.
Anh ạ, bây giờ mình có phút cuối này và bây giờ mình có cái tế đàn về Lecker và con ngồi không ngồi cái sẽ bị với Gen Z trừng phạt tốt, và bây giờ bên phía Gen Z họ muốn lùi về, nhưng mà bên phía của Navi họ thi đuổi qua các ca vui không cụ nào để chạy về nữa. Mega kêu cho người chơi đi còn nghiệm bên phía của Navi.
Cũng sẽ khá là
rồi tôi Padawan đánh láo rồi xấu như Padawan bằng một kích nó vẫn có thể lùi về được. Tại sao pha đấy có thể chạy được cái bây giờ Padawan nhỉ?
Thật sự là khó trên cái thành viên của Gen Z Sport. Nhưng mà anh thấy được cái sự áp mộng của cặp bài trùng Chip và Ranger thì rất cần farm, rất cần mạng, nhưng mà đặc biệt hơn là có sự bổ trợ của Chip để kéo Ranger vào thể giao tranh sẽ tạo ra một cái lợi thế mà Ranger vừa có thể giao tranh tốt và vừa đồng thời có thể đi farm một cách an toàn. Thì thực ra tổng quan thì con Chip nếu như đánh không khéo sẽ mất đi rất nhiều lợi thế về giai đoạn đầu game. Và thật sự là khi mà gặp con Chip thì anh sẽ khá là sợ ở trong những bậc lên cao, khi mà nó có thể góp được một cái khá nhanh và chỉ cần trong những pha mà thiếu sự quyết đoán, thiếu những sự chuẩn bị kỹ càng ở vị trí các thành viên sẽ dẫn đến một cái lợi thế giao tranh mất đi quá nhiều. Có phải Mirai đang một động thái muốn đặt cổng trong giai đoạn này thôi. Rui đang gặp khó trong việc là giữ con bùa tím này, và nó Ayanabi thì trong lợi thế 3-5 thành viên đang giữ bùa tím cho Rui thì đang ăn vội cái bùa thôi. Và thực sự nếu mà Rui thật sự muốn đánh giáp lá cà với lại chị nó Ayanabi thì sẵn sàng luôn. Với Ayanabi không ngại vấn đề đấy, cầm cái phần kích và sẵn sàng lao vào. Anh thấy rằng là bên phía của Zazi đang hoàn toàn bị động, mất đi những cái sự chủ động về mặt tài nguyên, và chị Rui thì lại đang ngang level với chỉ cả chị nó là Yanami, và thậm chí ngang luôn level với cả tôi ra không chênh level quá lớn, và lượng tài nguyên của bên phía Gen Sport là không nhiều, chênh lệch là gần 50.000 vàng rồi, rất là khó thôi.
Vâng, và như anh Trường đã nói rồi, Ranger được chơi đã có 3 mạng của Ashley nhảy lôi không bắt được vị trí của con Ariani, và kể cả bắt được thì vẫn còn thanh tẩy trên người. Bên phía Navi họ muốn tràn lên, cổng được mở ra nhưng mà cổng này thì không có tác dụng là mấy. Bên phía Navi họ quay trở lại với con lot này, họ sẽ unlock một cách rất nhanh chóng. Bên phía của team Genji họ muốn can thiệp, Aria đang cố gắng lao lên, Aria tức máu rồi kêu cái tập 4 người, và bây giờ Aria chỉ có thể làm được đến đây thôi. Con nàng phải nằm xuống chứ Alusi đang cố gắng sát thương, nó không bắt ai cả. Navi sống quá lâu và nào ăn đổi được cái mạng của nàng nó Ayami. Bên phía của Navi đến, Casey lấy mạng của Ashley, Link không có sát thương, Ashley đổi ra mạng của Casey và đó một tình huống đổi hai đến từ cả hai bên. Phía Genji họ kéo được lại cái thế trận lại của mình nhưng mà không để cho bên phía Navi unlock một cách quá dễ dàng. Nhưng mà tuy nhiên thì Rui mất đi trong cộng đồ xanh.
Khó ấy, Rui mất búa xanh thì ngang là việc lùi tường ấy trở nên khó khăn hơn bao giờ hết. Anh nghĩ là bên phía của Genji nên tập trung tổ chức việc cướp búa xanh ngược lại của bên phía Navi, nhưng mà với cái thế trận giao tranh đang bị một chiều hiện tại thì sẽ rất khó. Rui sẽ cần phải lui về để tìm những cái lợi thế về việc farm hơn so với vị trí của Keishi. Anh nghĩ là một con Linh bây giờ thì anh nên tổ chức việc là cả đội đánh 4 đánh 5 mà Linh thì chạy đi đẩy lẻ. Chưa thế trụ của bên phía của Genji của Navi Esports đang vẫn còn nguyên và sẽ là khó trong việc để giữ tầm nhìn macro từ bên phía của Genji Esports. Lượng vàng chênh lệch trên 3.000 rồi và gần 36 rồi.
Vâng, và hiện tại thì có thể nói Genji đã kéo lại một chút cái lợi thế của mình về lại, và bây giờ những chị Ashley vẫn phải lùi về thôi chứ không bắt được ai cả. Chứ Ashley đang rất muốn mở ra tranh rồi nhưng mà từ nãy đến giờ thì chỉ có Aria mới là người đóng nhân tố là mở ra tranh cờ. Và bây giờ bên phía Genji họ đã tập trung khá đông khu vực hàng block này, và bên phía Navi cũng là như vậy. Cái bây giờ con bài Ranger đã phát huy được tác dụng của mình khi mà có liên tục cái khúc cùng hàm, đó là vụ cướp cử thần liên tục, và Ashley bị bắt lại. Cái tế làm về net giúp cô nàng này lùi về được thành công, nhưng cái chiến thần dồn luôn vị trí của Ashley câu được kéo khá nhiều sát thương, bà nào bị kéo cùng lại Casey lấy được mạng của Banawan. Bây giờ Riani lấy được mạng của Aria và Asanori cùng với nó lùi về được thành công, mà tuy nhiên mất đi 3 người đồng nghĩa với việc sẽ mất đi con lót, và con lót đầu tiên ở bên phía của team Navi. Còn với vị trí của Sari, ông pha truy đuổi đến từ bên phía của team Navi, và bây giờ chỉ công của mình chỉ có Rui thôi, và bây giờ muốn cướp con lót này không cướp bắt đầu Rui ơi, và Rui vậy lùi về cổng ra lùi được với cái ưu tiên của trận của mình.
Sẽ là khó để thực ra thành viên của bên phía Genji Esports. Họ đã mất quá nhiều lợi thế của bản thân mình nên có rồi. Có đầu tiên của trận đấu này là bị ăn ở phía của Navi, và sợ nhỉ, anh nghĩ là sẽ xuất hiện ở đường trên thôi, bởi vì lượng lính ở đường trên nó rất là cao, rất là nhiều, và sẽ là khó cho các thành viên của phía Genji Esports để thủ có lính này đầu tiên. Lính xuất hiện đường dưới, lót xuất hiện đường dưới rồi, và không biết rằng là bên phía của Genji Esports sẽ xử lý con lót này như nào đây. Bởi ra trận đấu này thì có thể sẽ kết thúc, anh nghĩ là sẽ kết thúc sớm ở giai đoạn phút thứ 14 khi mà con lót này là đến sớm. Và bên phía của Navi tổ chức việc slow push đợt lính thì sẽ gây ra áp lực ở hai đằng cánh. Anh đang hy vọng rằng là bên
bây giờ thì bên phía Navi họ đang đẩy cao cả 3 đường của mình lên. Phía của Genji thì với con Linh ở thời điểm hiện tại lượng sát thương chắc chắn là không đủ, và thậm chí vị trí nó Ayagami và thậm chí của Linh cũng là rất là đau, và con non chưa được khu vực phía đường dưới, và cái khu vực phía đường dưới này tôi nghĩ rằng cũng sẽ không giữ được đâu. Và con non tiến công thẳng vào, bên phía Genji tập trung không được chúng ai đi vị trí của Ashley. Bên phía của Navi họ phản công lại, nó Ayagami lấy được cái trụ Rian có cái mạng của Ashley, Sari đổi lại được một mạng, Riani có cái double kill, Rui lấy được cái bất tử, nhưng mà Rihanna lấy được mạng của chính của Rui rồi, một cùng với chính của Sari
Riani
và Mania dành cho người chơi giả thủ bên phía của Navi. Và bây giờ chỉ có một mình Banawan thì thủ thế nào đây, một con carry làm sao có thể đối đầu lại với 4 người. Bây giờ cái trụ này mất rất nhanh rồi, và trận đấu đầu tiên sẽ thuộc về bên phía của team Navi.
Sao về không? Không về không? Không có sao về rồi, không cho sao về. 1-0 về phía của Navi Esports. Anh nhớ là kiểu cái đội hình layup của bên phía Genji là từ Teroki, và so với cái sự đóng góp của họ trong giải đấu lần vừa rồi thì nó sẽ khá là khó, khác xa so với những cái mà họ đã thể được từ giai đoạn mùa vừa rồi. Và thật sự là một cái bàn đấu vừa rồi qua sẽ khá thất vọng cho fan hâm mộ đây. Mà thôi không sao, chúng ta sẽ nên trông chờ vào việc rằng là trận đấu tiếp theo các chị sẽ đánh như nào.
it's all about limiting the lifeline here, right? For Gen G. And they hella check out all the objectives here for Navi PH.
Yeah, but that being said, a lot to think about. But we're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, more Mobile Legends action.
Navi takes map number 1 to put Gen G at risk of having their key crushed. But Gen G, they've been here before. They know what it is to have the pressure elevated. Let's see if they can come back. Hey, welcome back into our studio. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by, of course, Brigitte, Lavelle. Good to see you two once again. First off, to open up the section, Belleric and EXP for Gen G. It was a risk, right? We knew it was. If it pays off, excellent play, but it didn't pay off.
Yeah, but the question is, why didn't it work out, right? Because here's the thing, Belleric is a great hero, but he is slow, right? So that was a mismatch, because that is a situation where you're on a racetrack where not Ayanami was a sprinter and Arya was a strongman. It was not close when it comes to what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, because even for the composition of Gen G in terms of the engage, it's mostly on maybe landing a spatial migration or two onto specific targets of Navi, but the ultimate that you expect from a Belleric seems like it's more of a means to just respond to what Navi might do. It's more of catch to the dives, and we saw it happen multiple times, but in the first few moments that we did, during those crucial times, Arya wasn't really able to be present because, as you mentioned, it's a pretty slow EXP laner if you're expecting a response from.
And we have a couple of big moments from that map number 1. We take a look at least at our first one. Now, one of the things, Lafelle, you were educating me on, Gen G, early game. Right now, they just want to stall. They want to get into that late game because of their hero composition.
Yeah, here's the thing. If we're looking at the heroes, once Rui gets around 4 items, once Peta gets 3 items, they should be able to deal enough damage to take down Navi. But that's part of the problem, right? You're playing a waiting game. You don't want to wait when you're going up against previous champions. You need to be a bit more proactive. So I feel like this is a very ambitious draft, trying to hope previous champions play the game a little bit slower.
Yeah.
Great synergy, by the way, in that clip. You could really tell that obviously Navi was firing on all cylinders. We take a look at our second action of the game, and I think we get towards the end because that was about the 13-minute mark. We now start to push through. This is where Navi says enough is enough.
Yeah, it was a conceal from Ashley, a combination of a spatial migration and a flicker, but at that moment, I'm not even sure who the target looked like. It was Keishi who was trying to like roll around the area, but even then, I don't think catching Keishi would be the best priority. So maybe they could have attempted to go for the likes of Rian or even Rain, but these two seemed like targets that you just could not reach. And that's on top of the fact that Rian actually had Purify. She barely had to use it during the entire game.
And you know what? That's a problem. Clearly, at this point, I did bring up with you, Ashley. Last year, she didn't have as deep of a hero selection. This year, she's switching things up. She's trying quite a bit. She does go with the squishier hero. She tried that against Vitality yesterday. It didn't end up working out. This day, though, she goes for it again, and it doesn't pay off.
Yeah, this is one of those things where a lot of professional players go through, where they're mastering 1 or 2 heroes, but the meta just keeps on shifting. Is not enough. Right now, Ashley's had a problem where she's a jack of all trades, master of none. And now going up against previous champions, you need that 1 or 2 hero that you know you're gonna win.
So does she go back to default, Bree? Is it time to give up the squish, go back to the tank? I understand she doesn't want to go with the moniker of Mother of Tanks. She doesn't want that battle. But if it worked before, it didn't get a championship, but it at least got them to grand finals.
Yeah, but what does work for them? Because their only wins have been on a Minotaur. The moments she tried a Cho or a Selena, more single target type of roamers, it didn't really work out. So is it really the tanky tank that maybe they have to default back to? I feel like if they want to play a safer game, then maybe they can try to opt for that. Because if we're keeping things simple, then that might just be the way to go.
Yeah. Hey, check it out. Esports World Cup is a lot. We're talking 7 weeks, 24 different games, and you all need to keep up with the EWC app.
Thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but oh!
know why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Mà chỉ ở đây là vàng. Chỗ này hẹp phải hẹp phải.
Leaving off into the EWC app, we were discussing Ashley on the tank, going with more of the squishier heroes. I question, of course, should she go back to default? Bree, you gave your answer. LaFell, you also want to give your own.
Back in 2025, these are the two heroes that Ashley did so well on, which is number one, the Grok, right? Amazing way to engage the fight, as well as the Gato Kacha, a hero that has revitalized that can actually help you win out the early game. So those are very simple heroes that's not in the meta, but he has proven that it works before. And I don't know, this might be crunch time because you might get eliminated if you draft wrong for this one.
Yeah, and I think these are roamers that can pretty much work with regardless what kind of comp that you want to go for. It also gives you a bit more flexibility in terms of what you might want to put in the EXP lane, because I feel for Arya, she might have wanted to opt for also something that could have been more of a playmaker. Yeah, a fighter type of XP laner to complement the lineup. So in that regard, to put off a bit of the responsibility off her shoulders to just be on the receiving end of majority of the plays that Navi could create, I think you can play slow. That's one thing we've established, but you also want to play much more proactive if you're Gen G in this kind of situation.
So a couple of players, at least over the past couple of days, not living up to expectation. For Gen G, Rui was one of them. After map 1, how did Rui look?
Here's the thing, Rui is an excellent assassin player, but the problem is, looking at how she's playing in MWI currently, sometimes she does too much. The thing about assassin players, you need this sixth sense to know when you can go in and when you don't. Sometimes you want to help your team out, but sometimes you gotta be selfish. I think she doesn't know where that line is right now, when you have to be selfish and when you can be selfless.
Yeah, there seems to be more waiting involved in terms of like the calls, when are you going to go in, like who gets to start things first. But occasionally as an assassin, I feel like you can do a lot more on your own, a lot more plays that don't have to really go through some of your other members if you just really want to like consistently find the trades, if you just want to be fast in terms of the farm. But let's see if they actually try to address that issue heading into game number 2.
They're going to have to, I mean, you got 5 players, and sometimes you need a dedicated IGL or a vocal figurehead to let you know when it's time to get aggressive or pull back. And in this case, Rui could clearly benefit from that. Who is the IGL for Gen G, and who should be the shot caller and truly be leading the charge here? Because Ashley gets a lot of attention, but who else could be vocal?
Usually it's Arya, because Arya, she is honestly she did the job of Ashley before. She's a roamer, and even on the national team when playing SEA Games, she got the gold medal as a roamer, as a tank main. So part of the reason why she used Bellic on the EXP. So if Ashley is not having a good time, the weight goes over to Arya's shoulders as the one making the calls, making the decisions.
Yep. We saw that in game number 1 too. I think there were a couple instances where Arya just decided to go in, try to find a setup with a flicker, Wrath of Dryad on the Belleric, but the question remains of whether or not Gen G were already equipped enough to actually deal the damage or even have the right amount of ability to just follow up and be there in that moment as well.
What does it mean for Navi right now? They're up 1-0. They're about to potentially defeat the very team that knocked them out of MWI last year. Navi hasn't been in the winner's circle since 2024. To now be at the precipice of righting their wrongs, defeating their boogeyman, they gotta lock in.
I think it means a lot for them because based on what they've been able to show us in the first 2 days, they, you could say, have not been meeting as much expectations. They have been playing a relatively slower game to what you expect from former champions of the first ever MWI, and they had some changes, yes, but I don't think we're able to see the full potential of these roster changes just yet.
I'm gonna dive just a bit more deeper, and I feel like this means so much more, specifically to not Ayanami, right? She's been in this roster for the longest time. Back in 24, honestly, she was one of my MVP candidates for that tournament, MWI. And here, starting off this year, she had a very bad start, right? She played the tank in the EXP. She could not do anything. The moment she changed back into the fighter, she found her groove. She found her identity. She found the win. So I feel like as much as there's a lot of emotional weight on Na'Vi, I gotta say, not Ayanami, I feel like she feels it the most.
We felt it too, not Ayanami. We felt it in that Freya game. The way she just constantly went for the chase against members she just spotted out. Against Ashley, I think, to be exact. That she never let her off whenever she did find her. And I think it's also an upgrade in some way. The way you see that she's not just really dying, even though she just constantly commits to the chase.
On the side station for Stream B, it's currently underway. Another elimination match. In fact, these are going to be the last two played out before we head out into our knockout stage. It's Team Falcons MENA going against Foot Esports. Team Falcons MENA take map number 1 in sensational fashion. They also look to move forward, which is a big deal for the Falcons roster, Falcons organization in general. They could have 2 Falcons teams for MLBB for the MWI representing for the club championship race and knockouts.
And honestly, that's pretty big because we had an interview where we start off the day where Foot basically said, we always fight against Falcons and then we always win. And this time, Falcons, when it really needs to lock in, they finally defeated Foot. Well, at least for one game.
Even in the player arrivals, right? I think that was something one of the members from Foot Esports actually mentioned, that, yeah, she's feeling good about today. She's looking at a 2-0, but it seems like it's not as easy as they thought. They have to push it for a game number 3.
And I want to go back to the Gen.G Na'Vi conversation because, LaFell, there was something you brought up yesterday to me when we were discussing NA teams in general. It seems like they've got to go through the gauntlet every single event just to make it to the next stage.
Honestly, it's a mystery. If it happens for 1 year, fine. It's been like for 5 years now.
That's insane.
Doesn't matter if it's the open qualifiers, if it's the female qualifiers. Every single group that they're in, there has to be champions. There has to be former champions. There's always the favorites. I have no idea what luck that they have for 5 years straight. They're always grouped up with champions. I don't know what's going on.
For this year, though.
I swear it's not planned.
Yeah, for this year, though, shout-outs to Mirko.
Shout-outs to Mirko. He was the one drew it, and then, you know what? C'est la vie.
He's a script writer.
He's a script writer.
He's a script writer. He just needs to fill us in with the script, right? I think that would help us out a lot here on the desk. But it is tough, right, for Gen.G. Fortunate Fire, though. My goodness. And it only makes, I think, victory, especially, think about it. Gen.G. making it to grand finals. They hoist the trophy. They think about their journey to get there here for the 2026 MWI. It'll make victory all that sweeter.
I gotta say, Gen.G, they sacrificed a lot. They spent quite a good time flying from North America to boot camp in Malaysia just to train so that you can face off against Indonesia, Philippines, quite strong regions in preparation for MWI. Right now, Gen.G, what they need to do is actually simple. But will they do it or not? Which is play back to their identity. I really feel like, here's the thing about philosophy. You're condemned when you are alive. Because when you are alive, you have freedom. When you have freedom, you will have to face your own consequences. It's not on other people. So with with a lot of options for Gen.G, they gotta strip some freedom away and just be like, this is what we're good at. We're gonna stick to it. We're not gonna go too crazy.
Brother, I'm going back into VOD. I'm writing that down. I'm putting it on the wall, okay? We're talking bars from LaFell. We got our pick and band starting back up. It's a big moment for Gen.G. This hero selection is gonna mean quite a bit. And the big question I have is, Ashley, where is she going to decide to go? Swish she one more time? Does she go back to what we know works, which is the tank? Let's find out.
I would also be on that same page of hopefully Ashley just goes tanky, frontline setup kind of roamer for the team. The Guinevere is, yes, a setup type, but it's not the tankiest of roamers available out there. And that particular lineup demanded them to have one because it's an assassin. They had a marksman in the gold lane, and they had the tank in the EXP lane.
I gotta say, Taylor as well as Briggs, one of the reasons why IGLs or whoever's making the call, they gotta use Comfort Hero is because the more you know about your hero, the less you have to think about your hero, right? It frees up a lot of brain space, making it so that you make the right decisions. When you're using something unfamiliar, you're overthinking, how do I create my combos? How do I find an opening? But if you use something that you're familiar with, you don't have to think about it. Your hands just move naturally.
Yep. And that's very important in this scenario where you have to play for an additional game just to secure your tournament life. Esmeralda's
with the world watching, this is a lot of pressure on the players.
It is definitely a lot. A lot of XP laters already taken out, even the Freya from Not Ayanami alongside the Phobius. Look at how much Arya and Not Ayanami.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 EXP laters already out of picture. I would say the strong one now is like Arlet, Yuzong.
Yeah. But
Sora.
Does Ashley consider the Atlas here? It's the first time I think we see it open.
Atlas is good. Belleric is good. One, honestly, squishy hero that is meta is Matilda.
Oh,
but
right.
We'll see whether they pick it up. They go for the Valentina. This is, in my opinion, Briggs, very risky. I think they're picking up this Valentina to potentially deny an early Sora pick coming in from Na'Vi. But this gives Na'Vi that Belleric, and Mirai has been able to use the Belleric very well.
I agree. At least they get a Wrath of Dryad of their own if ever it does end up that way, but I guess it's a matter of comfort. Them also resorting back to that idea, if we want to ask it from Ashley, might as well do it for Sayori as well, because Sayori has been phenomenal on the Valentina either way, so maybe they're just sticking with that because it's indeed such a crucial match. But the clock gets picked up, they secure it for the team. So the carry option is still going to be open for Genji. They already also see the glue on the other side if they want to match that.
Personally, for me, I would go Baxia carry.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a good steal from Na'Vi and already a good matchup against Claude as well as Blue.
Yeah, Baxia carry. I think keep it simple. Maybe Rui on the Assassins is something we do want to see. But if they're still trying to figure out how the playstyle will be between an Assassin jungler and a utility type, then maybe it's best to just resort to the utility.
Because honestly, if you have Valentina,
Yeah.
you're kind of showing that you want to fight very early, right?
Yeah.
Valentina has a lot of bursts. What she doesn't have is that range. So you need gap closers. But instead, they want to go with comfort. They're picking up the Minotaur. As you say, they only really went with that one. And now showing the Uranus as well. Keeping the jungle as well as the gold lane open, I think actually might be pretty scary. Because we could potentially see a carry ban. But maybe Panda will go back to her signature on the qualifiers to get here into the MWI, which is that Harif.
Yeah. Even recently, she's also been playing a bit more of the Granger. So we're not entirely sure if that's going to be the option, but I might want a bit more damage to come
100%.
in from Genji, because it's really just mostly the Valentina at this point. And again, the carry is likely to be taken out by Na'Vi from this point onwards.
This is one of those games, because there's a glue,
Yeah.
it's not bad for a Lancelot. Because even if the glue was able to get on top of you, you have many dashes, you'll be fine either way. Because now that Arya is using a tank in the EXP, it means there's gonna be a damage dealer. The real question is what? And I want an assassin that can fight at level 4, not at level 15.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're considering it, but I've seen like MWI teams play a Hanabi into the glue too.
It works because
It works,
it's
right?
extra bounce.
Yeah.
And hey, you can't. Stream B, we only have one loss.
Okay.
I don't know about Stream A, but Stream B, we only have one loss. So it's a viable pick. Carry gets banned out here because Briggs, the only problem I have is they don't have the damage profile for the glue. That's it. This glue can make or break Genji here. And now even the Bruno gets banned out. So they're really, what they're showing here, Claude wants to win the lane. They want to make sure that all the counters are out of the picture. You still have one, actually you have two, which is the Leslie as well as the Clint.
Yeah.
Which, because they have a Minotaur, maybe not be a bad idea.
Yeah, maybe not, but it's just the spread of damage I feel that could be a problem.
Nice ban. That was a perfect ban.
Oof. So much XP later is taken out.
But I feel like a CC is gonna come for Na'Vi.
She did use it recently.
She did use it, yes.
Yeah, she can.
And it was also against the Uranus, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but she definitely has a CC in her pocket.
Yeah, because she has a lot of like XP laners brought out. The Masha, but that was last paired with a chip, so maybe not, because you see the glue instead this time. So it's up to not Ayanami as well as their mid laner Rain to pick up their heroes at this point.
Honestly, if they want, Azushi would be not bad. There you go. Azushi is picked up. It's a good counter towards the Minotaur as well as the Uranus, and it's an okay ult for the Valentina to steal, but not the most game-changing.
It's not, it's not. So the question remains, do they want to go Leslie Clint and more linear type of damage for EXP or for gold lane here and Panda, or do they consider some of the more unorthodox? Because this Uranus Minotaur, just by looking at them, feels like you're meant to be safe, right?
Genji has a lineup that says we will live forever.
Yeah.
Right? It will take us 1 week to die.
Yeah.
Right? They have a lot of heal. They're gonna build Flash of the Oasis. If they haven't Hanabi, actually it makes a lot of sense.
It makes a lot of sense. Right?
Makes a lot of sense. But the same as the Clint, same as the Leslie, heck, maybe even the Moskov. So they pick up a Suyo here. And now they pick up a Harriv. So right now, Briggs, this is 100% comfort.
Yeah.
This is less about the strategy and more about trust.
Yep, we're not even looking at hero synergy anymore, I guess. It's just really them individually doing their thing and being comfortable in the heroes that they use. So it's just the EXP lane for not
Ok, chúng ta đến với các trận giờ trận đấu trận đấu thứ hai, giờ các trận đấu thứ hai của ngày của bảng của Stream A ngày hôm nay. Chúng ta sẽ đến với line up của bên phía của Zazi Sports với con bài Valentina đi mid, Uranus đi đường kinh nghiệm, Minotaur sẽ đi đường Farid đi đường vàng và Suyo sẽ sử dụng để đi rừng. Tương quan đội hình đây là một đội hình giải bài rối. Đây là một đội hình gọi là quất lắm mới biết. Bởi vì các chất tướng này vẫn là ổn trong người ta hiện tại nhưng lại không hề mạnh đến mức gọi là vượt trội so với các thành viên, so với các chất tướng mà được biết nhiều. Thành ra là chúng ta vẫn phải xem xét rằng là bên phía Zazi Sports có dự tính gì trong trận đấu lần này đây. Tôi đã khá là buồn cười bởi vì là thật sự là nó tôi thấy nó không hề ổn chút nào với các đội hình như này. Còn bên phía của Navi lựa chọn con bé Alice trong vị trí điền kinh nghiệm, Lucy trong vị trí điền giữa, Basia đi rừng, và tôi thấy chút có lẽ sẽ cần phải xem lại trận đội hình một chút đi. Clot cho đi đường vàng và một chất tướng đi đường Ram của bên phía Glue. Glue sẽ đi đường đảo đường. Sẽ không lạ cho lắm. Glue vẫn là một chất tướng đi đảo đường mạnh, có khả năng farm cùng đường với lại Yusin khá tốt để duy trì lượng vàng cần thiết của bên phía hai đội. Và tổng quát hơn thì lại là một vòng rừng cơ bản của bên phía hai đội sẽ đánh ngược so với vòng rừng của đánh ngược so với lối rùa ra, và sẽ là những cái bước chân nước nhảy đầu tiên về phía hai đội. Sari vừa bị trói ra một phát và bị dối từng có là khá nhiều của Rain và chị Mirai. Rui vừa làm một pha kill một trượt và có thể sẽ bị chậm đi vòng rừng khá. Hiện tại thì Keshi đã đến cho mình cái con bùa tím rồi, bán xong cho mình cái bùa tím. Cả tốc độ farm của con bài Suyo chậm hơn khá nhiều so với chất tướng của Basia. Basia có chiêu 2 xả ra liên tục và tạo ra một cái lợi thế về mặt farm khá tốt.
And as you mentioned, we're not gonna be seeing a lot of team fights yet, or even 1v1s here for not Ayanami.
Rất là đi đến đầu game của bên phía được kinh nghiệm thì tổng quan thì tôi thấy nó vẫn là ok. So với cái khả năng hồi phục thì Uranus hiện nhỉnh hơn con Alice về giai đầu game nhé. Alice có lượng hụt ổn nhưng sẽ không hoàn toàn là liên tục và nhiều như là Uranus. Nó dẫn đến một tế bài rất khó. Khác với trận đấu đầu tiên, biết 4 thành viên để là tốc biến thì bên phía của Zazi Sports lựa chọn cho mình 2 cái thanh tẩy rồi. Có vẻ là sẽ là chống được cái việc là bị khống chế quá nhiều đến từ cả 4 thành viên của bên phía của Navi. Navi có 4 thành viên đều có khả năng hất tung khống chế và choáng. Thế nên nó sẽ là cần một sự chống bị khống chế từ các thành viên về phía Navi. Con rùa đã sử dụng ra rồi và có lẽ như là bên phía của hai đội chơi đi rừng, bên phía hai đội sẽ cần phải di chuyển sớm lên cái con rùa này để ăn sớm thôi, hạn chế được việc rằng là bị mất đi những lợi thế sớm với đầu game. Rồi kinh nghiệm của Rui đang có nhiều hơn là so với bên Navi. First block này chỉ của Flashy rồi. Chị Area đã lao vào một cái pha mà có thể nói là không hề thông minh cho lắm để dẫn đến làm việc mất đi cái mạng của mình đầu tiên, và sẽ khá là khó cho Mr. Sport để tránh được con rùa này khi mất đi người chơi chống chịu quan trọng của đội hình. Con rùa đầu tiên sẽ sớm thôi đến vào tay của bên chị của bên phía Navi Sport. Đồng thời công phá được đặt ra 3-1 đang có vẻ là nguy hiểm, nhưng mà chị ta đứng yên để tìm ra sự trợ giúp của bên phía Rui. 4 thành viên của bên phía của Navi đã đi xuống đây và sẽ là gặp nguy hiểm bên phía của các hai thành viên bên phía của Navi Sport. Và Ashley cũng đến rồi, kéo về đến từ vị trí của chị Mary và có lẽ ăn được mạng của Rui và lui về là an toàn đến từ vị trí của người chơi đi đường đảo đường bên phía của Navi Sport.
This is great from Mirai again. The battle spell difference creating this tempo and now the dive.
Okay, they're forcing out a way to shut down Panda One as fast as they can. It's Mirai. Even tanking.
Sẽ là khó rồi khi mà lại nằm xuống là người chơi đi đường vàng của bên phía Tennis Sport rồi. Tôi nghĩ là trận đấu này sẽ kết thúc sớm. Khi mà thấy rằng là những trận đấu game Navi đang hoàn toàn áp đảo của phía Tennis Sport. Khá chắc là nếu như ML Thật đang xem live của tôi sẽ khóc khá to, nhưng mà đây là đội hình duy nhất còn lại ở giải MLBB mà họ có thể đầu cổ vũ. Area có vẻ sẽ gặp nguy hiểm trong pha này, bị trói chân nên những câu chuyện online enemy rồi, nhưng mà có lẽ sẽ chỉ dừng ở đấy thôi. Khi mà lượng hồi phục của combat Uranus là đủ để có thể tránh được việc bị sốt thương quá nhiều đến của chị Rock Ayanami. Tôi trong trường là việc rằng là bên phía của eSport đánh ổn hơn. Ít ra là để cho ML có cái mặt mũi để hạn chế được bị buồn khi mà cả ngày hôm nay họ đã nhìn thấy cả hai đội mà họ đang muốn ủng hộ bị loại trong cùng một ngày. Chắc khá là buồn đấy, nhưng mà thôi không sao cả, chúng ta cũng phải xem xét thôi.
Arya can maximize with a hero such as Uranus. This is quite different with what we're used to
Tôi hy vọng rằng là bên
seeing
phía
for
của
her.
Tennis Sport thì ban một thì đánh kéo một cái hạn chế một sự mất lệnh trong những pha tranh cần thiết. Nhưng mà so về tương quan năng lượng thì cái khả năng mất về cái mục tiêu, những cái chất tướng đằng sau, tuyến sau của bên phía của Navi Sport thì tôi thấy là ổn hơn so với việc của Navi Sport đấy. Vì họ đang không tạo ra được những cái khoảng trống cho tuyến sau có thể khả năng xả ra xương với cái đội hình như thế. Đặc biệt hơn là Ashley thì hoàn toàn bị động trong việc khả năng khống chế của mình. Và con rùa thứ hai của cái Navi Sport đã nổ ra rồi. Ashley đã phải làm lại, bật ra cái ulti thả lục để liên tục đến vị trí của người chơi Drain, từ vị trí của Navi Sport và double kill cho chị Nox Ayanami. Trận đấu này có vẻ như là Genji sẽ buông thôi, tôi nghĩ là sẽ buông bởi vì là sự chênh lệch trình độ của giữa hai đội là quá lớn. Nó sẽ là một cái ván bài khó với những Genji Sport khi mà muốn tìm kiếm vào những cái cơ hội chiến thắng của cả hai đội. Mary hiện tại sống thương liên tục chỉ có surgery, nhưng mà nó thực đấy đã không nhiều, dẫn đến là việc là Mary bằng với cái lượng máu rất còn nhiều của họ của chúng ta thì vẫn đi về ok. Rui mất cho mình cái bộ tím và chỉ có thể ngậm ngùi ăn tạm, còn quái bé thì tính việc thua thiệt quá nhiều. Pesci đang kiểm soát vòng rừng là liên tục và bị choáng lên từ vị trí của chị Rui. Mary cũng có phải muốn lao vào nhưng mà thôi, dừng lại từ tầm đấy thôi. Sẽ là lấy cái trụ đường trên đầu tiên từ phía người chơi đỉnh vàng của bên phía của Navi Sport, và cái trụ đầu tiên đã được lấy bởi bên đội phía Navi. Lượng pha chênh lệch của hai người chơi đường vàng hiện tại, điểm kinh nghiệm hiện tại là 1K5 và đường vàng là 1K3. Một khoảng cách vàng khá xa để có thể nói rằng là có khả năng gỡ của bên cả hai đội. Và ngay ở phút thứ 6 của đấu game, bên phía Navi Sport đã chênh được hơn 6K vàng, 5K vàng. Và đây sẽ là khoảng cách rất lớn hai đội để tạo ra tiền để chiến thắng. Đây là map cỏ nhá. Chúng ta là map này chúng ta nên ưu tiên những chất tướng có khả năng sát thủ. Châu Giải thì vẫn là một cái meta mà có khả năng hồi phục tốt, và mình có map cỏ để khiến cho những cái pha giao tranh nó khốc liệt, nó bất ngờ hơn, đặc biệt là so với dành cho Halit thì có cái sự khống chế khá ổn và việc bị tránh việc hiện chiêu của mình bằng việc nút bụi. thì sẽ là một cái lựa chọn tốt về phía Alice. Rồi chói đẹp đến từ vị trí của Alice và có vẻ như là răng nổ ra rồi, thả lồng đèn ra kéo một thành viên về đến vị trí của Navi, đến vị trí của Ren và ra thế nổ ra rồi và có vẻ thì Ren nên yếu vào thôi, phải đi về thôi, lùi về sớm lấy được cái mạng của Ashley và đi về thôi. Một pha quá hỗn loạn và phía Ashley không kịp trở tay chị Not Ayanami lao vào với chiêu một của mình và tốc biến lên đúng vừa nhịp của việc cái ulti nó thả xuống, dẫn đến là việc 3 thành viên của bên phía Tây Sport gặp nguy hiểm. Thì Not Ayanami có vẻ sẽ gặp nguy hiểm trong pha đầu tiên, nhưng mà lượng hồi phục của chị của con Alice là nhiều nhưng không thể chạy được dưới vòng tay của chị Zazari và đã mất mạng trước mất mạng sắp đạp trước sự truy đuổi của Zazari. Sẽ là có thôi, lượng vàng chia lại cho bên phía của Genji có thể không nhiều khi mà Not Ayanami không phải là chủ lực hoàn toàn. Đó ra là họ tôi nghĩ là sẽ cần để ý vào cái con bài Marcia của cái Shi hơn, bởi vì con Marcia đang cầm một lượng vàng rất lớn và thật sự là nên để ý trước việc rằng là để con Marcia này là quá xanh, khả năng mắc cô rừng và farm những con bài quái rừng lớn của con Marcia là tốt nha. Một con Suyo bị mất đi quá nhiều lượng tài nguyên dẫn đến là không thể xanh được, và ngay cả việc pha việc đi ganh cũng khó. Đáng lẽ ra là nên tập trung ganh và có một cái đội hình kiểu điều động ganh và đi đường giữa và đi đường vàng bên phía của Navi Sport, mà Suyo của chị Rui hoàn toàn bị động trước các tình huống phản ganh, trước các tình huống đáng lẽ ra là nên được sắp xếp khéo léo để từ vị trí của Genji Sport. Cái vấn đề của đội hình của Genji thì là với đi rừng nhé, khả năng macro rừng kém, khả năng điều độ tài sinh là không được tốt và dần đến là những cái điều mà đáng lẽ ra các chị phải làm thì lại hoàn toàn bị thua thiệt. Chị Rui lại một pha ra tranh đi thôi hoàn toàn lỗi rồi và sẽ bị kết liễu rồi, vì các thành viên của cái nào vì thôi nhưng chạy về được là đẹp, nhưng mà có chạy hoàn toàn không chạy được hoàn toàn được của nó ok, nhưng mà để lại đó là 2 thành viên chủ chốt cốt cán của bên phía của Genji Sport là Sayori và thêm nữa đó là Ashley, nhưng mà Ashley thì chạy về được, còn Sayori thì không may mắn như thế. Sayori là cái điểm sáng duy nhất của trận đội hình này, nhưng mà thì lại bị mất đi một cái mạng đáng lẽ ra là cần đến giữ, bởi vì là cái điều kiện thắng của bên phía Genji hiện tại thì chỉ có mỗi Sayori và Panda mà thôi. Cả hai anh chị thì đều đang thì lại không bao quát được quá nhiều trong trận đấu lần này, thì thành ra là điều kiện thắng của Genji đang rất mỏng manh và cần một phép màu. Nếu như không có phép màu nào xảy ra thì có lẽ như là trận này chúng ta sẽ thấy được màn tập kỳ sẽ là sớm thôi. 2-0 sẽ là có giữa Navi và Genji, cái trình độ đã quá lớn. Đặc biệt hơn là Navi đã từng vô địch giải nữ một lần rồi, thành ra là chúng ta cũng sẽ phải nói rằng là bên phía Navi và sự tranh lệch trình độ Navi và Genji là có, dẫn đến đây và Genji mặc dù là một đội cũng đã từng tham gia giải và đánh không hề tệ, nhưng mà có lẽ là họ cũng chỉ đơn giản là may mắn và bắn được 3 thành viên đến vị trí của chị Not Ayanami và tranh nổ ra thả được đánh liên tục và có vẻ là muốn kéo area về nhưng không đủ nội tại. Mirai bị kéo về phía trụ nhưng chạy kịp không, có vẻ là chạy được nhưng không chạy được với đòn đỡ đao của chị Rui và mất đi cho mình đó là một thành viên mà không đổi lại bất kỳ một cái gì từ phía của Navi Sport. Mà người thành cứ bị đổ là người chơi tạo trường thôi. Thế ra là chúng ta cũng có thể thấy rằng là không có bất kỳ một cái gì mất mát quá lớn. Đó là mạng đầu tiên của chị Mirai. 2 thành viên bị mất mạng ở Anami, 2 tức từ những đòn tuyến đầu và Araya đã bị bắt lại, có lẽ là sẽ bị hất tung ngược trở lại với chị Ren mà thôi, nhưng mà không chị vẫn chạy về được và con lót này sẽ là con lót bất cả nó chạy và sẽ là một con lót chỉ đơn giản là lao vào để lấy chống trụ thôi và cấu đi một ít được máu, và cái nhân tố quyết định cái sự thắng thua trận đấu này sẽ là con lót tiếp theo và trong còn 2 phút nữa sẽ là bị tổn thương ít để từ Mirai và định lao vào mở tay à, bật cho mình cái tàng hình rồi và choáng được thành viên đấy của Genji Sport, nhưng mà cũng sẽ chỉ dừng ở mức đấy mà thôi.
now Sayori is forced to somehow copy the Queens of
Tôi đang mong có
Eden
một sự đột phá để làm đời đấy từ Gen Z
Navi
Sport.
decides to jump
Đặc biệt
in
là cái cơ
onto
sở
the
chiến thắng
clash.
của bên phía Gen Z thì đang có Sayori và Panda thì lại đang không thể hiện quá nhiều những trình độ của bản thân mình. Nó dẫn đến được rằng là cái ván bài này là đang bị một chiều quá mức. Navi có thể là sẽ đến với màn tập thi sớm đối với Gen Z Sport. Rihanna bắn là khá sát vào vị trí của Area nha. Khi mà tầm giờ này đồ của chị Rihanna đã khá đủ rồi. Ryu đang muốn động phá để fake bụi nhưng mà chỉ đơn giản là không tạo được cái điểm sáng tốt hơn.
The timing of the battle spell, so someone has to keep track of that for Genji. That is quite the opening, actually the small opening, but still that is somewhat
một cái giai đoạn êm đềm trước khi đến nó có cái tiếp theo. Hoàn toàn là bị động, bởi vì là mặc dù là không có sai và lượng bụi cỏ là khá nhiều ở trong cái map cỏ này thì luôn luôn phải đề phòng trường hợp là bất kỳ thành viên nào đấy của Navi thể phóng ra từ bất kỳ một bụi nào đấy. Nhưng mà tổng tương quan trong phát vừa rồi thì đương nhiên là không có ai núp vào cái bụi đấy cả, và sự đề phòng của chị Rui là hơi thừa. Hiện tại thì đáng lẽ ra là bên phía các thành viên của Gen Z Sport nên điều động để kiểm soát con lót này, nhưng mà thực sự Navi họ di chuyển quá khéo ấy, chưa lộ hoàn toàn những cái vị trí của bất kỳ thành viên nào cả, và có lẽ là tìm giờ được hai thành viên ở phía của Navi rồi. Nó tung được cái chị Area, vì rồi rất là liên tục Area có thể sẽ bắt lại được pha thành viên này, bị chóa và chói được 3 thành viên vị trí của chị nó Anami, và nó tay nổ ra rồi, nó rất là hỗn loạn và Rihanna chạy được về không bị tương tự với chị Panda, và sẽ là khó rồi. Panda đã phải làm lại bởi ở chị nó Anami, nó tránh nổ ra hoàn toàn là cao, và chúng ta thấy được rằng là khó rồi. Đấy là cái ulti của Lucy, nhưng mà cũng không thể làm gì cả, chỉ để chống chịu và kéo dài sự sống của bản thân mình. Sẽ là trận đấu kết thúc, trận đấu này sẽ kết thúc 2-0 tại nhóm phía của Navi Sport, và chỉ đơn giản thôi, 5 thành viên đánh nhà và 3 thành viên của Gen Z Sport không thể giữ được cái nhà này thôi, rất là khó. Và lính bắt đầu tràn vào rồi, sẽ là khó cho phía các thành viên của Gen Z Sport để giữ được cái trụ này. Và Ashley kéo ra sự sống của bản thân mình nhưng không làm gì được cả, cái trụ này sẽ bị đánh, và trận đấu này sẽ hoàn toàn là chiến thắng một chiều về phía của Navi Sport.
Spirit's broken here, but it's going to be Navi who moves on to that next stage. A beautiful game, so tactical, so slow, but most importantly, no way for the enemy team to breathe. Congratulations to Navi. We're going to be soon having a talk with one of these players up on the stage, and I gotta know what is going on through their minds, especially after well, I wouldn't say the worst, but for some, a very dangerous day one, and just the upward trajectory from day 2 onwards.
Imagine starting off your day on the verge of elimination, right? But now, they could finally exhale some of the nervousness or pressure. But so far, quite a sad day here for Genji fans out there. But let's take a look back here onto our STC replay on what happened onto that final moment where Navi PH totally ended that round.
Well, let's go straight to our stage here. We gotta see how these players are gonna go, because again, this is a devastating moment. Let's go up onto the stage for the crushing.
Now, Ashley, hand on over your tournament key over to Navi. Thank you so much. You fought valiantly, and your journey ends here at MWI. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, and that was the exit right here for Gen G. Now, heartiest congratulations to Navi Philippines. You guys have clocked that ticket to the knockout stage. Congratulations. Now, with that being said, you guys were sent home by Gen G last year. So this is essentially a grudge match. How did you guys feel going into this match?
I think this time it's our revenge for them because we lost against them last MWI, and I think my teammates were so confident then we can beat Genji.
Rightfully so. Not just one game, but 2 games. You guys were chasing them down. You were hungry and out for blood. Now, of course, the day is still young because we still have another elimination match coming up for the knockout stage. And you might potentially see Geltec or Team Ray Young. Who do you think you might be meeting there?
For me, any of the teams. Yeah.
Any of the teams Babatron will be more ready for or excited about?
I mean what?
Which team would be more excited?
Any teams, pero maybe Malaysia, Team Ray.
Oh, why?
I think we play good against them.
All right, so we're excited to see how that pans out later. But take your walk of victory and please claim your prize of this key that's about to be crushed. Take your walk of victory.
Last year's runner-up key is about to be crushed as Navi took the run back and ran away with it. It is time for another key-crushing moment as the dreams of the NA region are getting shattered and evaporated. As always, you know the drill. Or can I call this a drill if it's not a crushing moment itself? It is time for the key to be set and to be absolutely destroyed. Unfortunate for last year's runner-up, but Genji out of the tournament in the hands of Navi. It is time to go for the security check as always, as the key is now ready to be absolutely punched up. 1 key less in this tournament as we're getting close to our knockout rounds. Ooh, this sends shreds left, right and center. Another team out of the tournament, and of course once again congratulations to Team Navi. You guys will be back later in the tournament. We wish you the best of luck, and of course after a brilliant victory it's time for you guys to celebrate, take a rest and be back after with hopefully another shattered key between your hands. Without further ado, let's take a look at the highlights.
The hope of NA has fallen. Genji, unfortunately, will no longer have a chance to go back into Grand Finals and reclaim what they narrowly lost last year to Vitality, which opens up a spot in Grand Finals. Who's it going to be? Well, maybe Navi. An impressive win, 2-0. They have officially punched their ticket into the knockout stages. We talked about the hero selection, Genji going with their comfort picks. I get the idea. Unfortunately, it did not work out, but what a titan that has just fallen.
Yeah, I gotta say, so we will be talking about a game, but talk about this. There's a possibility of a 24 champion against a 25 champion in Grand Finals. Now that is crazy. But talking about that game just now, we discussed how the previous series, that one mistake at the late game cost you the game. Unfortunately for Genji, that one mistake in the early game where Arya was just in too deep in Navi territory, and Navi having that Boxia deny Uranus of that heal, that was the mistake that gave everything to Navi.
Yeah, it's understandable. You expect the Uranus to just be very aggressive in the lane, potentially go for those early cuts, but it's different. Now you look at Navi and their lineup, they're also very tanky dudes who are just prepared to fight you on in the early stages of the game. And it just snowballed into more and more kills to the most unfortunate targets. I think Rui followed next after that kill onto Arya. So these two anchors already falling down meant a lot for Genji.
It was Na'Vi taking the win. Let's take a look at their path to victory through our first moment. And we're deep into the game at this point now, 10 minutes in. You can already see a goal disparity between the two. Na'Vi at this point already has a severe lead.
I would say this is actually very impressive by Genji. I honestly thought they would have been wiped out, but somehow, some way, they were able to kite long enough that they're able to kill Mirai. And honestly, I think at that point, they're like, hey, maybe we can win this, but 7,000 gold is just too hard to keep up.
Yeah, Genji had multiple instances wherein they just really worked together to keep each other safe. It's surprising, although that's not the kind of mid to late game you want to see from them. Because again, evidently they were on a Suyo, they also had a Harith, which I think they also really thought hard about, because that's where their main carries are going to revolve around. But the fact that the ones who were supposed to protect their carries already fell in the early stages, it hurt them a lot and was hard to come back from.
We have one more key moment to victory. Let's take a look, obviously, as Na'Vi starts to, again, close that vice grip, taking down Genji. Ultimately, we're now 13 minutes in, and the troops are pushing forward.
This is where Na'Vi was being very patient. They understood the intentions of Genji, which is Genji tried to take a surprise fight against Na'Vi around that Lord. Na'Vi smelled it a mile away and just waited for Genji to expose themselves and then go in and then fight, because they know they had the advantage. At that point, there was nothing Genji could do.
Yeah, it was a very honest lineup too for Genji. You could see the kind of plays they would go from for a mile away. You know that it just should be typically starting from Ashley. Sayori, most of the time, did get the Throne of Ruin a couple times, but it was just mostly just keep her teammates safe. And we didn't really get to see her play the aggressive type of Valentina that she successfully did in game number 1.
It was a blockbuster matchup for sure. Long-standing history between the two, not only in MWI, but also here, or excuse me, last year, whenever it comes to the knockout stages. And it is the revenge arc now for Na'Vi. They've already won 3/5 of the roster in 2024. They're looking to do it again. Did they show to you, LaFell, a lot of strengths during this matchup? Because, again, you mentioned their hero selection, their hero pool, right? They have a plethora of heroes that they can use. With that deep amount of hero selection, I mean, for me, versatility, that mentions, for me, I think a champion. I think Na'Vi could very well make a deep run.
They showed improvement, and that's very important because they started off looking very shaky. A lot of their fans showed doubts, like, are we sure this is the Na'Vi that we thought could be champions? This is nothing that we hoped for. But then, day 2 of MWI, they started slow, but they got there. And today against Genji, they look like they're in 2024 prime position to win it again.
Man, and also, too, for Genji, losing out on this means they don't get club championship points for that organization. But Na'Vi potentially does, and they need them because last year they had a storied run. This year, they want to do the same, and this is one step forward in the right direction for this Na'Vi organization. If you had to give an MVP to one of the Na'Vi members from those two maps,
easy.
Who would you give it to?
Easy, not Ayanami. Game 1 on that Freya, always give pressure towards the damage dealers. And then on that Alice, how many of those setups was like highlight-worthy, TikTok-worthy highlights? Those were amazing engages by not Ayanami.
Plus the game-deciding play also, which happened in the first few minutes of the game, was all because of not Ayanami. It happened in her lane. It happened towards her counterpart, which was Arya. So I think it's very well-deserved of her to get the MVP of the series, if ever we did have any.
Not Ayanami getting a lot of attention, not only in our content pieces, but also out there on the stage. And now things start to get real. Up until this point, it's been double elimination. But now we're moving into the knockout stages. What does that mean?
In the knockout stage, the stakes escalate with every single step. Teams start in a best-of-3 quarterfinal before advancing to an unforgiving best-of-5 semifinal. Teams who fall short of the grand finals will be granted the opportunity for a podium finish in the third-place match. Finally, the top 2 teams battling for the title in the best-of-7 grand finals. In this single elimination format, every match is do or die. On the world stage where dreams are shattered and history is made, a monumental $500,000 prize pool and crucial club championship points are on the line. But only one team will rise above. In the first of 2 MLBB championships at EWC, who will be crowned the queens of MLBB? 2 champions, 1 game. This is MWI at EWC 2026.
Again, Na'Vi getting a big win over Gen G. For Stream B, that match also comes to a conclusion. It was Team Falcons MENA going against Foot Esports. Team Falcons MENA with a 2-0 win. Again, massive for the Falcons organization, who went back-to-back in the club championship. Now they've got 2 teams represented, and they're trying to catch up the first place, which is tied with 3 teams, one of those being 100 Thieves. Falcons MENA, strong team making it through, defeating Foot Esports. Is this an upset, a surprise, or should we have expected that result?
Honestly, I expected it because despite Foot having the upper hand or the upper foot against Falcons for quite a long time, I believe that after seeing their game in Stream B, I'm like, you know what? They're kind of like Na'Vi. They started off slow. They were trying to figure out their identity, but once they figure it out, it's game over. There's nothing you can do to stop them.
I was supposed to say it's very similar, not because of just the slow starts, but also because of the veterancy, which I think took a bit of download time before they eventually were able to flesh it out and really guide the other members of the team. Because again, if you would remember, in Team Falcons MENA, they are really very experienced players when it comes to the international competitive scene.
Absolutely. Well, Falcons MENA get that big win, which means our knockout bracket is about to be at least drawn up. But until then, we have Rose with an interview with one of the players from Na'Vi.
Hey guys, Keshi here from Na'Vi. First of all, congratulations on qualifying to the knockout stages. We feeling good?
Yeah, thank you.
Now, let's talk a little bit about your journey in MWI this year, because as we can see from the first 2 days of MWI, Na'Vi's performance shocked everybody else because it looked rather shaky. So tell me, what did you guys fix in order to get a very clean win today?
I think we just adjusted our communication because the first 2 days it was not clear, and I think it's because of pressure.
Pressure as the only sole representative of the Philippines, right? Okay, now I gotta ask you, would you consider this a statement match? Because we know, first of all, there is history. Gen G ended your journey in the last year MWI. And second, a lot of people started doubting you guys as the title contenders. So what do you think?
I think it's a statement, yeah.
Are you happy with the statement you put out today?
Yeah.
Proud of
Very
your
happy,
performance?
yeah.
How would you rate your performance today?
I think 10 out of 10, but there's still a game later, so we'll see.
All right, we'll see. And you know what, Keshi? Since the Filipinos are in the knockout stages, is there perhaps anything you'd like to say to the Filipino supporters back at home?
Thank you for supporting us and continue supporting us for our game later.
Thank you, Keshi.
Thank you, Rose, as always, for that interview. Keshi from Na'Vi in good spirits, and rightly so, after a big win against last year's runner-up of Gen G. But their work isn't done just yet. They've got more to do in the knockout stages, which is going to be coming up very shortly. But for our elimination matches, they are done at least for the group play. But as knockouts start to come in, there's a lot to talk about because there's some potential big matchups at play here. We take a look at our Group A bracket, how it ended up unfolding. And LaFell, obviously, yesterday we started with Team Falcons Indonesia, or excuse me, 2 days ago now, Team Falcons Indonesia versus Seda Esports. And Seda impressed us all with a big win. The Falcons Indonesia, they weren't done just yet, taking down not only Twisted Minds, but also moving forward to potentially having a chance in the knockout stage to make history.
I gotta say, Group A is looking absolutely amazing. Team Ray Young as well as Galtech looks so good. Seda, that was a surprise. I'm really looking forward to see how they will perform in a knockout stage.
And Bree, this bracket, this Group B bracket is insane. We had 3 Titans come in. Unfortunately, one of them would be eliminated.
Yep, it's been perfect records for at least Team Vitality and Galaxy Phoenix as they secured their tickets to the knockout stage. But things seem pretty closer for the lower bracket matches that we got to see here in Group B. A lot of unexpected results as well, because even MIBR Lost, who we did see push Team Vitality to the limit, eventually didn't make it after all.
Unfortunately not, but fortunately for all of you, it's Rhino Day. Brand new interactive effect for Rhino Day is available now. Check it out and join the celebration. Get involved. Rhino Day, it's hype. We love it. MLBB doing things right out here. Man, coming up though is going to be the knockout bracket. Super excited for this one, and it's unique and fun because the competitors themselves will be choosing who they want to play, and for whoever's not chosen, well, they unfortunately will have to play whoever the other ones do not pick. So starting off, it's going to be Galaxy Phoenix choosing first. They ended up being the #1 seed because, well, throughout our bracket, all of our teams in the upper bracket finished 2-0. We needed a decider to figure out who would be seated higher, and it came down to time finish. Which Vitality now probably scratching their heads thinking, well, we wish we probably would have known that. I don't know if they did, because they went, what, 26 minutes? They could have had first pick.
Yeah, I feel like they're a bit upset with JG. JG also made their game win a little bit slower. And this, honestly, right now for Galaxy Phoenix, they're choosing for themselves as well as Vitality. Like, I feel like for the teams in Group A, they're like, please choose us. We don't want to fight against Vitality, which, I don't know, personally for me, I think if they were to choose anyone,
it's either Seta or Falcons ID.
That's right.
I think they would choose Falcons ID.
Falcons ID, Bree, I want to hear your opinion in just a second, because we got a theory craft on which matchup would be better. But Muton is doing things right when it comes to EWC, and we have two incredible events, one happening now and one happening in just a week or a couple weeks' time. Check it out.
We were always in Asia. This year, we came to Paris. What stories are still left untold?
Kami sudah membuktikannya, tapi ini baru permulaan.
Tiada siapa akan ingat siapa nombor 2. We need the win.
Bukan sekedar keinginan, tapi tekad.
Hindi ang pag-abot sa top ang pinakamahirap. Ang corona ang mahirap ipagtanggol.
What happened last year became fuel for us this year.
This time, we bring it to Paris and finish it.
A new lineup, new chemistry, new fire. Once champions, not settling for podium finishes. World champions, defending MSC champions. As the final boss of MLBB, can anyone stop them? Names have been made, stars have risen, but now they need to show the world what it takes to rise above. This time, the world is bigger than ever. Like every year, new challengers step on to the world stage. Some carry the ambitions of team confidence. Some fight for the pride of home turf. Some have never stopped chasing the throne. So who will finally rise to clinch the title? This is where unresolved stories find their ending. A new shot at glory. One more chance at redemption.
We are back.
Kali ini, sekali lagi.
Wala na tidak. Pareho lang ang chance namin. No one is untouchable.
Let's fight.
Bukan ako kalau bisa.
Two champions, one game. Paris breaks through limitless possibilities.
It's MLBB for the next 3 weeks, and we love it, and I know you at home love it as well. MWI, we're moving on. Groups are done, and now it's all about the knockout stage. Single elimination, and I'm ready to theory craft. You kind of highlighted it, brought it up a little bit. Let's revisit it. Now, for the seeding, based upon timing, because they all had the same 2-0 record, Galaxy Phoenix will be the #1 seed. Team Vitality will follow. Geltec Cyber Team just behind them, and then Team Ray Young will be #4, which means Galaxy Phoenix is going to have the first choice, and they have a choice either between Falcons Indonesia or Seda Esports. Now, the scary thing is, the one not chosen by Galaxy Phoenix has to play Vitality.
Actually, now that I think about it, it's better for them to go up against Seda because Falcons ID, Vitality, they're from the same region. They have a lot of information with each other. So I feel like the smart move would just let them play because you would get so much information out of that.
Oh, that's true. And I believe it could be somewhat of a double-edged sword if you have very limited information about Seta overall. But at the same time, you might just want to risk the edge of having more experience compared to a newly coming region to the competitive stage of MWI.
And you got to think for Falcons Indonesia, though, if they are chosen, one of the things, Galaxy Phoenix matchup will be taking place first.
Oh.
So Falcons Indonesia goes from matchup straight into matchup. Now, talking such a short time period, Lefel, how do you prep in that such a short time span? Because, man, you're going from a match on B stream straight in to the mainstream.
Honestly, it's quite weird, but some players actually prefer it just for one simple fact, which is you got your warm-up. Because some players, if they play and then 2 hours, 3 hours of doing nothing, they just start to slow down. So some players is like, yes, we are good now, let's just go now. And instead of thinking about what your opponent's doing, just focus on what you're doing. And then after game 1, hopefully your coach can figure out what to do game number 2.
Yeah, at first it does not seem as favorable. It comes along with being in the lower bracket and having to survive through all those elimination matches. But at the same time, especially if it happens in the same day, might as well just keep the ball rolling because you've already started playing anyway.
Hey, the comms are flowing, and Sadia had us a chance to get our listeners from day number 2. Let's hear what the competitors were saying during their matches.
Hey guys, Sayori here from Gen G, and she looks rather upset after the loss up against Navi. So let's talk a little bit about the game first of all. I know you guys came in rather confident, especially because you guys were the one that sent Navi home last year. What happened? What fell short in today's match?
Honestly, we did come in confident. We knew that we could beat Navi, but I think just in game, I think how we usually play just didn't it just didn't go into the game, and maybe communication was off and our play style, because this was not how we usually play, and we know that we're way better. So yeah,
I
it was
understand.
just very disappointing that we did lose. Yeah.
I understand. Losing is never easy. So I want to ask you, throughout your journey in MWI this year, and you know what, throughout your journey, throughout all MWIs over the years, what is the biggest key lessons that you always take home with you?
Honestly, I think the biggest key lesson is that, honestly, me and my team and everyone else can always push to be better. Since I saw during this MWI, there was a lot of upsets at the start. So there's not ever just one person on top. You know, anyone can take the crown. So yeah, there's a lot of contenders this year.
Yeah, nothing is impossible. So what's next for Sayori?
Honestly, I'm not really sure. You have to stay tuned. I'm very confident with my team. We are very close. We've been playing for a while, and with the addition of Rui as for this year, but it just really depends on the direction of everyone else. So yeah, I'm just gonna follow.
And you know what? I think to wrap this up, since a lot of people were definitely rooting on you guys as a title contenders, is there anything at all you want to say to your fans out there?
I just want to say thank you for supporting, and hopefully you'll see us next year playing other tournaments. But yeah, we'll come back way stronger.
I hope to see you guys come back stronger next year.
Yes.
All right, guys. Thank you so much, Sayori.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rose, as always, for the great interviews, getting the coverage out there with the players where they matter most. Gen G on their exit interview, still in high spirits, it seems. They want to come back even stronger next year.
Yeah, I always feel sad when I see teams have to exit without them playing their best game, or without them being able to play the kind of play style that you know they're used to playing. And it's unfortunate it happened to Gen G, but I'm glad to hear that they're just looking to come back stronger the next time we see them.
Yeah, we don't want to lose them, right? We definitely want to see them come back. NA needs a solid representation, and Gen G is that good representation. Hey, like I said, throughout day 2, there was a lot of great comms, and Sadia had a chance to listen in.
Main guys. Carry masa satu Jod. Dadah guys. Jessica. Nice go guys. Dadah, gak usah. Nih. Aku cari nyawa. Aku cari nyawa guys. Carry. Nice bro guys. Thank you do guys. Kita boleh menang. Main. Bodoh. Nice team. Thank you Dotan.
Udah setengah Mon.
Ayo gas aja Fetch.
Lihat gua ya.
Hanabi. Udah IG Hanabi.
Gua
ulti kan 13.
Lihat gua nih. Gua ke Hanabi. Hanabi guys. Hanabi lihat gua guys.
Gua enggak nyampe sana. Aku yang bunuh Arlot. Mon, gas Mon.
Marcelnya di sini guys.
Gak ada IG-nya deh.
Marcel tuh.
Aman. Yuk, lot yuk.
Nice.
Kasih gua aja guys.
Thank you, Sadia, for the radio comms. That was yesterday, and it was Falcons Indonesia. Given the good comms, man, they were talking away.
Yeah, as well as Team Ray. Let me just say, I understand both teams, and even I need subtitles because that was. I know the language, but there was so much, and I was like, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
That's when you know they're hyped.
That's when you know they're hyped. And good communication is when you hear one thing, and that's just who you want to target. Jessica. And that's it.
That's right.
That's all you need.
I always love listening to comms across multiple esports because it's chaotic and sometimes fun to decipher, as you were saying, LaFell. Hey, EWC's doing a lot of things right. Check out this EWC play.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but oh!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard stuck at Masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that an airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fine.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, this feels like overkill to me.
Body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
The knockout stage draft is just minutes away from taking place, where the opponents get to choose their opponents. It's going to be a lot of fun, and the stare downs are going to be entertaining for sure. Still, though, we need to discuss the other side of the bracket. We talked about Galaxy Phoenix, whether they play against Falcon Indonesia or Seda Esports. They have that choice. The other gets to play Vitality. But on the other hand, Geltech Cyber Team comes in. They were the number 3 seed, but because of where they were in the groups, they get the first pick. Falcons MEN or Na'Vi. Those are the two choices. I know, Bree, you look like you're in pain. I'm going to give you a second to maybe think it out a little bit. How about you go first?
For me, it's easy. So how about you go first?
I am having a hard time.
I can
For
see
you,
that.
It's easy. I am having a hard time. Like, I do not know if I want Na'Vi to be up against Geltech or if I want them to go up against Team Ray.
Oh, okay, that's actually a good point,
Right?
because honestly, for Geltech, I know the best choice for them is Falcons MEN Vega, because their playstyle of KOE playing those assassins is better against Falcons, where they sometimes put yourself in a situation where you can punish. Compared to Na'Vi, Na'Vi doesn't really make a mistake that gives the map to the opponent. So if I was Geltech, I know who I want to go up against.
Yeah, but that's not good for Na'Vi either.
It is what is it, you know?
Yeah, because they're going up against Team Ray if ever that does happen, and Team Ray were the recent, or not them, but their region has been recent champions of SEA Games as well. They've been performing really well, and it's just like a rivalry between MY, PH, ID all over again.
Who would Team Ray Young want to play, though? Like, if they obviously don't have a choice here, but if one had to be thrown their way, would it be Falcons MEN? Would it be Na'Vi? I'm going to be honest with you. Both of them just come off a hot win. Na'Vi just looked incredibly strong, taking down Gen G. I don't want to play Na'Vi under any circumstance.
Although I do have to say, Team Ray Young, I would say their strategy for this MWI is quite flexible against both, because one of the underrated players coming in from Team Ray Young is Miko, their mid laner, where she is very good at winning the lanes but also punishing the jungler. So if they're going up against Na'Vi, Na'Vi goes with a tank jungle, I feel like she can punish that. And then if they're going up against, again, either tank or assassin, I feel like they got the answer for both, because G-Boy likes to fight against assassins. So it's kind of interesting at the mid duo they can deal with both.
It's gonna be interesting to see Geltech and Na'Vi up against each other, though, if ever that does happen, because they've been the more unorthodox teams, you know? Like, Kyoei on the likes of an Aulus even.
That was cool.
That was cool. They were able to win with that. But Navi though, when I say that they've also been unorthodox, it's not the same when you look at Geltec, who've been able to make it work. So I guess that's the only maybe problem that can happen if they do go up against each other.
I do have to say though, Geltec on that game with the Aulus,
Yeah.
it was a 24-minute game,
Oh.
and they won 5 minutes of that game.
And if I'm not mistaken, they got a triple kill early. That's why
They won the first 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And then lost for 19 minutes and only won the last 3 minutes. So it's a good pick, but they lost for a long time.
Okay, so you're never really sure, but
Yeah.
regardless, I think them picking their matchups will all be equally as interesting.
And they do get that choice, which is super unique, by the way, in like the format tournaments. You know, you got to think about it. You're walking up there, you're looking at your opponents. You've got 2 keys to select. Which one do you want to crush the most? Because it is single elimination.
Oh yeah, I feel like for all the teams, they want to crush Vitality and Navi if possible.
Of course, of course.
Of course. But honestly, like we gotta go back to Rose's interview with Sayuri. Even Sayuri said for this MWI, a lot of upsets happened in day number 1. So even if you think you made the right choice by choosing your opponents, that might not be true, right? Because everyone here is stepping up. Everyone has their own identity. So you might make a mistake and you would never know until the game ends.
Yeah, honestly, if I was a player, I'm not even sure if I'd rather do this or just have
I would just let my coach decide.
randomly decided as well. Yeah, because yeah, when we did do the draw, well, not us, Mirko did the draw. You were already put up in this certain setup. You had to see like a group of death emerge eventually, but at the same time, you just had to adapt and adjust to what was already presented to you. But this is something you can make your own choice with. So whatever happens, if it doesn't go your way, who else to blame?
That's right. And see, I was about to bring that up, Bree, and that's such a good point because it's scary. When last week I was on this very stage watching a different title and a player from Na'Vi chose their opponent, he wanted the smoke, but he got it in the form of a loss, right? So you never know. You might be picking your opponent thinking you're picking the right choice because you can beat them only for you to lose. And like Bree said, you can only blame yourself. Well, enough deliberation. We now need to see action. The opponents are on stage ready to pick who they want to play in the knockout stage. Stage host, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the EWC knockout reveal. We have our teams ready for the knockout stages, and we need to see exactly who is going to be facing who. Damascus, how does this work?
Very simple. Whoever made it out on the upper bracket will have a chance at picking their opponent, but that's only since everyone is tied. And as Taylor explained earlier, the ones who had the fastest game time. Which means that on one side you have Galaxy Phoenix making it out on the upper side on Group B, who will be able to choose from the people who made it out of Group A lower, which is Falcons Indonesia or Seda. And then on the other side, it is Geltec Cyber Team that will be able to choose between Navi and Falcons MEN. 2 Falcons still in there, but the question is, who are we picking?
Okay, that got me hyped up. Explanations, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, we actually understand how it goes. We need to bring out our 2 representatives. Please bring forward our players. Okay, first, Team Falcons coming to the stage. Of course, qualifying through the loser side, and now they wait to see their fate. Who are they going to end up facing in the knockout phases?
That is the question, and of course, they are coming next to another team, a team that they faced earlier, a team that made a surprise at the beginning, representing the regions of China, Team Seda, pulling up. And of course, they will be there to witness who is going to get picked live on that stage.
Yo, Seda already threw down a gauntlet earlier, as you said, showed us the big time upset. Or so people felt like, people thought it was an upset. Seda is working at this point to show everyone, nah, it's no upset, you're just late to the party. We've been here. Absolutely godlike squad right there, standing next to Falcons. That said, I believe we do have our next team ready.
Next team ready, of course. It is the other Falcons, the MENA representatives. Of course, we said it. There are two Team Falcons moving forward, and Falcons and MENA are being represented. They are on the other group, so they won't be a Falcons vs Falcons match just yet. But the question is, are we getting picked up, as always?
Okay, in a situation like this, Damascus, do you think that all of the teams here have certain teams that they're hoping to get picked by, or is it like, yeah, it doesn't matter who it is, I'm ready to cook?
I mean, Vitality is not picking. I don't think anyone want to face.
This is very true.
I don't think anyone want to face the Queens right now.
Speaking of Vitality, we do know, that, of course, that Vitality is our last year's champion, but back in 2024, this next team was the one to win it all. Na'Vi coming to the stage. Na'Vi, a tough out for anyone, but will one of these teams be bold enough to make them their choice?
Of course, and without further ado, we are ready to welcome the team captain for Galaxy Phoenix, who will get to choose between Falcons Indonesia and Seda. This is the big choice, Rob. Remember, it is single elimination after this, so you only have one chance. Whoever you pick is potentially going to be your final opponents.
Okay, yeah.
Vâng, chào mừng tất cả các bạn đã quay trở lại với MN và buổi Costream MEN này chúng ta sẽ đến với giai đoạn knockout stage. Rất đáng buồn khi mà hôm nay các cô gái Việt Nam chúng ta lại là ngày thi đấu cuối cùng và chúng ta không thể tiếp đến với vòng playoff. Nhưng không sao cả, cũng như đại diện rất xuất sắc hiện tại như kiểu Galaxy Phoenix là team gây tech support team, như kiểu team Vitality thì họ đều là những người xứng đáng để có thể đi tiếp. Đây là cái key của team nào đó thôi, key của Galaxy Phoenix các bạn ạ. Đây tiếp theo team Sata sẽ đối đầu với nhau, có thể có khả năng là như vậy.
So, please tell us, why did Galaxy Phoenix pick Seda, even though Seda actually won Team Falcons Indonesia?
Seda ở trong cái bảng đấu này là đối thủ mềm nhất mà các đội tuyển có thể tìm đến thôi.
Now, how is China feeling about this matchup?
我们现在的感想就是非常开心，然后因为我觉得对我们来说，比比赛输赢更重要的是享受比赛本身。
They are very happy about this pick, but win or lose, they are very happy to be here for the competition to experience as an experience. So yes, this is your first matchup for the quarterfinals of the knockout stage. We have Galaxy Phoenix going up with Seda.
Oh, that's a banger.
Cặp đấu đầu tiên đã xuất hiện rồi. Chúng ta sẽ xem trận đấu giữa Sata và đó là Galaxy Phoenix. Tiếp theo đó là cái test cyber team. Cuối cùng là đến từ khu vực CIS. Đối thủ đã từng đánh bại Việt Nam chúng ta.
Taking on Falcons Indonesia, but on that side it is enough as we have to move to the other side, and it's now Team Geltech Cyber Team going to pull up to select between Navi.
Đối thủ cũng rất là khó nhằn đấy. Một đối thủ tôi có thể xếp được tầm trung bình cao trong được trong cặp playoff lần này. Và lấy key của team Falcons MEN. Không, vậy là một đối thủ cũng gọi là đối mềm so với cái tech support team.
Now this is going to be a very exciting matchup. Now I have to ask Team Falcons MEN, is there any comments about this matchup? Are you guys excited about heading into this match?
Yeah, of course
tự do lựa chọn đối thủ của mình thôi. Không có gì quá khó khăn cả.
Nana, okay. Fist bump, and we will lay it all over at the Land of Dawn. Fist bump. And let's go. Our next team for the knockout stage of quarterfinals. We have a Galtech Cyber Team going up against Team Falcons MENA.
Và chúng ta còn thấy hai cặp nữa, Team Ray và Native Station và Vitality với Falcon ID. Vâng, vậy là người Indo tự diệt lẫn nhau rồi. Chỉ có một trong hai đi phá đội, một là Vitality, hai là Falcon ID. Còn phía ngược lại thì Team Ray với cả Native Vision thì nó cũng là một đối rất căng rồi. Hai trận này có lẽ tôi nghĩ rằng là hai trận đấu đáng quan tâm nhất ở buổi tối ngày hôm nay rồi. Còn đến những trận cận Galaxy Sata cũng là một trận đáng chú ý, mà hai đại diện này đều đang có phong độ rất là tốt.
be coming
Ở
up
phía ngược
first. What
lại
do we
thì
think
Getex
about
Cyber
the
Team thì
opponents?
chắc là một trận đấu với một đối cũng khá là mềm. Đó chính là team Falcon MEN.
I really feel like this is good on both ends because Seda also showed quite a lot, and I believe Galaxy Phoenix have gotten enough information to know what kind of draft they want to use against Seda, but also because they force Vitality as well as Falcon's ID to fight against each other, they need all that information to know potentially when they made what they're gonna do.
Yeah, but it's an early Indo matchup that we're gonna see, and again, only one of the few, if not only representatives, to send out at least 2 teams from a single region, and that's gonna be, I think, one of the closest we could possibly see ever because they know each other so well, and that is something that they could not really control.
So talking Galaxy Phoenix, they are about to play an opponent that they know, but they haven't played just yet, at least on the stage for MWI. And this team is incredibly talented, have gone through the gauntlet. They did in fact have some early struggles as a roster, but they ended up as Queen's Legend Season 3 champions. They also have competed in other leagues for the first time as an all-female roster. So they've got a lot going for them, including, of course, winning out their group.
I gotta say, Galaxy Phoenix, it's like they're masters of rock, paper, scissors.
Hôm nay sẽ là một ngày rất là dài khi mà chúng ta phải đến tận khoảng 12 giờ đêm. 12 giờ đêm là cái chắc là chưa đến đâu, chắc là phải thôi đấy, chắc tầm khoảng 12 rưỡi đến 1 giờ thì đến. Tất nhiên các trận đấu này toàn là những trận đấu BO3.
One really good strength that you can look at when you talk about Galaxy
sắp
Phoenix.
tới của Galaxy Phoenix cùng với đó là team Sada thì tầm khoảng
But strength versus strength in this matchup, because let's not forget Seda Esports was developed specifically for the MWI stage, which means they've done their research. So when you talk about a deep hero inside Galaxy Phoenix, Seda equally also has the same.
Yeah, but I feel like watching how Seda has been playing, once Galaxy Phoenix is able to control the first 4 minutes of the game, that's where they start to use their advantage, which is their experience. They know how to play from a lead,
chắc chắn là
and
hết
they
vòng
will
bốc hàng
maintain
thì
that.
có khả năng là nếu mà vẫn chưa đánh được, bọn tôi sẽ off thêm một vài phút nữa để đợi những cái tín hiệu mới của trận tải.
You know who Galaxy Phoenix has though that Seda Esports doesn't have is Fa, and we were screaming her name. Fa was going off just a couple days ago. She's incredible, and Seda's got to deal with her.
Yep, Seda, especially as mentioned here by Lavelle, may not seem the cleanest in terms of the executions when we get into the mid portions of the game. So I think it's crucial that in this matchup against a team like Galaxy Phoenix, they're always remind themselves of housekeeping. Like they cannot let go of the most basic fundamentals when it comes to the game.
Let me just say, Fa is a mercenary. She is precision as a person, because going up against Na'Vi, she only targeted Mirai until there's nothing Na'Vi could do. So as long as they know who's the right target for Seda, I will feel bad for whoever that is, because no matter the pick, either Guinevere, either Ling, Hayabusa, Yisashi, I really don't care. I think she will get her target.
Let's find out if she does. She's a serious competitor. I love that you call her a mercenary, and she absolutely is a mercenary. Look, Seda though, again, not to be messed around with. They are truly phenomenal and absolutely insane. Obviously, that matchup is going to be coming up relatively soon and first, but the Vitality was just shown on screen just a second ago, and Vitality has to go against Falcons Indonesia, another big matchup. Gotta say, man, I'm a big fan of Falcons Indonesia and the way that they continue to play and face adversity. But Vitality, come on, they are the queens after all.
I mean, like, not only are they great mechanically, but they can get into the heads of Falcon's ID.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I think the revenge storyline continues, because Falcon's ID in the recent qualifiers that they had for MWI 2026, I think barely got to get a game against Team Vitality. They went up against each other in the upper bracket semifinals, only to get dropped down to the lower. But the moment they meet again in the grand finals, they got the exact same result.
You know, I'm so encouraged, though, from Falcons Indonesia to improve from day one. When I was watching them as a contender, we set them up as the top dogs, and, well, they finished 0-2 defeat. I was like, well, that's not what I was expecting, but they've come back stronger than ever. But there have been questions about Vitality and if they still look as strong as they did last year, and a lot of that comes from that MIBR loss matchup.
I gotta say, even though I saw that matchup, but Team Vitality is like the final boss that when they die, they get resurrected, and then they have more layers of HP, and then after they die again, they go to the next phase, and then you're like, when is this gonna be done? And then you're trying to get a health potion, and then they just take it away.
They just evolve.
And Bree, speaking of evolving, Geltech's Cyber Team, they chose their opponents, and it's Falcons MENA they've got to go against. Now, Falcons MENA just came off a big win, so they're feeling confident going into their matchup. Later on today, mind you, we've got 4 of them. We're starting off with quarterfinals. We will finish them all here on this very stream. Falcons MENA is going to have a long day. The Celtic Cyber Team has been a big surprise in our tournament, and they have looked stellar.
I agree. The way that people have been awaiting this comeback, again, we have to remind everyone that Kyoei, I think one of the star players that we've constantly been highlighting, took a bit of a break from the competitive scene. I think that was exactly 3 seasons of Lady MVP before she eventually got back. And it took her exactly 3 seasons as well to get back here to the MWI stage. But that showed significant growth from these players.
I gotta say, Kyoei's Hero Pool is amazing, but this is where I want to talk about their coach, Osprey, because Osprey has been in the MLBB scene for both the men's division as well as the women's division for a very long time. If there's a Mount Rushmore in ECA, he's gonna be there. His picks are unorthodox, but on paper, they always make sense because he's like, this hero can counter this hero, even though it looks like it's a funny pick, but when you see it in action, you're like, wait, that makes sense.
I like unorthodox, though. I mean, it's tough to obviously plan around that. I think being unpredictable is definitely the way to go. Now, Team Ray Young, this team, I think, surprised the desk, at least on day one, based off their performances. Bree, I think you were also surprised. Like, Team Ray Young playing incredibly well, but Team Ray Young's got to go against Na'Vi. Now, that's not going to be easy, especially after watching Na'Vi dominate Gen.G, beating them 2-0. This matchup is stacked.
Yep, and if you have personally felt like a fan for Falcons ID and their story that they've been able to build here in MWI, I think I've been drawn to Team Ray more so because of their personality. Like, they're such a fun bunch to look at, and even their interviews just stand out every single time. I think I'll have my eyes on Chiboy just simply because of the way she just presents herself, and I think that helps boost her team's energy and confidence so much.
I would say part of that is because of Queen's experience back in the SEA Games, where I believe during that grand finals, she's seen her team when they are like so stressed, so worried about losing, and at that moment, they're like, you know what? Let's just have fun so that we can actually go into the game fresh. And I think that's the experience that she's telling her team. Like, yes, most of you guys are new here in the international scene, but if you're so worried, if you're so anxious, you're not gonna be able to play your game. So let's have fun. Let's play rock, paper, scissors, and then let's actually play the game.
Which I think they were playing rock, paper, scissors.
Yes,
they did. Which is actually pretty incredible. And we had a chance to actually catch the action. Now, the thing is, though, in that matchup, Na'Vi, they know what it is to be a champion. And sometimes you really have to get that feeling in order to get it again. For Team Ray Young, they haven't, at least on the MWI stage. I think that's going to give Na'Vi a big advantage.
Na'Vi hopefully get to really carry over what we get to see from, or what we got to see from them in this recent match that they just did up against Gen.G, and arguably so. Of course, Gen.G too wasn't able to show their best, but it was still a very dominant performance nonetheless. Here comes the knockout brackets though. So I'm wondering which goes first.
Yes. All right. Well, first off, we know it's going to be Galaxy, Phoenix, Seda Esports happening first on main stage. But I'm looking at the future for semifinals. LaFell, I'm looking at potentially Na'Vi. Let's say if they continue to play well, we could have a Na'Vi Vitality Grand Finals.
Actually, hold on. Looking at this, there's a chance that Na'Vi could go up against Galaxy, Phoenix action. And if that's the case, I think Na'Vi really wanted that one because Galaxy Phoenix had their number, and I feel like that matchup is gonna be very personal. It's like you made it look humiliating day one. I want that revenge.
Oh, more and more revenge storylines happening here, and we might just see one that will eventually replace one of the biggest revenge storylines that we actually had last year, because the underdogs then, Gaming Gladiators, no longer part of the tournament, just recently eliminated by Na'Vi. So now who is next to actually possibly be that seeker of revenge?
That's a great question. Ashley, she has been a big conversation. Unfortunately, her team was eliminated. However, her knowledge is still incredibly valuable, and she teaches you how to be a roamer.
Hi guys, I'm Ashley, team captain and roamer for Gen G, and for those who don't know me, we're about to find out. I'm here to dissect some of our qualifier games. Taking you to our second game in the finals against RQ Shira. So if you take a look at what's going on the screen right now, we have control of the H bush on the bottom side area, which we're winning, by the way. If you take a look at our lanes, both mid and bot are winning. The Claude is segregated from the rest of the team, and you're about to see the Hilda walk up with no support from her whatsoever. And our comp has a lot of poke, a lot of freezes, and a lot of rolling. So here we were able to burn the Hilda's flicker, and that was going to be useful for us since the Lord is coming up in 4 seconds. And what we're doing is we're clearing the mid lane, we're clearing top lane, and we see the Claude still bottom lane. This is good for us. You know, if they decide to come in, we can also just punish the Hilda. Knowing this, we're just zoning them out. We got vision of the Fredrin. As soon as we saw the Hilda coming up from the H bush, since we cleared it, and alongside the Claude, my Harith was able to just keep poking him along with the Lilia, no flicker, and immediately she goes down, right? So once the Hilda goes down, I knew that this positioning was to our advantage since they're coming from the red side. Our comp specializes in just bunching everyone together. We have a spatial isolation from me that can just freeze everyone in and outside of the circle. So right here, Arya is getting into position to cloud ult everyone. She's literally screaming, let me ult, and I'm like, okay, this is perfect. I make a spatial isolation to predict the Eve's ult since we're already in a box. I knew Eve was gonna ult from the back line, and since I had my teammates frozen and them frozen, I went to just go be annoying to make a separation from the front line and the back line, which was favorable for us, and that is how we dominated this game. But you know, the funny thing about that game is like, it's more or less me saying that they messed up. It wasn't even that we were doing the right thing. That wraps up our dissection for my games, and if you guys would like to see some more gameplay, please tune in to our MWI matches.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
It's still day 3 of MWI, but now we move into a new iteration, our knockout stages. The competitors chose their opponents. Did they choose an easy route to semifinals, or did they choose their undoing? We're about to find all that out and more as we head to the stage with Damascus, Hollywood Rob TV, and Cheryl.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is showtime here at the Esports World Cup as we are about to get rolling with our knockout stages. Right now, we are about to find out who is going to step one step closer to lifting up that trophy and being the best MLBB women's team in the world.
Yes, sir, Rob, it's time to be excited because it is the knockout stage right now. Every single match means tournament life on the line. So without further ado, let's welcome our first team onto the stage. They made their way through the upper bracket. Make some noise for Team Galaxy Phoenix!
Galaxy Phoenix does not know the taste of defeat. This team has come here in their first international event, but yet they have not just looked like contenders, they have played like one of the favorites, of course, fighting out of Cambodia, and they are trying to make history here at MWI.
Now I do have a few questions for you guys before we head into the
Vâng,
match.
xin chào
Now
tất cả
this
các
is
bạn
an
đã quay trở lại.
incredible showing.
Bây giờ là
Like,
trên
the
sắp
first
tới
time
trong
on the
khoảng một vài phút
international
nữa
stage. How
thì
are you
sẽ
guys
đến trận
feeling?
đấu giữa Galaxy Phoenix và team
Right now,
Sata.
I'm so proud
Tôi đang khá muốn chờ rằng để xem hai đại diện này sẽ
And
có một
anything
màn
you
hình
would like
như
to
thế
say
nào.
to your fans back home so that they can cheer for you?
Và
You can
đây
say it in
là
your
màn phỏng vấn
language.
của team Ca Symphonic.
There's nothing else. Like I don't have nothing. Like I don't have a lot to say, but I'll try to fight for the nation.
National pride is
bạn
on
ấy
the
nói
line.
thì
Is there anything you
nói
would
chung
like
là
to
tôi
say
sẽ
to
cố
your
gắng hết sức
opponents
cho
before we
đất
head
nước
on
của
over
tôi
to the
thôi.
battle station?
Không có thì nói quá nhiều.
I would like
Không
to.
thể cả.
I just want to say that good luck with your match.
Alright,
Có
good
lời
luck,
gì
and we will
muốn nhắn
have
nhủ đến
another exciting matchup.
đối
Please
thủ
head
của
on
bạn không?
over to your battle
Good luck.
stations.
Chúc may mắn thôi, chẳng có gì cả. Màn phỏng vấn đơn giản đến từ những cô nàng ấy từ khu vực Campuchia.
Their opponents,
Và đội tuyển đến từ khu vực Trung Quốc sai ta. Đây chúng đi ăn đúng nghĩa khi mà họ đã vượt qua vòng bảng cực kỳ xuất sắc với họ đi tiếp với cái nhánh 2-1 và đối thủ của họ phải gặp phải đó chính là Ca Symphonic. Vào thẳng vào chỗ ngồi luôn.
有什么想要对你的对手说的呢？ Is there anything you guys would like to say to your opponents?
我没有什么想对对手说的，我想跟我的队友说，我永远爱我的队友，我们是最强的队伍。
They said that they have nothing to say to the opponents, but she just want to say something to her teammates, and that is, you know, they're the best and they can do it. Alright, so thank you, and please
Tôi
head
không
on
có
over
lời
to
gì
your
để
battle
tôi nhắn nhủ đến
stations.
đối thủ của tôi cả. Tôi chỉ có những lời yêu thương đến đồng đội của
It's a
tôi.
curveball
Chính là chúng ta phải
that
chiến
we
đấu
did
hết mình.
not see coming. Immediately
Vâng,
after
chắc
selecting
chắn là
their
phải đợi
draws,
cho
they are going to play the
những
match.
cô nàng
This
chúng ta
means that both teams are
warm up
going
trước,
in
test thiết bị
essentially
trước khi
blind, and
đến với
this
ván đấu
is
này.
what it takes to be the champion right here at MWI, because to be the creme de la creme means you have to go in prepared as always, and this is match 1 of the knockout stages. Over to you.
Cheryl, Hollywood Rob TV, Damascus, thank you for setting the stage and as well for the interviews. The players are ready to go and they're about to get it underway. It's Galaxy Phoenix versus Seda for our first best of 5 matchup. It is single elimination. You only have one life. You lose, your key is crushed. You move forward, the championship is that much closer. We've already talked about these two wonderful teams. Let's break them down just a little bit more. Now, overall for Seda, biggest surprise we had, looking at the roster, Miss was supposed to be there. But Miss hasn't been there to my knowledge. It's been Fanwa who's been the sub. However, a sub that has led Seda to where they currently are. What do you think about that, Bree?
It's a very explosive sub at that. I think her being the roamer and being one of the main leads in the team has really helped a lot. The way that they've actually been confident enough to even debut the likes of a Tigreal in their first series and be able to do so in a very dominant fashion, that means they're very versatile in terms of their gameplay, because even when you think that they are actually more on the unorthodox end of their picks, they actually can show you some of the more meta ones as well. They also have a really decent usage and mastery of the Belleric, as seen in their recent qualification match, in order to make it here to the knockout stage.
I do wonder though, now that you're in the knockout stage, is the wild card play to bring Miss back in? We don't know why, of course, Miss was benched. Maybe it was a strategy play, maybe something else was going on, but it has led to a pretty fun conversation.
I mean, like, because of the meta change, perhaps her hero pool just didn't suit the current meta.
Good point.
And by the way, can we just say this might be the start of a legacy coming in from both organizations, because they haven't really had much success so far in MLBB, but now they're in the knockout stage. Winning this one, every single win each organization has after this just cements their position in MLBB lore.
That's an excellent point. I mean, for both, right? Really the first time showcasing what they're made of as an org, as well as players here on the international stage. And this is a big moment, and I love that you set the stage with that very statement, because that's what the MWI is all about. And in fact, what the Esports World Cup is about in its entirety. It's about making history. It's about about cementing your name not only in the history books for the Esports World Cup, but the history books of esports as a whole. And Galaxy Phoenix and Seda could very well do that. This is just one of those road stops that they have to get through to the grand finals. Now, for Galaxy Phoenix, again, with those early struggles, one of the first things that I noticed is they've been working on their play style for years. Going into this matchup, that play style being worked on for years is going to pay dividends.
I gotta say, looking at their games, they have a very unique way where their jungler as well as the roamer is the one moving the map, where everyone else is just focusing on getting enough money to actually get the items and then eventually help everyone out. So they have a way of play that the speed is just something that people cannot get used to.
Yeah, you get to take so much of the opponent's attention with just these movements from their XP and their jungle. Whereas I think their gold lane has been very stable for the entire tournament. It's only been the claw that Winnie's ever used throughout all of their matches, and you really don't get to pay as much attention to it. It's just a very stable lane. She just really pretty much gets the job done, but majority of the action just comes from the other sides and the way that they move around the map.
Going to the EXP lane now from gold, Jessica for Seda has been on fire this event. Opposite of that of Ling. A power matchup for sure. Jessica, I mean, talk to me about her, Lefel. She has brought so much to this competition for the side of Seda, not only from the hero selection, but just from the slayability.
Honestly, I gotta say, like, yes, we want to talk about the players, but this entire day, Taylor, whoever loses that EXP lane is super punishing because you get immediate access into the jungle. And if I'm gonna compare between the both of them, I kind of feel like Jessica might have a hard time. Of course, it depends on the heroes, but I don't know. I'm actually leaning towards Galaxy Phoenix for this one. Their EXP lane is so strong.
Yeah, because they're
Ling is amazing.
Their hero pools are pretty similar. If it's just that, like they both use the Alice, they both use the likes of the. No, it's actually just the Alice, I think, that they use both. It's their shared hero pool. But other than that, we see more flexibility from Ling in terms of how they're able to utilize it. Because if there's one observation we got to see from Jessica yesterday when they lost, it's the fact that she probably does shine a bit more on playmaking or heroes that just play for the team. There tend to be more miscalculations whenever you give her those less flashy kinds of EXP lanes.
It's 5 players per team. All of them have to work together to win. But Fa is an absolute powerhouse. We mentioned her earlier. And from what I'm hearing, Lefel, she might be just one of the strongest junglers in our entire MWI event.
Honestly, I'm willing to put money on that one because honestly, Fa is an absolute mercenary. It's one thing when you're good at one hero. It's another when you're the master of each element, right? If you want someone to be the front line, she can be that. If you want someone to dive to the back line, she can be that. If you want her to use a selfless hero where she doesn't need to farm, everything else can go over to the gold lane, she can do that. Like, I would say that's one of the kind of players that each organization after MWI might start emailing her. It's like, hey, are you willing to relocate?
That's true, that's true. It's also because she's just very firm on these heroes that either the Guinevere, either the Ling, whichever she uses, it just feels like the mastery is on point because I think we've observe that, especially from teams like, let's say, Twisted Minds earlier on. When you try to change a bit of what you're used to seeing in the jungle, then the dimensions of your gameplay, there are a lot of things that tend to shift. But when it comes to Galaxy Phoenix, it's just really them dictating majority of it through the EXP and the jungle.
One thing I do have to say before the draft starts, something about Galaxy Phoenix, they make it look easy.
Yeah.
And that's pure talent.
It's not well, actually, it's incredibly hard to make it look easy, funny enough. You would think going in there and just making it look easy is easy. It's not. It's one of the most difficult things to do. And Guy, speaking of difficulties, Guy from Seda, even through defeat, she finds a way to still perform well. She's the anchor, if you will, for this Seda roster. Guy is going to be the one I at least think that Jessica, Zhao, Name, Miss, or Fanwa, whoever decides to come in for this matchup, is going to be looking towards when things get rough.
I'm starting to worry for her, though. Like, if if it does so happen that Galaxy Phoenix tried to go for the assassin route and we see another Ling gameplay, wait, is she taking a selfie?
Yes, and I actually saw them checking the heroes out as well. But I think it's less about the draft and more like which skin do I want for this one.
Well, you have to really pick the best skin.
Yes.
You're already in the knockout stage.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Some of the skins though are incredibly funny. Like Patrick, for example, running around.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine losing to a Patrick. Guy would be furious.
I gotta say, Patrick running towards you at light speed is one of the most terrifying things you could ever imagine.
And it's made a lot of Glue users happy because Glue is actually one of the heroes with very few skins.
Yes.
And you get surprised because he suddenly receives a Patrick skin.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was Vivian, I think, from Vitality uses Patrick's skin, which is like she already talks her trash and she's beating you with the Patrick. Just so disrespectful on so many different
Only in MLBB can you see Sasuke being afraid of Patrick. That's only in MLBB. The logic is a bit different here. Even AOT characters like Eren Yeager, I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to face against Patrick.
I know. It's not like we get to see the Yin also played as much in competitive gameplay, but it's weird here looking at Patrick just dominating over everyone.
But that's just MLBB, isn't it? It gives flexibility and the opportunity for you at home to pick your favorite skins and play the game how you want to play. Regional pride was mentioned during the interview with Cheryl and the Galaxy Phoenix ladies. Regional pride so incredibly important here. And, one of the players from Galaxy Phoenix saying during that interview, like, I'm just so proud to represent my nation, to be on this stage. I know it's not enough for her. She wants to be a champion, obviously, but making it to the knockout stages, representing your nation, LaFell, that is such a big accomplishment.
Because if you ask any player here, their motivation for playing, their motivation to become champions, there's many different layers. You have layers on, they want to change their family situation back at home. They want to make a name for themselves in their own country, in this game. They want to help out their friends. In fact, some people here, they're not here for themselves, they're here for other people. So no matter who you talk to, there's many different motivations and every single one of them is valid. And that's why when we see losses, all of those hopes get crushed. But that's the reality of becoming a champion. You don't win by necessarily making a lot of friends. You get to win by crushing someone else's dreams.
And at the same time, they had to crush the dreams of, I think, also one of the longest running representatives, if it's regional pride that we're talking about, because we're seeing a different lineup fielded here as representatives of Cambodia, and they definitely want to be exceeding whatever they were previously able to achieve. It hasn't been a significant finish in any of their previous MWI records, but now they're so close to exceeding all of that.
Building a home, helping your family out, $500,000 goes a long way, and $150,000 for first place. That's what is up for grabs. We start our first matchup, our first pick and ban between Galaxy Phoenix and Seda Esports.
Yeah, right now, honestly, this is a very interesting start here, Break, where Seda is first pick, and yet they're banning out the Marcel.
Yeah.
That's kind of not a great ban, because you would want your opponents, Galaxy Phoenix, to ban that out. And now this is already a very big tell. They're banning out this carry. So expect a lot of front lines. I really feel like they're already building the draft just so that Link can have a good time in lane.
Oh, but Seda too.
This is a smart ban.
Yeah,
100% smart ban.
Respecting so much of what Galaxy Phoenix have already previously shown us too, I think the Guinevere is just a bit too flexible of a jungler to hand over to GXP at this point.
I was watching that game where Galaxy Phoenix went up against Na'Vi. That kind of experience makes you uninstall the game. Let me just say that. It was so devastating.
Yeah.
Do not let Fa on that Gwyn anymore.
Yeah, because it's like sort of in between the Ling or either the
She first builds the concentrated energy so she can 1v1 and she can also play for her team.
Right.
That's why I say she can be selfish and she can be selfless.
Yeah, there are only very few times we see the Gwyn really punished. I think it's mostly when it's also in Rome. Just earlier we got to see that also. But even the Valier being banned out, I know that Sophia has been very deep too in terms of her hero pool. I think she's the only one to play the Farsa in this tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, here's the thing. They're clearly showing they're gonna have a very heavy front line. They're banning out all the anti-tank. So I feel like they're gonna charge forward. They're gonna dive, and they're gonna say, Seda, you have nothing in your arsenal that can stop this charge.
Yeah, so I wonder what this Valentina ban is also trying to say. Because it's not likely going to be a sort of priority either here for Seda. There are a bunch of options out there. The Juicing's still there too, but it hasn't been as prioritized for first pick as well.
I feel like they need to take the Esmeralda because that's what Galaxy Phoenix is setting up.
Oh, right. They don't want anyone stopping the Esmeralda from just getting close. But does Jessica want to play that kind of hero? Or is she willing to just pick up another comfort pick similar to the Alice that she already shown us previously? But definitely not in this spot.
Here's the thing, if she does not take the Esmeralda, there is one other hero, well actually two heroes that can counter it still, which is the Lunox as well as the Balman. But also both are very niche heroes, and instead they go for the Harara. But I feel like Galaxy Phoenix, they are okay with this.
You know, the Harara has been a safe pick for Seda Esports
Ok,
since
chúng
game
ta
number one.
để
And I feel
trở lại
like
trận
that's
đấu
one
giữa
that they're
Sayata
trying
đó
to
là
force
Galaxy
super heavy,
Phoenix.
especially
Khi
given the
mà
dynamic
bên
coming
phía
in the
team
buff.
Sayata họ ban đi ban của bài Marcel, khu được biểu đó Valentina. Ở phía ngược lại thì Galaxy Phoenix họ ban đi đó là con bài Wavy, William cùng với đó Carrier. Tập pick đầu tiên thì phía Sayata họ lắp ngay vào con bài Hira. Những cái tướng mà ý của cô nàng dâu này sử khá là ưa thích. Theo tôi đoán là như vậy. Và bên phía Galaxy Phoenix thì sao? Họ lấy luôn con bạch claw để thành đầu tiên. Sau đó pha thì sẽ đáp trả bằng chiếc tướng đi rừng nào đây. Vâng, chúng ta vẫn còn đó là Basia, mà không, trước đó sẽ phải lấy Beerich trước đã.
Yeah, still very strong opener coming in
Đợt
from
pick cuối
Galaxy
cùng
Phoenix.
đến từ
I gotta
phía
say
Sayata
Seda on this
sẽ lấy
Harara
gì
pick.
đây?
I think Harara
Đã
is a
có
good
chiếc
hero,
tướng
but
sát
she's
thủ
not
đi
a win
rừng rồi.
condition.
Vậy
She
thì ở cái
enables
dàn
a win
tính
condition.
trên
So
như là
they still
tướng
need
kinh
to
nghiệm
have
hay
that
là
in the back.
đảo đường.
And with
Thì
carry
cần
gone,
những chất tướng
now
cực
you
kỳ
know you're
cứng.
going up against the Claude. What is going to be the
Vẫn sẽ
pickup?
còn áp sát.
I'm thinking if we're
Nếu mà
talking
bên
about
phía
meta,
bên
it
chính
should
tuyến
be
tại Galaxy
something like
Phoenix
a
họ đã
Moskov,
lấy
but
đi con bài
Moskov is a
Beerich rồi.
mid-range
Thì không ngại gì phải
marksman,
lấy
which is
không
not
ngại gì
great
mà không lấy
against
Atlas
Rebellion,
cả.
so they do pick up the Bruno as
Esmeralda
well
và
as
đó
the
là
Esmeralda.
Bruno.
So now it's on Galaxy
Bruno
Phoenix,
rất
and they
bất
pick
toàn
up
đi
the
từ bên
Baxia.
phía
And
của
again,
team
carry
Sayata và
ban,
bên phía của
clear
team
ban,
Galaxy Phoenix họ
Eve
đáp
ban.
trả luôn một
This
con bài
is their
Basia.
strategy from the very beginning.
Bên phía
It's
hai
such
bên
a dive
khá
combat
đồng nhất
they're
với nhau
really
khi
trying to
biết
go
là
for. They're
cái
just
đường
gonna
khu
go
vực khí
all
đường kinh nghiệm
in
và đường đảo
and
đường nó khác
force
nhau
out
thôi.
the fight, which I feel is very uncomfortable for Gai. Now that she's on the Bruno, I guess you would also want to consider maybe a potential pairing that could help her. The Mathilda is also there. They have the Esmeralda on their side, which I don't think will be much of a problem. But does
Khi
it
mà
get through the
bây giờ bên
second
phía
banning
của cả hai bên
phase?
thì vẫn đang thiếu cho mình
My
chiếc
theory
tướng
is
dưỡng
Seda is
và
thinking
ba
whether
chiếc
they want
tướng pháp sư
to fight
ban
fire
đi
with
Camila
fire.
sẽ
But
được
for
bắn
now, Galaxy Phoenix,
đi
their
bên
fire
phía
looks
của
a bit
Galaxy
hotter
Phoenix.
here, especially because there's very little
hiện
that
tại thì
Seda has that
Camila
can
đang được
directly
sử dụng vai trò là
counter
đi rừng.
what
Vậy nên
Galaxy Phoenix
ở bên phía
has
của
been showing.
Sayata, Sayata họ đã có con bài
do
Hira
consider
rồi.
going
Thế
for a
nên ba
utility
cái Camila
role,
thì
then
cũng
most
chưa
of the
ổn lắm.
front
Bởi vì
lines
Camila
are
thì
just
hiện tại thì
going to fall
nếu mà
on
muốn mang đi
the
được
Esmeralda, on Jessica
đảo
all
đường thì
over
nó cũng
again,
sẽ
and not to
chưa
mention
ổn.
the fact that they're on a Hirara jungle. So that
Phía của
means
Sayata họ
they
đáp trả thêm
will, or
bằng một cái bài
GXP
pháp
will
sư
have
đường
much
giữa đó
easier
và pha
access to
xa.
just constantly go
Vâng,
for the chase because
rất nhiều
they
rất
will
nhiều
lack
vị
crowd
trí đường giữa được
control.
ban
So
đi
would
rồi.
they really
Họ sợ
want to consider
Sophia
that, or
đến vậy hay
maybe
chăng?
opt for a
Và đúng
roamer
là
that also
và
has additional
tôi
layers of
nghĩ là
catch
nên sợ
and crowd
thì
control
Sophia
to respond against
ở thời điểm
GXP?
tại phong độ
I
cũng
gotta
rất
say
là
they at
cao.
least need some form of knockup.
Đến
If
lập
not,
ban
that
cuối cùng
glazing
của
duet
mình
will just rip over your
không
team,
ban
and
đi thêm
that's
một chiếc
something that they
tướng
definitely don't want.
đi đường giữa
One of
không?
the
Hay là sẽ
popular
chuyển
choices
sang
in
ban một
MLBB
vị
is
trí
definitely
đường
the
đường.
Cho, but so far
Marcel cũng
MWI,
còn xuất hiện,
no Chos have
cũng
been
còn
picked
ở
up so
trên
far.
trên bảng
The other
chọn
choice
nha.
is Minotaur, but again, is
Là nếu mà
not
ban
having an
Marcel,
amazing showing
nếu
here.
I think
mà ban
Fanwa
Marcel
does
thì
play
tôi
the
nghĩ
Cho.
rằng cũng sẽ
It just hasn't been as successful previously, but again, into the Baksha, into the Claude, I think it will be a pretty decent option. It's not like you get to pair it with immediate burst, but you don't know what the mid lane pick is for Seda anyway. There might just be a chance you still get to see them pick up a burst mage.
Here's the thing, Galaxy Phoenix can pick up something like a Kimi and just force out the early game because we see Farsa as well as Selena and the Valentina being banned. All three early game mages have been taken off the table. Kimi is still there. If they want scale, they have the Zetian still available, but actually no, it's still a pretty good pick.
Yeah.
But instead they pick up the Gord. Haven't seen the Gord for a while here. So now Seda if they want to go loco, they could go for something like an Estes and just go for an Ube strat.
Oh.
But you know, there's a Boxia there, so you're kind of already counted in
Bên
that
phía
sense.
của team Galaxy Phoenix họ vẫn còn một lựa chọn nữa để đâu có phải con. Bây giờ thì Santa họ mới là người khó này. Bây giờ chỉ có Sushi là có thể chơi được thôi. Là không nóc mà con bài Lilia cũng là một sự lựa chọn của họ. Để xem bên phía Santa họ sẽ pick con mid này, chỉ có một trong ba con đấy thôi, không còn con nào khác cả. Tyrell trước đó để cho Santa. Tính ra tao cũng là người pick Tyrell thì phải. Và Lilia sẽ là lựa chọn cuối cùng của bên phía của team Santa.
I would say must be some kind of comfort.
Tyrell à? Tyrell thì bùng nổ những vị trí kiểu Basia nên bây giờ nó không được nha bên phía của Santa ơi. Tại sao không để Asphalt nhỉ? Bởi vì vẫn còn Atlas mà. Vẫn còn Atlas, tại sao họ lại phải put một con tướng nó chơi tương đồng Atlas nhưng mà lại cái lối vận hành của con Tyrell nó còn khó hơn cơ. Nhưng mà không sao cả, thế là lựa chọn của họ. Nên là để xem bên phía của Santa họ khởi động con bài Tyrell để như nào đây. Và lựa chọn cuối cùng của Galaxy Phoenix đó chính là bài Sora.
Galaxy Phoenix versus Seda Esports. It's our first knockout round match. It means so much.
Để xem bên phía của team Galaxy Phoenix họ sẽ đánh bại được bên phía Santa không phải Santa sẽ giành được điểm đầu tiên.
Of course though, if you win, it's only a couple more series before you lift the trophy yourself and earn $150,000 for first place. It's Galaxy Phoenix versus Seda Esports to start our knockout round. Athena, Gideon, take it away.
Vâng, chúng ta sẽ đến với game đầu tiên, cặp trận đấu đầu tiên của vòng playoff Galaxy Phoenix cùng với đó là Santa. Và game đấu đầu tiên thì chúng ta đã thấy sự bất ngờ đến phía Santa khi mà họ quyết định sử dụng con bạch Tyrell và để xem Tyrell bên phía đội hình Santa sẽ vận hành như thế nào. Ở giai đoạn đầu thì Tyrell thì cô ta thì vẫn chơi như cái lối chơi bình thường thôi. Và anh nhìn xem bên phía của team Galaxy Phoenix họ không quá để ý con Tyrell này, họ chỉ lấy cho mình duy nhất một cái thanh tẩy thôi. Và cũng đúng thôi, bởi vì có một mình Cloud là cần thanh tẩy, trong khi God nếu mà có thanh tẩy thì thực sự là quá là tù. Vậy nên là God bắt buộc phải có tốc biến. Và giai đoạn đấu thêm thì bên phía bộ đôi lên mang đó là Sophia đang có thể là nhỉnh hơn, thấy được vị trí của cô nàng Hirara rồi. Nhưng mà tuy nhiên thì Hirara sẽ chủ động lên để lấy con cho mình nó còn phòng tăng và lấy được thành công luôn. Ở đây cái con mắt ở sông này cũng sẽ bị phá đi. Bởi những người chơi bên phía của team Galaxy Phoenix vẫn vị trí của Tyrell với cái Take được bị dính quá như sát thương, bị dính các khống chế nhưng vẫn lùi về được. Một phản giành khá bất ngờ đến từ Galaxy Phoenix.
Yeah, it's interesting because even Winnie recognizes, yeah, Gaga is currently on a lane bully. Not only do I need to get the hybrid defense, oh my goodness, but also the tenacity. Even so finding first blood is already great here.
Okay, that's a great start. So Sarita is actually starting off things with another rolling around kill here for Joe, and for GXP, it's all about the timings as well. Remember for the Blerick, there are certain conditions that has to be met
thời điểm giai đoạn đấu game thì mong nào đó thì cô nằm pha đã phải lên bàn điểm số rồi. Và để vẫn chưa xong cái công dân của mình, chưa đạt đến level 4 nữa mà rất nhanh thôi. Kiểu cô nằm pha cũng sẽ đạt level 4 và bây giờ sẽ cô nàng dòng thì đã lấy được cái level 4 rồi. Trong khi đó thì Basia đang ở rồi con số thần này hơn nha, cho nên nó khá là lợi cho cô nàng này. Rồi đó là team Galaxy Phoenix nữa. Bây giờ thì bên phía Galaxy Phoenix họ vẫn chưa có khởi động con số thần này trước, mặc dù là họ là người đông người hơn. Bên phía của Galaxy Phoenix họ tập hợp đủ với 4 thành viên rồi. Linh thì hơi thấp máu một chút khi mà cái khả năng của con bé Esmeralda này nó mang lại cho con bé Sora cái khá khó chịu của con thì chính là Samu Phò. Cô nàng này đây là cái chiếc của Linh đến rất đẹp, nhưng mà tuy nhiên thì không có lợi sự dồn vào cất lốc cho team Galaxy Phoenix đổ lại được mạng này. Và phà là muốn phả vào vị trí của dâu, và dâu bị ăn kịch choáng nên và phà lấy tốc độ của con nàng dâu. Sophia thì vẫn có thể chạy thoát tường. Một pha 1 tuổi 2 để cho bên phía Galaxy Phoenix.
Sophia,
rất đẹp rồi bên phía của Galaxy Phoenix, và bây giờ họ đang muốn triển khai rùa thần này luôn. Xong rồi nhưng mà tuy nhiên về xa ta họ không muốn bỏ dễ dàng như vậy, và họ tiếp tục mở cái đợt giao tranh lần 2 khi mà những lựa chiêu thức của bên phía của Galaxy Phoenix họ không còn nữa. Cái khiêu khích là đẹp nhưng mà khiêu khích được hẳn 2 người. Bên phía của con nàng Zetia thì phải thanh tẩy luôn. Gom được 3 người đến vị trí của Linh, nó phải mở ra chạy đẹp ra đến vị trí của Linh. Còn bây giờ đều bị rơi lại bước full kill cho người chơi đi đường kinh nghiệm được bên phía của Galaxy Phoenix. Và bây giờ chỉ có một mình Jessica thôi, Jessica phải lùi về, và con rùa thần này sẽ thuộc về người Galaxy Phoenix cực kỳ chủ động đến được vị xe tài. Tuy nhiên Galaxy Phoenix họ lại là người hay hơn.
It was a little 50-50, and honestly, I think it's technically in Zoe's favor in the earlier stages of the game, having so many abilities and high base damages, out base damaging, unfortunately, the Boxia. It's 600 to 800, and now we're going to see Name in trouble.
Okay, that's a forced black shoes onto Name. GXP knows there's no pure fight yet. Meanwhile, for Zeta, the plan B in motion right now. Just let Guy play her lane, but it's Fanboy yet again. It's a continuous harassment onto her that makes Zeta Division, Zeta rather, had a hard time to actually initiate some of those fights.
But look at this, both sides are not wasting too much time. So made this similar invasion early on, netting them first blood. She's back here again just to slow down Fa even further.
Okay, now for Galaxy Phoenix, all they have to do is somehow continue this kind of dominant into the map. And speaking of which, it's going to be Jessica 66 being targeted here. That's 2 women onto her, and Fa will get the last hit. Even one of the backbone here for Zeta is having a hardest time against GXP.
Yeah, this is the beautiful plays coming out from GXP. Very high level, showing presence down by the bottom side, already assuming after mentioning and also seeing Zoe on that top side.
Đẩy ta một cái thế cực kỳ nhanh chóng. Bên phía ta họ đang gặp bất lợi giai đoạn đầu tiên, dù là người chủ động hơn là họ. Cái lợi thế mà bên phía ta họ được thời điểm hiện tại là không có rồi. Không phải đánh với Tech Real mà thời điểm hiện tại Samuel Fall lại vẫn chưa có cái sự ảnh hưởng nào cả. Jessica và Linh thì bề ở hiện tại rất là xanh, 13 mã hào cúc đầy khá thêm đến cái của Samuel Fall. Tuy nhiên lại làm gì nói là cho Zoe gặp khó và pha lấy được mạng của Samuel Fall rất nhanh rồi. Zoe lùi về được không? Zoe sử dụng lại nhịp nước của mình vẫn có thể lùi về được. Nemai thì vẫn có thể lùi về được, mà rồi lái đã cắt mất mana rồi. Cô rùa thần thứ 2 của trận đấu này sẽ dành cho bên phía của team Galaxy Phoenix, và tới khu vực phía đường dưới kia. Winnie gặp Winnie bị con bạch Bruno trong tay của Ngày giúp cho không kịp thấy lối về, và cô nàng này càng gặp nguy hiểm khi mà Zoe xuất hiện ở đây, bởi vì chắc rằng không có khả năng để tranh cướp con rùa thần này nữa. Con rùa thần thứ 2 của trận đấu đã thuộc về bên phía của team Galaxy Phoenix, và ở đứng trên thì vị trí của Linh đã solo được vị trí của Jessica rồi. Cực kỳ hỗn loạn đến cả 3 đường, khi mà cả 3 đường đều có những cái dấu hiệu muốn đánh nhau. Bên phía của Galaxy Phoenix họ vẫn là người giành phần hơn, khi mà ở khu vực phía đường dưới kia thì Zeta không thể nó khai thác được vị trí của Winnie, trong khi đó khu vực phía đường trên thì lượng sát thương của Linh mang lại cho con nàng Jessica quá lớn đi. Và bây giờ trong khu vực phía đường trên có thủ được không đến từ Jessica? Chắc chắn là không rồi. Trụ đầu tiên đã mất bên phía của Zeta. Tôi đã rất mong chờ để xem Sanoko sử dụng Metrofield này đây, nhưng mà đúng là những tình huống của Tyrell đẩy về là đẹp đấy, nhưng mà tuy nhiên thì lượng sát thương ở thời điểm hiện tại không có, và đẩy những thành viên như kiểu con nằm pha thì nó hơi bị nó sẽ không đủ được sát thương để dồn vào được. Gai thì vẫn đang được nuôi thôi. Gai thì với cái sát thương của mình ở thời điểm hiện tại vẫn là chưa đủ, và Sanoko phải chạy thoát phá bắt được vị trí của Sanoko bị dồn rất nhiều sát thương, nhưng mà tuy nhiên thì vẫn chỉ là một nửa cây máu rồi. Vẫn đang đảm bảo, tôi xin lỗi, Sanoko vẫn đang đảm bảo cho người chị em của mình, đó là Gai có thể được farm. Bây giờ không một bên giữa đang muốn quay bắt Linh, mà Linh có cái thiêm mây vạn biến nha, có thể bắt lại ngược lại bên phía của Zeta. Bây giờ bên phía của anh Trần Sanoko, con đang mất quá nhiều máu đi, nhưng mà lượng sát thương vẫn chưa đủ. Winnie lấy được cái trục khu bên đường dưới. Jessica còn chính xác là chị cũng ngầu đổ lại được cái trục khu phía đường trên kia, nhưng tuy nhiên thì vẫn là lỗ. Mà không sao cả, đây là trụ một của trụ ra ngoài, nên là sớm muộn thì nó cũng mất mà thôi. Điều quan trọng nhất là không được mất cái trụ khu vực phía đường giữa kia. Và vị trí của cô nàng Sophia bị bắt lại, và rất may mắn nó có cái tốc biến trên người.
Forcera
Nhưng
division,
tuy nhiên,
that might
khi
have
mà đến
been
với giao tranh con rùa thần cuối cùng này thì bên phía của cô nàng Sophia thì chắc chắn là không có tốc biến để bảo hộ cho mình. Nhưng mà có sự bảo kê đến từ Lena, cùng với đó là Ta và thậm chí có cả Linh nữa thì rất khó để bắt được vào con góp này. Bây giờ con rùa thần bị cấu đi đến nửa cây máu bên phía của tên Zeta, họ muốn ra, Kai bị bắt lại, Kai chỉ có một cái thanh tẩy và Kai không thể sống sót tốt dâu lấy được con rùa thần này thành công. Và cái bông rổ cũng đã được sử dụng nhưng mà tuy nhiên không bắt được ai cả. Sanopha có tất máu và Linh đấy bắt được giàu và phà lấy được mạng của sao mua phò bên phía của Jessica thanh tẩy để chạy về. Vị trí của nàng Neme thì quá thấp máu đi và bây giờ bên phía của cô nàng Jessica cũng không thể sống nổi nữa mà quét sạch để cho bên phía của Tika Symphonic. Cái đống này nhanh quá. Cái đống này nó bị quá nhanh đi. Khác hẳn với bộ mặt mà bên phía của Zeta có thể đối đầu với Invariant thì bây giờ với cái thế trận của Tika Symphonic cả hai bên muốn đánh nhanh thì với cái thế trận đánh nhanh như thế này thì bên phía của Zeta họ đang là người lỗ hơn. Bây giờ điều cần làm bên phía Zeta hiện tại là phải giảm nhịp độ trận đấu này xuống. Mặc dù những vị trí như kiểu dâu thì dâu hay là vị trí của Gai Gai thì cũng chưa thọ lắm đâu, nhưng mà những vị trí còn lại như kiểu con nàng Namei hoặc là vị trí của Jessica đã rất thọ rồi. Namei thì mới chỉ nằm xuống 1 mạng thôi nhưng mà lượng đổ thì hiện tại không thể nào bằng gót được. Jessica nằm xuống 3 mạng, số triệu ở thời điểm hiện tại cũng đã chưa đủ. Gai Gai thì nằm xuống 1 mạng nhưng mà tuy nhiên tôi nghĩ rằng cái lượng vàng chắc là giữa Winnie thì không có nhiều đâu. Chắc tổng khoảng là 500 tiền đến 1.000 tiền gì đấy. Với cái thế trận kiếm này chắc tổng khoảng 500 tiền thôi, 500 tiền là cùng. Dầu đang cố gắng di chuyển những người đồng đội của mình thì mới biết rằng vị trí của con nàng Lema đang ở đâu. Lema ra giá cao với vị trí của con nàng Jessica vẫn rút sắp xuống luôn. Jessica bốc hơi ngay lập tức. Vị trí của dầu muốn bắt được Sophia nhưng mà ở đây cô cả Winnie và Sophia thì bắt thế nào được. Bây giờ dầu nằm xuống, vị trí của con nàng Linh lao lên đấm vị trí của Nam về và chắc chắn là vị trí của Gai phải nằm xuống, Gai cũng có thể lùi về được. Và bây giờ cái trụ khu phía dưới cô đang bị xa cái phiếu của chị xa ra mất đến 3 thành viên trong tình huống công nhận chủ nhà vừa rồi. Cloud xuất hiện không ở phía bên trên và trận đấu này diễn ra quá nhanh đi cho mình sợ. Team Galaxy họ chơi tổ chức cái bài đánh tàu siêu tốc, họ muốn thắng nhanh rồi. Phía ta thì họ vừa trải qua trận đấu với Peter Pro sau nên là cái đầu của họ có lẽ cũng hơi nóng một chút. Và bây giờ cái game đấu đầu tiên cái game đấu đầu tiên thì chắc chắn rồi nó sẽ trôi rất nhanh mà thôi. Nên vì sao ta họ gặp bất lợi rất nhiều bên phía của Tika Symphonic, họ chủ động họ lấy lót luôn và con lót đầu tiên thuộc về bên phía của team Tika Symphonic không tốn giọt mồ hôi nào cả. Thậm chí Tika Symphonic họ còn lấy được những cái trụ quan trọng trước cái thẻ con lót này, một cái sóng trụ và 2 cái sóng trụ cũng đã mất đi và có lẽ cái sóng trụ thứ 3 này cũng sẽ bị mất đi mà thôi. Và nếu mà mất sóng trụ thì con lót ở cái phút thứ 10 này nó là cực kỳ nguy hiểm. Vâng, và bây giờ để xem bên phía Zeta họ là kéo với cái thế trận khó khăn như thế nào đây. Lính thì họ đang đẩy cũng khá đẹp, họ đang để cho lính tự đẩy, họ chưa một công nhà cho lắm. Bây giờ vị trí của dâu gặp nguy hiểm rồi, bánh xe không lý đến rồi. Vâng, và một nhịp nhá nữa vị trí của pha và thôi bây giờ vị trí sang hơi phò với là gặp nguy hiểm nhưng mà tuy nhiên không có công cụ để có thể lùi về. Phía của Galaxy họ mới chỉ mất cái chiêu cuối tên năng lượng về bí rồi, nhưng mà tuy nhiên thì cái lượng chiêu cuối này cũng sẽ hồi rất nhanh và cái lượng chiêu cuối khác như kiểu cái dây leo công kích đến từ vị trí của Lema thì cái động lực công phá đến từ Winnie thì với nó là vẫn còn. Và bây giờ con lót sẽ xuất hiện không một phía đường dưới và cái trụ này sớm cũng sẽ bắt vào tôi bên phía của team Samofor. Samofor nằm xuống đầu tiên, Winnie là người có mà bên phía con nàng Linh lao ra, Linh bắt ta dàn sau của đối phương, Linh bắt vị trí Winnie mày không, con nào sử dụng lùi về mà lùi về thế nào được. Linh có mãi là trên đây Jessica bị thấp máu, Jessica lùi về được nhưng mà giờ con lót thì còn rất thấp máu và họ ép con lót này thành công. Chỉ cô dâu lao lên, dâu muốn dồn ra tường thì chứ lên mà pha thấp máu nhưng mà không thể nào bắt được bởi vì đây là 2 con tanh cơ. Bây giờ lính khu vực phía đường giữa cũng đã tràn lên bên phía của xa ta, họ muốn đép rồi, họ không để đép được vì cái thế như thế này cả. Lính khu vực đường giữa cũng đã vào nhưng mà tuy nhiên thì với người Tika Symphonic họ quyết định họ sẽ lùi về. Đợi còn nó tiếp theo hoặc chí nhất là sẽ phải mở một con giao tranh để có thể ép thẳng vào nhà chính của đối phương. So với những gì mà chúng ta thể hiện thì cái thế trận của họ mất nhanh quá nhỉ. Cái trận của họ mất đi quá nhanh chóng khi mà bên phía của Tika Symphonic họ đang đánh cái thế cái trận cực kỳ nói là áp đảo.
Want more cleaner.
Cái lót thì xuất hiện tầm khoảng 40 giây nữa. Cái phiếu của team Zeta thì họ đánh nào đây? Nhưng mà Bruno thời điểm hiện tại tôi nghĩ là lượng sắt nó chưa đủ đâu. Thậm chí những vị trí như kiểu Linh hay là Vinny có thể bắt vào con bài Bruno này rất là dễ dàng. Cái bánh xe công lý kiểu nhìn phai nhá nhìn phai cực kỳ khó chịu. Cái một trong những chiêu thức cực kỳ quan trọng của bảng Basia này, cái bánh xe công lý đúng không? Và nó có khả năng di chuyển, khả năng đảo đứng tốt, cái lượng cực trí đơn mục tiêu mà lại cũng là ok luôn. Con lót xuất hiện tầm khoảng 10 giây nữa bên phía của Zeta thì chắc chắn rồi họ không thể ra được cái đội hình như thế này. Sanhofo thì bị sốc sát thương quá nhanh và còn thậm chí cũng một cái góc để tìm cái góc để bùng nổ nữa. Con lót này sẽ được khởi động trước bên phía ta Symphonic. Chắc chắn rồi, ăn nhanh nên là cái lựa chọn của họ. Lính cũng đang rất ủng hộ cho bên phía ta Symphonic rồi. Con lót vừa ăn bị lính nó cũng vừa ra và đợi xem lượt lính tiếp theo để cho bên phía của ta Symphonic có thể ép. Bên phía của Zeta họ đang cố đẩy lính cao lên nhưng mà điều đó chỉ có thể tạo lợi thế cho bên phía của ta Symphonic mà thôi, khi mà con lót nó vẫn chưa lên cơ. Và tuy nhiên thì đẩy lính cao lên thì đúng như việc thì họ sẽ có một chút vàng để có thể lấy từ một vài món trang bị. Sanfua thì mất cho mình特biệt chưa chắc là chưa bị mất. Bên phía của Symphonic còn tổ chức giao tranh ở đây luôn. Sanfua cứ lùi về được, khi có pha rất tỉnh táo rồi mấy tay công lý chỉ có thể dập đối phương mà thôi. Lính thì cũng đã đến sát nhà rồi, đây là một cái thế sập bay. Bây giờ bên phía team Zeta họ thủ nào đây, tính 3 đường vào thì làm sao mà có thể đánh được. Sát thương cũng không phải là sát thương đa mục tiêu quá nhiều, chỉ có vị trí của con nàng đêm mai thì có gì rồi. Và Sanhofo thì đẩy Sanhofo com được 4 người ở đây, nhưng mà tuy nhiên thì là sát thương không có linh com được 2 người, đẩy vị trí của gai có thân tẩy. Sophia lấy được mặt của chồng được stop tồn cho pha vào cái trận đấu đầu tiên dành cho vị trí của cái Symphonic cực kỳ dễ dàng.
That is the cleanest closing I've seen from many different teams here today, yesterday, and the day before. But GXP, they do it by the book. They do it honest, and it feels like a snake wrapping around your neck. You just choke out. You don't even feel the pain. It just goes black and the game's over.
Definitely. And now for Galaxy Phoenix, they only need one more win to stay another day and fight for their way on to the semifinals. Mino Forcera, man.
They're going to have to hit the drawing board again. I think that they had an opportunity in the draft to actually punish this composition, but unfortunately decided to go the safe route. And the order, if the order changed just a little, it could have definitely helped at least GXP slow down that early game in the middle of this game. With that being said, though, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be more MLBB action here at MWI.
A quick round indeed. We might get I don't know, a 3-0. I'm kind of feeling it, but then again, Zeta Esports has been known to come back and fight viciously in the future rounds after taking a loss. Hey, welcome back into our studio. I'm Taylor Reflections, Noble, LaFell, Brigida. Let's break it down because from what I'm seeing and from what I'm hearing, LaFell, it's Sora Day.
I don't know, man. Starting the very first game of today, the EXP lane has been, I would say, the make it and break it for a lot of these teams. I mean, like, let's talk about this. Laying on a story with only one damage item. Just one. Just one, and she got a maniac. She won a 1v1 against Gagai, against Jessica. Whoever's in front of Ling, they die.
Yeah, I even thought it might have just been a Series 1 thing, because these were two Sora specialists that was Team Falcon's ID and Twisted Minds, but it just really keeps happening over and over again. And that's on top of the fact that there was barely anyone to stop her from just going in.
I notice it's all smiles on the side of Galaxy Phoenix. For the side of Zeta, as we look in, it almost looks like misery and disappointment from that game number one. Nothing seemed to have went well for them. Nothing went right. They did have a moment in time towards the very end before the final push onto the base where they managed to at least stop Galaxy Phoenix at the 1 yard line. However, it only extended the time just a little bit longer.
Can I just say, like, I feel like going up against Galaxy Phoenix is like going through despair. Because I don't want to jinx it. I really feel like they can go all the way. I feel like GXP can go to the grand finals because as of right now, like I said, not only do they win, they make it look very easy. Especially, I like how Gideon put it. This is a very plug-and-play kind of draft where sometimes you have a draft where you're waiting for that one person to make a play. But every single hero that they got, Gort can have a long-range stun.
Yeah.
The Boxer can just jump in. And even the Sora, you can either assassinate or set up for your team.
But let's talk about our first action of the game. One of the winning moments, at least, coming out from the side of Galaxy Esports. We look now at the 8-minute mark. We're getting closer to the fight for the lore, but when we look at the left lane, my goodness, is there a fight developing?
I believe this is the moment where we see Ling get that Maniac. She started off by taking out the gold laner first, the main damage dealer, and then after getting that triple, they're like, okay, you know what, this is mine.
Yeah, and that gold laner kill was so easy because Fanhua, I think, was very active on trying to find those implosion plays, those setup plays. And she does find them. She does get 2 or 3 members every single time, but then what's next? They don't get to actually provide the follow-up. Ling has been always attempting to isolate the backlines.
And we take a look at our second one. Great breakdown. Let's break down another. This one's most likely going to be about 10 minutes in. We're just nearly there. Again, we go back to the mid now, even to the bottom right, and we start seeing another skirmish develop.
This also just shows how individually everyone from Galaxy Phoenix, they can take care of themselves because there's Dash. This is basically like a 1v1 everywhere else, and it's just like, you against me, who's gonna win? And every single person from GXP won that bout.
Yeah, and it's great because whoever starts to try and go for the fight and jump in, it's always them also being on the same page. Because sometimes you see people just trying to go for engage, but the targetization seems a bit off. Like they go for very different targets. But in this scenario, GXP, if Fao wants to go in, she jumps on a single member, then you could expect just everyone to focus fire on that before they move on to the next.
One more final moment to check out during that first map that we ended up witnessing. And this time we go to the 11:30 mark. I believe this was one of the first base attempts, and it was in fact Seda Esports who was able to hold them back, but only for a little bit of time.
This is kind of showing how GXP, they're able to win by taking out all the firepower, right? Just like how Brigida has been saying, like, you can have a good setup, but without the damage, it really doesn't matter. It's like getting a bowl of ramen and then having no spoon or fork or anything.
That's the worst.
You're just looking at it.
Give me 2 twigs. I'm still finding a way to eat it.
Imagine having ramen, just nothing. At most, you can just get the soup. That's it.
I'll figure it out, though. Lavelle, me and you will figure it out, okay? Bree, that final moment, though, casters were even saying it was one of the cleanest attacks onto a base they've seen.
In a way,
And
I agree. But also, it's partly Seta putting themselves in that position because Fanhua again tried to go for something, and that's with the knowledge that the Belleric still had the Wrath of Dryad. You just always have to be aware that this is such a great catch. This is such a great way to just intercept whatever you want to do. And it's so low effort. They barely had to do anything. Lema just had to wait so she could cast the Wrath of Dryad, and that's it.
Now, one of the things I brought up during the hero selection, breaking it down, is for Seda, they love that Harara. Now, you did point it out, Lafelle, that's not a win condition, but more so a piece of the puzzle that Seda Esports is trying to put together. Felt like Seda tried to do this on day one. It actually ended up working out. Relatively similar hero composition. Are they too reliant on the Harara? Do they need to switch things up?
This is also why GXP is so strong because, like I said, they're the masters of rock, paper, scissors. They know that Harara's gonna get picked, right? Instead of batting it out, they allow Seda to just take it so that they can have a draft that makes it so that Harara could not do anything. They ban out the carry, they ban out the Valir, they ban out all the anti-tank heroes so that they can have all the tank heroes so that Harara come in and is like, okay, can you kill me? You cannot, then you will die.
Yeah, because we've been saying that you need to set up for the Hirara to be successful. It's not like the Hirara is just the one making things happen. So there are certain conditions that have to be met, and in this case, they did not allow any single one of them to get through.
It was tough, and speaking of not getting through, Bree, I mean, Zhao was the only one with kills onto the side of Seda Esports, having two total eliminations. For Galaxy Phoenix, they had close to 20.
But those all happened in the early game, and that was about it.
One and the late one, when she got the clot, right?
Yeah, that too, but most of it just really was when they could really take the Hirara and take advantage of how mobility is reliable, how the burst is slightly reliable, but everything else after that was just countered out here.
It was tough. It really was tough to watch, to say the least. Seda Esports, I know, has so much more potential than what they just showed. I know for a fact they can play better than that. But speaking of playing better than that, what's the game plan? You lost that so quickly, it's even hard to get upset about it. Granted, we did see the player emotions, LaFell, and they were clearly feeling that loss.
Because I really feel like they understood that there was not much that they can do in that game. That was the phases of saying that they knew what we were going to do before we did it. So how do we outplay that? Because let's talk about the bans. Guinevere, one of Fa's best hero, got banned, and she still had the Boxia. She will still have the Link. If you have 5 bans for Fa, she still have a signature hero. That's why I say it feels like despair.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure they still have so much to pull out, and they're not even pushed to the limit. Like, every single draft feels like they've just been expecting everything to come out, and they eventually get a hold of what they want.
You know, coming into this again, and I keep bringing it up because I think it's such a cool story, Seda Esports was built for the MWI stage, but that means their hero pool as well. Do you think they're maybe overextending past their comfort zone and they're finding themselves trying to counter the heroes on the opposite team, but not really understanding fully how to play those very heroes?
I mean, we're talking about how both organizations is trying to make a name for themselves because this is new. This is a new lineup built for MWI, and because of that, they don't have the experience of being pressured this hard. So I feel like, have they stretched themselves too thin? Honestly, maybe, just because now that you're in this situation, what do you do?
This is scary, Bree. We go back to Flying Cloud, and Seda cannot afford to go with the same hero composition because we know what Galaxy Phoenix is going to do. They're just going to choose their own that just defeated them, and after such a heavy loss, going back to the same map, this could have devastating effects for Seda.
It's tough though, because if they don't really want to overstretch their possibilities in terms of hero pool, then does reverting back to comfort also help them? Because their comforts seem to be really countered out well by Galaxy Phoenix nonetheless.
That's a good point, but we just witnessed Gen G try to do that. They went with their comfort picks, and they unfortunately ended up losing. So it's not a guarantee, but it is something that I'll still stand behind. It does help, especially whenever you're feeling uncomfortable going into the next map after losing in such a severe fashion.
I feel like you need to find a good middle ground. Because like maybe 2 or 3 players need those comforts.
Chào mừng anh em đã quay trở lại cặp đấu giữa Galaxy Phoenix và Skyta. Chúng ta đến với phần bắn đích và giữa hai đội tuyển thì chúng ta thấy bên Galaxy Phoenix đã lựa chọn cấm đi là con bài carry và 2 con bài đi điểm kinh nghiệm đó là Esmeralda và Paquito. Trở lại bên phía Skyta lựa chọn cấm đi con bài Rammer khá mạnh ở bên này tại Duster đó là Marcel và đồng thời đó là con bài Guinevere với chất tướng đi dừng khá ổn. Thực ra là việc cấm Guinevere không phải là một lựa chọn quá gọi là ổn, bởi vì nó Guinevere thật sự trong vai trò đi rừng hoàn toàn không hề mạnh đến mức đó, nhưng mà có thể tạo ra những cái sự đột phá trước con hình có sự setup kỹ lưỡng và cấm luôn con này Hira của Skyta. Lựa chọn cho mình con bài đầu tiên đó là con bài Beric. Thực ra là cũng đúng thôi, bởi vì là việc cấm đi cho mình là con bài carry rồi, không có bất kỳ một cái cấu trúc tướng xạ thủ khá khác tanh nào khác nữa. Việc lựa chọn vào Beric là một lựa chọn khá thông minh. Trước sẽ đến 12 slot tiếp theo đến từ vị trí của Sata. Bên Sata có cho mình cái lợi thế counter pick, không biết mà bên họ sẽ pick con gì để counter lại Beric đây. Thực sự thì tôi nghĩ là bên phía của Sata nên có chất tự cả có khả năng xuất thương và đánh 1-2 nhịp để phòng trường hợp việc bị dồn thương quá nhiều lên Beric sẽ khiến cho trận đấu bị kéo, cái việc solo tiếng này bị kéo dài và thương bị dồn quá nhiều. Tôi chọn Sicilian cho giải đấu. Tôi không biết là việc chọn Sicilian có phải là một lựa chọn thông minh không, khi mà sự Sicilian trong danh trong giải không thì nó có cao, hơn danh thì có ok, nhưng mà trong giải thì đây là một cái khá nguy hiểm từ phía của đội sai ra. Bên phía của Galaxy Phoenix lựa chọn con Phoenix để counter lại cái đường pick còn bài Sora đến từ vị trí của Skyta thì Forius vẫn là một con bài vẫn ok khi đối đầu với lại Sora, và để khắc chế luôn lại Sora thì bên phía của Galaxy Phoenix chọn luôn con bài Plot với chất lượng xạ thủ ở thơ khá mạnh và là một trong những chất lượng xạ thủ có khả năng khắc chế khá cứng các loại đồng xí hạng nặng. Cặp bài trùng Camila và Sicilian nha, khá hiếm khi thấy được rằng là hai vị tướng này vẫn đi cùng với nhau.
making a wall, making
Lần đầu tiên có thể nói là một trong những lần đầu tiên tôi thấy là cặp đôi này đi trong giải. Có thể là trong thời gian mới ra mắt của hai vị tướng này thì đã có những lần thay đã xuất hiện trong giải đấu, nhưng mà sẽ là lần đầu tiên chúng ta thấy được rằng là hai vị tướng này sẽ có sự hợp tác trong giải đấu lớn này. Thường thì tôi sẽ thấy rằng là Cecilian vào giải, Camila không vào, hoặc là Camila vào giải thì Cecilian không vào. Nhưng mà lần đầu tiên tôi thấy được rằng là việc lựa chọn Cecilian và Camila để có thể tạo một cái skill phụ của Camila khá hay, của Cecilian và Camila khá hay nhé. Cecilian là chất tướng tầm xa. Nói cho em nào newbie mà chưa biết thì Cecilian là một tướng pháp sư tầm xa, có khả năng kéo. Thì cái chiêu phụ của Camila và Cecilian thì nếu như trong trường hợp Camila gặp nguy hiểm, Cecilian bấm chiêu phụ thì có thể kéo Camila về. Đối với Camila không bị kết liễu bởi bên bạn. Và hai bên thì đều đang chưa kết luận dừng. Thành ra là bên phía của Saita cấm đi con bài Basia, và còn bên phía của Galaxy Point thì cấm đi cho mình Akai rồi. Sẽ cần cấm đi chiếc tướng đi dừng khả năng băng cả giao tranh, hoặc khả năng tán giao tranh nhanh lệnh. Và tôi nghĩ rằng là bên phía của Saita nên để ý vào những tên sát thủ nữa, bởi vì là con Cecilian mặc dù là như thế nhưng nó vẫn rất giấy. Bên phía của Galaxy Void chưa lộ mid nên cấm đi vào Palestina. Nhưng mà việc thay vì việc cấm Palestina thì tôi thấy có nhiều con đi đường giữa hơn, như là con bài YV hay là con bài Juicy. Và hiện tại thì hai bên vẫn đang thả ra, và bên phía của Saita thì lock sẵn Cecilian rồi.
I'm just worried. The Moscow needs 3 to 4 items.
It does.
Cecilia needs like what, 20 minutes?
Also, because you're already forced to play slow, you're scaling in mid, so might as well go for an early game gold lane.
They need some kind of early game. If not, this is gonna be super one-sided.
So should they just go fighter sides and maybe like a YSS in the jungle to actually not balance it out?
Actually not bad. Or fighter in the jungle. We haven't seen Lucas for a while, but Lucas used to be good during that time.
And there's a Valentina option still, so
you know what? You're right.
Okay, they ban it out though. Maybe.
Other picks in the gold lane here. If you want, I can see something like a CC.
Và cấm đi rồi Moscow đến từ vị của Galaxy Point thì việc cấm đi hai con bài này thì cũng hợp lý thôi, không có bất kỳ một thắc mắc gì đến từ vị idol. Nhưng mà việc cấm đi Valentina thì cũng không phải thông minh cho lắm. Tôi đang không hiểu tại sao việc cấm đi lại cấm đi Valentina khi vẫn còn rất nhiều vị tướng đi đường giữa đang mạnh hiện tại nhé.
Yes, that wall is looking a bit too sturdy now because Sega is just limited in options.
Lock đi cho mình là con bài Bruno. Một cái xạ thủ sẽ cần farm rất nhiều. Bên phía sai ta lựa chọn hai con bài cần farm late. Thật sự thì việc lựa chọn hai con bài cần farm late như này thì nó sẽ khá khó cho giai đoạn đầu và giữ game. Nhưng mà đương nhiên vì cái đó bù đắp bởi cái thế lực về đầu game như là Camila là Sora rồi thì không biết rằng là bên phía của Saita sẽ khai thác như nào đấy. Đúng như tôi dự đoán bên phía Galaxy Phonics sẽ lựa chọn vào con bài Sushi. Tức là một chất phát sinh rất mạnh. Và đặc biệt hơn là khi gặp đi với các bài trùng với Pedrick thì có thể bằng cả là giành khá tốt. Và GC lấy tầm nhìn. Biết GC nhưng vai trò đi rừng thì tôi nghĩ chắc là lấy tầm nhìn và khả năng farm nhanh, nhưng mà không có cho mình những cái khả năng hỗ trợ farm đường từ bên phía các thành viên của mình thì tôi nghĩ là GC cũng sẽ để farm ngang so với đội đối thủ thôi. Tốt nhất chúng ta có phải trông chờ về một vị trí đi rừng từ vị trí của đội sai ta.
Well, we did float the idea of a Carmilla maybe being flexed, but maybe it's more of a roam pick if you're looking at the current setup for Seta, not unless they just really want to go full support and put all of their eggs in one basket and revolve around the Bruno Sicilian late game and go utility in the jungle.
Lựa chọn Xbox. cho vai trò đi được kinh nghiệm. Hai vị tướng lần đầu big. Khoan nha, Xbox sẽ đi rừng. Một giáo án khá lạ trong giải đấu. Tuy nhiên là cái phương án này nó đã được sử dụng được khá lâu rồi, nhưng mà thực sự thì lần kiểu gần nhất thì lại có sự quay trở lại từ bên phía của đội nữ Saeta. Tôi đánh giá cao hơn Xbox rừng đâu, nhưng mà với một cái đội hình mà có khả năng bao quát giao tranh như này thì tôi nghĩ là Xbox vẫn có thể là một lựa chọn ổn áp từ ý của tuyển Saeta rồi. Và chúng ta sẽ đến với cặp trận đấu trong vòng tứ kết ngày hôm nay. Trận đấu đầu tiên, Saeta và Galaxy Phoenix game 2.
This is going to be an intense game. Not only were both sides looking for comfort picks, but Seda really going above and beyond in the second half.
Tôi vẫn nghĩ là Galaxy Phoenix sẽ có một lợi thế tốt hơn về hoạt đầu game và có vẻ như là có sự va chạm nhẹ nhẹ rồi. Thứ hai thành viên bên đấy bật luôn cái chiêu phụ đến từ vị trí của Cecilian và Camila rồi. Và đúng như tôi dự đoán thì việc lựa chọn Camila và chọn luôn con bài Cecilian để hỗ trợ khả năng về mặt là chiêu phụ đến từ hai vị tướng này. Và vòng rừng khá là cơ bản, từ hai người chơi đi rừng thôi. Về tốc độ farm rừng thì tôi xin nếu như điều tiết tốt thì sẽ có tốc độ farm rừng cao hơn so với Xbox. Xbox thì tốc farm rừng nó không ổn cho lắm, nó vẫn phải đến một ngưỡng nhiệt nào đấy thì mới có thể tạo ra được sát thương chuẩn vừa đủ để có thể tấu vào những cái đi rừng. Đặc biệt hơn là khi mà quái rừng cũng khá thì chúng ta cũng có thể thấy rằng là bên phía của người Xbox vẫn đang bị kẹt cái rừng đầu, trong khi đấy thì team đã bắt đầu clear còn hai bãi rồi và có động thái muốn đi ra mid để có thể chúng ta thương mà lên hai thành viên bên phía của Seta. Và trong khi đấy thì dâu vẫn đang kẹt ở combo đỏ, thì bên phía của pha thì đã ăn xong con quái đá rồi, sẽ khá là khó đây. Winnie lấy cho mình còn con cua vàng trong pha tính kiến cướp vừa rồi, sẽ khá là dễ dàng cho phía của Winnie thôi. Thực sự thì con Bruno thì mặc dù là lượng sát thương đầu ra khá tốt, nhưng mà đấy phải nói rằng đầu game khi mà lượng sát thương nó dồn vào, nếu mà kiểu hai bên đánh giáp lá cà với nhau thì sẽ khá là khó dành cho bên phía của Winnie. Nhưng mà ngược trở lại thì Bruno lại không có quá nhiều khả năng về việc tranh cướp quái nhỏ hoặc là quái lớn. Thành ra chúng ta vẫn phải trông chờ vào việc mà sự điều tiết từ ganh của bên hai đội như nào. Có vẻ sự là tranh nhau một nửa ra rồi, Name các con cảm giác bị yếu máu rồi và rất khó rồi. Linh nhảy liên tục nhưng first blood đâu xảy ra, dâu đã ăn được cái mạng của vị trí của chị Linh từ vị trí của Galaxy Phoenix. Nhưng con rùa này sẽ được khởi động đến từ vị trí của Galaxy Phoenix thôi, mất cái mạng của chị Linh nhưng mà cũng không có vấn đề gì cả. Và con rùa đầu tiên đã thuộc về vị trí của bên phía của Galaxy Phoenix, mất đi một cái mạng và lấy lại cho mình con rùa. Hai thành viên của bên phía Galaxy Phoenix lên để có động thái muốn ganh vào vị trí đường vàng bên phía của Seta, nhưng mà chúng ta thấy rằng là bên phía Seta đã chạy kịp về, lướt về đến từ gai và bật cái chiêu 2 để tăng tốc chạy. Fun Four thì đã có động thái là muốn va chạm nhẹ thái độ, có lẽ sẽ là một cuộc giao tranh thôi. Bật cho mình ulti của mình đó chỉ là Sora, và chúng ta thấy cái mạng của Sofia đã nằm rồi, bật cho mình cái ulti đến từ vị trí của người chơi đi mid của vị trí Seta và lượng thương dồn vào là khá nhiều. Sofia đã phải nằm xuống những tay người rồi. Cặp bài chung Cecilian và Camila tạm thời thì vẫn đang thấy khá ổn. Lượng chống chịu đến từ vị trí Camila khá ok. Đặc biệt hơn trong giải đấu lần này thì tôi thấy rằng là con bài Camila đang là một cái thế lực gì đấy khá mạnh trong giải đấu. Thành ra là chúng ta vẫn phải xem xét rằng là bên phía của Galaxy Phoenix sẽ muốn đối chọn lại cái cặp bài cục này như nào. Hai họ đi liên tục với nhau và cái giáo án này và Camila sẽ bọc số xoay quanh Cecilian để đi ganh theo như chỉ thị của Sơ Chi Liền có lượng tốc chạy là không quá cao, nhưng mà khả năng đi ram và kiểm soát của các Camila thì vẫn là ok. Thích sai là ổn và có thể chạy về khi mà trong tầm gần. Lượng lính đang có thể như là đang chạy lên về từ vị trí của Senka và Linh nha. Tầm lính này đã rất cao và bên phía của Linh sẽ cần phải cẩn thận đề phòng trường hợp các thành viên của bên phía Zeta sẽ có một động thái mà muốn đi xuống và gánh đến từ vị trí Linh.
And that might actually happen in the next few seconds or so. It's Spa getting an advantage here with a pixel bush.
Meta của các chị thì tôi thấy là để đánh thuận đảo hơn. Namei đang có một cái đầu game khá là nhẹ nhàng. Lẽ ra tôi phải nghĩ rằng là những từ gần lết như là chị Namei hay là chị Justin, chị Gai Gai sẽ có phát cơ. Tôi nổ ra rồi hất tung đường chị của Fan 4 và Snow bị nhảy mất giáp rồi nhưng mà vẫn lấy được con rùa của mình thôi. Bật cho mình cái ulti của bên phía của Sora của chị Namui, của chị Jessica. Nhưng chúng ta vẫn thấy là chúng ta rất là hỗn loạn đến hai đội và nằm lại đến vị trí của chúng ta Hu. Có thể đổi mạng hay không đây, nhưng mà có lẽ là không đổi mạng được rồi. Winnie vừa đi xuống mà có muốn động thái và muốn hỗ trợ vào các thành viên của phía đội mình, nhưng mà đến nơi thì đã đang cột rồi, nên là không có bắt về thì quá nhiều trong pha ra kênh vừa rồi.
This comes down to execution, and I think that right now both lineups are, to a certain degree is going to be very even towards the later half of the game.
Trong cái công phá đang sử dụng lấy vị trí của Winnie. Pha sẽ cần phải farm để lấy lại cái nhịp farm cần thiết để chênh lệch cái farm trước trong. Và có lẽ cái mùa tím này đã xuất hiện ra rồi và sẽ là tiền đến hay ăn sớm mùa tím ở vị trí của Seta thôi. Đến thị châu và chúng ta thấy rằng Winnie đang có một lợi thế đây khá tốt. Để kinh nghiệm vẫn đang có một cái gì đấy nó ổn áp hơn so với bên phía của Seta của Seta, và hai bên vẫn đang va nhau vẫn rất là thường xuyên, nhẹ nhàng vượt qua vượt lại, chưa xảy ra những cái vụ gia tình lớn. Và có lẽ cuộc gia tình lớn tiếp theo chúng ta sẽ chờ cho đến khi mấy đứa con rùa tiếp theo xuất hiện.
For the meantime, Seta, again, they're not looking to kind of accelerate this game, as you can tell. They're looking to just, hey,
bên phía của Seta đánh với một lối bài đánh khá là dị, nhưng mà tôi thấy hiện tại là vẫn họ đang khá hiệu quả ở gây khống chế được lên hai thành viên của phía của Seta. Nhưng mà tôi thấy được rằng anh Linh ở đây, chị Chi Linh ở đây có vẻ thì các nguy hiểm nếu như không đi về. Khi mà chúng ta thấy Fan Hu 4 và Gai Gai đang ở đây và chính cái đòn đá của Gai Gai đã khá là rát rồi.
Pharma could actually bypass all frontliners here for GXP just to try and delay things up here. And Sophia might have enough stacks here for the
đá liên tục Lema đang thất máu, lượng sát thương và dồn vào bên phía của người chơi đi đường vàng. Bên phía Seta là khá nhiều, nhảy lên 2 nhịp và chói chân đến từ vị trí của Camila của bên phía Seta. Và nhưng mà Lema thì chạy được phí vắt ulti nhưng mà nó nằm lại là vị trí của Linh rồi. Con rùa đấy sẽ được khởi động thôi, tôi nghĩ là thế. Còn Winnie thì đang có một động thái ăn bùa, ăn trụ, nhưng mà sẽ là khó khi mà hai thành viên bắt đầu động thái 14 bánh kẹp thịt. Con rùa thứ 3 này có lẽ sẽ thuộc về Seta mà thôi, nhưng mà hiện tại của Galaxy Phoenix đang thiếu người và cũng chưa có trừng phạt để tính các công vụ con rùa lần này nữa. Và đặc biệt hơn là người dân đi rừng của bên phía của Galaxy Phoenix thì đang ở trên để có thể đẩy đường. Thì chúng ta thấy vẫn đang cần một cái lợi thế thiếu 4 năm kéo về được là hai người SK66 và thứ tư là liên tục với cái ulti của người dân đi đường giữa của bên phía Seta. Và đồng cũng phá được đặt ra để duy trì khả năng sinh tồn của chính mình. Thì chúng ta thấy nhảy 2 nhịp của bên phía chị Linh nhưng không được làm gì cả, chỉ để kéo ra sự sống của bản thân thôi.
Good teamwork coming in from Seta. They had to make sure that the chain CC was going to be effective. I mean, yes, it broke a little bit, but it was enough to chunk down Ling enough.
Thực ra là các chị ở bên phía Galaxy Phoenix thì đang có một tật khá là dễ thấy so với các trận trước, đó là các chị ưu tiên về khả năng đẩy trụ. Và thay vì là việc tổng của gia danh thắng thì để điều ra một người có khả năng sót thương ổn để có thể để trụ nhanh gọn lẹ nhất.
For most of the members of GXP, but still for Seta, it's all about throwing the body Fanwa to get something more in return for Seta.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're not finding any more moments. Now GXP is starting to get into a starting to scale up into this match. endless battle already purchased for Yi Shin, will be able to start sustaining and getting in and out of these fights more effectively while still
Thế là
maintaining
có đến từ chính các nữ thành viên từ Galaxy Phoenix và tôi đang trông chờ vào một cái sự phạt gì đấy từ các chị để tạo ra một cái đột phá gì đấy trước khi việc bị hoàn toàn áp đảo từ hai người chơi cặp bài chủ Camila và Chile của Zeta.
She has the advantage, she has the position, and now they destroy turn onto the top lane. Controlling the macro as well is one of Zeta's weakest points from previous games, but now they're also focusing on balancing out waves. And with Winnie, on the other hand, she just wants to focus on.
Cái trụ này tôi lấy với chị Winnie nhưng mà chị Winnie thì đi về. Bởi sao đáng lẽ ra là 4 thành viên của bên phía Zeta đang ở dưới này thì chị nên lấy luôn cái trụ này mà đợt lính đi vào và chắc là sẽ hay cái lấy cái trụ này sớm thôi. Hiện tại thì bên phía của Galaxy Phoenix thì họ vẫn đang có lợi thế cao hơn bên trụ và đợt lính này thì có thể thôi sẽ đi vào sớm cái phóng trụ và lấy được cái phóng trụ này sớm. Phóng trụ đường dưới đó và đợt giao tranh nổ ra con lót này sẽ thuộc về bên của Galaxy Phoenix thôi và danh bắt đầu tiếp tục nổ ra rồi. Đồng đội cục phá được đặt ra và duy trì sự sống của chị Winnie bắn ra sự là rất nhiều đầu nằm lại mất cái tháp bất tử rồi. Namei đã phải nằm lại pha tranh vừa rồi và chuẩn bị công ty nếu thay đổi sống không thể làm gì được cả. Winnie đá bắn ra rất đau một gai đá một phát rồi triple kill đến vị trí của gai. 3 người đổi 3 người, một thế trận quá một chiều, một thế trận cân bằng lên vị trí của hai đội và mất đi chỗ đường giữa lên vị trí các team về Galaxy Phoenix. Bắn là đau đến vị trí của Pha và lấy được killing spree, lấy được một Sora mạng đầu tiên của chị Jessica 66. Galaxy Phoenix đang có một cái lợi thế nhìn hơn về mặt trụ và mặt lính, về mặt mạng người. Và chúng ta vẫn phải trông chờ vào việc rằng là bên phía của Galaxy Phoenix sẽ muốn kết liễu trận đấu này như nào đây. Slot này cũng gần đến tới nhà rồi. Và vẫn đang tiếp tục bổ ra ở bên phía ngoài, chúng ta vẫn đang xem cả replay highlight này. Chúng ta thấy được một sự thất bát đây ở bên phía của Galaxy Phoenix và một thành viên của Jessica 66 đã mất tình lúc nãy. Hình như là chị Lema hay gì? Chị Lema nằm lại rồi chơi đi đảo đường bên phía Galaxy Phoenix và thấy được rằng là thả cái thuyền đến từ vị trí của chị Pha số lượng khá nhiều và bật được công ty dạng vừa dạng châu bò về phía của chị Jessica và Sora bật công ty của mình để hạn chế được bị truy đuổi của 14 thành viên bên phía của Zeta và vẫn là dành ra một thành viên của bên phía Galaxy Phoenix để có thể để trụ và kể cả họ là đang không lấy được bất kỳ một trụ ở đường giữa thì họ đang có lợi thế quá nhiều vào hai trụ đường cánh và sẵn sàng nếu như có một con lót tiếp theo thì họ sẽ có lợi thế để có thể kết liễu những cái đường mega đó. Sẽ khá là buồn cho các thành viên của bên phía Zeta nếu như họ không biết được cái chiến thuật này đang rất là phổ biến trên giải nữ. Vâng, cuốn được 2 người lên vị trí Jessica và thả thuyền là choáng lên cũng 2 người lên vị trí Pha. 4 thành viên cũng là 4-4 nhưng mà bên phía của Galaxy Phoenix không muốn liều mạng bởi vì có khả năng là chỉ ở gai sẽ có được phải đi xuống và là một sát từng nguồn sân chính. Trong khi đó Winnie vẫn đang chưa có được đồ ổn áp để có thể làm một cuốn thương ổn định. Phát hiện ra hai thành viên vị trí của Zeta rồi. Zeta đồng thời cũng tìm thấy tìm thấy được Winnie đến từ bên phía Galaxy Phoenix. Đồng thời thì chúng ta vẫn đang xem xét rằng là không biết là bên phía của bên Galaxy Phoenix sẽ muốn đánh trong và an toàn nên là chờ lót phải đánh nhau đây. Khi mà chúng ta thấy được rằng chị Linh đang bị bắt lại rồi, chúng ta là quá nhiều, Linh đang yếu máu rồi, các hai chỉ đá phát đơn thì Linh sẽ đi, nhưng không vẫn chạy về kịp và Namei nguy hiểm gặp cái thuyền choáng là quá hiểm để được chạy pha và đã làm lại trong pha đi thiếu sự tính toán vừa rồi. Tính ra là bên phía của Zeta không kiểm soát được cái lượng tầm nhìn đủ tốt để phản canh được bên phía của chị Pha. Thế thành ra rất là khó. Chị Pha bây giờ đang cầm cho mình rất là nhiều tiền mà nếu mà chị mà mất mạng hiện tại thì sẽ khó hơn. Vâng, con lót thứ hai được phía Galaxy Phoenix họ không có 2 con rùa ở giai đoạn đầu game nhưng họ có cho mình 2 con lót và lượng trụ vẫn là nhỉnh hơn. Sẽ là một bài toán khó cho phía của Zeta khi mà họ đang cần phải đẩy mạnh khả năng đẩy đường của họ trong khi vẫn đang bị ép và lượng thủ rất căng lên phía Galaxy Phoenix. Rammer của bên phía Galaxy Phoenix đánh khá khéo nhưng lấy sai các thành viên bên phía của Zeta là khá tốt. Dù cho rằng là bên phía của Galaxy của Zeta không có bất cứ một trường hợp nào chấn thương để có thể áp dụng được khá nội tại của con Beric, nhưng Beric làm việc của mình, làm thuần cái việc có khả năng khống chế 4-5 mục tiêu. Nhưng trong pha vừa rồi rõ ràng là nếu mà lao vào thì sẽ khá là nguy hiểm, nhưng mà chị Lema động thái muốn đi vào để choáng được đâu đó khoảng 4 thành viên của bên phía của Zeta, nhưng cũng không để làm gì cả. Cái sóng trụ này đã mất và có lẽ cái trụ này cũng sẽ mất mà thôi. Trụ này sẽ con lót này sẽ khá là đau. Vâng, cái trụ mega đầu tiên mất đấy của Zeta rồi. Ai vẫn đang có một giai đoạn đi rừng khá là chill khi mà họ không phải bị đặt quá nhiều vấn đề rằng là kiểm soát từ lớn và họ tập trung hoàn toàn toàn việc là những cái nhân tố chủ chốt có thể tạo ra tiền để thắng lợi cho team mình. Thế nên thành ra là bên phía của Galaxy Phoenix đang có một cái nhìn hướng khá tốt, nhưng mà tôi mong là trận này không kéo dài quá lâu, bởi tôi nghĩ là nếu trận đấu này mà kéo dài đủ lâu thì chắc sẽ có một sự là cân bằng thể giờ sân từ hai đội và dẫn đến một sự trận game để mất đến 20-30 phát hiện ra 4 thành viên đủ thành viên để của cái lên thuyền của thuyền quy của team rồi. Gan Hu bóng tìm thấy được vị trí người trên Lema của bên phía Galaxy Phoenix. Galaxy Phoenix dùng chiêu cuối choáng được đối khoảng 4-5 người, nhưng mà cũng chỉ để đơn giản là hạn chế khả năng bị số thương của thân mình thôi. Bật cho mình cái ulti về từ vị của dâu, nhưng mà dễ vẫn là phải lặp lại, đó chỉ có Winnie mà thôi. 4 thành viên đến 5 thành viên thì của bên phía của Zeta thì chắc chắn là sẽ khá là nguy hiểm một cái đời thủ, nên là chỉ Winnie rồi. Lema vẫn đang đến biến về, nhưng mà Zeta không tốt đâu, không của đâu chị Lema ơi. Pha ra đánh vừa rồi rõ ràng là chị đang lỗ, nhưng mà chị không hề về với con lượng mặc quá ít, không chị đến rồi. Đó phải thật khó từ phía của thành viên Galaxy Phoenix nếu như các thành viên tiếp tục đánh ổn như này. Nhưng mà người trở lại pha đang có một điểm khá tốt, đã đi rừng khá tốt, macro quá ổn và vẫn có khả năng truy được các mục tiêu là người đánh cả cũng đồng thời là ok, và họ sẽ phải tập trung để giải quyết những vấn đề liên quan đến ở trận đấu lần này. Chúng ta có 13 giây nữa thì có nó tiếp theo hiện ra, và tôi nghĩ ơi Zeta chưa về, Zeta không về và lính vừa ra, có lẽ là trận đấu này sẽ có thể bị kết thúc nếu như Zeta không có ai về để bảo quản lý, mà dâu nó về kịp. May quá, lượt lính vừa rồi là khá căng nha, nếu như không có để ý kịp thì chắc chắn sẽ là một cái lần thua thiệt khá cao rồi cho phía các thành viên của Zeta. Khi họ đang mất một thắng một thua rồi và có khả năng sẽ đi sâu thắng thua và đánh khác, nên là họ không nên đánh với một tập thể chill như vậy được. Họ nên để ý những cái mà họ đang làm.
The fatigue from the 16-minute game where every single one of these moves could be the difference of extending the series or sending you right back home. And either way, GXP, they're the cool, calm, collected ones, yet we haven't seen a very clean 5v5 just yet. It's always somebody goes down a little too quick. Somebody isn't as committed compared to the others. Once GXP gets on that same page, Zeta's going to be in a lot of trouble unless they once again forget about the two big ultimates. Cloud Chip coming up from Jessica66 or the Cursed Blood from Funhua.
Okay, two things to check if you are GXP.
Sẽ là một cái đợt tiến công vào bên phía của bên Galaxy Phoenix và sẽ là khó thôi. Bật cho cái ulti của bên phía của người Xbox nổ gì nhưng không thể cho hắn không được bất kỳ ai cả, và dâu có lẽ sẽ gặp nguy hiểm trong pha đấu này khi mà không có các bất tử và lót bắt đầu đi vào rồi. Nhưng mà bên phía các chị bên phía Galaxy Phoenix thì lại đến nó tiến vào khá sâu, không hề slow push không là như nào cả, vẫn dẫn đến một việc là con lót này sẽ là một con lót free, nhưng đợt lính vẫn là cao. Funhua đang có gặp động thái bị gặp nguy hiểm và là mất cái mạng ở vị trí của tỷ Sophia rồi, nhảy vẫn là tiếp tục nhưng mà gom được 3 người đến người cho Sora của bên phía của Zeta. Và chúng ta thấy rằng là bên phía của Zeta đang khá là khó để giữ được cái lợi thế của bản thân mình. Bên phía của Galaxy Phoenix dù cho bị dồn rừng nhiều là như thế, nhưng mà tất cả là vì còn đảm bảo nguyên, dẫn đến là đây sẽ là một đợt công vào mạnh đến từ vị trí các thành viên của Galaxy Phoenix nếu như bên phía của người ta không set up thế trận tổng hợp một trận đấu.
They got a little disrespectful there. They should have remembered, hey, you can't get the inhibitors without taking the tier 2s. So why did you hard push
Và ngược lại ta sẽ cần một cái có nhỉ trước khi đến với các lót tiếp theo. Có lót tiếp theo chủ chốt quyết định cái trận đấu lần này, hoặc là cần một thành viên nào như Claude hoặc là Jessin tại đây này.
really want
và
to
sẽ
destroy,
kết định trận đấu này sớm trong vòng 2 trận và giờ phút thi đấu là 18 đến 19 phút.
This might be a pro or a con, depending on whether they get the Lord or will say that even contest this one.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting actually.
Tên này vàng hiện tại đã 11 kiện của cả 6 tiền rồi, sẽ là khá khó cho bên Zeta khi mà hiện tại là các mục tiêu thì đang ra đều, nhưng mà bên phía của Galaxy và Phoenix đang có khả năng kiểm soát mục tiêu tốt hơn. Còn nó đã sơ dần xuất hiện ra nhưng mà Denmark đã bị bắt lại bởi các thành viên bên phía Zeta rồi. Có lẽ sẽ mất cái tác bất tử này thôi, khá là khó đối với Zikulema nhưng mà chạy không hề kịp. Đáng lẽ ra chị ta phải giật bật ulti trước khi bị kết liễu trong pha vừa rồi thì mới có thể tạo ra vượt tiền để cho team ra tranh. Mà có lẽ là tay cũng có vẻ hơi chậm. Tôi phải chậm chờ vào cái lót này thôi. Bên phía các thành viên của Galaxy Phoenix thì đang có một động thái là muốn ra ăn lót. Họ đang thích mũi, họ đang ăn lót một cách bài bản. Tôi hy vọng bên phía của Zeta sẽ vẫn nên có một động thái thì đấy gây áp lực đến phía các thành viên của Galaxy Phoenix.
But even so, they're still contesting for this mid spot here.
Okay, it's Fatmo being covered here by GXP.
Thì là có rồi, Linh bị đánh quá đau, hiện tại thì bận một con Cecilia đã khá lết rồi. Tôi khá dám chắc là bên phía của Cecilia đang có đối với khoảng vài trăm stack. Và một lượng vả như thế mà đến gần bần bay gần nửa cả con Linh thì sẽ là khá khó. Con lót vẫn thuộc về phía Galaxy Phoenix, 4 con lót đến từ Galaxy Phoenix rồi. Đúng đặt ra thì cam nằm lại rồi. Và đổi đồ là nhanh đến thì pha và chạy về là đẹp. Phía Galaxy Phoenix vẫn đang làm tốt vào trong của bản thân mình và được cái đường của bên phía Galaxy Phoenix là ổn giữ được tổng quan lực lượng chỉ mất một mình Linh thôi. Winnie có lẽ là muốn kết liễu thêm một thành viên để đảm cái khả năng khác của bản thân mình, nhưng mà tôi nghĩ là bên phía Zeta nên cần đi về để bảo quản được trụ bản thân mình thôi. Ta đang đánh khá khéo nhá, hồi phục là tốt và có thể là nếu như được lock này mà vào thì họ có thể kết liễu bản đấu này luôn. Và ok, pha đang nguy hiểm 2 dập là đi đến từ chỉ con ám ấy, nhưng mà cái trụ này có lẽ sẽ không hề an toàn nữa đâu. Nhưng mà Lemma thì đang yếu máu rồi, Anhu choáng ra vị của Sophia, trói chân thêm một lần nữa và cái lùm này sẽ cần phải khéo léo để đảm bảo việc rằng là bên phía các thành viên của Zeta không kết liễu được Galaxy Phoenix, nhưng đã mất mạng đến từ của Sophia rồi, chỉ có mỗi một mình Winnie và Linh mà thôi, nhưng hai người làm gì làm được nên mùa xuân. Lính thì vẫn đang tràn vào nhưng mà bên phía của Zeta thì đã có người ở lại để có kiểm soát được lính rồi. Còn ngược lại bên phía Galaxy Phoenix thì chỉ có đúng 2 người và đây giờ là một trận đấu phút thứ 20. Chắc chắn bất kỳ một thành viên nào có một thời gian hồi sinh khó hiểu. Winnie bật cho mình cái động lực công phá nhưng mà động lực tự tam dồn vào là quá nhiều, sẽ là khó cho bên phía của Galaxy Phoenix khi họ sẽ phải đánh kéo đến ván 3 trong trận đấu lần này. Galaxy Phoenix và Zeta một đều.
To see Zeta versus GXP. Holy.
Sẽ là chờ trong một vài phút trước khi chúng ta đến với cặp đấu tiếp theo của giải đấu lần này. Đây là trận đấu tiếp theo giữa cặp đấu Galaxy Phoenix và Zeta Esports.
It's a scary moment to be in here because can you imagine the stress, the pressure which is causing these consistent players to start deteriorating? We're going to take a breath here up on the table. We're going to be throwing it back over to Reflections at the studio. More MLBB action right after this.
What an unbelievable game with incredible results. It went back and forth for a full 20 plus minutes. In the end, it's Zeta tying up the series 1-1. Bree, I thought you were going to lose your voice screaming. You were losing your mind.
Have I not? Oh, did you hear that? I feel like I lost a bit of it just because of what happened there in that game. It's, what, 20 minutes long? We didn't hit our 30 minutes, but
yeah,
we were close. We were close.
You know, it's funny, LaFell, you did say it's either going to be a 9-minute game or a 20-plus minute game. When I saw the 9 minutes, I said, well, we're in for the gauntlet.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, Cecilia needed 20 minutes to get there, and they got there, right? I feel like I cast a curse. Galaxy Phoenix just a little bit by saying they could go all the way to the grand finals, and then that just happened because, let's face it, Seda had an amazing game, but Galaxy Phoenix, a lot of misplays, especially from Winnie. Well, you're very passionate about that one.
He did put a disclaimer that he doesn't want to jinx it, but you know, Caster Curse might just be a bit too strong for today. It's a real thing. Sora is a real thing too for
Happy
today.
Sora Day.
Sora Day.
It's been, what, all wins for whoever gets the Sora here.
It seems to be the cheat code. My goodness, though. Seda at one point fell behind, and I was thinking, okay, we're probably going 2-0 here, but through resilience, they ended up fighting back. Talk to me about that back and forth, LaFell, because, my goodness, felt like Galaxy Phoenix was winning at one point. Seda then took back over. Galaxy Phoenix had a very real chance to push the base. They didn't. They pulled away. Seda took advantage and ultimately won.
That's a good question, and to answer that, they have different layers of damage that you can't defend against. Number one, big burst magic damage. Phoebe is one of the tankiest heroes in the game. One hit, half HP gone.
Yep.
So that's number one. Gagai, big burst physical damage, right? So that also deals with the likes of the Claude.
Yep.
And then you have continuous true damage coming in from the Xborg. So they have ways to deal with the tanks. They have ways to deal with the squishies. And look at Jessica. Even Jessica, after that win, I feel like some tears there because she's like,
serious emotions, man.
That was a very hard game.
Serious emotions. I mean, to lose how they did in map 1 Bree, right?
Yeah.
I mean, just such a convincing fashion. Zhao was the only one with 2 kills. That was it to like the 17 or 20 on the opposite side. Unbelievable results. Let's take a look at a couple of actions, and I usually set them up and I kind of have a feeling where they're at. I'm not going to have any idea who's winning in this moment. We take a look at it, and it could very well be Galaxy Phoenix leading the way here. So it is a little bit later on. We're now down to the 12 minute marks, and it is in fact going to be Galaxy Phoenix leading, but just slightly.
Yeah, and it's where I think you start to feel the scaling come in. I know it's just the 12-minute mark, but Lemma and Ling were starting to feel it. If it weren't for those individual plays, I feel like Seda could have just went all in.
And looking at the second moment, LaFell, we get down towards the end, and I'm hoping they show the base push that ended up failing for the side of Galaxy Phoenix that then forced Seda Esports to come back. We take a look at it, and that was a huge turning point, obviously, throughout this series. Getting now down to the 13-minute mark, we do see a little bit of a middle battle, though, taking place.
Yeah, honestly, this is where we start to see the damage coming in from Name, the Sicilian, and that is why when they were about to push for the air, which maybe we'll see later on, I was like, I told the Brigade, I was like, I don't think this game is going to end. Because the way that everyone was positioned, it was a very good defensive position coming in from Seda. And then it turned out to be true. I got to say, sometimes I wish I'm not right.
Yeah, because it all looked like it was towards the end, but then you gotta see the burst, you gotta see the damage, you gotta see the defense from this Xborg, this Sicilian, and those were their timers. You gotta give it to them. That was a moment where they just could defend until the very end, and they did.
They did indeed. Athena and Gideon were giving it their absolute all. We have a caster reaction. Let's listen in and hear how excited they were.
The GXP brought onto the base of Seda. Now it's going to be a defense, and they're not willing to risk it at all here, Gideon.
Why does nobody want to hit the turret? Just somebody, anybody at this point. And now they're pulling. Gaga is literally pulling it because the mid-tier 2 didn't break.
Okay, now they're talking. Seda just wants to go in for a kill, but Fanwa immediately melts down here onto the hands of GXP. And we have Winnie here with a blazing door going for free. He hits Sophia with a double.
It was Inception for a moment. We're watching the casters react while watching the casters react to the caster react. And Athena, man, she was definitely caught off guard by that one. But you know what? They give it their all.
Gideon, let me just say, same. Me and Briggs, like, if there was cams on us, we'd also be like, we're very passionate folks. You know, we love MLBB.
Yeah,
we love MLBB.
And he's put a caster curse in game for 3 times straight in just a single minute. I don't know how that was possible, but everything just went the opposite way of whatever
we
he
need
said.
an analyst cam though on you, especially when you start losing your mind. I didn't know what was going on. I actually went to LaFell. I was like, what is happening? Like, what?
Honestly, you look like she was having a seizure. She never does that. You've never been this passionate.
I was screaming, yes.
Yes.
Galaxy Phoenix, she's backing them up, man, and she was excited to see them come back until it wasn't a comeback. Seda Esports, man, 1-1, all tied up. My goodness, do they look unstoppable.
But I have to say, after what we saw from Jessica,
yes,
and her emotions,
yes,
we might really have to give it to them because they risked it. They risked it so much to go for a Sicilian Carmilla lineup to end or to get in that game. So like they went in with, I think, one of the strategies they've been trying to keep, but they were just forced to bring it out because they just desperately wanted to stay alive in this tournament.
Look at that damage as well. Gagai did 123,000 damage while Namei did 105,000 damage. Sophia, funny enough, also did 105,000 damage, so that is quite a lot. But this just shows, as strong as the Sicilian was, a lot was on Gagai on that Bruno. So, and by the way, clever pick for that X-Board, because I did not notice there was not a lot of bursts from Galaxy Phoenix to destroy the Faraga armor. So I didn't notice that. So honestly, brilliant drafting coming in from Seda.
Yeah, because it seems like they're just so tempted to go for the Jusin. Everyone just seemed like they had to go melee and close towards the opponent so you could just freely use your lantern flares. But we're looking at Ling and Jessica. So much highlight on the EXP lane, at least for today. Whoever gets the Sora has a huge advantage. But in this particular game though, Ling, I think a lot of times Ling was just doing what the Phoveus would definitely do, but Jessica, for some way, found her way around it.
If we're looking at the goal distribution, it tells the story of the game here, because we see, coming in from Jessica, she took no gold from the jungle crease, meaning that she's always around the map, around the river, as well as the lane. Whereas you see Ling have to take some jungle crease, meaning to say that she was losing, right? She needed money somewhere, and one of the options there was the jungle.
Well, let's head back to the stage for the two teams now to get ready for the pick and bans. And Galaxy Phoenix, Seda, this is going to be an incredible matchup now, clearly. You know, after map 1, I'm thinking, this might be a hot 3-0. We've only got 2 O's on our stage after all, but not the case this time. In fact, this is a historic moment. It's the first time we've actually had a 1-1 scoreline on our stage in its entirety. So this one could very well go the distance, and Seda finally gets some wind in their sails, and I think much needed after that Game 1 loss. Now, for Galaxy Phoenix, that's a narrow loss, but sometimes those can sting more than a blowout.
Honestly, reflections, I feel like Brigida is so happy because she loves extended series. She hates those 2-0, so finally getting it, you can feel her joy.
Yeah, well, we might as well, because this is the last day we'll be seeing best of 3s. We're going to best of 5s, right? So we just want to make the most out of the best of 3s. Why are our casters doing this most?
No, the casters are looking at us, we're looking at them, because here's the thing, we have develop what we call
what do you call it?
What do you call it? Give me some philosophy. You've been studying philosophy,
biology, or anything. Physics.
We are in a different reality than most people, that we live amongst ourselves. So we share pain, we share joy. I'm looking at Gideon and I'm like, we've been at this together for most of our lives. He loves me, I love him.
Oh my.
And
world?
Yes, we're both married, so it's okay. We can share.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, it's getting deep out here, guys. I don't know if you can feel it or not.
We can say that because he can't fight back, so that helps.
Find a platform to sit on. It's getting deep out here. Galaxy Phoenix, Seda Esports, all tied up 1-1. As you mentioned, it is a best of 3, so it comes down to this final one. Remember, guys, single elimination in our knockout rounds, okay? So if Seda wins this, Galaxy Phoenix are gone, and vice versa, right? So it's tournament life on the line when it matters most. And for Galaxy Phoenix specifically, to win that map 1 in such a convincing fashion, allow Seda Esports back into the series. If they were to then lose this best of 3, have their key crushed, that map 2 is going to haunt their dreams until next year.
Bree, I gotta ask.
What?
Seda won because of a cheese pick, a cheese strat.
Yeah.
Right? The Sicilian, the Carmilla, the X-Borg. Do you think they can do that again? Because for some teams, you had a winning strategy. Sometimes you just want to go for it again, even if it is not the same circumstances. Now you be the analyst.
Okay, for GXP though, I think they'll be more careful of how balanced their composition is definitely this time, because the lack of burst earlier definitely hurt them. The lack of range earlier definitely hurt them. They had to scale for both of their carries, and they might want to spread it out a bit, but it's another Flying Cloud map.
Hey, talk about Sora Day, am I right?
Sora
Yeah, I was gonna say, dude, we need a Flying Cloud at this point because we're tied up 1-1 on Flying Cloud. We need a tiebreaker. We're gonna get exactly that. I'm excited for this one, man. 3 Flying Clouds to determine who moves forward and who goes home.
You know, Gideon's favorite hero is Sora.
Really?
But the one above that is Uranus.
Oh.
He can't get over that hero. If he can pick it up, he would pick it up. He doesn't care if he has to use Uranus mid lane, he would. Like, he has a shirt saying I love Uranus.
Really?
I don't dare lie to you, Briggs.
Okay.
But I agree with you. For this one, GXP, there needs a little bit more balance. I'm almost even thinking maybe the Yushin Shin is too much respect, thinking that, you know, we're gonna fight late game to late game, but a Cecilia on late game, I mean, like, that's not okay.
Because either way, if they did hand over the Yi Sun Shin and they had a Sicilian and a Claude in their lineup, then just go full out on early game. Then just make sure that you snowball out of their minds just so enough that they couldn't really catch up. Because in a way, they just allowed the X-Borg to also somehow balance out Seta's lineup a bit more. They allowed for the Carmilla to get a bit of help, for the combo with the Waltz to actually be a problem. So this time, heading into this draft, hopefully they both were able to reset and that they get to bring out their fullest potential.
Full out. I'm thinking just go Assassins then. Let's get a repeat of that
Honestly,
one matchup that we had here on Group A. Like, that was incredible. Almost 40 plus eliminations on both sides. It did not disappoint. I'm ready for it, and I hope you guys are at home, because this is really such a tremendous matchup. It comes down to this one more map to determine it all. For Galaxy Phoenix, their first international LAN, and they are performing sensationally. Now, on the opposite side, for Seda, a team built specifically for MWI. They've had shaky moments, yes, but they continue to persevere and make it through against all odds. And both of these teams could very well be making a grand finals appearance. It's not going to be easy, but nothing ever is if you want to be a champion. We're going to have our hero picks in just a minute. And we've had 2 diverse hero pools between both rosters for sure. I'm just hoping for Seda, they get that Sora pick, they're going to be in some good hands.
Yeah.
But Harara, that is also one of their defaults, and it didn't work out in map 1. So let's see what they do going into the pick advance.
I want to see what the respect is, because they had a counter for the Sora, and it was not enough.
I think it's also really more on the Sora now as a prio rather than the Hirara. Hopefully, if ever Seta does go to blue side, because I think earlier they were on... Were they on red?
They were on red because it was an X-Borg red 5
Yeah,
pick.
so hopefully this time they might as well... Oh, but wait, is Sora really first pickable though?
Here's the conundrum.
Conundrum.
Big word, huh?
Big word.
Say they get a Sora.
Okay.
And say you want to run that Sicilian again. Sicilian dies very fast to a Sora. The reason why Sora has been doing so well is because teams know each other so well. Seda knows Galaxy Phoenix. Galaxy Phoenix knows Seda. I know Gideon, right? So they know that these damage dealers need some kind of answer, and the answer is... Sora.
Sora.
Deals a lot of damage and usually gets away with it.
Okay, so maybe just maybe if they do go blue side, we get to see that. A bit of change, and it's something that will definitely apply. You call it, I guess, the tournament meta, quote unquote, especially in this context. But there are also a lot of other things that we're yet to actually see prioritized. The Freya, I think, was disregarded this entire series.
Yes, I was very disappointed, but okay.
So I'm wondering what the plan is gonna be, because they definitely are thinking hard about this.
The other word for tournament meta is pocket meta, which
Oh,
means
yeah.
it's just meta for this current situation. So I feel like for Galaxy Phoenix, I think just go back to one of the strategies that they have used to win, because at this point, again, like I feel like they're playing Galaxy bad, not even global bad, right? It's like we've used this once.
Galaxy bad.
So never again.
Except the Claude though, they never changed the Claude.
Do you feel like they should finally change the Claude?
Maybe not.
There were a few times Winnie was in the position that a Claude should not be in.
Yeah. But it's also maybe stemming from the understanding that once you push the waves against Team Zeta, you just get such a huge advantage, because that seemed to be one of their biggest problems too in the previous game, in all their previous series.
Yeah, the wave management is something that's lacking a bit. Actually, maybe that's also why they banned out the Moskov. They want to ban out hero that can protect the waves. Because, yeah, at this point, Zeta, I feel like that game number 2, they won, but it was kind of a nightmare as well. Always have to go back to base, make sure the minions don't end the game. It happened like, what, 6 times minions almost ended the game.
Yeah, and they... Well, I don't know if it's a good thing. They're not as reactive. Like, they're not just quick to decide
They
to
trust
send
their
someone
base.
back. They trust their minions.
They trust their minions.
They trust their
They got
base.
King Bob on their side.
Yeah, but at the same time, is it really the right decision at times? Because, well, it does reward them. Sometimes they kite them long enough that even GXP are not able to recall, to reset, but at most, it really puts their base HP down to a very dangerous level.
Well, going back, why didn't, I mean, realistically, Galaxy Phoenix, like, close the door on Zeta during that one base push? Because even the casters were like, this was your opportunity to push forward. Why did they break away?
They were spread out.
Yeah, so step 1, take out the Sicilian. The Sicilian clears the wave very fast. They don't have that guy, right? Phobius doesn't dive. Winnie could have, but Winnie could not. Right? So that's just...
Oh my gosh.
Look at that. A Carmilla ban. The respect showing from Coach Ririf. Right? Carry ban as well as the Carmilla ban. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we just jumped into the draft here. Zeta is going to be blue side first pick. GXP on the second pick. Red side Flying Clouds again. Sora is nowhere seen on the ban list here. Marcel Herrera as well as Guinevere banned out by Zeta. One more ban for GXP.
Yeah, the Claude is also still going to be likely an option for a GXP later on, not unless Zeta actually deny it this time, but I don't think they might want to go that route. The Belleric is also still up for Zeta. Since the Carmel is already gone, might as well revert back to one of their picks that really worked the most. So not unless Galaxy Phoenix actually take it out here, but there are a lot that you might want to consider for the ban. Going for the Valir.
I'm smelling a Kai later on.
The Baksha Akai are actually still up.
Actually, yes, Baxia. Never mind, Baxia. Baxia is a better pick here.
Yeah. So Zeta, it's up to them now. The Balearic is up again, open. If they're already expecting the Baksha to come through anyway, or do they deny the Claude?
Just honestly taking the Baxia away would not be a bad idea, but it does seem that they want to play something more chaotic in the jungle, right? Something that can potentially counter whatever GXP has, especially with that Valir ban. You kind of know that Galaxy Phoenix will have a tank. So they're probably thinking like, save the jungle pick to be one of those heroes that can deal with the tank. But instead, there you go. They're like, you know what? We're going to take the Baxia away. So maybe Galaxy Phoenix does have to take the Akai.
If they are forced to take the Akai...
I mean, they can take it later. Or, you know, Barat's Matilda, if they have that.
Matilda is actually okay.
Oh, Sora. So,
Uh-oh.
Do they win?
Uh-oh, that's based off of history, I would think so. What's the pick? I mean, Jessica going Baxia is quite interesting. I mean, she's gone Herrera, she's gone Sora, now Baxia. What's the game plan, you think, for her specifically?
Number one, I feel like to take away from GXP because I think they completely understand that's what they want. Because the bans are kind of honest here, Brigida.
Yeah. So at least they get to deny more of what was similar to GXP's Game 1 draft, because that was just really them rampaging through the Land of Dawn, just making sure that they were all over Zeta's map. So they do secure the Sora Belleric though, so I'm thinking the matchup.
I kind of want Valentina. It's just that we don't know if Jessica can use a Valentina against a Sora.
Yeah, maybe more on... Okay, so this time Seda gets the Claude. That's another thing.
So does Galaxy Phoenix take the Bruno?
I'm not sure if the Bruno is the next option. But the Eve makes you a bit iffy about the Harith, yes.
If they want the Akai, they gotta take it out. Now it's gonna get back. A Ling! Honestly, quite early. For now, I think it's a Lingable game. But there's some EXPs, there's some roamers that will make Ling's life a little bit difficult. One of them is the Fovea, so they take that out.
Yeah, it's a very aggressive start for Galaxy Phoenix to go for the Ling and the Sora together. But they do get to take out some of the counters, however, but...
By the way, for Seda specifically, this is the first time they've ran Boxia, Claude, and Eve. Those three have not been used in the previous two maps that we have seen just before on Flying Cloud. So they're going for something totally different and fresh.
Oh, they banned out the Bruno, yeah.
Hey, even they're like, hey, I know how strong a Bruno is going up against a Claude. There's still counters, there's still the Leslie, there's still the Clint.
Wait, oh yeah, the carry's banned.
Yes. Thank you for interrupting. Anyways, I'm just kidding. It looks like Seda, they're just going for the default, what's the best hero in the meta right now, right? So they've done the cheese, and they think that Galaxy Phoenix might be expecting that, so we go the other way around and go for the most obvious ones. Unless somehow the last two picks really turn the entire draft around.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, a Kufra maybe?
Huh.
I mean, you guys have seen it once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And against the Ling, maybe, but I don't think it's going to complement the draft as much. Like, you don't really get to see really pick-off centric heroes just yet for Seda. There's a lot of damage you could expect from the Claude, but that's gonna come in later on. Just stopping the Ling, if that's gonna be the mindset for Seda, maybe, but let's see for now. Galaxy Phoenix have to yet pick up their mid lane as well as their gold lane. This is the first time they're not gonna be on a Claude.
Moskov is not bad, also an option. But if they just want a direct counter, having a burst heavy hero like Clint or Leslie would help. But if that's the option, maybe they'll pick it up later. For now, Brick, I gotta say, in MWI, there's not a lot of lockdown heroes to really deal with picks like the Ling. So maybe they just go for pure tankiness, right? Something like the Rizzler might be okay. And then in terms of the roam, the Atlas is still open.
Oh yeah, honestly. I really wanted to see a pushing gold lane for Galaxy Phoenix. However, they stick with the Harith, so they might just want to take on team fight before those, or rather than the likes of the Moskov. Seda now, again, you mentioned the Atlas. Yes, it is going to be available. Anything that can just really interrupt the Harith from freely using the Zaman Force, and maybe the dashes from the Ling, since the Phoveus is also out. The Gatot is actually still there too, but they go for the high loss, a quick stun.
Not the kind of idea I would think about lockdown. However, I do have to say the Law and Order is a very easy click stun. So able to stop the Ling long enough if they have the damage, which Eve 2 items honestly should be enough damage to, if not kill the Ling, make sure the Ling is no longer there. And the Benedetta does get picked up to deal with the Sora, so that's more of a skill matchup if anything.
Yeah, so maybe more on the Benedetta actually being the help eventually later on. But mid lane for Galaxy Phoenix, so far it's been a very flexible hero pool for Sophia. But considering this lineup right here...
Don't you wish you had a Valier?
No, they took it out.
Yeah, but, you know, that's what I mean.
I agree.
Valier would have been perfect here.
What is it there? There's a Lilia?
Honestly, Lilia is probably the best pick. It's just that Eve counters Lilia quite hard because the burst is quite a lot. So they go for the Farsa here. I gotta say, maybe not the very best because Benedetta, High Loss, as well as Claude deals with you. But hey, if you kill people early, then it doesn't matter.
Yep, it's a Farsa Ling. It's been a while since we saw this lineup. Really heavy burst damage too. Hopefully they get the early game that they want.
And Seda Esports for the first time goes with an entirely different hero pool for the third and final matchup to determine who moves forward and who goes home. Seda Esports, Galaxy Phoenix, an elimination matchup here in the knockout bracket. Athena, Gideon, let's get it started.
Thank you so much, Reflections. Here at MWI, at EWC, things are spicing up as both of these teams are fighting for tournament lives. One singular game could push them even further for not only their own region, but for their organization. Let's jump right into the Land of Dawn here, because this is going to be another Ling game coming up from Galaxy Phoenix. And the last time we saw Ling on Galaxy Phoenix, we were looking at 30 points worth of kills coming up from Fa.
And that's exactly what they want to somehow manifest yet again. To get the kills rolling, be dominant as ever if you're Galaxy Phoenix. And you're right about the Reflections that the map 2 or game 2 might just be the nightmare if they don't get this last point against Zeta.
And now they're taking advantage. Oh, Sophia stole away that one camp. Now Jessica has to give this camp over if they steal it away as well. And deny level 2, that's perfect. Can you get the small camp as well? I managed to share it just enough. And now Zoe is still level 1.
Oh no, there's going to be a taunt here by GXP. They're trying to chase down Joe and Midget First Blood. They saw the chance, they took it, and they might go for a double, but nope. It's going to be Fa yet again, changing her mind. Fangua, just little bit of a defense there and preventing from things from de-escalating here for Zeta.
Beautifully played. A great response from both sides. The instant invade, the set play to try and take both of the camps. It was so close for being good, but unfortunately, GXP responded very, very well, noticing, hey, wait a minute, these motions are a little weird from the side of their mid laners, and especially their supports. Now, as this game continues to progress, and more importantly, looking at the emblems, nothing too out of the ordinary. This time, we have to keep in mind that Sophia is going to scale really, really well with that Weapons Master for the later stages of the game.
You could definitely expect a change of facing here for Sophia, and they have this plenty of burst. So for GXP, it's all about the kills later on, and Zeta has to really watch out for those kinds of setup here. Lemma with the Balearic as well did a fantastic job in the previous games as well. So for Zeta, it's all about setting the faster flashes here for Fanwa, and Sophia goes in with a feathered airstrike taunt as well. Definitely an easy kill yet again for Fa, and Joe taking out in the process. Now they smoothly transition out to taking down a neutral objective.
Beautiful layered play coming in from GXP, but Jessica, Electro final blow and even petrified to try to get a trade.
Okay, that's too flashy of a move, but still, that is an easy turtle, a secure turtle here for GXP. Now, we might take a closer look later onto the Benedetta of Jessica 6 on what she can do. Can she do miracles with it, right?
Yep, GXP, they're gonna have to try their best here. Zoe now trying to set up another gank on that top side.
Hey.
Without Petrify, it's gonna be a little bit harder, but unfortunately for Ling, overstayed in the lane, didn't have the ult to punish.
Okay, that is something that Zeta could capitalize on. GXP, on the other hand, is taking few steps at a time here, taking their time before they go all in against Zeta. It's all about maintaining composure here for game number 3, because a lot of emotions were included for game number 2. Sophia carrying up the last bits of minions, just zoning up members here for Zeta. And Fa yet again targeting Name. Tempest of Blades, going for the first blade, second blade, third blade, and Lemma together with the rest of the gang will not be able to finish off and defend here for Fa. Bit of an overstay in my opinion here for GXP.
Yeah, I can't understand. Why force it out? You already pushed them out of position, and at that point, you just need to get on out of there. And now looking at how this game is starting to progress, this is not going to be too great. Zeta can actually bounce back because of that one mistake, and now the dive here on the bottom side.
Okay, Winnie, just enjoying her Salmon Force. Just enough of a tower hug to prevent things from escalating against Zeta.
I do want to come back to the point that this is such a high-stakes game, and the emotions were so incredibly high as well. Like, Jessica, after game number 2, was already shaking off of that, and now needs to play a high-mechanic hero. It's not like Sora, where you press a couple of buttons and you feel good about yourself. Benedetta's timing needs to be precise and sharp. You can have the biggest impact, or little to nothing if you whiff all of your abilities.
Did she have enough of a break to actually calm down her nerves and go through with Miracle team fight setup play here for Zeta? But for GXP on the other hand, I do understand there might be some kind of a frustration. There were so many missed moments, And for game number 2, it's now or never. There's no more turning back, no more lower bracket line up, but now for Seda, they focus far onto the objective, Ling onto the front line, targeting Zoe, forcing out the transformation here, while Name plans in the RWM. Most of the GXP members here just try and take their time before they go all in with a Feathered Ursak. Ling with a follow-up with Lema as well. That's the Blades committed just right on track here, and Joe can do nothing but try to run away as the very passive here for Sophia will ensure that kill.
All right. Pretty interesting. There was a couple of moments there that I was thinking whether Ling wants to weave in some auto attacks onto the Hylos to build up some charge. Maybe could have turned that around a little bit sooner, but even so, they can't win this per se. They don't have Retribution. Jessica on the chase against Fa might actually get him, but there's no Petrify.
Okay, she's risking to get it off, but I like the findable. She has to run away, but Santi though, she runs into Winnie with the rest of the gang getting off their all. It's an immediate alternative and intervention here for GXP.
I think GXP is starting to lose composure here, right? The strength of their bond is that they've got the mechanics, but they don't seem to be talking to each other as much as they need to be. We need to see that teamwork actually come through to get these clean styles of play that we expect from them. Seda, on the other hand, now, despite it being a 2.5k, Seda still has a great opportunity of actually turning this around. Jessica has done good work, and even though Zoe has died 3 times, it was at somebody else's expense. Sometimes even Fa made a mistake and even dying. On that top side, at least the waves are being cleared up, but GXP now want to take the initiative. They don't want to be passive.
It's all about the skills right now for Seda. And definitely, it's evident that Jessica has that. But now, it's all about maintaining and trying to take control of the situation. Plus, also not letting GXP corner them out with the macro yet again. And now, it's all about balancing out the waves. And Winnie is winning on the Gold Day matchup. That's 4 members of GXP targeting Fanwa alone. Girls probably just to try and disengage. Now she comes back. There will be quite a stun here, but Ling and the others will just slowly retreat back.
Unfortunately, Ling doesn't have her flicker up just yet. I think there was a moment where they were thinking, if maybe I get the dash down, I could maybe flick onto like Name or maybe even Guy and try to trigger something, but didn't have the battle spell, don't have access to it. Fanwa does lose not only her ult, but also the Revitalize, which is pretty important because in the next 20 seconds, the next turtle is going to spawn, and she's going to have to wait another 23 seconds or so to get it back up in the middle of that fight. So unless GXP recognize that timing, they could maybe try and force this, but Zeta want to take first position.
Okay, it's all about them trying to capitalize on what Joe can do here with the backshot, right? They have this beautiful setup. They just can't seem to do it right for now. But for GXP, that is somehow, let's see, if they were able to somehow compose themselves, there were a kind of a bit of a messy initiations from Lemma. And speaking of which, she's going to spot on Fanwa here. It's going in. Okay, there's going to be law and order. Sophia with the Feathered Ursak forces out Name out of position. Lema with a rapid fire. Ling targeting 2 members of the row, and Fa just targeted Name onto the back lines with the Tempest of Blaze. Beautiful play here, chased down by GXP. Now we're talking. Now they are very disciplined and have this plan in mind, and the plan is to kill before taking down an objective.
What an outplay coming in from Ling. The Wrath of the Dryads as a follow-up was already great, but that Wombo combo is what GXP needs to secure this Lord right here, right now, to start a bigger advantage. They were 5k ahead. Now they're going to turn it closer to 7 to 8k, depending on whether or not Seda can stop this pressure, stop this momentum. They will lose some outer turrets for this, but how much gold will they bleed?
For now, it's looking like too much, right? But for Seda, they have this Benedetta that could be one of the somehow tricky part here for Seda that could actually reach the backlines. But the problem is that they also have to ensure that someone is ready and willing enough to somehow clear off the last bits of the lane.
Yeah, what a build. Hyper burst build. I haven't seen this in a long while, in a matter of fact. Heptacy's on top of the endless battle, making sure that if Jessica does find that backline access and able to close the distance, they might be able to one-shot target.
But the ones closing the distance are GXP! With Ling yet again with a miracle setup, Winnie enabled to get those chrono dashes and synchro visions in. Now they put in from the air. Fa goes in with a perfect timing. Tempest of Blades, getting gold of those blades, eliminating 4 members. It's just Jessica 6 is remaining to defend for the their base. Holy shields will be popping off bottom and even onto the mid lane. GXP has their eyes on their prize.
Clear the
They
wave.
want to clear off the wave. They want to ensure a victory, and Jessica 66 has the proper kits to actually prevent GXP from actually ending up this game number 3.
And that's a good thing about Benedetta actually building a lot of damage. It's moments like this, yes, I can actually deal with the waves more effectively rather than having to wait for my War Axe to give me the stats over time. I can clear it right now. And that's what Seda needs. Instant impact. GXP on the opposite side, they can take their time a little bit because they're still waiting for the big ultimates from the side of Seda. The RWM, maybe even the Glorious Pathway. But notice that they're putting a lot of their attention onto Zoe and Fanhua. Without that front line, you can tell that Seda kind of lose direction of who really is the anchor of the team. And keep in mind, it should be Name.
And so far, Name is having a really hard time landing those beautiful blocks where she could catch most of the members for GXP. Sophia is actually doing a stellar job. In contrast, with her feathered airstrikes pretty right on cue, hitting the right marks, plus an additional finishing move from Fa, right? All she needs to do is come at the later time, finish off, get those skills running, and for GXP, it's kind of going more smoothly compared to what happened onto game number 2. Looks like they got it all together for now.
For now, the question is, when is it going to be enough to overtake it? It's 4-14 still with an 8K lead. The economy is in GXP's side. Third item already complete from Winnie, so that's her power spike right here. Unless Guy has 3 items, I don't know how they're going to compete.
Let's see. Because for now, the action is, or maybe the plan is just to survive for now and just let Guy get last bits of the minion and try to buy enough time for their items to slowly catch up from GXP. They've managed to do that from game number 2, but for now, it's all up to Jessica 66 also to pull off some insane backline maneuvers against GXP to try and shut down most of the damages coming here from Winnie or either Sophia.
Oh, this is interesting. Seda wanted to deny information. They end up showing down on bot side, and instantly GXP decide to rush it. Good informational play here from the side of GXP. And I think that Seda, they also recognize that this is not exactly the most contestable position. They don't want to group up against GXP. There's just way too many things going on with their composition. Lots of AoE CC, lots of way to finish them off, lots of way to hurt them before they get into the fight. So it's better, in Seda's mind, hey, GXP, you come to us rather than the other way around.
Yep, it will save them a lot of time and a lot of heavy mistakes, if ever. Because if they force out and they make a slight mistake, that might be the end of it, right? A 12-minute game time, almost 9K gold lead. Jessica 66 being spotted here by Sophia. Now she's forced to back away. With the dashes, it will be enough. But for GXP, this game is just starting to get even better. Now Fanhua, half an HP left as well. There's going to be the stuns here from Sophia and Ling as well. The Lord will be melted down, but this ensures a quick entry point onto the mid lane by Galaxy Phoenix.
Good play coming in from Jessica, trying her best attempt onto Winnie, but Winnie one step ahead, already buffering in, taking advantage of the new patch and its control system as now the next fight occurs.
Okay, they managed to actually go out of the ring right here for Guy, and now they go in. It's Ling yet again, finding the right angles. Nami risking it all with the RWM, but Fa, with a Tempest of Blade, will be able to finish up 2 members, making it 3. A triple kill for Fa.
4 of them already low, put down to 20 or 10%, and yet Fa somehow taking turret aggro manages to survive through all the pain. It's not over just yet. Another feathered airstrike as this is the endgame scenario.
It looks like Galaxy Phoenix is willing to risk it all, years in the making, and they want to take this game. But Jessica 66 and together with Joe, they want to extend this one. But Fa and the others just want today this game to end it to their favor, and they will successfully do so. It's Galaxy Phoenix taking on the win.
Galaxy Phoenix 2-1, what a game! We finally get to see the full extent of this team when they're behind, when they're ahead. But with competitors, always comes the crushing defeat. And it hurts my heart seeing Seda, who put so much on the line here today. Blood, sweat, and tears, and yet it still wasn't enough. These last moments, they realized really quickly they staggered us too much. The death timers are too long. The impending doom is near. And my God, are we going to have some great competitors for our upcoming battles? But I can't wait to see these two teams maybe showing up next year once again to bring up their regions.
Definitely a very nice and a very proudest moment here for Chinese MLBB to be put onto the map for MWI.
All right, let's throw it up to the stage here to see the crushing.
Have our winners of Galaxy Phoenix, congratulations, and of course Seda. So we will do the key handovers, and thank you so much, Seda. That was an incredible showing. You guys fought valiantly, but your journey ends here. Thank you, Seda. So now, congratulations to Galaxy Phoenix. You guys have risen to the occasion, and of course extending that tournament life. How does it feel holding that key of Seda in your hands right now?
We feel so excited and happy.
Earlier on in the interview, before the match started, you guys said that you're proud to be here and proud to represent Cambodia. And I think, and I'm sure that they're all very proud back home. Is there anything you would love to say to all of the fans out there? You can say it in Khmer as well.
លទ្ធផលមួយនេះខ្ញុំនឹងសន្យាថាខ្ញុំនឹងយកឈានទៅដល់អាចនិយាយបានថា Grand Final ជូនទៅអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នានៅក្នុងប្រទេសកម្ពុជា
One step closer to the finals, and this is Galaxy Phoenix. Now the next one, the potential matchup will be against Team Ray Young or Navi Philippines. Who do you think you might meet?
I think it's Navi.
You think you might meet Navi?
Yes.
All right. So hopefully in the matchup later, you might actually see them. Congratulations once more to Galaxy Phoenix, the best showing so far right here. And of course, take your walk of victory.
Okay, Galaxy Phoenix, phenomenal performance yet again. Their first time at an international event, and this is how they decide to show up. You cannot make it up, ladies and gentlemen. This type of performance representing Cambodia, a region that some people might not have known how phenomenal they are in the world of MLBB. Oh, it's about that time. Yeah, gotta be heartless with it sometimes. It's about wins and losses. Be careful. Okay. She didn't push it all the way through. Okay, we give it a little bit more or no? Oh, oh my goodness. Are you? It's okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. The key crusher, it was so much right there. But, ladies and gentlemen, that type of energy right there, that's what we saw in the gameplay as well. Congratulations again to Galaxy Phoenix. Let's go ahead and check out our highlights.
Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
On their very first international stage, Galaxy Phoenix gets the job done. It wasn't easy, however, it was our first ever third match in a best of 3 here on this very stage, but it was entertaining nonetheless. And one name that was being screamed, Bree, was Fa, the mercenary, making it happen.
My boy Fa.
So talented. So talented. This jungler, I am now agreeing with LaFell when we say that she just might be one of the best that you have to watch out for here in this tournament.
The mercenary, man. Like, she gets the job done, but shout out to Seda as well. That was an amazing play. Like, we can feel the emotions, even though, like, we're quite a distance away.
Right.
True wins, true losses. I hope they come back next year.
You know, they were built specifically for MWI. They joined the stage. They made it to the knockout stage. That is a huge accomplishment to finish 5th through 8th, and one of their first appearances here on the international stage. You've got to give credit where credit is due. And you, like you said, the emotions, you could feel that from Jessica, especially after that Game 2 win. She really wanted it, but at the end of the day, it wasn't Seda Esports moving forward. But making it to the stage was a massive accomplishment. Shout out to Seda, Galaxy Phoenix, and shout out to Sora. It's Sora Day, and Sora gets the win again.
100%. How crazy that is this? What, almost 5 hours?
I know.
Of our show, and every single time Sora sees the Land of Dawn, he wins. And how many flying clouds have we had?
That's 3 here in the series. All 3. More than the Esmeralda even, right? You were expecting, like, because of the adjustments, the Esmeralda to be the XP laner that's really gonna shine. I mean, she did a couple times, but today, why has it been always Sora? Sora has been making waves, the setups have been on point, and the matchups, they're always winning it out in the EXP lane.
Seems to be the case. Sora, Grand Finals, you're a champion. That's really what it takes, right? Again, looking at the players' emotions, still feeling so much for the team of Seda. They really gave it their all. And shout out to the ladies, of course, for doing it. Shout out to Fanwall, too, coming in as a sub and playing so incredibly well and getting this roster to the main stage. But Galaxy Phoenix continuing to move forward. They are looking unstoppable.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I feel like even though they lost in game number 2, I think they already took some notes on what worked and what didn't work, right? Because if you want to become champions, honestly, getting 1 or 2 losses here and there is going to be very beneficial, because if you keep on winning by grand finals, if you did lose one game, you have no idea how to recover.
There's no better way to discover more of what could be improved than before the grand finals. And they said it themselves. They think it's gonna be Na'Vi. They want to go up against Na'Vi in the semifinals before eventually getting there. So that's an interesting pick, because I believe the record has been much smoother for Team Ray Young.
Ray Young has definitely been looking great. The record has been a bit smoother. However, it doesn't matter if it's smooth, rocky, choppy, as long as you get there. That's all that matters at the end of the day. For Galaxy Phoenix, yes, they drop a map, but they still ended up crushing the key of Seda Esports. They will move forward, but the question is, who is going to be their opponent? Well, we'll have to answer that in just a little bit. To recap this match even further, let's take a look at one of our first moments of the game, at least that we wanted to break down, because there was plenty of them, and a lot of moments making you two go absolutely insane. This is our first one, 9-minute mark. Bree, what are we looking at?
Okay, this was a moment where I feel like you get to see how willing they are to just go in for the dives, and the setup you see from a Sora all over again. Just imagine that delayed Wrath of Dryad into the setup that was actually going to be the main center of attraction for this sequence. It's just so great to think how GXP mastered the way that they tend to pull out their team fights.
Hey, big moves from them. Second moment. Actually, we're going to go, I think, favorite moment for us anyways. We get to watch the commentators once again reacting to that map number 3. Let's see how crazy they were getting.
Hey, they managed to actually go out of the ring of the crossfire here for Guy, and now they go in. It's Ling yet again, finding the right angles. Name risking it all with the RWM, but Fa, with a Tempest of Blade, will be able to finish up 2 members, making it 3. A triple kill for Fa.
4 of them already low, put down to 20 or 10%, and yet Fa somehow, taking turret aggro, manages to survive through all the pain. It's not over just yet. Another feathered airstrike, as this is the endgame scenario.
Pure passion, and this time I felt they were ready for the caster count this time around. Because notice Athena was standing up. She's like, I'm not getting caught off guard again.
I gotta say, Gideon is very expressive.
Yeah. That's right.
Like, whenever you see him, it's like, his thoughts move faster than his brain really can process. Shout outs to Briggs. We don't always get to work together.
Yeah, I know.
For this MWI. But I miss working with you, man.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun.
She's my boy.
We've been screaming. You see us, you hear
You guys
us.
have been going crazy. You guys have been
I think it's not just Gideon who's very expressive.
That's right, that's right.
Off cam, we are as expressive as Gideon.
Absolutely. And speaking of expressive, Rose ended up grabbing a couple of our players for the post-match interview. Let's listen in.
Hey guys, Fanhua here from Aseta. Although a reverse sweep was not granted, we'd still like to have a little chat with her regarding her journey in the MWI. Now, Fanhua, we know that this is the furthest your region has gone in an international tournament. An amazing one, if you ask me, and you guys look extremely strong. But I gotta ask you personally, how has your experience been like this MWI?
As you know, our team is first time come up to the international stage, and for our whole team, I think we didn't imagine we can go so far as to get this time. But I'm looking forward maybe next year or next year we can get a better result.
Oh, this result to me is amazing. Honestly, I counted on you guys as the underdogs because from match 1 up until now, you guys always had such a great fighting spirit. Now, I gotta ask you, what more can we expect from your region, China, in the upcoming tournaments?
I'm expecting like our regions, no matter which is like women MLBB or like men's the game. I expect that our score maybe next year will be better and better.
We just keep on improving. Now, Fanhua, is there any message that you have to give to the Chinese fans watching back at home?
Thank you guys for all the support, and I believe next year we'll do better.
Jayo! Good luck, Fanhua, and I hope to see you again next year. That's it from us.
Thank you, Rhodes, as always, for the interview. Staying in high spirits is Seda Esports. They want to come back even stronger. This was just their first appearance. Imagine what they can do next time. I've got full faith in that roster to continue to be able to push forward and pull off incredible feats at the MWI. Hey, we've got a lot of watch parties taking place, a lot of coverage in general. And this next one is going to be special. It's Zay Casting. Let's bring him in because Zay Casting is keeping all the coverage for the MWI out there for everybody involved. And I tell you what, it's been a great time speaking to some of these influencers. Zay, how you feeling?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. How are you, man?
I'm phenomenal, man. How are you enjoying MWI?
I really enjoy it. You know, this is my first time international experience as a official restreamer. So I really enjoyed it. I'm really thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you, Mundon. Thank you, EWC. Thank you, man.
And thank you, Zay Casting. Let me ask you something. A lot has changed. What do you think about the current meta?
Current meta is you know they nerf Fredring like Juriba Jungle Basha. So I think it's nice. I like this meta. You know. They can use like Link. They play Link like Assassin are really good in this meta. I think So I really like it.
And Sora also apparently has been tearing it up. Hey, Zay Casting, thank you so much for all your coverage and everything you do. The MWI will continue, but like I said, shout out to you, Zay, for being who you are as an incredible influencer, and thank you for the coverage and the watch party. Hey, check it out. My champion pick is now live. 2 champions, 1 game. My champions pick is now live from July 27th. You can submit your predictions for the MSC and MWI champions for a chance to win 50,000 in-game diamonds and MSC 2021 through 2025 tournament skins. Don't forget to leave your picks under @MLBB MLBB Esports post for even more chances to win. Lock in your champions now and cheer for your favorite teams. My champion pick live now. Get involved. I'm hearing Rose is also set up with yet another interview. Rose, who did you get?
Two Indonesians representatives going up against each other in this elimination match. This is Vival and Liv, and we're gonna have a little chat before we head into the game. Hi girls, how are we doing today?
I'm good, very good.
Yeah, I'm great too. How did you girls react when you found out it was gonna be an Indo-Indo match just now?
I'm in shock, really in shock. Actually, it's as expected.
Okay, now since an Indo-Indo match is happening very early on, is there anything that we should expect from the game? Is it gonna be fun? Is it gonna be long? What do you think is gonna happen, Vival?
I don't think there will be anything special. I think it's going to be pretty much the same showdown like previously, like in Battle of Gamehurst and like the previous meetings that we had.
What about for the sides of Falcons ID? Aren't you guys scared? Because you guys played a game today. Are you scared that they will read your strats and everything?
Maybe there will be a new draft, but then I'm hoping for a rematch. But I think it's going to be in grand final. But then we come out like now today. But then yeah, we'll see on the line of dawn.
We'll see in the line of dawn. It is a very early match up. So now the question lies on, what do you think the score will be? Let's start with Liv.
I'm hoping for 2-1.
2-1. Okay. 2-1.
I'm also hoping for that because since we are Indo and Indo are facing each other right now, we want to make this a very fun game for y'all. And yeah.
Okay. I think it will be a fun game. Definitely one to watch. So any message to each other?
Let's have a good match.
Yep, good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Very friendly fire over here. Nothing too extreme. Good luck, girls, on this match. And that's it from us. Throwing it back to you guys at the studio.
Thank you, Rose, for the interview. As always, hearing from both players in good spirits. However, only one team can continue their championship run in the MWI, and these two teams have a long-standing history, and it is, in fact, the great Indonesian rivalry.
First of all, we saw that interview and they were, talking very nicely to each other. Why are we like that, Rick? And when I say we, I mean all of us talents. We are very aggressive against each other, but honestly, one of the things that we heard during the interview where Vival said, I hope it's a 2-1, because I feel like in her hearts of hearts, she's like, not gonna be a 2-1, this is gonna be a 2-0.
Well, I understand why the record has been that way.
Very one-sided.
For the recent qualifiers, and even if you talk about the rivalry way back, even when they had different names and were under different banners, it seems like that has been the story for them. That's why it's a revenge match again and again for now Team Falcons ID, because they're always yet to get that win against Vitality.
It's going to be tough either way you look at it. Falcons Indonesia is going to have to fight hard, but Vitality, they want the championship again. Let's send it to the stage to get the match started. Damascus, Hollywood Rob TV, Cheryl, take it away.
And it is time to continue with our knockout stage of the event. We just saw Galaxy Phoenix put on an absolute masterclass, and now we have to see if the ball is gonna keep on rolling in that same direction. Damascus, who are we bringing to the stage first?
Hey, listen, Rob, technically they need no introduction, but we need to make some noise, of course, for the Queen. And I see the Vitality fans. Les fans de Vita, je vous vois. Est-ce que vous êtes prêts, s'il vous plaît? Un max de bruit pour Vitality!
Team Vitality, simply put, the best in the world. They barely lose games, let alone matches. Last year they won MWI without losing a single game. That is the definition of excellence. That is the definition of professionalism and, of course, of perfection. These are the reigning queens of MLBB, and now we have to see if anyone can overthrow their reign.
Now, City, anything you would like to say to the most familiar of foes, your opponent team?
Let's both do our best and keep the streaks like before.
Exciting. Head on over to your battle station.
Keep the streaks like before, évidemment. Du côté de Vita, elles veulent continuer à la win streak. Elles ont gagné l'an dernier. Elles cherchent à gagner. But big opponents after that. We've talked about the rivalry. Who are they facing, Rob?
Ladies and gentlemen, coming next to the stage, put your hands together for Team Falcon!
The Indonesian division of Team Falcons. We got two Falcons still there, and Falcons ID are back, led by Violet. They opened in a difficult match, losing to Seda, but then the redemption was absolutely perfect, destroying both Aurora and then Twisted Minds, and they inherited Vitality because they were not picked by Galaxy earlier. It is time for them to showcase if they can take down the Queens.
And now, anything you would like to say to our defending champion?
I hope we can have a good match and we can 2-1 you guys.
Oh, okay, let's see. Please head on over to your battle stations. Now, friends, this is a one and done. No more extra chances, no more extra lives. On one hand, our defending champions, Team Vitality, has been having perfect streaks so far. Whereas over on the other hand, Team Falcons has been fighting from day one. One is well rested, one is relentless. But there's a bigger picture at stake. Organizations, club championship points. Can Team Falcons score one for the team? Or will Team Vitality take this win? This is the battle of the familiar foe. Ale, let's go!
Cheryl, Hollywood Rob, TV, and Damascus, thank you for setting the stage, and the stage is about to ignite. You have an Indonesian rivalry between two great titans, Team Vitality versus Falcons Indonesia. This is going to be a matchup, potentially an upset, depending on how it ends up unfolding. Now, these guys, these ladies, they have history for the longest time, and it dates back, I'm talking many days. In fact, I'm thinking 719 days in total. Last time they met was or at least for MWI, was at the EWC 2024 Championship. Now, we all know Na'Vi got the victory there, right? It was not Vitality. But either way, for Vitality, they beat Falcons Indonesia. So, LaFell, they meet once again. I don't know. The rematch. Let's see how it goes.
I mean, here's the thing. If we're talking about history, Vitality made a name for themselves because they don't just win. They dominate. They make sure when they enter that tournament, they don't drop a single game. So, honestly, for this one, I feel like for the players, for the organization, it's not enough to win.
Yeah.
It has to be quick. It has to be decisive. It has to send a message to every single team thinking they can get Vitality later on in the grand finals.
Yeah, especially as they finally made their return to the MWI stage. Because if you would recall last year, they also weren't here. That's why we saw their last matchup way back. Because it was Onyx Pertiwi, if I'm not mistaken, taking the stage last MWI 2025. And now that they finally made it here, they did reveal their roster. And they've shown up even though it was quite a bit shaky in day number 1. I can only hope that the momentum keeps going because they played earlier this morning, and I hope that carries over.
What makes Team Vitality so confident? Why did they continually win? It has to transcend just hero picks, just gameplay. The confidence they have is unmatched by any of the ladies competing in MWI.
I would say they went through hardships because the way that they train against professional male players. Right? So even in losing matches, they went up in literal the best of the best that any region can really produce. And that's why they have such a big hero pool. And then in terms of gameplay-wise, how they've always been dominating, we gotta talk about the mother of tanks, man. The way that she sets up fights. Doesn't matter if it's a Cho, a Grok, a Hylos, it really doesn't matter. Vivian makes life easy for everyone in Vitality. And in the last match, I saw Vitality going up against Genji. The Arlet of Fumi Echo, bro, that was popping.
Yeah, and every single time you see Vitality encounter a slight mishap or a bit of a bump in terms of their road, which is always very dominant, which is always going their way, you just see them come back stronger and stronger. We saw this last happen MWI 2024. They failed to get the championship for themselves, but after that, eventually, they've been on a roll. You saw it happen again recently. When they played for Indonesia in the recent SEA Games, they failed to win that championship, but now they've been on a roll once again, winning the Battle of Gamers. They did not need to qualify through that. They were already directly invited, and even now, with such a strong start, they're on the road to replicating a flawless record yet again, dropping 0 games if they keep this going.
And I love that you brought the Battle of the Gamers up. You know, that was season 2. They both met, and Vitality swept Falcons, you know. They swept them in a best-of-7 series. That is quite significant. Technically, this is a revenge from that very qualifier. We go into our pick and bans. This is where the story starts to get told. Falcons Indonesia needs to counter Team Vitality because we know when Team Vitality gets rolling, it is so hard to stop them, if not impossible.
Yeah, we're starting draft here. Falcons is going to be blue side first pick. Vitality second pick on the red side. Flying clouds again. Today, you know what?
You know what?
Is a very airy kind of day. I wonder if we're gonna rain. If today rains, I gotta say everything is set up. Which, by the way, right now looks like Guinevere, Freya, as well as the Atlas has been banned out by Falcons. And now for Vitality, banning out the Marcel as well as the Hirara. So it looks like Vitality is not specifically going for targeted bans. They just ban the most annoying things in the meta right now.
Yeah, so we also have a fun fact right here. Vitality versus Falcons. Oh, so this was what Reflections was talking about. It was 719 days ago when they last prevailed in the 2024 Grand Finals. It was a 3-1, at least back then. Because recently, this year, it's always been very one-sided. They've always swept Team Falcons ID whenever they do meet in a match. But Eve's the last ban, though. Okay, that leaves...
But Keto is up if that's something that they want to consider. But again, we've seen Esmeralda, and it looks like they're going to pick up the carry, which again, I feel like is a pretty strong pick right now. It just counters so many things. I think Vitality should not rush for the Sora for now, because they're the kind of team that kind of wants to challenge that. Because I feel like if they stop a dominating hero, it sends a message to the other teams and be like, what's next?
Yeah, you know what? After seeing even the Selena in Sydney's hands yesterday, I might as well just would rather see them flex it a bit more, because now they prioritize the Akai and Paquito. So there is a chance that Falcons, Violet with the Sora, phenomenal. I wouldn't mind if they do actually consider it here, but then do they also pick up the Valentina? Because then that also might limit their chances or their lineup in a way. You'll have to always be up close in order to fully utilize it. But I think it's okay, despite the Akai being present, they actually don't consider the Valentina at all.
I think that is pretty okay right now, because I feel like going up against Vitality, a team that is amazing when they rush forward for a fight, having something like a Zushin to kind of like slow things down is going to be pretty good. The Sora as well. If Sora from Falcons ID gets a win over Vitality, Brig, I think we can just lock it in. It's already. It's already. I think it's gonna be very hard. It's gonna be an uphill battle. But if they do it, hey, c'est la vie.
If that does happen to be the case, then I maybe don't want to see it anymore. Like, let's just take it out and let them revert back to the other EXP.
Right, let's just put it this way. If Sora wins, right? You and me, we can take a break. Let someone else come in and hang out with Taylor. Right?
That's true.
Please don't leave me.
Anyways, Kimmy has been picked up here, which, by the way, is a pretty good counter against the Zushin, especially after Zushin's current nerf of the range of her lantern. making it so that it's much easier for Kimi to punish.
I just honestly like how they're just so not reactive to the Sora and how they're just keeping it simple in terms of their approach in the draft.
They're making it like, oh no.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah, that's true. And honestly, in terms of just repositioning overall, I think the Kimi would have a much easier time doing that compared to the other mages that could have been the option here. I mean, the Valentina definitely has dashes yet, but they might want a bit more of the DPS to come through because we actually don't know what the gold lane is going to be just yet. We don't know what the pick for Chell could be.
I think Harvey would be a pretty safe ban.
Yeah.
Because I feel like the carry can deal with most gold laners. Maybe even consider a Granger. Because right now, Brick, my worry is, what about his Paquito?
Yeah.
Right? If Esmeralda gets banned out, then the natural counter has been, let through.
Yeah, because the Freya could not be considered anymore since they've already revealed the carry and the sword.
Oh wait, yeah, you're right.
So, but it's also banned. So, we
no, honestly, right now, I'm just worried about that, right? Because the Paquito can deal with the Zushin as well as the carry. And we've seen Falcons... No, we've seen... Who did Falcon? Either way...
Violet.
Paquitos is one of those heroes. Once he gets like 3 kills, right around 3 kills, it becomes very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I agree. So at this point, we also don't really know what the mid duo is gonna look like for either sides because we already see the mages.
The glue is still open if that's something that Falcons wants to get. Because right now, let's recap about Vitality and their strategy going into this game. It looks like they're trying to force Falcon's ID on some kind of damage jungler because in terms of the tanks, I would say Balman is still up. And Balman is not great right now just because going up against Paquito, a lot of CC. Going up against Akai, a lot of CC. Going up against Kimi, a lot of CC. So right now, Vitality, they're really attacking the junglers. At this point, I really don't know what's good for Falcon's ID.
If it's someone with some slight escape mechanic, the Suyo Harley can be considered here, especially as you see how vulnerable the mid lane actually is. So you might just want to force out those random escape tools every now and then with those surprise angles if you go for the Harley. Objectives, I think, are, however you look at it, going to be a problem though for Team Falcon's ID.
Yeah, having the Akai as well as the Paquito, it kind of covers 2 problems, right? Around the turtle itself, the Akai is going to be great, and then the Paquito can deal with the mid laner, he can deal with the junglers, so... Yeah, I feel like they're opening the only viable option is a Fredrin, but Fredrin after the nerf, you can really feel the big difference. He's not as tanky as before. Eventually, he'll kind of be, where he needs to be, but that's not why you pick up a Fredrin. You want Fredrin for that instant result.
Yeah, I mean, if you pair it with a carry, maybe there can be some ways around it. And then you can opt for a more tanky roam just to compensate for the front lines, because I think the Sora is more of a setup rather than a front line.
If I'm a jungler, I hate going up against this trio, man.
Yeah.
The Belleric, the Akai, the Paquito. At this point, I'm like, hey, can I don't know, use a Hanzo or something?
Oh, wait. They've
used it before. It did not look great.
It did not.
They've used it before. I know. That's why I brought it up. Nolan may be okay, but less about those objectives and hyper farm, try to get a 2-level lead against the Akai, and then try to deal with the Kimi or whatever gold laner they eventually get.
So there are a couple options out there for Sev. There's a Suyo, Harley, Nolan, maybe a different assassin too if you would consider, but it's just tough.
Assassin is
maybe
so
a higher.
I mean, like, look at this. They're all tanky, right? Like I said, they're gonna pick up the Nolan because they're trying to hyper farm. That's the only damaged jungler that I feel like you can hyper farm against an Akai because the nerf makes it so that Akai clears very, very late, and then just ignore 2 turtles.
Yeah.
Ignore 2 turtles, get all the farm, and I hope you have enough damage.
With this, Falcon's ID might be okay with letting the Hearth through, but does Vitality really pick that up? There are other options if they don't want to go that route, because that's also going to be primarily magic damage.
I guess Bruno's not bad if they want to, use something that Zeta has used and proven in the game. And we got to talk about Shell as well. Shell can basically use anything. I've never really seen her being bad at any kind of heroes.
Okay, so the Harith is going to be the go-to still for Chell here, putting enough faith in the team composition they decided to field as well.
For now, all looks normal. This is typical draft coming in from Falcons ID as well as Vitality.
Predictions, what are we thinking?
I still think Vitality's got it.
I have to go with Vitality as well.
Okay, Vitality seems to be the favorite. Hey, these two met up 719 days ago. It was at the MWI at EWC 2024. But now in 2026, the great Indonesian rivalry will once again continue. It's Team Vitality versus Falcons Indonesia. Miracle Eterna, let's get it started.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 in this ID versus ID matchup. We're heading straight into the land of dawn. And the big question is whether or not Team Falcons ID will be able to claim their revenge up against their bitter rivals, Team Vitality, the defending champions.
And it's really cool to see as we get into the land of dawn. Hold on, Fumieko taking a bit of punishment early on. Great hold on that bush from both Sev and Violet, really learning from the pattern of Vitality in the last few matches we've seen for Falcons ID in Saudi Arabia. And now we see home court advantage for Vitality.
And I gotta say, it's so surprising, it's so breathtaking as well, because I think last time around, back last year, Vitality was the one that was really under pressure from everyone that was in the venue. And this time around, they've actually rocked up with drums. So even additional support, it's amazing to see. But let's get straight into the game right now. We're seeing an array of different picks. And it's interesting to see that the Nolan actually shows up here. And I feel like it will be quite difficult for the Nolan here come the early game and the earlier or the later stages of the game, especially with how much CC there is on Team Vitality.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot more of these Nolan just farming up a storm, clearing it out, trying to get the prio bottom lane though. Liv doing a good job in this matchup. You'd expect for a win for the carry. Sev down below with a fracture of the Purify, not enough to get Chell out. First blood to Sev.
Caster Curse.
Caster Curse.
Caster Curse.
Yep.
But I love it. I love it. I love that Falcons are going to be able to get that. And it looks like they're going to be able to chunk some gold out of that turret as well. So it will help Liv in that particular matchup. The carry will be a monster come the later stages of the game, especially when she gets her items up.
And this is something very, very interesting as well. Just looking at the matchup, Falcons ID, it's been so weird their run, yeah? They start off losing to Seda in a crazy, crazy underdog win. An early upset to the tournament, but then they climbed up and now they're just gonna go straight into playing strong side for the carry. They know they have no shot on the neutral objective. The back's gonna be the all-in from Violet over to City. Flicker around the safety. Violet chases her down below. Chelsea survived. Vival on the turtle, picks up the retreat on it, securing it. Violet gets away with the flicker, and it will just be a 2-0 start, but a neutral objective to Vitality.
And I think that's something that we can expect, right? I mean, Falcons came in here, guns blazing, utilizing a Nolan in the jungle. Meanwhile, Vitality took a slower route. They picked up the Akai once again. I think it's one of the comfort heroes that Vival has utilized over the course of the years, especially last year. And that's something quite notable. And they're just utilizing it to get a little bit more pressure around the neutral objectives, and they've done exactly that. However, it looks like Falcons now are the ones holding on to the gold lead. It's a 1K now for them so far. And it looks like Team Vitality, though, are looking to find something else of their own. They're going in for the invade onto the enemy jungle.
Yeah, one thing that they can do, but unfortunately for them, the Nolan can clear really quickly. Sep trying to cut them down. Vivian holding this position. Raimundo with a taunt unbreakable, forces the heavy spin out. The traction pulse knocks Violet down. And it will just be to disengage as Fumi Echo on this Paquito. Lethal Ignition will continue to utilize the waves up top. Maybe trying to get a few more hits on it. Liv takes the gold crab away from Chell. Forces her back as well. Fumi, though, making quick work out of that turret up top.
I haven't seen Shell in this position in quite some time. Wait a second. Viva will be actually able to pick it up. But I mean, Zev, so far, she's been playing the Nolan quite well.
Fantastic. She's been clearing it out very, very well. Yes, the turtle went to Vitality, but this is why we expected the Nolans, the Assassins, to come back. It's just that farming speed that you cannot underestimate. And then obviously the fact that you can play for your winning side in the gold lane. Something we haven't seen in a while. It's been Claude, Moskov, Harren, just play weak side gold. Nowadays, especially with Zev, back on the Assassins, it's all right. We don't get neutral objectives, no problem. I'll just farm, invade, and take your gold lane down.
But it is quite typical of Shell. I think last year there were moments where she was also forced in a losing lane. But eventually, she usually is able to pick things up a little quicker later on when the items start rolling in. And I think that's something that we can expect. But it looks like both teams are now rallying over the neutral objective.
All in, AOG to try to help Violet escape. She actually gets over the shifting skies, forcing the flicker out of Cine. She gets to a safe spot now with the Crimson Beacon utilized. Cine gets knocked back with a Lantern Flare. It's still going to be Violet, shot down from the sky. Chev taken low, taunted up from the Echo is right there to capitalize. And it's Vitality who level the playing field 2-2 on the scoreboard.
And there's the mentality, there's the experience flowing through for the defending champions as they are 2 men ahead. I don't think there's going to be a contest here. Team Vitality will pick up the next neutral objective. And they're going to stop there. They go for the quick invade there into the enemy purple. And Nolan, you know, even with the changes, still need it. Does he get it?
Whoa. Fumieko almost getting an assassination up top. It's Raimundo, yeah, who secures the purple buff. Not the best person to be giving a purple buff, but it's better on her than on Vitality.
Damage control.
Damage control.
Damage control. But a fair fight. Falcons' idea at this stage in time, what are the winning conditions?
At this point, it's really playing into the strong side. Liv has gotten such a good lead at the start of the game. I'm surprised they even contested that second neutral objective. It looked like they had the game plan ready. Fumieko overextending quite a bit, but it's a Paquito. Just flickers out of the way. Chev opens up against a lethal ignition. It's a lethal ignition battle. Fumieko in that 1v1. It was ticking down, but fortunately for Sev, she's able to escape. Vivian catches Raimundo with the Wrath of the Dryad, and now it's Liv picking up a turret down below, traded by Fumieko up top.
Okay, Vival gives information there, but they don't have anyone to kind of back that up. But in return, Team Vitality still pick up the turret on the top side of the map. And that gold lead that Falcons had earlier on, 1k, almost 2k, has now shifted quite slowly in favor of Team Vitality. There is some damage being placed onto Raimundo, and it looks like Team Vitality are looking for the cut.
Yeah, traction pulse lands as well on Raimundo. Liv's able to pop in ultimate quickly, clears out the wave, and that's just it. Chev, though, has been struggling at matching the pace of Fumieko on the Paquito. Not even given space to go for the purple buff. Livy is in position, but Fumieko forces her to use the Crimson Beacon, and now Vivian's actually come in, backing Fumieko up. Vivian with the flicker after the Dryad. Good reaction from Chev. Raimundo falling back. Fumieko gonna go for the assassination again on Liv. Violet walks up onto Cine, no flicker. Vivo with a heavy spin. Forces the flicker around. Raimundo's caught all alone. The purple buff stolen away by Vivo. And now it's Fumieko diving under turret. Traction pulse lands. But the immobilization doesn't. Vivo was ready with the body slam. This turret, can they even defend it? No, they have to concede it. And guess what's up? The turtle, final turtle of the game, up and available right as the tier 1 falls in the mid lane.
Is this perfect turtle? Is this a perfect turtle? Is this a perfect game now for Team Vitality as they quickly find their own pacing here? 7 minutes, being as aggressive as ever. The side lanes are definitely in danger for Team Falcons to whoever, right? At this stage of time, look at that, Fumieko!
Oh, with the lethal ignition, it's ticking down, Livy! Crimson Beacon and the Regen both baited before a big fight. And guess what? The Paquito can make her way up top. Cine gets away from Sev in the mid lane. It's a free turret for Chell down below. And this is what makes Vitality special. At MWI, they're just so clean. At damage control, that's one when they start losing in the early game. But then at converting on objectives after every small victory they get.
Once again, it reflects their experience, right? They've been in this position over and over, and the one thing that I really paid attention to during these particular team fights is the Sky Piercer procs that unfortunately Cine will have her hands on. I think she should be at 20 stacks at this stage. She already has the glowing one as well, so it won't be as easy now for Falcons, and they need to be aware of the stacks coming in. Oh, wait a second, Violet!
Yeah, caught in the midst of it all. Already pinned down by the heavy spin. AOG in the breakable, coming down, but now he's going to be living with the Crimson Beacon, knocking Cine up. Straight into Raimundo. Chev trying to flank, but look at Vivo. She's taking all that shred damage. Fumi with the flicker in, and a killing spree at that. Chell knows him on for. Still a bit of damage. That's going to be the conceal to bring Fumieko back into the fight. Fumieko on the turret. A triple kill for Fumieko on the Paquito.
Poquito!
What has she been on lately? MWI has just been a highlight reel for her from day number 1. At some point, she was the weakest link of Team Vitality. This year, she steps it up and sets a statement. And it looks like Violet is looking for something of her own.
Yeah, can't do much though. It's a heavy spin, rooted in place by Vivian. And yeah, I agree with you. You know, earlier we've had a talk about jungle or XP. You know what? I might have to go back to XP now that Fumieko is pulling this off. 5-0 and 2 on the Paquito. Vivo's just doing her job on the Akai, right? 007. Just enabling the rest of the team, enabling the damage dealers. Fumieko's
Oh! 2 jabs, a knockout, sending Sev straight back home. Oh God! Usually it's the person walking into the bush that gets out. I don't know. That was rough.
Opposite Kumar.
Ramuk?
Rumak. Oh wait, you're right. It's Ramuk.
It's Ramuk. It's Ramuk.
Well, there you go. 7,000 gold lead still for Team Vitality, and I'm just still so speechless and breathless of the development of Fumieko. Yesterday when she picked up the Lapu Lapu, it was crazy. Arlott was also insane, and now she brings out the Alice and the Paquito. And now Team Vitality are knocking on the base of Team Falcons. They have a Lord on the way. It's only been 10 minutes. And I feel like Team Falcons don't have the best clear.
They really don't, no. The carry is good at dealing with the Lord, but that's about it. And if she utilizes that cycle on the ultimate straight up, not going to be great for the rest of the team when it comes to the skirmishes. Vivian already inflicted the Raptor Dryad lands, but just onto Raimundo, who's still there, shifting skies on 2, but the rest of the team is able to disengage in time as Sev walks up in the back, but it's just the frontliners tanking up a storm as the Revitalize coming down in the shifting skies again, this time up top for Mieko. Still trying to deal damage. Lantern Flare picking up the Panda, but Tini gets the mobilization down on Liv. Lord still up. Up top is going to be the Cannon Minion. Liv taking a ton of damage over. And they've cracked open the base already. Base turret number 1 taken down in the mid lane. They're going to try to push in these waves to get another top lane. Highest priority to get the far lane control. You always got to look at Fumieko whenever she's in a 1v1. Purify can't save her. Shifting skies on 3, but it's only Vivian that gets popped back as Chell is kiting them in the back. Tini's kiting away right now as Liv walks up and gets the double. Fumieko waiting for the moment. Falcons have defended well.
1-for-2 trade, and they lose Cindy in the process. So the stacks on the Sky Piercer are going to reduce quite a bit. They lose Vivian in the process, and they fail to take the side lane inhibitor turrets. Falcons, I would say they walk away, and they walk away clean here, right? All they need to do now is try to find a moment where Liv can execute these team fights a lot better. I think spacing is going to be ever as important. Viva and Vivian, though, aren't going to be easy to push through. Wait a second, Shell! She gets taken out!
Absolutely. Falcons know when to pounce. It's almost like they got that bird eye view of what's happening on the map. Chell took the purple buff, stayed a bit too long. Fumieko wants to go for the punish. Order a knockout strike on Zev. Good peel though. Fumieko thrown back again. That's gonna be a big shutdown for Raimundo. Violet jumping to the back, now jumping all over. It's the rest of the team trying to peel for her, but it's Violet over there with Livy to take City down. Vitality's crumbling the Lantern Flare to bring her back into Liv. All of a sudden, the game's back to level. That 8,000 gold lead now down to 2,000 as Zev will try to take the purple buff. Vivian, the mother of tanks, is able to save the purple, but that's about it. I don't know, Zev, because she made that move onto the purple buff, she needs to recall, and that delays this take for just a bit.
That's true, but it does still surmount a comeback angle here for Team Falcons. The fact that they were able to get that move onto Shell, the fact that they were able to look for that opening, that was brilliant. Team Vitality, after that, they looked scrambled in that particular team fight. They lost Simi in the process. They lost a lot of members in the process. And now Team Falcons are the ones to pick up the Lord here in the 13th minute of the game. Wow.
Wow, wow, wee, wow.
Wow, wee, wee, wow.
Is that the new one? Is that the updated one?
Could be.
Okay, Falcons ID. Now let's see how they capitalize on the Lord. So far, they've been great at setting up ambushes. Just like this. Just a bit of poke onto Vivo. Straight to half HP. Chell's got to be really careful, man. Gank down below for first blood. And the second time around, it's just overextension of these guys. Baiting on the Purify. Good run for the try to disengage, but now the AOG comes through. Vivian got knocked out of the Lantern Flare, but it's not enough as Fumi Echo makes her move into the bottom lane. Now let's see how Vitality deal with this. On the base they go. It's Fumi Echo taking the turret down, and it's a winning trade at the end. Falcons ID though with the Flying Clouds going in, getting the assassination with the help of Livy.
So Fumi Echo here gets a taste of her own medicine, and then she gets ambushed. But she didn't realize, you know, I thought it was going to be a 1v1. It turns out they brought Livy with her. So a little unfair, but obviously they still got the job done. Fumi Echo, however, despite losing her life, was able to get that inhibitor turret in the bottom side, and that is going to work in favor of Team Vitality come the next Lord that should spawn in under 90 seconds now. The thing is, the carry has her power spike down too. Wait a second, Violet.
Shifting skies, Cine has to move away. Right for the Dryad taunts Violet just a bit. Cine goes past the wall right now. Sev is able to cut him down. Raimundo picks up the kill. Vivian has to jump away with the flicker. Immortality already down, and now she's gonna be caught. Bursted out by Liv. Vitality down just to play it safe. Falcons ID have taken control of the map. But like you mentioned, Eterna, that is true. When the Lord spawns back again, Vitality will still have that far lane control, and it's up to Falcons ID to try to send someone down below and play it quick.
So the big question is, who are they going to send, right? I don't think if they...
It has to be Shev.
And I don't think Shev can be alone.
Nope.
Because 1v1 against the Paquito, we saw what happened earlier on in the top side. If they send Shev alone... See, this is the overthinking that is going to happen here for Falcons, and Team Vitality are sure to make way of it. You can see how much damage Fumi Echo is actually building here with everything popped up here, the Malefic Roar, the Hunter Strike. So imagine that first burst of damage from the Paquito, the first jab that occurs. That is going to be a problem. They're going to have to send maybe one or more than two people down if they want to try and win that 1v1 against Fumi Echo, because at this stage in time, Fumi Echo is the king of the far lane.
There's something that has gone downhill though. The Sky Piercer stacks of Cine. She's just building it up very calm, very steadily, but now it's all gone. So she won't have that execution factor. Shev, this is a very scary position to be holding. Oh my god, Fibble spots her. Shev's gonna have to try to pull off a crazy run right now. She goes for the recall inside of the bush. Fibble's shaking. Goes into the bush. Shev gets read out. Now Fumi Echo with the chase. Shev gets away with the fracture, and that's about it. Great escape. Crazy composure. Now it's Raimundo with a taunt on a no flicker tree. Forces out the Wrath of the Dryad. The rest of the team can't really go and pop in. Flicker up in 10 seconds, but Vivian's already half HP. Has to pop in the region, and now Fumi Echo is gonna collide with Shev again. This time with a knockout strike. Takes away the immortality, baits out the AOG, Raimundo with Revitalize as well. Now Vitality take back control over the Lord with the Paquito, clearing down bot. Falcons ID gotta make a call. It's either they send Shev down. They can't contest this neutral objective.
Team Vitality, what's the call as well? Do they want to go for the burst in? Because Fumi Echo is knocking on the base, and here comes Violet.
Shifting skies off to the back right now. They're still trying to gamble it despite having no jungler in the midst of this team fight. Violet buying a bit of time. Vivian getting caught already. Fumi Echo cutting the waves, proxying it all the way so that Falcons ID can't punish. Now it's a cut from Livy, it seems. But no, she just ends up going for the wave. Fumi Echo gets to the bush in time. Vitality have secured the Lord.
Just like that. Just like that. It's simple chess at this stage, right? When we go around these Lord fights, it's a chess battle between two minds.
They had to make a decision whether to stop pushing down below, sending someone else, or to fight. They made both decisions, but contesting the Lord with no jungle.
They could have collapsed bot.
Exactly.
Like, that could have been a decision as well, but the Lord is going to be pushing, and interestingly enough, they're actually not going to push with it, so they don't really get an advantage with the Lord thing anyway.
Nope. Falcons ID did a fantastic job dealing with the waves and getting a trade off of that. Remember, it was Vivian taken out of that skirmish, so not much they can do without their main frontliner. So it's back to a stalemate. It's back to building up. And in this endgame, it's all about the far lane. Again, for Vitality, they have the advantage down below, especially with Fumi Echo on the Paquito. 1v1, it ain't gonna work. I think for Falcons ID, they just gotta gamble around neutral objective.
I think that's what they're gonna do.
Even then, it's hard though, because Fumi Echoes just stand by looking for that back door down below.
But I think that's what they're going for. Look at that rotation coming in from Team Falcons. They're sending literally 3 of their members. I think they want to be able to protect the jungle, give them a little bit more time. I think the buff is spawning very, very soon. There's still 80 seconds left for the next neutral objective to spawn as well. So I want to know the adaptations from Team Falcons. They proved to us yesterday that they can make adaptations in the game. Now, up against the very best, will they be able to pull off something similar?
That's a good question. Right now, it looks like they're on track to do it. Liv has all her items. They have enough peel for her, and it comes down to protect Liv. If Liv can live, they can win.
I get it.
Yeah, nice. Vitality, though, it's really all about controlling the neutral objectives and breaking the box of Falcon's ID, right? It's a front-to-back classic up against Vitality, want to attack from different angles. The thing is, though, Falcon's ID still have that X-Factor in Chev. She can come in from behind. She can actually look for the assassination on Chell once the Zaman Force is down. So it just comes down to execution at this point. It comes down to that macro decision-making as well. And so far, Vitality have looked cleaner on that department. Damage taken, though. The tree is taking a beating.
Damn. Violet as well.
Not surprising, yeah. Violet's taken so much with Raimundo.
Because I feel like every time we look at these team fights between these two teams, it always seems like Violet is the one to initiate first, and then there's like that engage after with the AOG coming. So obviously they're the ones that are absorbing as much damage, and they're just there to kind of just stand there to allow Livy and Liv to do their thing. And so far in these team fights, it's kind of worked. So is it possible for them to force another 5v5?
They can force a 5v5, but up top the minions will take the base turret down, and it'll go straight to the base. Livy shows herself up top. Vitality hold the Lord on the edge of a reset. And they send Fumi Echo down below again. It's the build-up play. It's all about that Lord dance. And Vitality, they have the composure to do it. Falcon's ID, they have to make a decision while the wave isn't shoved in. Now it's a bit too late.
That's the decision though. They're sending Carry and Gato Kacha on the bottom side of the map.
And that gives Vitality the green light to go for this Lord. They're going to try to utilize this Lord as bait, though. It's all about baiting Falcons into a 3v4. Fumi Echo into the mid lane, trying to get the prio there. She knows there's going to be an auto build, slow push down below, as long as Vitality are the ones to hold this Lord.
And that's the call. Fumi Echo looks like she's rotating back towards the bottom side of the map. Falcons, you gotta think about this housekeeping. There still is a potential backdoor angle that Fumi Echo could do.
Oh, scary position to be holding there. Vitality, they know this wave is going to be slow pushing, so they just continuously reset the Lord. Fumi Echo finally shows up, so it's going to be 2 waves crashing down on Falcon's ID. They send Chev down below. This should be it for Vitality. They should just go straight for it. Chev shows up without the reset. Vitality, they see the jungle down below. They're going to go straight for the Lord. No retribution in sight for Falcon's ID.
I don't think they can get there in time. What?
That's a massive pick in the bottom lane. Now they have to go for the burst, but it's an evolved board. Vivo's right there, shifting skies, delaying it already. It's Vivo with a heavy spin. Chev's going to walk up as well. The knockup comes through.
Wow.
Chev with the steal. City went there. Knocked up, and now it's Liv tearing up the frontliners. Liv goes godlike. Way down below is good, but it's an evolved Lord in the 23rd minute of the game for the Falcons.
They've done it. They've done the unthinkable. They've outsmarted the defending champions. Ladies and gentlemen, Evolved Lord on the way there in the top side of the map. And that was a decisive, quick thinking by Team Falcons, I would say. They bursted down Fumi Echo. Liv's damage is already up there. And now 12 seconds left. 27 seconds left for Vivian and City to come back into the game.
This is a bit greedy from Falcon's ID. Instead of using the wave up top with the Lord, they're trying to utilize the waves in the bottom lane. They can just jump it in. Shifting skies, bait it out. Shell's able to escape with his Zaman Force as well. They're going in without the Evolved Lord up top. Raimundo is going to get taken very low. They're fighting under a base turret with no minions. They're trying to brute force it, and they've gotten punished for it. Falcon's ID, they had a shot, but Vitality survived. They don't even lose a single base turret. That was absolutely botched by Falcon's ID.
The Lord is still on the way. The Lord is still watching and marching, but Raimundo is out of the picture. Even if they close this out, it's still a 4v5 situation, and they definitely do not have the advantage with it, and I think they know. They're still rotating towards it. Seb is looking, oh, wait a second, Violet looks for another pick.
Yeah, Antofair as well. Chell pops his on force, no one. Vivo is able to pin her down. Violet goes down straight up as they play with Chell. They took this fight 4v5, and it's not looking good as Fumieko goes for the knockout strike. Winter Crown already used with a fracture as well, but Fumieko comes back in. Immortality delays the death by a bit, but City's right there and picks up the kill on Livy with the glowing wand. And now the questions start to arise again. Falcons ID. What was the vision of trying to brute force a base turret Chev? Now in the mid lane.
They did it out of haste, and it did not pay off. And opportunities like that don't come twice against a team like Vitality. Fumieko now in a 1v1 against Chev. Chev fighting for her dear life, but she's gonna be sandwiched.
Raimundo with the AOG, a desperate one at that. Now it's Liv. 1v3 in a defense. It's everything thrown at her. Just a cannon minion. City takes her down. Vitality take game one after a back and forth and a confusing Falcons ID call that will certainly send everybody in backstage of the locker rooms of Falcons guessing and wondering, what the heck was that call?
When you're on a stage like this, when you hear the supporters of the opponents like this, sometimes decision making can go wrong. They had the opportunity. They did not take it to its utmost potential, and they will be going back to game number 2 on that quick reset. But what a game. It's one of the longer games that we've seen so far, 25 minutes.
That was painful.
Definitely was. Hopefully Team Falcons can reset after that, because obviously there is still an opportunity for them. They were able to do it once. Let's see if they can do it twice here in game number 2 to force a game number 3 under their hands. But there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in for game number 1. It's been me and Miracle. We're throwing it over, and we'll see you for game 2.
The great Indonesian rivalry is well underway. What an incredible matchup, but a matchup full of mistakes and overcommitments. But in the end, it is Vitality standing strong. But you could argue maybe they caught a lucky break a couple of different times. What a series, 25 minutes. Mistakes begets mistakes. Bree, I know we were screaming. We were going for it. The fans were also going nuts too. Let's walk me through from start to finish. Let's start at the beginning. Looks like Falcons Indonesia are off to a great start, and I'm thinking to myself, my goodness, we could have an upset.
I agree. They had the start which reflected so much of the experience and learnings that they've had throughout the years going up against this team again and again, and it seemed at the beginning that they were already able to adjust enough for it. But it did not stay that way up until the very end.
That's right.
The decisions that came along with those small wins, or maybe I wouldn't even consider them small, they were wins that could have led to actual victory.
So going back to when, of course, Falcons Indonesia, they're leading, they're looking great. All of a sudden, Team Vitality start looking like the champions they are. They start dominating the fights, taking them down. The fans are going nuts. And Team Vitality push towards Falcon Indonesia's base. They get there. They have one turret left on the left-hand side. They leave it. They back away. I'm thinking it's over with. But then all of a sudden, Falcons Indonesia had something else in mind. They flip the script. They take the lead right back.
So Taylor, that's basically them riding a bicycle. They took a stick, and they put it inside that tire. Like, that was honestly self-sabotage. I can see the vision where you're trying to force and engage, get the kill, and then that'll be good. You know what make that look bad? That was over 20 minutes. If you did that at 12, you're not sure, right? It's not that punishing. But after 20 minutes, you're telling your opponents, hey, my base is gonna be undefended, you know, have fun with it.
It always has to be Vitality, you know, with the longer games. It's weird to think that it's actually the case because, again, they're the team to beat, so you would expect the clean
Sure.
enough games to come from them. But eventually teams have found ways to extend the matches against them. And in this scenario, though, yeah, it's just frustrating. It's just frustrating to think about the way that things ended because it was already such a good one for Team Falcons.
Such a good one indeed. LaFell, let's take a look at our first action of the game. And who knows who was leading in this moment. We take a look at it. Looks dead even, actually. Quite literally dead even. But I think this was the point where it was Vitality starting to really heat up and apply that pressure onto Falcons Indonesia.
This is where Fumieko really starts showing off just a little bit because that Paquito from Fumieko, just like we discussed during the draft, if a Paquito gets about 3 kills, he can already start conquering the map, and that's exactly what we saw coming in from Fumieko. But then when she gets a little bit confident, which we might see later on, she got caught and then she died.
She did, and Bree, let's take a look at our second moment, maybe when Falcons Indonesia are starting to lead once again.
Oh, that's the moment.
That's exactly, yeah. So go ahead and walk me through it, Bree.
Okay, so clearly there could have been a chance that they did take out Sev at that moment, but it's not just actually Fumieko who went down in this scenario. It's everyone else following through, and I think it marked the beginning of Team Falcons ID really turning things around. We were so close to seeing another happy Sora day, but for the first time, it's not gonna be the case.
Sora falls for the first time. It comes to show you Sora's not a guaranteed win like we were thinking. Let's look at our third and final moment, LaFell, as we get, I believe, towards probably the end where Vitality starts to relinquish control, or not relinquish, but at least take it over for a fact. Taking a look at that moment, I want to say Vitality at this point starting to crowd into the base. That's exactly what they're doing. Actually, no, we go further back to 11:52. So this was the first attempt Vitality was taking onto the base.
Exactly what Falcons did, but the timer is different, right? This is why I say if you do it at the 12-minute mark, you might lose, but it's not that devastating. But if you do it on 22-minute mark, that it's such a different thing. That's why Vitality was not punished that hard.
Sure.
Falcons was.
Bree, there was a moment, though, where I felt as if, well, we'll take a look at the stats. I'll bring that up in just a second. I mean, dead even when it comes to overall kills. If we look at the stats, though, what story do you see? Because Fumieko was getting a lot of attention from you.
All I just see is that it's been a very close, all 16 and 25 minutes. And yes, Fumieko, I think she really did stand out in this game. But similar to what we've been saying, there were just moments where it was a bit too much of trying to make the individual plays. But I think every other thing she did across the map somewhat compensated for that. The wave management too, the pressure that they applied towards Falcons, especially during the most crucial objective takes, I think that's also what really mattered throughout this game.
Honestly, for me, like, I feel bad for Falcons ID because that was their game to win. How do I describe my disappointment? It's like I'm going to a friend's house bringing pizza and they eat it with a fork.
You can do that.
What?
Eat pizza with a fork and knife?
Would that really disappoint you that greatly where you're like, you're no longer my friends?
Yeah. Are you going to end your friendship with them?
I'm not Italian, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of angry Italians seeing you eat with that. But by the way, look at this. The rich guy, Zev, clearly able to get quite a lot of gold. The carry shell on that Harv, still dealing quite a lot of damage, around 39,000 per minute. And then Vivian the sandbag. But Livy, the best wingman. Honestly, it's quite weird. We don't see any of the EXP laners here because they played a big role in this game as well.
Yeah, it's maybe we don't count them anymore after what we've seen today. You know, like they've always been stealing the show, and they've been taking these. We don't have MVPs, but if we had a choice, like majority of the game MVPs would have been handed over to EXP lanes anyway.
Yeah, I want to take a blast to the past, a step into the moment where Falcons Indonesia look as if they are going to win. But walk me through the moment where they get a bit too greedy, because I felt like they shouldn't have overcommitted. They also had the Lord who was behind them. Why not wait for the Lord, pump the brakes a little bit, fill it out, and then push up into the base? They knew that was the right play, but for some reason they didn't make it.
Taylor, you're talking like an analyst. You talk like
I finally made it 3 days in.
Like you've casted this game for 2 years, because that's exactly right. Like they had all the opportunities to end the game, just sync up everything, and then just use everything together to end the game. They chose to go in with the disadvantage. Now that's weird, right? It's what kind of analogy do I want to go to? It's like you go into your car knowing that you have no gas, and then still you want to go for 300 kilometers ride. That doesn't make sense.
You know what? That was actually much better than the fork and knife. I'll give you that one. That was a redemption.
We need a 1 so that we can eventually hit a 10. You know, like, we need to ring it up.
That's right. Now, Bree, it was wild though, because it's like Falcons Indonesia, pump the brakes. It's okay. Take your time. It had already at this point been 20 plus minutes, and you had Vitality by the throat. Vitality, in my opinion, I feel like they didn't really outright win that. You know,
they got lucky for sure.
They got lucky for sure, which makes the next map that exciting. However, for Falcons Indonesia, I always like to talk about the mentality. My goodness, they're going to be hurting after that one because they knew they had it.
I was about to get to that because that felt like one of the hardest games to get over. That kind of loss is the kind of loss that will take a bit of time to recover from. But again, they've been doing this for so long. Hopefully it doesn't get to them, because losing to Vitality, I guess, is something they've constantly tried to get through.
And that's the key point there. And it's kind of akin to what I always say about being a champion. To be a champion, it's better to feel what it means to be a champion in the past. It's easier to win championships when you've already been a champion. It's hard to win your first ever championship. In this case, we're not even talking about the championship. We haven't even got there. But we're talking Vitality here. And for Falcons Indonesia to lose as many times as they had, and we're talking, honestly, I think it's hundreds of times in comparison over the time span of them playing each other. They finally got to the moment where they're like, oh my goodness, we can finally do this, and they just lost their minds. And it happens because, again, once you get over that hump, once you finally beat the boogeyman, it's like, okay, I know I can do it again, but you have to do it the first time.
I gotta say, this is one of those moments where you get a bit superstitious and be like, there must be some kind of curse, man. How is it possible that you just lost that super winnable game?
I agree. It's it's good to see that at least they somehow look recovered from that, based on at least their maybe body language and facial expression.
Bree, the important thing is, though, is they didn't get dominated. They didn't just go in there without a fight. They genuinely could have won that. And I think for them, if I was their coach, if I was their mentor at IGL, I would say, you know what? Yes, we lost that. It's frustrating, but we could have beat them, and we should have beat them. Let's repeat it and do it again.
I like the carry ban, because that was a problem. Live on that carry just destroyed everyone from Vitality. So now they got to find a different answer.
Yeah, Liv had a really good highlight play in that game, and I feel like you don't want to really hand over that pick to her. I would also like to see Reflections life coach. I think that'll be cool.
I got you.
Based on the way he's been trying to give some advice.
Well, I think LaFell too. Me and him should go into business.
He's more of a teacher, no?
Yeah, but see, he could teach, and then I'll just be like the life coach, and then we'll figure out the prices. We'll let you know if you want to hire us.
Yeah, I mean, like, speaking of philosophy, there was a philosopher in the West that said, competition is a healthy way of self-development, because you might think they're your opponents, but they're your friends, because without them, you will never get better. You will always be stuck in limbo.
It sounded good, but dude just read that like 5 minutes ago on the back of a cereal box or something.
Shout outs to cereal boxes. Either ways, yeah, right now, Vitality taking out the Eve as well, and even the Sora, even they're like, okay, you know what?
Hey.
Yes, we won, but let's not take the chance.
I thought we weren't expecting to see this, but it comes from the most unexpected team.
Look at Coach Casey's face. Even he's like, not taking a chance. Not taking a chance.
So,
that was so close.
So do we see the Marcel open?
Oh yeah, that has to be banned. 100% has to be banned. 100%.
100%. But
unless you want like a trade of Freya or something, so just, I don't know, ban a Paquito. Let go to Marcel.
Well, yeah, they go for the Paquito, the Freya ban.
Alright. Marcel.
So the Paquito Marcel, yes.
Marcel.
It's gonna be open. Vivian, does she get her hands on this hero?
You know you want it, Vivian. You know you do. Everyone wants Marcel. A good photographer. Who would want that?
Yeah.
Shout out to all the photographers out there. Y'all doing a great job.
We have a lot around us here.
Some of you aren't great, but the rest of y'all, pretty good.
So I guess if they do get the Marcel, the Belleric will also be still there either way. So I'm thinking if they really want to prio...
Paquito instead?
Yeah.
Esmeralda's still there as
Fubi
well.
Echo was... Oh, well, okay.
Esmeralda.
Just get the answer.
Yeah, because even going up against Marcel gives shields. Esmeralda are like shields. She's like, yes, give me all shields. Especially now that the carry's not there. The viable answer now is something like a Balman, something like a Lunox, which I'm pretty sure Falcon's ID have in their back pocket. But I know, girls, your pockets are fake, so I'm not so sure if they can bring that one out.
Oh yeah.
What is up with that?
It depends. It depends on the style, okay? Sometimes we have functional pockets. I do have one right now and...
Oh yeah, you do.
Yeah, right? See, it depends on the style. So maybe also one of it would be the Claude if they just really want to... Well, I mean, the Claude Harris trade is still available anyway, so... Atlas is the priority alongside the Baksha.
I like the Baksha pick, a direct counter towards the Esmeralda, but also picking up the Atlas. I don't know, it's like they're letting go of the Marcel. Are they too worried that the Marcel shield is going to help the Esmeralda too much? Because now, there's an opportunity for Vitality to take it. And
the Marcel, that's...
The thing is, they already picked up the Atlas, so it's not like they're going to counter with an eventual Hilda or something, right?
Yeah, so that's a lot of really good picks that could go over to Vitality if that were to be the case, but they just settle with a Claude for now. At least it's not going to go over to Team Falcon's ID. Liv will not get her hands on that, but is it the roamer that they pick up here, or are they also just gonna be okay? Since they already pretty much see that it's an Atlas, they don't have to worry about the matchup. They'll just lock in another Akai for Vival.
It's crazy, Brig, but I wouldn't be too upset if they pick up something like a Valir. The Valir to be able to deal with the Esmeralda as well as the Akai, because, well, now they pick up the Moskov. So before the gold laners get targeted, they banned is out. So Vitality and Falcon's ID at this moment, we've seen their game. We know that they both have what it takes, right? So going into game number 2, I feel like the draft right now doesn't scream a clear winner, right? Not from Vitality, not from Falcon's ID. If this trend continues, we might go for another extended game, something like 22 minutes and above.
Ooh.
Because both have shown Falcon's ID are very close to the level of Vitality. They just got to make sure when you have that lead, you need that discipline, right? You have to be... I know you're excited, adrenaline is pumping, but bring it down a bit.
Yeah, and you also don't know what the mid lane option and pairing is gonna be just yet. I believe there are still some very go-to mages that are available. The Gourd even might just be one of the options if we're talking about Shred, because you see how tanky these lineups actually are so far. You have Esmeralda, Akai on the other side, you have an Akai and a Baksha, so you might want to deal with it through additional damage, additional burst, and Shred, and Gourd could be one of them, but does it get through? It's Vitality picking first after this banning phase, and so far they've just tried to take out more of Vivian's options through the Matilda.
Yeah, the Student Master, either the Valir or the Gourd, both would work pretty well here. They're banning at the Arlet. I would say that's a pretty good ban considering they have quite good amount of crowd control, especially because there's a chance they can pick up the Zushi later. So the Arlet could potentially be dangerous. Now that the Matilda has been banned out, in terms of the other roamers, I think Glue could be respected because looking at their lineup right now, they don't have the kind of damage profile to deal with the Glue. But at the same time, this is Vivian. Vivian has a lot. Maybe even ban out the Marcel just to not deal with that.
Or still the Belleric, since it's
Belleric as well, yeah.
They could all just go in and just pop the Wrath of Dryad, so you already have direct answers, plus you could layer it pretty well, again, with we still don't know what the mage is gonna be. They're not paying attention to that. Oh, but yeah, Team Falcon's ID would not want that to happen. They take out the Belleric and the Matilda too. So the Glue maybe? Next option? Unless they want something along the lines of a Gatot Gacha?
I'm thinking of Falcons now because they have to pick up the mid here.
Yeah.
I don't think there's much that really answers the Akai right now, because I feel like if they go for a Zushin, I think it will work, right? Win it out with both the Atlas as well as the Boxia. There's a very good mid trio.
Yeah.
The only problem is the Zushin doesn't really help that much against the Claude. Doesn't really, maybe eventually helped out against the Esmeralda. So yeah, I feel like Gord or Zushin might be the pick here, but picking up a Gord is very dangerous when there's a Claude and Esmeralda.
Yeah, on top of the Akai that could just keep spinning around and potentially push you away, but there goes the Paquito ban. So even despite them having the Esmeralda, they would just rather not hand it over.
Benedetta is still available.
But the damage XP laners too are still out there, like the Benedetta.
I feel like Bennett should be one of the better choices now against Esme.
What else?
A CC is there if you want to go simple.
Lapu too, if they just want to go for. Oh no, that's an Esmeralda. The matchup is not gonna work.
I mean, it's okay. Just you know, ignore the Esmeralda. Treat her like an X. Actually, no. Some people still go for their X. Either way, CC, the simpler option, gets picked up.
Yeah. Okay. So the mage is just the last pick for Team Falcons at this point. There are a lot of options available.
I think for them, if they want the board, I think it's fine.
Yeah, it is.
Because in terms of the dive coming in from Falcons, there is dive, but not without, you know, them probably sacrificing at least one. They have the Akai as well as the Esmeralda.
Yeah.
Someone is going to get taken down with them.
Yeah, and it's pretty much front to back. You kind of see who you really want to target down first. So I don't mind. It could also really pair up well with the Akai once you get to find a setup. But the roam options for Vivian have also been very limited. Marcel Glue. Considering that it's a CC, maybe not the... Well, the Gatot can go in alone either way. Oh! Oh!
Wait. Yeah, I'm going to take it aside. Hold on. Is this Akai roam? Because I feel like Balvin should be better off in the jungle, especially because you can deal with the Boxia as well as the Atlas.
What?
Or I don't want to hear an or. No. Balman jungle.
Okay, Balmon jungle. Okay, Balmon jungle. Let's keep it that way. Falcons, they definitely need the damage to come through.
You know what? I'm okay with Gord. Just kill the front line so fast. The clock will be a problem, but that's a problem for 12-minute Gord later on.
0 to 11-minute Gord would be somewhat okay. But
if not, what, huh?
There's a... Okay.
Yeah, Gord. I mean, like, eventually the clock will be a problem, but hey, c'est la vie. That's someone else's problem when the time comes.
See, I told you!
No way!
It's not Jungle Balmon.
Wait, it can't be Shell, Goat Lane, Balmon, no?
Okay, no.
No,
wait, no, yeah.
You know what? How about we try that?
Well, not only did Game 1 bring surprises, so did our hero pick for Game number 2. Once again, we go toe-to-toe with Team Vitality and Falcons Indonesia. But this time around, Falcons Indonesia, their key is at risk. It might get crushed, and Vitality is looking to do so. Can Falcons Indonesia fight back, or will Team Vitality end it here? Let's find out in map number 2. Miracle Turner, take it away.
Everything is on the line here, Reflections. Thank you so much to the panel as we head over to game number 2 between Team Falcons Indonesia and Team Vitality from the exact same region. The stakes are high. Tensions are at the utmost peak as well, and obviously a very interesting draft coming through as we do see finally the Balmon jungle here on Stream A.
And I just gotta say, did they think it was gonna be Balmon Gold? Did Brigadier think it was Balmon Gold? No way, man. That's kind of crazy. Anyways, yeah. Balmon in the jungle. I think we expected this as well, man. We got the crowd going crazy here in Paris for Vitality. And man, I honestly think this is the composition to do it. It looks like they've covered all grounds. The Valentina to steal the Fatal Links away, and it's a massive threat to everybody up top. Violet, Chev, and Raimundo. Even Livy with a flicker. This Fatal Link steal is going to be massive, and you have to remember, Sini's gonna get level 4 for Turtle 1 at the start, so it's a Fatal Link advantage for Vitality. On top of it, a winning lane up top, a safe lane down below, and a Bauman that clears so much quicker than the newly nerfed Baksha.
Which is why I'm thinking about the winning conditions for Team Falcons Indonesia here, considering they are the ones that would like to force this game number 3. We do see some active rotations here in the mid lane here by Chev. But at this stage in time, there's nothing that they can do. Raimundo!
Oh, shove it! Almost taking Raimundo down. Flicker out though. And a look. Vival's already cleared her entire jungle. Chev is only now gone to the orange buff. Great stun, no retribution though. Vival takes it away. And it's exactly as we mentioned, this clear is ridiculous. That's why Leo, a young man from the Philippines, has been spamming this in the ranked games here in Paris.
And he has been destroying everyone. So with that being said, I guess the thing that they can fall for is the fact that they have two really strong backliners, right? They have Liv, they have Moskov, they have Levy as well on the door. But wait a second, we do see Cini.
Mystic Gush coming down right now. Vival's gonna get taken out. Vivian's right there, gets away, but Cini splashes her with damage. Now Fumieko in the midst of it all, trying to deal some more damage. Vivian with the flicker in. Zev gets ult just right in time. The Mystic Gush comes through as well. And they throw their lead early. Vitality going for a fight, completely disrespecting the strength of Falcons ID.
And here lies the loophole. Herein lies the moment that Team Falcons look for a moment of their own. The neutral objective falls into the hands of Team Falcons as they hold a little bit of gold. And it looks like they want to transfer this onto something else. Shell looks like she's in trouble.
Yeah, she's gonna be all good, but man, Cini taking away the Mystic Gush instead of a Fatal Links, that really stopped everything from happening, right? Like, they should have been able to lock these guys down with the Fatal Links. She instead went for damage. And you gotta understand, when you have Vivian on an Akai level 3, there's no one to set. It's a Bauman as well. The strength of a Bauman is that crazy clear, which she still has, by the way. She's probably gonna steal the lethal counter and the retribution. Fatal Links, there you go from Cini. But Raimundo's gonna answer with her own Fatal Links into the Mystic Gush. Good splash of damage. Vival's able to survive. Fumieko trying to walk up with the falling Star Moon.
But you can kind of see the idea of the composition coming in from Falcons, right? I know we've been talking about Team Vitality and how it looks like they have a superior draft in comparison. Wait a second, that's gonna have to wait because Liv now is gonna die.
Yep, that's what happens when Vivian gets the heavy spin up, right? Before this, they lacked CC. It was up to Cini to get the Fatal Links, but now it's all good, yo.
They have so much to work with.
They do. They have the splash with Terrify. They have Vivian with the headbutt. They have Fumieko dead up top. I don't know how that happened. Chev, I guess just caught Fumieko lacking there, trying to go for a trade against Violet. She's got to be careful. Vival, though, oh god, already a level ahead with the turtle on the hands of Chev. And 2 kills, and 2 assists, and it's still Vival.
Yeah, it reflects the clear speed that you were talking about, that you were mentioning from Bauman, and it really is reflected into the game. And despite everything that you mentioned earlier on, it's still Vitality that also holds that gold lead, 1,000 and counting. The next neutral objective is going to be spawning into the game in under 10 seconds, and you can already see the setup coming through from Team Vitality. Vivian is in position. Raimundo is trying her best to give out information towards the team. But at this state in time, again, Team Vitality have so many resources they can utilize. Let's see the clapback from Falcons.
There you go. That's a Fatal Link steal. That'll set them up in this fight. Remember, there's so many vulnerable targets to this Fatal Links. Violet's on a vengeance. Chev and Abaksha cannot walk up. If she walks up, she's got to choose between the heavy spin or the Fatal Links. Which one do you want to deal with? Raimundo pops in a perfect match. That's a free neutral objective, and Vitality will just take it and go back to their own lanes.
And it feels like Team Falcons understand that, right?
Yeah.
They wasted absolutely no resources whatsoever, and they understand in a true 4v4, considering that, of course, Liv was still up top. Wait a second, Shell. Still gonna be able to get out of there, so no problem just yet. But yeah, back to that point. It looks like they're looking for a rotation of their own, looking for something that they can take over the map. I think Chev wants to rotate to the bottom side, but it looks like there's a pit coming from Vivian as well as Vival.
Yeah, luckily Chev was able to get away in time with the shield unity. Liv up top though. Going up against Fumieko. This should be okay for Fumieko. The rest of Falcons are planning something here. They know there's no Purify. Instant Fatal Links coming out with a perfect match and the Mystic Gush, but Fumi just runs out of there with a sprint. No Fatal Links to play for anymore for quite a few seconds, and it does seem like Liv is gonna have to respect this. Falling Star Moon, Fumieko. Vival's also coming in to invade the jungle, and Vivian's already helping out down below. Vival Now that's a lot of damage. No Spear Misery lethal counter forces the flicker. Down below, it's Violet who has to respect this damage. Purify coming out with a blazing duet as well to Violet. So low SOD lands. Liv takes it. City comes around as well. That's gonna be the pincer maneuver by Raimundo to get a pick on Chell.
Not bad. Not bad by Team Falcons, right? They looked for a pick in the top side, it didn't work out. They instead rotated towards the bottom side, being unable to pick out Fumi Echo, and they get Shell in the process.
Yep.
One of the winning conditions coming in from Team Vitality, and they have successfully shut her down. And look at them looking for more.
Purify out already. The Fatal Links knocks her up. No respect from Cine in the bottom lane, but Vivian's coming over as well. Pinfo with the lethal counter. Not enough to take Chef down, but Vivian was on the case. Now it's the jungler down right as the turtle is going to spawn. Vivol has the river movement to rotate over, and it should just be a pre-neutral objective.
Good timings right now from Team Falcons, as they are going to be able... Sorry, for Team Vitality rather, as they are going to be able to control this next neutral objective a lot better. Chef should be able to rotate. I don't know if they want to go for the contest, but at this state in time, it doesn't look like it's a good idea. Maybe look for a rotation elsewhere. Maybe take a pick down bot. Get that turret away from Vitality, slowly but surely.
Pre-neutral objective. Looks like there's not much that Falcons can do to contest. There's just too much CC. They can go for the trade in the bottom lane, and they do that exactly. And now it comes down to Liv to carry this game. Yeah, Livy and Liv, both the Livs. Both the Livs have a ton of damage to play with. It's just, can the front line sustain enough for them to deal that damage, right? Because for Vitality, they have crazy shred. One thing you have to remember with the Bauman after the revamp is the fact that Vivol now uses skill 2 to shred armor. Mystic Gush coming down, but it's only onto the main frontliner. Again, it's Vivol taken out, but now it's Fumi Echo holding the back line. Everybody rotating as well. Fumi Echo is just dealing with them 1v3. Liv's doing a good job though, utilizing this chaos to get a turret up top, so it's a structural win. For Falcons, they're slowly taking this gold lead away from Vitality.
And this is what we want. We want Team Falcons to utilize the macro to their advantage, and they're doing exactly that. SOD taken?
Yeah, Purify as well. Chef gets away with the shield unity, and now Vitality are going to have to back away, not getting a single turret in that trade.
Very smart, very smart. They utilize that opportunity to clear in the top side, and then SOD back into the mid to make sure that Team Vitality don't get a counter pick into the mid turret. So here and now, despite Team Vitality still going for that 1,500 gold lead, it looks like Falcons have an idea of their own. The Gourd picks up the Sky Piercer here.
It's either you start snowballing once you get the Sky Piercer, or it's a curse and you don't get any stacks. Looking at the way she's played the game, it should be a good thing, right? She's 004 right now, not a single death, and she's positioned herself really, really well. So, I've seen these Gourds, man, with Sky Piercer, carrying a game, turning things around. If she gets just 2 kills in the next fight, that sets her up for greatness right there. And Fumi Echo is going to be the one sent up top to deal with the Moskov. Liv shows up, shoves the wave, has an SOD to play with it. That's why now it's going to be all in. Chell with the Purify, Bauman locked down. That's a Mystic Gush. Vivil's able to escape right now with Vivian doing a lot in the backline. Heavy spinning and bringing her into the Fatal Links of Cine. Livy unable to deal enough damage on Vivol. And now with Vitality with a 2-man advantage, straight into the Lord.
Vivol at level 12. Zev not even in the arena right now.
No chance.
No chance. It's c'est la vie for Team Falcons at this point, right? They are gonna lose that neutral objective to Team Vitality. A 3,000 gold lead once again. Gonna be marching down in the bottom side of the map. Team Falcons though, they do still have that hope, right? Liv is still catching up to her items. Would you see the damage dealt rankings here right now? And it looks like Violet is also on the charts.
Yep. But it's the sisters who are topping the chart right now. Violet's doing a lot of damage at Liv again, waiting for the item power spike that should have hit now, right? That should have been that 3rd item power spike for Liv already. So we'll take a look at the item builds later on to confirm whether or not that's the case.
It should be, yeah.
Been farming up a storm the entire game. That is the 3rd item. So now we'll start seeing Liv deal damage. Good clear onto the Lord right now. They also have a Gourd. So now it's up to Vitality to start getting creative. Try to siege this base. Vivian trying to be creative, gets pincered. And the Holy Shield is already been procced. Up top, tier 2 gonna fall as well. Tier 2 in the mid lane, the final one. Vitality have their sights set on it, and it's shell sent over. Winter Crown for Fumi Echo to deal with that Mystic Gush if ever she gets caught in the pincer, and is a good take by Sev with the retry.
It looks like the defending champions here are covering all their bases right now, and Team Falcons, do they really want to experience this again? I mean, the qualifiers, right? They lost all of their games completely to Team Vitality, and it looks like here and there we do see moments of brilliance coming in from Team Falcons. We saw it in game number 1, and we do see it here in game number 2, and hopefully they find their moment. Hopefully they work around what's been thrown at them so far by Team Vitality, and they look for a moment of their own. Shell, is this it? Is this the moment that they're looking for?
Purify's all up still. Vivian still has the heavy spin as well. That's why Raimundo is hesitant to use the Fatal Links. Now it's City with the Fatal Links over on Violet with the Vengeance as well. Fumi Echo, caught in Spinster. Now lethal counter. Vivo takes her down. The big shove it. Raimundo, perfect match. Trying to escape now, but the rest of the team comes over. And it's a big headbutt. But a good disengage by Falcons ID.
Again, not the greatest of results for Team Falcons, losing Violet here. And again, more control over for Team Vitality as they are going to continue to look for more structures. You can see Fumi Echo already looking for a push and a control over the far side of the map, as they are going to be once again corralling over the Lord, the second Lord of the game. As we take a look into the equipment, it looks like Liv is still working with that, right? They're staying with the Sky Piercer, going for a little bit more slow there with the Ice Queen wand. Hopefully it can be enough. Hopefully that can be something that they fall onto, but if and only if Liv can get a pick here, because we saw that additional item coming out from Cini. That's a Divine Glaive. So on top of everything that she's been able to do so far, she's going to deal even more magic damage into the Team Falcons.
Not just from Cini, but also from Chell. She has a Wind of Nature now, which is going to be such a big problem to deal with if you're Falcons. You think right now you'd be in a comfortable spot to try to look for these 5v5s, but Liv, one of the main damage dealers, the main damage dealer when it comes to consistent DPS, she's gonna have to deal with Wind of Nature. She's building towards a Melfic gun, so she's chosen to go a bit more glass cannon, Liv. We'll see how that works out. Violet also the Sea Halberd. Not much survivability, but a heck of a lot of damage to try to bait out these resources before the skirmish, but it's responded over with Chastised Pauldrons at the same time for Fumi Echo and Vivian. These girls know what the win cons are for Falcons, and they want to shut it down with these items.
And she knows that in the grand scheme of things, she's going to be controlling the far lane a lot, especially as we get into the Lord dances. And in that 1v1 against the Moskov, that Chastised Pauldron is going to come in clutch, and here is the decision from Team Vitality.
They're getting a bit desperate though, Falcons ID, walking up aggressively. Perfect match already down. Cini stole the Fatal Links. Now Chell with the Blazing Duet trying to go for the shred already. Vivian with the flicker in and the heavy spin. Vivian is able to pick it up. Now the Fatal Links knocks Vivian left down. The Fatal Links from Vivian. The SOD lands. The Mystic Gush comes around as well, and it goes through the Wind of Nature. Sheb frontlining now for Liv with a Melfic gun, doing a lot of damage. Vivo has to run away. Vitality got the Lord, but Falcons ID strike back with a fight. Livy looking for the Mystic Projectile. Can she find it on Fumi Echo? Yes, she can. Now she's tied up. Good sprint. Vivo gets a lethal counter to take Raimundo down, but it's Liv sieging these turrets out.
And that's what we were afraid of, right? The Sky Piercer and the Divine Glaive now on top of that. Livy gets a stack, finally. And she's going to be able to work with that. Two, rather. In that particular scheme of things, the Lord does fall into the hands of the defending champions, but Team Falcons are able to strike back by winning out the skirmish, the team fight. And that's all they need at this moment, right? They need to buy a little bit more time, and it has worked. Luckily, Liv was on the Moskov. We were talking about the power spike hitting. It really hit at the right time. She was able to SOD into the team fight and help out Team Falcons to dish out that damage and eventually take Team Vitality down one by one.
A 3,000 gold lead, and the Lord already dealt with. Falcons ID. Remember what we said, when it comes to scaling, they do have a very good comp once it gets to the later stage of the game. Liv, Melfic gun already, and the Wind of Nature that we saw from Chell didn't matter at all. They negated that with Livy flickering in forward, getting that Mystic Gush, But I think it all started, the mistake, all the way from the start. Cine kind of panicked with the Fatal Links, utilized it just on Violet, and it gave the chance for Raimundo to walk up, to get the fight, and also for Vivian. After she's utilized the heavy spin, they can no longer take the fights against Raimundo on the Fatal Links. That's one of the best ways to deal with it, and without it, already used on the Lord earlier, they need to start respecting Falcons ID's teamfight threat.
So I wonder what the adaptations that Team Vitality are going to go for. Are they going to try and work out that execution in these particular team fights? Or are they going to create a situation where Shell is not as vulnerable? Do you think this warrants a magic defense item?
Uh-oh. Right now, I think Vivian needs a lot more magic defense. That's going to be the heavy spin already. Bomieko with the falling star, but what? Dives in onto 4. Sprints ready. Cine with the Fatal Links lands on nothing in the bush. He's gonna get traded down now. The rest of the team comes around. Michelle is bringing the blazing duet. Now Conrad the Mystic Gush has the BMI to get away. So Bomieko runs him down, but that's the backup from Liv on the Moskov. Some really uncoordinated fights by Vitality.
It's been really weird. And this is so good. Falcons have been able to capitalize over and over here in game number 2, like they failed to do in game number 1. And that gold lead that Team Vitality were holding on to is slowly shrinking further and further away. Team Falcons have complete control over this neutral objective, and this time around, there's no gap in EXP lane between both jungles.
This is a 4v5. CD's not back up yet. Bomieko, they reset the Lord. Falcons are afraid of that CC threat from Vivian. The decision is still to go. Violet's already used the current call. Now he's getting the falling star move from Bomieko. Vivian with his zone on Chev. But look at the Batman also zoned away right now. Vivo's looking at the angle right now for the goal for it. It's Chell who seals the Lord away. Out of 2 retributions, it's Chell on the Claude. SOD from Liv. They get the fight again. And it's a crazy save of the game from the Claude with the Art of Thievery.
That could have been so bad for Team Vitality. They lose 2 members in the process. You can already feel the damage coming out from Liv because of the items that she's already have under her belt. The Malefic Gun as well, with additional range to her kit. You could even see Bomieko really struggling against the damage of Violet, right? I think the additional item of the anti-regen, the Sea Halberd there, really helped her out in that 1v1 against Fumi. And Bomieko's initial power, her strength that she had like in the earlier stage of the game has really been negated. She's so squishy now.
Completely neutralized now. She is not... Whoa, Cine stole the SOD. That's an interesting one. Don't know how she'll utilize it. We have seen a lot of pro players do this before. But I don't know how it will work out against Falcons ID's front to back. I don't think as a mage you want to dive into the backline of Falcons ID. Not right now.
Hey, you're talking about the finals MVP of BOG, MWI 2025. Maybe she has a 200 IQ play.
Maybe she does. That's why, you know, we always gotta give her a bit of the benefit of the doubt right now. So we'll see. But it has been very shaky, Vitality, in the last few minutes. It's been Falcons ID who've controlled the map, who've really been forcing Vitality to make the reactive plays as they proactively regain control of the map very slowly but surely. Again, the perfect match now on Vivian, trying to bait out the heavy spin with the Mystic Projectile as well. Livy doesn't go for the Mystic Gush. It's just a heavy spin baited, and there's nothing utilized. Remember, no Fatal Links, no nothing. Falcons ID again, that slow but steady control. Now Vivian gets stunned up again. Not even necessary to go for the Mystic Gush. Vivo caught him of it all. Now Fatal Links coming out as well. Bomieko dives to the back line with the Falling Star Moon. It's Vivo losing immortality. She gets away in time. Chell with the blazing duet into the back line. Goes through it all. A shutdown from Chell. Caught again though by Violet. Pops him in the crowd. Bomieko against Liv. Pops in the Falling Star Moon. And now is caught against 4 members. That's the winning crowd for Bomieko. Can she escape? No, she cannot. Violet gets the double. And now it's up to Vitality to defend against Falcons ID 4-man siege.
This is an N angle, ladies and gentlemen. 3 members on the side of the defending champions are down. Team Falcons are going in for the engage, and look at that damage.
They both clear out the way with Retribution and lethal counter. Violet shuts her down, and it gives Falcon ID the advantage to go for Lord. They didn't get a base trip, but now it should just be free. Sev needs to recall though. She's a bit low, and Vivian's gonna be back up in 1 second.
It's so hard. These team fights are so hard now that we're entering the 20 1 minute of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, the power spikes have hit for both cores of Team Falcons, and you can see the damage being so difficult to control. Earlier on in that team fight, we saw that Team Vitality were looking for a way to shut Livy down. They were able to do that, but they did not recognize that Liv was also doing the damage. Meanwhile, Shell, she took one down. She couldn't take the other one down. Cindy was gone, and she's like, I'm gonna die here. What else do I do? What do Team Vitality do when they have to take care of 2 cores of Team Falcons?
They gotta break that formation, but they tried it in such a weird way. The heavy spin was already baited, and again they went for a fight 4v5. Vivian was already dealt with. One of those big resources is already gone. Chel's trying to look for the angle, and Falcons ID have learned from their mistake in Game 1. That Game 1 could have very well been a Falcons ID win if they played with the Evolved Lord, and now they know what to do. They have crazy frontliners, and it's all about Livy and Liv to try to deal enough damage. Seb walking up with the shield unity. Raimundo as well, the perfect match. Vivian finds an angle to shut them all in. The Mystic Gush already stolen away right now. That's going to be the winner crown from Livy, but in the back lines, going to Blazing Duet. Livy caught, Fireball, able to get the lethal counter, but Liv's just cutting them down with the spears. City caught by the Mystic Gush. Livy still alive. Boomy Echoes right there, and it seems like Falcons ID will take us to a Game 3.
And we wouldn't have it any other way. Ladies and gentlemen, this matchup has been nothing short of fantastic. This means that this is the first game that Team Vitality, the defending champions, have dropped this time around here at MWI after such a clean run so far over the past 3 days. Back in their qualifiers, Team Falcons were unable to get a single game. And here we are.
And it's getting hotter and hotter here in the venue with both the Falcons fans and Vitality fans in the building screaming out, chanting their team names as we get into Game 3.
So without further ado, we've tuned into Game 1, we've tuned into Game number 2, and we're gonna throw it over before we get into the 3rd game. It's been me, Mirko. We'll see you after.
$719 days ago, these 2 teams ran into each other with Indonesian pride on the line. Now, 719 days later, it is Falcons Indonesia who finally get a map win over the Titans of Team Vitality. Finally, something might be happening, and Vitality is now at risk of having their key crushed and their championship repeat absolutely eliminated. Welcome to the desk. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble. Nice to Leo for the first time today. Leo, first off, how you doing, brother? You all right?
I'm doing well.
Oh, yeah.
Merci for asking. And I don't remember where I was 17 and 19 days back, but I do remember being in Saudi Arabia about a year back, watching Vitality run through MWI 2025 with a perfect record.
Yeah.
So I know how historic today is that they finally concede a game, not a match, a game over to their rivals in Falcons Vega ID.
But still historic. Nice. We take a look at the match stats, and they tell the story. You go back even to game number 1, though. It was like, man, Falcons were so close to getting the win. This time, though, they did not waste the opportunity.
They didn't at all. And I know for everybody out there, the gourd from Livy was great to see, but I think they had to come together as a team here because there was a moment, right, where they were struggling in the team fight. They really had to rely on Raimundo, Liv to come through, but the Sky Piercers from Livy is what I'm talking about, man, with that gourd. The big damn, Leo.
Joseph, that's easy for you to say, given the gourd won. My sweet baby precious Balmond lost, all right? Despite the numerous shamalamalas that was dropped by Vival, just something about their communications and rotations and synergies, Falcons ran through, man. I think Falcons locked in when they knew that they fumbled it in game 1.
You gotta imagine this too, man. This is a 22-minute, 34-second game. The first game was what, 25?
25, yeah.
Think about the distance and endurance now that has tested out Team Vitality. I mean, that's the big thing here that I would consider because, yeah, like you mentioned, what is it, 719 days?
That's right.
And for a team as familiar with Vitality as Team Falcons
That's
ID,
right.
this is the team to do it.
I mean, you think about the history as well. I mean, Vitality has beat Falcons Indonesia, I mean, over 100 times in the span of them meeting up with each other. Minimum. So the fact is, getting this map win is truly historic just for that namesake alone, but also for the fact that Vitality, in their MWI run last year, went flawless. They did not drop a single map. Here, they went flawless in their groups. Come the knockout stage, now they show that they can bleed. They nearly showed that against MIBR loss, right? That 26-minute game. But here we are. Falcons Indonesia now sending it to a game 3. But Leo, the thing is that still might haunt them depending on how this game 3 goes. Falcon Indonesia could have already won 2-0.
Taylor, if there's something I know about Vitality is that they have the heart of champions. Nay, I think they are goddesses walking among us on the earth, tasked to take over the MLBB women's division. So with that said, I think in front of their biggest fans, again, they are home court heroes right
That's
now.
right. Yep.
Team Vitality is a French org. I think they'll have to look at the audience and say, it's more than just them who's hoping for us to win.
That's
they have to
right.
think of everyone else watching all around the world, and they have to lock in. This is the
gotta lock in.
This is the lock-in of all lock-ins because if they drop here, there's no second chance.
That's right. Nice. Let's take a look at a couple of big moments from that game number 2. First moment here, maybe we're going to be looking at Team Falcons starting to look pretty solid. In fact, it is relatively close. Fumi Echo on the opposite side, though, looking pretty solid. What are we looking at?
This is, once again, that Fatal Links was used there on Violet, but it's the spacing that we're seeing from Livy. Viva was a problem. She was shutting down so many members, and they had to kind of respond to it. That's the strength of the Ballman right now. We saw this in Stream B, but again, look at the playmaking ability of the team, being able to play together, help them disengage if they have to. I think that was the big showcase here from Team Falcons ID, the way they played as a team.
That's right. Second moment, Leo, let's go ahead and take a look at it and see what ended up unfolding. Probably going to be towards the tail end of that map number 2. We're now 17 minutes and 49 seconds in. We have a battle for the Lord, and I think this is the Lord that ends up getting stolen from Team Falcons Indonesia.
It's a very good position that Fumieko found herself in, but I have to commend how ballsy Shell was, and I think that's what they needed. The fact that they just needed to send one member to be able to at least confirm the Lord, and it was off of a rogue Art of Thievery from McCloud. That doesn't happen, especially since there were 2 junglers still alive.
But we take those W's whenever we can get them. Hey, casters, we were watching you the whole time. I know that sounds weird, but it's true. Let's see what the casters were looking like during those clutch moments.
There's nothing utilized. Remember, no Fatal Links, no nothing. Falcons ID again, that slow but steady control. Now Vivi gets stunned up again. Not even necessary to go for the Mystic Gush. Vivo caught him, it's Vidal. Now Fatal Links coming out as well. Fumi Echo dives to the back line with the Falling Star Moon. It's Vivo losing immortality. She gets away in time. Chill! With the Blazing Duet is a...
Mirko holding that mic like he's about to whisper sweet nothings into my ear. Sounding great up there with Eterna. Hey, I like that we got the little caster reactions. We just started that today, and I hope we get more, Leo.
I wish we had those on Stream B.
Yeah, the physicality of what we were doing. But here it's clear, it's intimate, it's personal, given that Rachel and Frederick are Indonesian. They've seen these ladies just bounce off of each other for years now. They do it now here in France.
In France, they're doing it big, man. They're looking great, too. Hey, this is a big moment. Will the Titans of Vitality fall? Will Falcons Indonesia? And let's go back to day 1, how they started their tournament against Seda Esports, a 2-0 loss. And mind you, it wasn't even a close 2-0 loss. Sometimes you can lose 2-0 and it's like, okay, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. It was incredibly close. They had a chance to win. No, they did not. They got smacked around, but they returned to the stage, and now all of a sudden, they're going toe-to-toe with Vitality?
I'll say this, something that has been very apparent throughout MWI this year, 2026, the other teams around the world are catching up to Team Vitality.
Sure.
They've been dominating for so long, and something that you always have to pinpoint is, when you're sitting at the top, eventually everybody wants to take you off that,
That
you know, that
target on
hill.
your back.
Yeah, and that's what's been happening here. And I think this is also very apparent of the challenge that's happening for Team Vitality. But they have been very dominant for so long that eventually someone's going to catch up. And right now, it just happens to be on stage in this best-of-3 match with a familiar foe.
Well, let's head to the stage. The competitors are getting ready once again to go toe-to-toe with each other. This is the battle for Indonesia. And who will end up ahead? Well, Falcons Indonesia, they want the glory. They want the championship. And if they do beat Vitality, there is a very real conversation that they, in fact, will be the favorites to win the championship. Leo, for Vitality, though, this is the first time. Now, I know they are veterans. I know they have a winning history. But let's think about it. Maybe now they're finally rattled. What was that? We just took a loss. We haven't taken a loss in the past 2 MWIs. What just happened? How can they regain?
Taylor, it would be more than just a conversation if Falcons ID dropped Team Vitality. It would be a revolution. The world turned upside down. The favorites, the one who everyone swore has already punched their ticket to the grand finals, drops in the quarterfinals.
Yep.
I'll say this. Team Vitality, their wake-up call happened now, and they had a 5-minute timer to fix it. Team Falcons ID, as you mentioned, it was that Seta sweep. So they had, 48 hours to wake up and get into their playoffs form. Map reveal, dangerous grass. I think this is Team Vitality's chance. Some way, somehow, find an assassin on Vival.
Dive a bit deeper. Assassin, why do you think Vitality on dangerous grass is the favorites?
The Balmond, as much as I love it, is a very honest hero. It just walks up to you and says, I'm going to stand my ground. It's up to the rest of my team to fix it. That's a 2-step, 3-step plan. In dangerous grass, if you can somehow get... what's the best assassin right now? Nolan? Ling? One of those, you can shock your opponents into submission. That's my game plan for Team Vitality. I wonder if that's what's going on in Team Falcons ID's mind, too.
Leo, are you telling me a Ballman can't surprise him from dangerous grass and give him the shot?
I'll tell you now, I've tried. This is not the best plan.
That's true. You know, yeah, maybe one of the assassin picks. Maybe also the roam. Utilizing the dangerous grass map. This says... I'm sure that's not it. The flying clouds are there, but if it is dangerous grass, that's one of the things you can play around. Obviously, the map there, the map space that you have to work on. These bans, though, pretty similar. I mean, the Guinevere has been popping off lately. The Atlas was a utilized tool that Team Falcons actually use in the hands of Raimundo, and she's not going to get that. So what are they planning here for that first pick priority?
And by the way, boys, we are in fact playing on Flying Clouds. So we are finishing where we started this best of 3.
Okay, that being said, allow me to double back. I was expecting DG, all right? Apparently we're going to FC. Flying Clouds, it's all about fighting. It's not flying, it's fighting.
It's fighting.
So I'm okay with a fighter. I'm okay with like a Boxer still open.
Yep.
Belleric, Esmeralda. I take it back. Honesty might actually be the best policy.
So maybe there is a room. Honesty is the best policy for this one. First pick is what we're going to find out. The carry being banned out too kind of gives some insight on what Team Vitality might be looking to pick up here. But this is the thing, man. We saw so much variation with first picks over on the teams that competed on Stream B. And over on Stream A, I mean, that's basically what it showed us of the meta. It's very versatile right now. A lot of unique picks. But in this time, again, with 2 opponents who know each other so well, what is the plan? A Moskov early pick. We didn't see this at all in Stream B.
It's been months since we've seen a first pick Moskov, and if ever, even in blue. It rarely ever happens, but what this sends over across the red side is, yeah, we're going to play for that mid-game power spike. We want some macro control. We want to split the map if necessary, and we're going to take whatever wins we got from Game 1, how we won in Game 2, and Vitality, it's up to you to adjust.
For Falcons, though, they say, hey, this is our opportunity to strike. If it's been months since we've seen the Moskov, well, it's been years since we've seen Vitality bleed like they are. They're going, they're digging deep, and they want to win this.
Goddesses do bleed.
I think there's room for a Belleric Claude or Esmeralda Claude. No, Vitality are still sticking to their guns. Literally, this is the Game 2 draft happening right before our eyes over again.
I'm surprised they didn't want to go ahead and take the Belleric, at least for now.
Best roamer in the game right now.
Best roamer in the game.
Esmeralda, best XP laner in the game.
Yeah, and they're kind of sitting on those, holding it, because essentially maybe they just want to wait to see what these next 2 picks are from Team Falcons. Because again, they could pick up one of the Bellerics if they want to, pick up the XP lane early on. There's so many choices right now.
But here's what we don't know.
where that Akai is going.
Yeah, flexible.
It might have been an overcooked or shot over the moon type of situation wherein they force the Balmond over into the Akai lineup, but now they can repair that. Team Falcons Vega ID pick up the Zushin and the Sora. A lot of good ways to start fights, to disengage, to again, one of the main strengths of Team Falcons Vega from game 2. You gotta admit, Joseph, they were able to pop that Purify.
They popped that Purify.
A lot of crowd control, and I think that's what bothered Vitality so much.
They did. And in this case, even with the Jushin and the Sora alone, you know you're gonna have to be making that decision. Do I bring that Purify? When am I gonna go ahead and get that timing correctly?
You have to.
You have to.
The first 3 picks alone are crowd control juggernauts.
Yeah, even with a bit of a nerf on Jushin, like it's still valuable. Yes, she's fallen in terms of pick stocks, but she's still there, right? She's still utilized with the beacon, the lantern, and everything else. The response right now is some crowd control of their own, an Arlot pick.
I think Vitality just want to disrupt whatever momentum Team Falcons Vega ID has. So in their attempt to regain footing, to rebuild the path that they're walking to towards the back-to-back, they're saying, hey, let me just... they're kicking Falcons ID on the way there.
Kicking the door. And they're going to kick the door with this long spear from Fumieko. Is it a spear that Arlot has? It's one of those weapons. Yeah,
it's a spear.
But this is a hero that Fumieko also has just made how many highlights on? You know, it's one of those.
It's a
mainstays.
Making XP laner.
Exactly.
That I think she struggled to do with an Esmeralda, because if you're the Esmeralda, you're used to already be winning.
Yeah.
When you make it to the 15, 16 minute mark, you should be dominating. Earlier, she just struggled.
She struggled because, and I heard Rachel mention it. It's the once the atomization comes into play,
the halberd,
Esmeralda, the halberd, that sea halberd. It's deterred at that point. It's negated, as she mentioned, and that's one of the things you have to look out for. You dominate the early game with an Esmeralda. Now you don't have to, at least for now, because both XP laners on both sides are locked in. Rest of the bands, because the jungle. What's the jungle going to be for Falcons?
Falcons can still play an assassin. It might be weird, but the roamer hasn't been revealed just yet. So with just one solid frontliner, and again, just investing in crowd control, you could still pick an assassin. Coach Lucky Boy has Coach Casius on the back foot in more ways than one.
Yeah.
Literally and in the draft, but who knows what's going on in this Indonesian mastermind's, well, mind.
The one mind here. Now for this last ban coming out from Falcons, it really has to pinpoint potentially the mid lane, or they decide to take another roam option out, just because again you don't know.
Keep that Akai
where it is
honest.
Going. Exactly.
You know what?
Oh, it's a Belric.
Weirdly enough, I would prefer for that Akai to stay where it is, in Vival's hands.
Yeah. Just keep it there. This pick, the red 4, is going to tell us a lot on where Team Vitality is going, and then Falcons will kind of respond to this. So if Vitality wants to, they pick up their mid lane right now.
No Eve.
Yeah, Eve.
Gord is still up.
Gord.
But the draft that they've started with doesn't spell Gord. How would you feel as a Gord with these 3?
You wouldn't want it, man. No smokes, because there's too much to be the aggressor on Gordon. Once your Mystic Gush is gone or
the Sora
early,
alone. Joseph, the Sora alone.
The Sora alone. This is great. Lilia, you got some black shoes. You got that built-in Purify. You can pop off enough damage. We've seen how much damage Lilia can do in the early game. This is already a great start for Vitality's last 2 picks.
And by holding out for the jungle pick, the quote-unquote jungle pick till red 5, they're committing to the bit. They're not letting Team Falcons ID know and decide what happens. Now, the girls from Vega have to say, that's it. We're showing you our jungle. We're showing you our roam. This doesn't happen, by the way. Not very often.
This isn't
mid-trio gets fulfilled in the last picks.
That second half. That's why the first 3 picks were so interesting. You know, in the pattern of that. Whoa, with the Hilda. So if this was Dangerous Grass, if this was the DG, I would have expected the Hilda.
But in Flying Clouds, I still get it.
It still works.
Yeah. Even on the back foot, folks, being in Flying Clouds and playing a Hilda is a little bit of a blessing, even when you're losing, because you're able to Flying Clouds into the back line, get into a push punch back. Harley is the jungler of choice.
That is not what I was expecting. The Harley, once dominant through the previous meta before that patch came out, he's still picked up, but just not as much.
It's the burst that they needed.
Yeah.
Look at a majority of the lineup. None of them can take a life bar from 100 to 0. Harley does exactly that. This is a very strong mid-game
power spike team that Team Falcons have gotten themselves.
Yeah, now this last pick for Vitality. This, once again, crucial. Down to one game. This pick will round out this composition.
This is the prestige. This shows us exactly what Coach KCS has been cooking. Where does this Akai go?
Oh.
It's a Cho. So it is confirmed a Jungle Akai.
It's a Jungle Akai. You get the Cho. Imagine, it's only been picked 3 times so far for MWI.
It's Vitality versus Falcons Indonesia. The great Indonesian rivalry, but it's been one-sided up until this point. Falcons Indonesia have finally shown that they can beat Team Vitality, but that was just one map. Can they win the series? Can they crush their rivals' key, move forward in the tournament, and potentially claim a championship? Let's find out. It's Team Vitality versus Falcons Indonesia. Mirko Eterna, take it away.
We are living in a world where the defending champions don't even get a chance to defend their throne. Ladies and gentlemen, one game away from elimination for both Team Falcons Indonesia and Team Vitality Indonesia. And I feel like for Team Falcons, after being absent last year, this is the statement that they are building. The statement that they're saying, hey, second place, it's enough.
Yeah. I really like the responses, by the way, from both these teams coming into it in the drafts. Falcons ID, those last 2 picks, fantastic. The Harley pick and then the insta deny from the counter of the Harley, the Hilda, takes it away. Leaving Vitality with either the Khalid or the Cho to try to deal with this Harley. And you can already see Vivian here start to screen out where this Harley is. And that's all Vivian can do later on as well. It's all about Vivian trying to delay Chef. So far, doing a good job with the G-Kundo and the concussive blast. Vivian takes the orange buff away early on against Sev. Oh no, Raimundo couldn't see where Vivian was. And it's such a big win early against a Harley.
That's huge. That's huge with the changes of the battlefield
Oh my
adjustment.
God.
How much gold you get from the buffs alone, that increase of 20%. The loss of that at that is also going to put Team Falcons in a position to think, you know, hey, where are we going to get that gold elsewhere? City as well is also doing a fine job as opening the map. That's a beautiful thing when you pick up something like the Lilia. You can utilize your glooms to open up the map, give vision and information over the team. So it's not just solely on Vivian. That pressure slightly alleviated.
You can see the pressure constantly here being placed down by Vivian. It's always about that. You know what? I like the Akai pick from last game, but this screams Vivian, the Cho, right? She can make so many plays, she can be everywhere all at once to cover up any of the missing links that Vitality need to, step up over. The mid-prio already gotten Vival onto the neutral objective. No orange but for Sev, so she's still level 3. This is free for Vitality. Turtle number 1, uncontested, just conceded by Falcons, and not a single way to look for a trade. Without level 4, Sev can't even go into bottom lane to take Chell down.
Which is why she's resorting to invading the enemy jungle. She's trying to get
Vivian, though.
that lizard away, but she's gonna be unable to. Okay, she gets it in the end, but of course Vivian would be able to, stall that timing by just a bit, stall that rotation by just a bit. But look at them go once again.
Big skirmish. Vival just pops in a heavy spin. Zeb has already utilized deadly magic, so Vival can actually just constantly go, put in the pressure, try to invade the jungle. She's got to respect Falcons with their damage though. So it will just be the disengage for Vitality. They'll be happy with the first turtle and they'll play their game again.
It's so uncanny, right? Because we think that because of how fast the rotations of the Harley is and how fast the wave clear, as well as, the creep clearing is, seeing Zev at level 4 compared to the Akai, who was nerfed quite a bit, by the way, at level 5, it's just something that you don't see every day. But Team Vitality, they know the scopes. They know the limits and how to execute it properly, and this is the situation that we are in right now. As they go for another invade onto Team Falcons, they're not allowing Zev a moment of breath and respite.
It's the patience as well from Vivian, not to just use that way the dragon straight up onto the first Girl she sees, removing the spin down. Each of these guys takes her away from the king. Way the dragon onto Livy. The SOD is accurate. Forces Cini with the black shoes now. Bivol, no heavy spin. It's an all-in as Fumi Echo's able to dive into the final slash, and now it's gonna be Livy with the Crimson Beacon. Cini's already gotten rid of Seb. That's both the junglers down, but look at Vivian and Fumi Echo working in tandem together to get those resets for Fumi Echo. Now again, it's a vengeance over on Livy. Vivian with a dive as well. Fumi Echo wants to dive. The Purified there. The Lantern Flare to bring Fumi Echo inside again. But it's the dive straight up to Cini picking up a kill. And then the wave shoved in as the turtle will spawn. Perfectly timed for Vivo to respawn back in the game.
Essentially, it's a 2-for-3 trade, a 1-for-1 trade earlier on as Fumi Echo gets that kill, but she has to give over her life for it. It looks like Team Vitality are quick on the second turtle of the game. Vival is still ahead by just a bit. Actually, Zev's caught up. So the setup is there. Let's see the retaliation coming in from Team Falcons.
The retaliation is a trade up top. Remember the main carry last game, Liv, getting all the free farm and then building up to be an absolute menace in the late game. And so far, so good for Liv. Done a good job against Chell in that lane. Rotates up top, stays away from these fights, and constantly just builds on gold, farm. Let's see if she can do what she did in game 2.
And I wonder if Team Vitality want to adjust to the mistakes from game number 2. Do they want to go for more onto Liv? But it looks like Zev.
That's a lot of damage. A flicker out of close. Vivi gets away!
How?
With a sliver of health. That's literally on the brink. Gets Cini! With Fumi Echo takes the main win con of Falcons ID. Down up top. Ramundo on the hill. They're now going to be caught with a heavy spin. 3 resets for the vengeance of Fumi Echo. Ramundo very low, taken out by Fumi Echo. I never want to see Vivian on the Panda ever again. I just want to see her on show.
And we haven't seen her on the show so far here at MWI, so it's a breath of fresh air for sure, giving her a hero that's a lot more active around the map, allowing her to make a lot more plays, and that's how she was able to secure the title in the first place. Mother of Tanks, being one of the backbones of Team Vitality in these team fights and these skirmishes, and there she goes again!
Almost a solo kill against a tank. It's a solo kill for Vivian! On the kill against the Harley. Now she'll die, but she already did what she needed to. How is she doing this on a Cho?
So worth. What a worth trade. A roamer for Zev. And I bet you Zev is going to be caught quite behind of the Akai again. Wow.
What?
Aggressive Team Vitality here. A different change of pace for them. Absolutely not the safe Team Vitality that we saw from game number 1 and game number 2. Here, active from the get-go. They get a structure down bot and they completely and straight away collapse onto the final turtle of the game. This is perfect turtle for the defending champions here in game number 3.
There was an attempt from Zev on the Harley, who's been sokoliled by Vivian on Cho. Oh my god. The Harley should have an advantage by now at this point of the game, but now without the advantage, and then you take a glance over Vitality's composition, you look at their composition here, and there's no one to target for Zev. The Arlet's too tanky. The Kai for sure.
Yep.
That's another kick on Zev. Vivian's reading her like a book.
Zev gets out.
The trick was already used. Vivo's just gonna walk her down, and look who's coming. Fumi Echo with the cut of the final slash. He's forced back to the Panda. Vivo will happily collect that kill. Chell in the mid lane with the Blazing Wind and also the BMI back. Baits them all into the rest of the team. And all this time used by Cini up top to zone Liv from the farm. Fumi Echo with constant pressure, not letting them pack away for free. They're shutting everything down this time around.
A 4,000 gold lead. Counting for Team Vitality up until this point in time, and they are collapsing once again. You can see the dive coming in from Vivian, but Team Falcons are quick to read it. Heavy spin utilized already. They are going to get a structure. They don't get a pick, they get a structure. And I think Shell is going to get another one up top.
It looks like it's going to be 2. No heavy spin, but it's worth it, man. No retaliation from Falcons at all. Tier 2 up top, Tier 1 in mid falling. And look at Vivo. trying to take it away. The purple buff gets taken out by Cindy. Violet has to use the shifting skies, and again, oh, Vivian! Way the dragon kicks her away! Sam cannot move. The final slash finds two, and now Vivo is going to collapse under turret. Violet's going to be changed CC'd. It's Echo with the dive. Vivian wants a bit more, but cannot find it. They're going to go for the tier 2 in mid, and I hope they call it a day.
It's only been 9 minutes. It's only been 9 minutes and they're this deep into enemy territory. They've taken structures left and right like it's been nothing. Vivian constantly being able to look for these opportunities from a counter engage off of Violet's initiation. And it worked. And the person that she gets out of everyone there was Zev again. Zev is not having the greatest of times right now. 0-4-2, one level below of Vival. It's going to be very difficult for them to go for the contest on the objectives. And once again, they're looking for some revenge onto Vivian, and she just recalls on them.
When a choke can recall on the enemy jungle like that, and everything gets used with Vivian not feeling like it's a threat at all, that's a problem right there. Oh God.
She's stickered.
Zev, you don't have deadly magic. If Vivian gets a kick on you,
I think Vivian knows.
I don't think she knows. She would have already walked in the bush and looked for the kick, but Zev desperately wants to hold on to this position.
Uh-oh.
Throw it down below, or to take it now. Vivian, again, just corralling over. Zev has a great position
so
here,
nervous.
but Vivian's gonna walk up. And she finds her. Vivian doesn't have to flicker, so Zev should be fine. Maybe not. Maybe Vivian just wants to chase her to the end of the map. Hello? She's forcing Zev out of the fight. Violet with the shifting skies in the mid lane. Now it's gonna be a 4v4 as the heavy spin gets used up by Vivo, but he won't be able to find a pin. Spear of Misery. Vivian's still chasing Zev. Up top she goes, running to the other side of the map, and there's no escape. This Cho is relentless on the chase. Finally, Zev gets a chance to recall.
That was a good 30 seconds of just chasing one another down. And Vivian is able to actually, push out that top lane in the process of it. They're buying so much time. Vivian, again, she's not going to get touched here. They take a structure down bot. They're looking for the next structure up top. But even if they don't get the structure up top, that's already on the opposite side of where the Lord is spawning. And that means Team Vitality, once again, has the upper hand when it comes down to the Lord push.
We've seen Falcons ID come back from this kind of situation. Actually, very much the same situation. Zev with the reaction already. As Vivian walks up, Violet though. Caught the shifting skies, heavy spin as well. The final slash comes around, and Violet's gonna be taken very low by the Blues. Taken out by City, who claims the unstoppable. Now it's Cho with the BMI forward. One thing's for sure. When Zev sleeps tonight, she's gonna see Vivian on Cho in her nightmares. Again, it's Fumi with the sun. Vivian with the kick and the final slash. Just a cherry on top. Vivian gets another kill. The Lantern Flare doesn't deal anything on Vivian. And they're going to strip Falcons ID down to just the crystal.
They took everything. They came in and they took everything. A 10,000 gold lead by the defending champions. It's looking bleak here for Team Falcons, and going back to what you were talking about earlier on, they were in a similar position as they were there in game number 2, but the difference is Levy was on the Gourd. This time around, Levy's on the Jushin. She doesn't have as much burst damage that she can utilize to the later stage of the game. Perhaps maybe if Levy had the Sky Piercer and she had stacks on it, I do see a world where Team Falcons can go for a comeback, but in this particular scenario, they're only relying on Liv. Vitality only needs to take Liv down.
And for Falcons, they have to get everybody. They have a crazy read here. Oh no, Vivian. Hunting stepped away, the dragon lands and it connects Vivian! Trying to get the kill. It's gonna be City with the glooms. Oh, Vivian wants it for herself! A flicker and a Jeet Kundo to take Zev down for the 5th time this game.
And that's the beauty of the Lilia pick. That's why it was so brilliant. Unable to be targeted, but Harley walked in on that herself. And now Zev once again caught out for the 5th time this game. Imagine that, leaving absolutely no trace of respite here for Team Falcons. And the Lord, it's gonna be marching here in the mid lane. Ladies and gentlemen, is this the end of Team Falcons Indonesia?
After such a crazy run, losing their first match of the tournament, but then climbing up and improving as they get into knockout stage with a crazy game 1 and 2 performance. Now it's Vivian with the walk-up. Lancer Flare in the Spirit of Misery trying to pin him down, but Raimundo on the other side of the map will get bursted. Shifting Skies by Violet, but having spin for Vieko with the final snatch. Now Chell guns them down the Blazing Duet. Back again, it's gonna be Vivian trying to go on Sam. That's the hat trick already, but Mieko still able to survive with the resets on the Vengeance. The base is wide open, and Vitality will crush Falcons ID's key as they move to the semifinals.
After a moment of vulnerability, after a moment of doubt, Team Vitality move forward once again, a step closer to defending what was rightfully theirs to begin with. It looks like we will have an interview with the victors up on stage. We're gonna throw it to that, and we'll see you later. Yes, congratulations! You guys have successfully defended the throne. Now I have Vival right here beside me. Look at the beehive! They're all cheering you guys on. Now you guys have faced Falcons Indonesia so many times. So what makes this match different?
I think it's just us that we didn't play like our best, where everything was in order and all. We had a lot of blunders, so that's one thing for us to reevaluate.
But what makes this match different, given that, you know, you met Falcons Indonesia so many times? What makes this particular match, you know, mean more?
Maybe it's because we are finally battling out in EWC. This is like the biggest tournament there is for us, so that's what makes it special. Like, both sides just now wanted to give it their all.
Right, and of course on home turf as well. So yes, of course, a familiar foe indeed. But of course, they didn't go down without a fight. But still, Falcons Indonesia, you guys played valiantly well. Please hand over your tournament key. You fought valiantly, not without a fight. You did spectacular, but your journey ends here, Falcons Indonesia. Thank you. So now, finally, I do have a question. After today, we will see the culmination of 4 of the best teams here at MWI. We will also be seeing 4 of the best junglers at the Land of Dawn. Now, with that being said, what makes you think sets you apart, that makes you potentially the Queen of the Jungle? How do you like that title?
Maybe what makes me different, I guess, is maybe experience, and I can say my hero pool.
That's right. You know, what I know is you play assassins as well, but right now, someone has been picking meta picks and utility jungles, and then you whipped out a pocket pick, the Bowman earlier. Really, really sexy. Now, congratulations once more, Vival. Potentially, if you secure the throne, Queen of the Jungle. Excited for that? And with that, congratulations! Team Vitality, take your walk of victory!
And And now, of course, it is time for the classic, the key crusher. You take opponents' dreams and you crush them. But of course, this time, I got very special guests behind me. Les fans de Vita qui sont là pour faire du bruit, évidemment. Un max de bruit, s'il vous plaît. La première clé qui est détruite, on va continuer pendant tout le week-end. Oh, let's wait for this to be set up. Let's wait for this to be done. Of course, it is time for the security. It is time to take a look. And it is time to hear the noise. Vitality will move forward in the playoffs. They will be back tomorrow, of course, and I cannot even hear what I'm saying. I do hope you guys can hear anything, because the vibes are immaculate. But without further ado, let these guys party, and let's take a look at the highlights. Excitement all around the venue as the home crowd supports the home team of Vitality as they get a tremendous win over their Indonesian rival, Falcons Indonesia. What a matchup it was. It went to a game 3, but that game 3 wasn't like the first two. It was a blowout as Vitality was done playing around and they cement themselves into the semifinals. Boys, a great series overall. But man, oh man, do we gotta go back to that game number 1. If Falcons Indonesia, if they just slow things down, work with the Lord, they win map 1, they win map 2, they are your victors. But that wasn't how it ended up playing out.
That didn't happen that way. Unfortunate, for Falcons Indonesia. We usually say, these mistakes lead to objectives. Objectives lead to game losses or game wins, But that tends to be the case, and that's the nature of our game.
I wish it was that simple, honestly, because the world we live in now seems to be the world that everyone expects to have been on. But for the past, hour and a half, It seems like we were in the Twilight Zone, or at least on the way through via a black hole. The stats, though, do confirm that we are still here in Paris, France in 2026.
In reality.
Watching Falcons versus Vitality, the head-to-head between Fumieko and Violet. Okay, just a quick recap of what the draft was all about. It seems like they both relied on a metagame in a draft that they would have just gone to if it was a championship match, right?
Yeah.
That's what it feels like. Even Cheryl went, oh, you guys have successfully defended the throne. No, they haven't yet. They're just on the way. But looking at this 13-minute, 52-second match, it was Raimundo who took so much out of it. And Chell and Chinny, back-to-back, just farmed out, dealt damage. And Fumieko, the best wing woman, was on her Arlott. That's a signature pick that she's won multiple championships with.
Not just that, Vivian's Cho. I heard it as well, man.
Right.
I heard Mirko mention it as well. And Eterna, just give her the Cho. Did you see the kind of gameplay that Vivian was showcasing on this masterclass of a Cho pick? I mean, I feel the same. Just play the Cho.
Map 3 was pretty much a domination from the side of Vitality. Let's look at one of those moments that led up to their ultimate victory over Falcons Indonesia. Leo, what are we looking at?
This is, I believe, the first Lord push. And actually, no, it's the second Lord.
It's all the base turrets are gone.
Yeah, it's a second Lord push, and it's miserable. The fact that the Hilda on Raimundo can't go nowhere. This was post the moment where Sev was chased down by Vivian. There's at least Sev gets close to the base. It's the finish. I think there's very few moments that we could have actually watched and broken down, because if you all just check them out, it will be the same thing. It's just Vitality, taking names, and kicking butt.
That's right. It was Vitality taking turrets left and right. And when they pushed the base, you could tell they were angry. They wanted to destroy Falcons Indonesia. They didn't want to just take the crystal. They wanted to take the entire base over, and they did so one base turret at a time. And then ultimately, pushing in. And my lord, you could definitely tell that Vivian was angry too with the way she was playing. She is one of the more vocal players on Team Vitality. Of course, with Cindy as well, given our interviews earlier today. But Vivian said, enough is enough. I'm the queen of tanks. I am the queen of MWI, and I'm going to prove it here.
I think she's more than just the queen. She's the mother of tanks.
The mother of tanks, man, and
all of these other tanks wouldn't be on the earth without her.
That's true, that's true. She's so good with the hero pool that she showcases in all the matches. And I like, too, that we mentioned in with Cheryl's interview, we might be potentially looking at some new queens or a queen of the jungle.
Oh, yeah.
Queens everywhere, queens on stage, but who will be the queen by the end of MWI? Well, Vitality takes a step in the right direction, defeating Falcons Indonesia, who, let's face it, had an incredible run. Making it to the knockoff stage is such a tremendous feat. They do fall short, but they did something that nobody from MWI 2025 EWC could do, and that was take a map off Vitality.
Yeah, I love that. Again, for Team Falcons Indonesia, they are a team, like I said, that knows Vitality so well. They've played multiple times against each other, and they are the team to bring them the distance. I mean, think about it. Yes, it could have been one of those cases where maybe they had swept Team Vitality. Think about the headlines that would have ended up being. Well, unfortunately, that doesn't happen for Team Falcons.
You know, and Leo, you made up a great point before we headed into that match, and it was the fact is that the teams have truly caught up. Other regions are catching up to what Vitality is up to. They dominated an era, and let's face it, they're still dominating now, right? But teams are getting better and better, and Vitality needs to keep on their toes.
And I think this close call, the almost sweeping loss, was enough of a wake-up call, a reality check to think that, hey, we are a shoo-in for the grand finals, but we have to still earn it.
Again, looking at the stats here, this game shows just how dominant they can be for Team Vitality. You know, if you poke them too much, the whole team gets mad. And this is the type of result that you're going to have, man, because, again, we talked about Vivian, her highlights there. Chell really didn't even get the opportunity on the Claude to just hit that power spike that we usually see on the Claudes.
Game ended too quick.
Game ended too quick in that case, but it was everything they had in the early game that just kind of took things all the way to the win there at this point in the game. I mean, under 14 minutes is insane.
It definitely is insane. And man, I mean, honestly, by even just minute 10, I mean, we could definitely tell that the round, or excuse me, the map was about to end. There would be no comeback attempts from Falcons Indonesia like there was in map number 1, sadly. But hey, again, a great effort. Taking a map off Vitality is something to truly be proud of. We've got Rose on site with an interview with Vitality's Chell. Let's listen in.
Hey guys, Shell here from Team Vitality, and oh my, that was an intense 2-1 full series. First of all, congratulations, because you are one step away from defending your throne. But let's talk a little bit about Team Vitality as a whole this MWI. People online have been saying that you guys don't look as dominant as last year's. You know, every now and then you guys are dropping games here and there, and you know, hard games also come and go. So what are the preparations for tomorrow's semifinals match?
I know that just now it wasn't the best game that we did. So I guess it gives us a lot of material to review, and we'll make sure that we come back stronger in the next game tomorrow.
Okay, now Shell, let's talk about game 2. What happened there?
There was a lot of mistakes from my part, like my bad. But I knew what I did wrong, and I'll make sure not to do it again tomorrow.
I think it's nice that you guys are already self-aware on the problems at hand. Easier for you guys to revise it overnight. Now, I know it's a tough ID match, the first one, you know, as you enter the knockout. So perhaps a message for your fellow Indonesians in the room to Team Falcons ID?
I think Falcons ID, they were solid as a team. Their teamwork is great, and they are the best opponent so far.
Aw, thank you very much, Shell. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow. That's it from us.
Thank you, Rose, as always, for that great interview. Again, not only from the interview on stage with Cheryl, but also, of course, with Rose. Vitality realized we made some mistakes, individual mistakes, team mistakes. We've got to come back bigger and better than ever, especially if we want to win in our semifinal matchup and ultimately, potentially, the grand finals. So recognizing that even though we've seen fire from them, we've seen excitement from them, we've seen trash talk, it is nice to see them humbled every once in a while, realizing that potentially their tournament life could be on the line once again.
Shell also mentioned that Falcons Vega ID are actually their toughest opponent yet, and she didn't give a time frame. I think she meant to say in the past 2 years, because they were the first to make them lose a map in that said time frame since MWI 2025.
Yeah, and that's why I think, again, hats off to all the teams competing here in MWI, because I feel like they have improved so much. For Team Falcons Indonesia, again, they are the first team to give Team Vitality, I feel like that kind of feeling like, oh no, we might not be able to move forward.
That's right. Well, hey, we know Vival, she knows how to win with Team Vitality, but does she know about all the places around Paris? Let's find out in our Aramco Blind Rankings.
Yo, what's up everybody? We're back at MWI EWC 2026. It's Mirko, joined here by the defending MWI champion, Vival. How you doing, Vival?
I'm great.
We are going to be playing a bit of a game, blind rankings of locations here in Paris. There'll be 5 locations. You're gonna have to rank it from 1 to 5, and there are no changes, no swaps.
Got
so
it.
you have to lock in for this one, all right? Our first location is Disneyland Paris.
I gotta rank that at first place because I really like theme parks.
Yeah, have you been there?
I have been there before.
Okay. Eiffel Tower.
Second place.
Ooh.
Yeah, because the Eiffel Tower is the iconic place to go in Paris, right?
The Louvre Museum is our third location.
I think gotta rank that at 4.
Oh, not an art person?
No.
The Seine River.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah?
Perfect.
Third place, have you been like on the boats?
Yeah, I've
across
been-
the Seine
I've
River?
been on
Yeah?
the boat.
Have you been to all these locations?
I actually did.
Oh, there you go. So this is coming from experience. The Notre Dame Cathedral of Paris. Technically, it's locked in at 5th.
Yeah, it's at 5th place. And I feel great about the ranking actually.
Yeah? Is it exactly the way you would rank it if it's not blind rankings?
I think I would move the cathedral at 4th place. if I had
So the Louvre would be at 5th if you were able to swap. Catch MWI EWC 26, see if she can defend her title with the rest of the team. That's it for us.
Vival, I believe in you as a player, but I don't know about those rankings. Granted, they were personal. She's been to all of them, but I think us boys up here, we kind of disagree with some of them.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I would put... Well, would your number 1 be Disneyland?
I think I haven't been. Give me till Sunday. I would put the cathedral at number 1. I would do Notre Dame at number 1.
Same. Same on that.
I think so, especially given the history and, of course, the movie that was out there that was made about it. Hey, check it out. We got another great series about to be underway. Again, for knockouts, this is an elimination round. It's single elimination for the remainder of our matches at MWI. It's Geltec Cyber Team going against Falcons MEN. These two teams have fought hard to get where they currently at. For Geltec Cyber Team, well, they went undefeated. For Falcons MEN, they had to work a little bit harder, losing one matchup, but they fought back, and now they are here for a reason. Now, when it comes to Geltec Cyber Team, this is a roster representing the EECA region. And that's a big region, but they're trying to catch up to Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines. If they win this series, go to semifinals, where do we rank the EECA region?
Oh, if they go, oh man, definitely top 4, right? But I like to see it. I always like to see teams in our competitive MLBB scene that are outside of the SEA region compete, get to the top 4, maybe top 3, and they've showed a lot of promise.
Well, if you like other regions competing, well, obviously Falcons MEN are an exciting roster to watch. Since EWC and NWI opened its door to MENA and Africa, Falcons never made it past group stage. Now they're here for the first time ever. They're making history and could very well make even more history going forward.
With the historic birth of this squad into the knockout stage, they're also doing so with an import, the Dynamite. In a Nocturne. I want to see her in action.
Okay, fair enough. And they also have, of course, living up to her names. It's Names as well, who's been performing incredibly well. And at one point was a huge favorite on the desk as we got the fans cheering us on over there. Shout out to you for being in the venue. We love each and every one of you. Now, this matchup, though, is going to be historic, especially for Falcons. We just witnessed Falcons Indonesia leave our tournament. They did manage to secure at least 200 club championship points just for making it to the knockout stage. But Falcons, they need more to catch up to the Titans, who are all the way at the top. And right now, Vitality is looking like they might run away with the most. So for Falcons MEN for the club championship, Naisu, this is a big match for them.
Definitely a big match. They showcased a lot of their skills on our Stream B. And we know these ladies really well. We've seen them compete on international stages. They have a lot of experience. They're a team that has a lot of this synergy where they come together and play. Names being one of them, a big playmaker for the team. Overall, though, I think it's a great matchup equally against Geltec, because that's the same thing that you see from them.
Geltec has beat Twisted Minds, Geek Esports. They have done a phenomenal job, but it's time to get this match started and bring out the competitors. Damascus, Cheryl, Hollywood Rob TV, let's get it started.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is showtime. Let's go ahead and keep things rolling in our knockout stages. First, let's welcome our first team to the stage. Put your hands together for Geltec Cyber Team.
The representative of the EECA region, led by Kaiowei, the Ice Queen last year. Early exit for the region. Today we're trying to do better. 2 over GK, 2 over Twisted Mind. They have not dropped the game yet, and they hope they will continue this way. Geltec on the stage.
All right. Now, anything you would like to say to your opponents, Falcons MEN?
I want to say we will win.
No translations needed. That's right. You will win. That's a great mentality to have. And of course, you may take your seats at your battle stations.
Thank you. We will win. I love the confidence. And you know what? They did pick that opponent, so they better be confident about this. Because coming up next to the stage to face Geltec Cyber Team, make some noise for Falcons MEN.
Team Falcons, at this point, this is their last chance to get points for the club championship, and I believe those chances are in very well capable hands. Built around their gold laner, Names, who is on her 3rd straight MWI appearance. Can she take her squad all the way to the promised land? They did sweep the entire Africa qualifiers, and now we will see if they can take it all the way right here with MWI. There's a whole lot of pressure on this one.
Now that's absolutely right. Now, with Falcons MEN, they have already made history by qualifying right here for the knockout stage. While Geltec Cyber Team, on the other hand, is looking to surpass their 3rd place finish with an even better podium finish this time round. Now, earlier on at MWI 2024 was the very first time Kaiowei and Names met each other as an international debutante. This time, 2 years later, how will they fare? We will find that out over at the Land of Dawn as they duke it out. So over to you guys back at the studio.
Cheryl, Damascus, Hollywood Rob TV, thank you so much for setting the stage, bringing the competitors on, and they are getting kitted up and ready to fight to the death. Who will win and move forward to semifinals? Who will have their key crushed? Well, let's find out. It's Geltec Cyber Team versus Falcons MEN, and also, again, Falcons' last hope in the MWI for the club championship points race. A lot on the line for this one. Let's start talking about it. Geltec Cyber Team, Cheryl interviewed them, and you know what the answer was? We will win.
I like it. We will win. Simple, confident. I got a chance to go ahead and interview Leobun from their lineup, and she did mention, you know, their jungler Kaiowei. She loves to pick these unique heroes. We saw an Aulis, man, just yesterday.
And they'll be facing off against Team Falcons at MEN. There's a saying that goes, death sustains life. And with the fall of Falcons ID, I'm pretty sure that motivate MEN all the more.
Absolutely. Now, in terms of these two Titans facing off, they all obviously had a pretty tough run. to get to this point. For Geltech, they had to beat Twisted Minds and GK Esports. They did so in 2-0 fashion. The series weren't easy, but they managed to make it happen. Now for Falcons MENA, they had a bit more of a difficult run. They had to go against Falcon, Daisies, Foot Esports, but they did take a 2-0 loss to Galaxy Phoenix, who has been absolutely stellar. Where do we rank these two rosters, especially in comparison to each other? Nice.
Oh, man, that's why I think they're pretty much even for me. I know they had different journeys up to this point through the MWI, but I think so far they both have showed that they can make quick adjustments because they haven't had the cleanest gameplay on both sides, but they're strong in their own right in different paths, like the jungler, for example, for Geltech with Kiowa, and Team Falcons MENA playing as a team based off their experience is the highlight. So I feel like this is a 50-50.
Well, as we head over to the stage, we get to see the competitors getting ready to go. The pick and ban process will be underway very shortly, but still some more things to get through, such as Geltech Cyber Team. Kiowa is the way. Her and Names, though, have a history, and they are once again facing off against each other on the main stage.
Going into the game proper, let's see if history repeats itself. When they both debuted, both very green, I think it's them now carrying the banner for both of their squads, leading the way, leading the charge. What an amazing turnout it would be if either of these teams, well, that's actually how this works. One of them will be moving forward and proving that they belong on the top 4 stage.
That's right. Kiowa is definitely one of the star-studded players on the Geltech Cyber Team roster, but she's not the only one competing, of course. Liban, you mentioned the interview that you had with her a little bit earlier in the days over on the B stream. She's also going to be joining the stage with the EXP lane.
Yeah, the XP lane right now as we're in the draft, you'll see just how important it is. A lot of the teams have actually opted to pick their XP laners first, especially on blue side. The Esmeralda being one of those heroes that does that so well. That's why the previous matchup was so interesting, because you had that Moskov first pick.
And fun fact, by the way, it's Kiowa versus Nana for the junglers conversation. And Kiowa, to me personally, MWI is a motivation, because behind every girl, there's a history. Everybody here worked very hard. That's why I believe everyone should take a look at what we can do on that very stage. Kiowa brings a lot of pride for her roster.
I think it's good, man. Again, the way that Geltech has performed so far, their journey up to this point, they've showcased so many interesting things. I mean, and I know some of them might have been seen as mistakes. I'm thinking the Louis Yi diversion send with the Clint.
The Aulus.
The Aulus. There's been so many good moments from them that I'm wondering if they look at that and say, you know what, that's a part of us. That's our personality. That's the way we play. We laugh about it, we correct it, and we move on.
It's a brand of the region. Davai. I would not want to see Geltech turn into the next macro team. This is them. You expect them to fight. You expect them to get in there, play in the paint. Opening picks. Belleric has been banned out, so that means Esmeralda's open. Carry might actually be a big pick here. You know what I'm saying?
I say it's gotta be.
Yeah.
It's gotta be. I think the Esmeralda. That's probably the safest, I would say. One of the picks that they could go with, because yeah, most likely you're gonna face off the trade. Carry goes over to Falcons if they decide to go ahead and pick this, unless they have something else planned that we haven't seen just yet. But
oh, of course.
What is it with the Hirata?
Okay, so Hirata has gotten relatively silent for the past maybe 12, 18 hours after yesterday, but here we are. If Kiowa decides that this is the way, then we're expecting a snowball. Belleric, again, already banned out. I'm expecting him to always be open anyways. Freya's open too.
Yeah, the Hirara is a weird pick. You know, Seda Esports were the first ones to truly dive in to Hirara after the new meta, of course, ended up giving her a buff. But the thing that I've learned is Hirara is only one piece of the puzzle, and you can't rely on it.
Oh, Joseph. Taylor, look at this. Coach Koba getting real playful. Picking a Carmilla early on, red 2, alongside a Gord. I can see that smile on your face.
Yes, sir. I'm not smiling about the Hirara, though.
Yeah, no. This Carmilla says nothing about what the draft is going to be. This is mind games. Smoke and mirrors.
Smoke and mirrors, that's the way to play it. Leo, I was saying this earlier on. I was like, man, I think when we get to the knockouts, we're not going to see a first pick Hirara. Right? I love the way Reflection says it, by the way. It validates me a little bit, but that's the thing. The Hirara is something that teams have been trying to test out, fumbling around with, and now in this best of 3, where it's this single elimination now in knockouts, Can they utilize this? Can they actually make it work? They'll pick up a Claude to go ahead and put in the gold lane with this so far.
Okay. Quick run through and a review of how the mechanics work. If Kiowa times it well, the Curse of Blood will actually not trigger.
True.
And that may even save heroes that get out of range, like, say, Tokyo's Claude, because if the Curse of Blood is triggered while the Hirara is in her iframes, it will not connect.
It won't connect. So that's all, it's timing, but it's also the micro skills, that ability of Kiowa. And then there's Charizla, man. I'm actually so surprised.
It's been a while.
He's only been picked once in MWI so far, but the Rizzler is back. And is this the right move? Because you're working against the Carmilla.
A good answer to the Carmilla.
Exactly.
Because when you're the Carmilla, you want to play in front. You want to be able to get the perfect COB. But with the Terizla, there's a threat of a counter penalty zone. Moskov closes up the first phase for Falcons MENA, and something tells me they faced off way too many macro teams in the past 2 days.
Yep.
And that they just want to have an answer that can kind of clip back across the map.
Yeah, just choose that way. I mean, this is one of the things, right, where Names has been able to do relatively well. She plays the Moskov. Remember, just earlier today, feels like yesterday, but just earlier today, how many SOD she was landing. That ultimate of the Moskov. She was on point with them. And so hopefully she's got that accuracy here too, because that's going to be really important on the way they play the map. If she's going to be split pushing, joining the team fights at the right moment to win those team fights, when that Curse of Blood or even the Mystic Gush are expended.
Going into the second phase, Coach Koba first bans the Valentina, while Coach Osprey here taking out the Hyla, so they're not quite sure just yet. I don't know where that Carmilla's going. I'm not so sure if that's a jungler or a roamer, so we'll start taking out solid frontliners so that eventually our backline, if we do invest in one through the blue 4 and 5 picks, can kind of survive. Still no mid laner for Geltec Cyber Team. What is left?
Got to be an Eve, man. I don't know. There's. I'm thinking the Eve. You already got the Terizla. You can fight in literally a penalty box at that point.
That's true, and you kind of want something to answer back to the straight line. The true damage is coming out of the passive of the Gourd.
Yeah, I was actually thinking the last ban from Falcons MENA would have been the Eve.
Yeah.
Not the Lilia, but they go that way anyway. So let's just say it's the Eve for Geltec. What else do they need? They still need that roam option over here, which is integral to making the Harara work. Like we mentioned, for that most successful that we've seen with the Harara performances has been because of that roam option.
They can still Gatot.
Yep.
Gatot Kacha is still on the board.
Red 4 here, though. Do you go with your XP now?
Yes, in hopes of not revealing that jungle pick. Coach Koba, you have to commit to the bit. Hold out for it.
Because that could still be a roam Carmilla. Even though we've, naturally we've seen her in the jungle. Mainly for this.
Yuzhong got banned. I was going to say, you need more ways to pop that Purify.
You got to pop that Purify.
There's Sora.
Sora, all right.
One of the best to do it.
One of the best to do it. Picks that up. Got your crowd control, set up potential so that the Carmilla doesn't have to be the only one to do that. You follow through from the projectiles.
And deny the natural predator to Gourd.
Fun fact about Sora. Sora has only lost once today, okay? Only once, and that was during our last matchup, map number 1. Until then, Sora had a 100% win rate.
Sora's a menace. He's always been.
And it tells you so much by that red 4 ban.
Exactly.
The Valentina.
Yeah, but they don't want, and that was why we were so surprised earlier today too when we saw the Sora and the Valentina actually face off.
Joseph, what if?
Yeah.
Atlas Red 5.
Atlas Red 5.
He's open.
It would make it even more deadly.
Imagine all of the linking.
Too much layering. Okay, Geltec's gonna take one out of the book that we saw from Vitality. They'll take a Cho. They've got the Jushin.
That's a lot of crowd control. Everyone but the Claude can actually either slow, stun, or knock you up.
Yep.
Hirara to a smaller extent. But are we gonna get it? Could this be the Atlas for the all-in? The Wombo combo, link y'all up and call it a day.
This would be the most Wombo combo we've seen in a while if it is the Atlas.
They can afford to do it.
It's
game 1.
It's game 1. You might as well. What other roam would you want to take here? Unless it is a swing on the Carmilla, but I'm not sure if it's actually going to be. And I think that's the major decision that Team Falcons MENA are trying to decide right now, just because, again, the mere fact if they get the upper hand in game 1, they're off to already a momentous start in this best of 3
I would
series.
trust Nana to get there with it.
Oh, so it is okay.
Yeah, it's the usual. It's a Rome. Hold up. Wait, it's a Rome Carmilla.
Is it a Jungle Alice?
Huh?
It has been a while since we've seen that.
And it's been a while since we've seen these two teams face off against each other, but it's also a classic. Kiowa versus Names. Geltec Cyber Team versus Falcons MENA. For Falcons MENA, not only trying to make history, but also trying to stay alive for the club championship race and represent Falcons on the biggest totem we have at EWC. Geltec Cyber Team faces off against Falcons MENA. Let's get it started. Miracle Eterna, take it away.
This was a matchup that Nucci really wanted after her previous accomplishment by taking her previous opponents down. And she finally gets it here and now with a very interesting and peculiar draft. The Alice in the jungle, Nana once again flexing her versatility in that role.
Ridiculous to bring this up so late into the tournament as well. We'll find out if it actually works. Again, though, at the start of the game, we can see Sanjika and Kuejo holding the mid very, very well. Already winning the trade. Names in the bottom lane. Gonna have to deal with Kiowa. Double dash. Baiting out the Purify early. Quite a big win for GCT already.
Yeah, you can see the control coming through there, and it looks like GCT also want to look for something even more. Already going in for the invade into the enemy jungle. The Cho and the Jushin in the mid lane. That mid duo, it's going to be difficult to try and look for something. As the pickup happens, Syrinx getting caught.
Nana with the walk up too on this Alice jungle. I think GCT will have enough shred to deal with Alice later on in the game. I think they have enough damage as well early to just hit her down. Especially with Liubon here already getting the XP crab. It's all about that first turtle. And yeah, the Sora has lost map 1 earlier, and also I believe it was game number 3 with Fumieko on the Harlot.
Was that a flicker?
It's very interesting. Series flickers out but walks up again, giving the opportunity for GCT to walk up and to get even more punishment down. Another battle spell already taken out of the play before the first turtle. It's Syrinx and Nucci having to use Flicker and Revitalize.
I think it was a little bit of pressure. I think a little bit of nerves perhaps here in the stage, because once again, this is a elimination match. If they want to move forward here in MWI, they do need to take each other down. Meanwhile, now Nana already in position to pick up the neutral objective. Nucci, Nocturne, and Strings are there as well. Let's see what Kiowa can do.
Walking up to these guys, the immobilization already there. Nana picks up the red tree, onto the neutral objective. Pops in and throw in a ruin. That's gonna be the lot of damage coming through as Nucci is taken low, but look at Kiowa. Picking up a kill in the back line now as Kuejo's able to flicker out, but Kiowa's still in the back line, trying to get Syrinx assassinated. Kiowa caught against 2. Mystic Projectile lands as Sanjika pops in Crimson Beacon, and Kuejo jumps into the Jikundo. Just one more hit onto Syrinx with no flicker. Great Mystic Projectile with the region, and now it's Kuejo stuck against Nucci with a stun. She gets away. Oh! Nana with a fadeaway pick.
Eventually, it all gathers into a 1-for-2 trade, and it looks like Falcons Vega also pick up the neutral objective. So far, still, it looks like Falcon Vega pick up the control here, despite that early control from Geltec. And right at this point, Kiowa, we don't really feel the impact just yet. What are we waiting on from Kiowa?
Wait a second, could be a solo kill up top. Right now for Kiowa, it's the cooldowns. It's all about the cooldowns when you're playing Hirara. It's all about how you can get those sliding skills up as fast as possible. Kuejo gets away with the Jikundo there. Oh, the SOD from downtown Names! Playing it safe the entire laning phase, but striking when necessary. What the heck? And now this Pyramidry to pin Tokyo down. BMI, but Syrinx is right there. Frozen Blaze to red the throw to ruin. Gives Nana an killing spree, and it's Falcons MENA who are just running away with this game.
The panel literally just talked about it. In their previous match, Names was able to pick up the Moskov, and the SODs landed perfectly. And then we see one right at the get-go here, 3 minutes in, and she gets a snipe of her own. An imbalance for the lane, despite Tokyo being able to survive for just a bit until, well, Nana came in and said, no, Kiowa!
Gets away with it. Untargetable Curse of Blood though. Double untargetable. Now it's Kuejo walking up, getting stunned, and now a turret for Falcons Vega. Turtles up, but GCT cannot contest. It just seems like Falcons Vega are gonna go for another fight. Nocturne is the one who forces out the Crimson Beacon. Yet another big resource burnt out as Nana will just book it straight onto Turtle too.
That, and they also take a creep away from Geltec. So they're really denying the resources from Geltec. They don't want Kyoe to farm. They know that one of the saving graces for Geltec is Kyoe, and she seems to have not as much space as she'd like here in this particular game. Falcons Vega really pumping up the gas, a 2,500 gold lead, 2 objectives under their belt, and they were able to pick up the turret down bot as well. So Falcons Vega, they're playing it clean, and they're really just collapsing over and over.
And yet again, they do it. Leobon flickers out, gets the penalty zone. Defensively, the SOD. Close, but not close enough. Kuejo now the Jikundo, able to get the Jikundo down, but no way the Dragon just yet. Shifting skies brings Kyoe right into the midst of it all right now. No untargetable. It's still on cooldown. Names takes her out. And Sonjika has to use the Crimson Beacon defensively. Now, can they get a trade in the bottom lane is the question. Nana rotates over. Tokyo's gonna have to respect this. And up top, it's all Falcons Vega. Picking up a turret for free yet again. Down below and now up top.
They don't get the trade. They don't get the trade. They denied away from Tokyo. And Tokyo is forced back here. You can see Nana just chasing her down. And it looks like the composition from Falcons Vega is working really, really well. They're using brute force between Nana, Nucci, and Nocturne. And they're facilitating names, answerings. Quite similar to, I would say, game 2 of the other Falcons that we saw earlier on.
Unfortunately, yes, Falcons ID sent home earlier today. Falcons Vega have no intention to suffer the same fate as their sisters. So far, so good. They've done a good job at balancing that safety with the right amount of aggression. Speaking of aggression, man, forcing it out. Oh, it's still in range of the Mystic Gush and the SOD. Again, at this point, that SOD is an execute.
Who needs Flame Shot? Who needs Flame Shot when you have an SOD that lands like that? 2 out of 3 so far for names. And she is really working with this Moskov. I think this is one of her new power picks from the, old Clint, Brunos of the world. She's finally picked up another hero that really suits her. And it's working really, really well for them as well. 4,400 gold lead. You can see the turtle already spawning back into the game. But Nocturne is already in position to deny Kyoe from entering into that vicinity. And I think she knows that. Kyoe only focusing on the buffs and looking for something elsewhere.
There's nothing for them to trade it with. This is getting very scary for GCT. It's only a best of 3. Getting that game 1. Huge momentum, huge morale boost. They're always doing a good job here just farming up a storm, but the question is, will it be enough? Tokyo on the quad as well, under farm compared to names. Uh-oh. Kyoe spotted, unable to get these waves. Falcons Vega, such a good way to suffocate their opponents, not to conceal. Cancel the Mystic Projectile straight into the Mystic Gush. Now Kyoe jumps onto the Moskov, and names has the Spirit of Misery. Now Kyoe's on cooldown. The Curse of Blood, not even necessary. Lantern Flare knocks Nocturne up, and Nucci gets the stun on Kuejo. Now names with the SOD and the Misery. A double for names.
What a follow-up. What a follow-up there by Falcons MEN. You'd think that they were, just chilling for quite a bit, but it looks like they still have their eyes on the prize. The insta follow-up coming in from names and the initial stun there from Nucci. You can really feel the chemistry just beating into their gameplay, and they pick up yet another structure in the bottom lane. It's looking bleak for Geltec as even the buff gets taken away, and it's in the hands of names of all people.
5-0-1. She better get the orange buff at this point, man. She's the hyper carry right now, dealing so much damage, and at 8 minutes, almost completing that DHS to make it the Swift Trinity. A whole 1,500 gold ahead of her laner as well. This is just fantastic stuff from names.
So she afforded all that without her Swift Trinity.
And without the Bargain Hunter as well. Usually you'd expect a Bargain Hunter for a Moskov that does, to get the Swift Trinity early on. Kuejo, wait, the Dragon out to Nucci. Nuji's gonna find a Curse of Blood very soon now. She's gonna wait for the moment as well. You can see on the SOD lands again. The Spear of Misery locks her down. Names with a monster kill. 6-0-1. She's tearing it up.
She is for sure. And what I wanted to say was, before Coejo could afford these things, right? Of course, Coejo is expected to open up the map, look into bushes, look for opportunities to create a turnaround for Falcons Mena, but at this state in time, the damage it's really amounting to something. Names is already with her Swift Trinity. You do see that Geltec are looking for something else on the map. They do take a structure there down bot with the help of Kioe and her fast rotations. But that's all they've been able to get so far. I guess slowly but surely, they can come back, but it's a 7,000 gold lead in 10 minutes.
Against a composition that should be the good one in late game. This is a scaling comp. It's a Gord, a Moskov, and even Alice in the jungle. GCT were the ones that should have had the early game here with their composition, but we'll see if they can defend this. Nana's already looking for the entrance here to go for the skirmish. You're gonna track and get the Holy Shield down before the Lord even gets into the siege of Falcons Vega.
I feel like everything banks on Coejo right now. I mean, Syrinx doesn't have Purify, so there is an opportunity. Wait a second!
Mr. Gush defensive penalty zone with the flicker from Newbon. But they've already dealt with the Holy Shield. Now they go for the charge with a Trident on the Lord. Good stun on Sanjika, who has to use the Crimson Beacon. Now they track back, holding the Lord into the mid, getting the Holy Shield. But again, it's such a massive victory for Falcons Vega. Far lane control already. Kioe walks up. Mystic Projectile not in range. Falcons want more.
The Ice Queen.
Throne Ruin gets one, just one now. Kioe trying to go for the clear of the wave already. Liubon's coming there, but the Shifty Skies brings Sanjika back into the Mystic Gush. Names just caught the Melfit gun now. Could have been a kill on Kioe. Liubon tagging about Storm, but now snuff against Names. Way the Dragon Purified out of now is Names. Is able to just go for the damage. Kioe's gonna fall to Syrinx. Names on the base. Coejo's trying to take that damage again, but Names stays locked in 11 minutes. And it's game one for Falcons Vega.
Such a decisive victory here by Team Falcons Mena. It looks like after their victory against Foot Esports earlier on, it was enough energy, motivation, and momentum for them to carry it through here for game number one. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of three. This is just the beginning. Geltec Cyber team still have a chance to come back and force a game number three. It all depends on the reset here. But my oh my, did not expect Falcons Vega Mena to come guns blazing like this in game number one. And I think you even had some thoughts about the draft.
When you snowball like this with a late game composition, when you beat GCT's win con and take it away from them that early on, it's chopped either way.
So we are gonna throw it over to a break, give the girls some cool down, but we'll see you after for game number two. Take it over.
Falcons Mena have already made history coming to this very stage, making it to the knockout rounds. They continue to do so by winning round number one. They are one round away from moving forward into our semifinals. Boys, a great matchup. Falcons Mena coming in a lot stronger than I was expecting, quite honestly. Especially given the fact that Geltec Cyber Team won 2-0, 2-0 in their respective groups. Falcons Mena surprising everybody.
I think those spears surprised me, man. They surprised me. They surprised everybody watching. The spears from that Moskov of Names, I don't know. We got to think of a name for her.
Hey, put respect on her names. Names.
Names
On the Moskov is a elemental threat. Woo. So I think going into game number 2, Geltek, Coach Osprey, take care of business.
And that was Kiowa names. They've got history, right? So, hey, let's see if that continues to develop. Let's take a look at a couple of big moments as we see, obviously, the fans, or excuse me, the players and the teams getting super happy for that big win, and rightly so, because, again, they continue to make history, and it is truly special. Given that map number 1, I don't see any reason why they will be slowing down.
I like that in the post-game celebration, coaches and management like, hey, it's just game 1.
Yeah, that's right.
Just game 1.
Keep it chill.
That's right. Well, actually, we had a player earlier crying after their map 2 win, but unfortunately it wasn't over just yet, and they ended up getting eliminated. You can't celebrate too early, but you know what? You should celebrate whenever you can. Keep the team spirits high. Let's take a look at one of our big moments throughout map number 1, and this time around, it was an ambush.
It was an ambush here, man. There was so many moments in this case. I mean, look at the positioning here. Names once again finds a mark on Tokyo. The rest of the team collapses down here. And there's just no space to work there if you're Tokyo.
And this shows us one weakness that Geltek Cyber Team's draft has: lack of vision. Cho is great. Cho is an immortal figure in MLBB. He's always going to be around given his kit, but they had no vision. They didn't know where the rest of Falcons Vega Mena was, so they couldn't protect Tokyo.
Well, let's take a look at our second moment from the game, and this will be the final moment we'll be reviewing. We get towards the tail end, the home base. It's under evasion.
Look at this, Leo. This setup is basically the fruition of the entire game. Names is unleashing, by the way. She's, look at this, 6-0-2. By the way, again, how many spears did she land? I lost count at one moment.
Almost all of them.
Almost all of them. Maybe missed one.
Not all. But over the past, 72 hours, 3 days of competition, I'd say she'd hit close to 60-70%.
Which is a really incredible statistic, to tell you the truth. Falcons men have fired on all cylinders, looking great, and I don't see them slowing down anytime soon. And the only ones that can truly slow them down is going to be Geltek Cyber Team. Do they have it within them to make this happen? As you can see on stage, we're all fun. We're having a good time. But you know what? Things start to get real when you move into map 2 and you are down a map. Your key is at risk of being crushed.
I'm dying to know what kind of joke was being told amongst the members of Falcons Mena.
Yeah.
Because Names and Nucci were losing it.
Yeah, Nucci's really always in high spirits. I mean, even in their interview earlier on when they finished up on B Stream, you know, you can just see the excitement that they all have. And this is, again, a showcase of just how well they know each other as a team, as friends, and it showed in the land dawn even.
And I'm afraid to say it might be the opposite for Geltek right now. They are on the cusp of getting eliminated, and I'm just reading body language. Nobody's laughing.
You can't at this point, man. You got to be all serious. Now, talking adjustments going into map 2, I'm curious what you guys are thinking. Until then, though, Esports World Cup has been truly phenomenal, and there's so much going on. And if you want to keep up to date with everything, you got to get yourself the EWC app.
Thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
EWC app, it's live now. All you have to do, of course, is just scan the QR code that's going to be on your screen momentarily to get involved. Like I said, the Esports World Cup is truly phenomenal. There's so much going on. And if you think you can call it, if you think you've got what it takes to see who's going to win, well, go ahead and put it all on the line. Scan the app and let us know how good you are. Not only through that, but also in our chat as well. Make sure you're keeping active. Let's take a look at a couple of our stats from that map number 1. And clearly it's going to be favored heavily towards Falcons Mena.
Oh, man, 11:37 on this one at 12-1 in favor of Falcons Mena. And you can just see it across the board. You know, they started out strong and they finish even stronger for this one.
You get nothing, ma'am. Not a single turtle, nor lord, at least a turret. So Geltek have to revisit that. if there is something they're going to change, Joseph, just one thing. Name it with me. 3, 2, 1, Hirara.
Hirara, yeah, I was going to say Hirara. I've said it so many different ways, but yes, Hirara.
Yeah, they needed something out of the jungle to actually help out because Koejo was just taking too much. She was a sandbag here. Names was just taking names, farming heroes instead of minions. Syrinx to carry, of course, the gourd. Big smile on
Big
Papa
happy, big happy.
Knight's face. And Syrinx also the best wing woman. So, again, the draft was just almost perfect for Falcons. Geltec, not even in just execution. I'd say the draft needed a good tweaking.
That's right. We take a look at our stage once again, and the pressure heats up. Falcons MEN on your right, and the Geltec Cyber Team on your left. The team that needs to improve going into map number 2. If they force a game 3, who knows what's going to end up happening. But right now, Falcons MEN have too much momentum, it seems anyways, after that map number 1. Now, you mentioned the hero selection. I want to start breaking that down a little bit more. Falcons MEN clearly did their homework, but do you think Geltec Cyber Team fell too far behind in the hero select?
You know, I think it starts with when we've seen Geltec Cyber Team do really well, they do these kind of weird drafts, right, Daniel? I mean, they pretty much decide to go with whether it's the Alice, whether it's the Louis, whether it's the Clint, whatever it might be. Sometimes it's the method of madness that makes sense for these teams competing in MWI.
We go into Flying Cloud. By the way, Sora, I don't know what percentage it comes to, but only lost once today, and that was earlier to Vitality. But Sora might return again because we're going to Flying Cloud. This is one where Sora has been quite dominant.
Flying Cloud should, on paper, benefit Geltec. It allows for them to keep fighting, keep going, and reconcile possible execution mistakes. But here's the thing. Going back to the question at hand, did they fall behind on the draft? I'd say yes. The early pick Hirara might have been such a big target that Falcons main attack that said, hey, just deny that, attack elsewhere, and force the Hirara to deny snowballing and put her on a defensive position, makes the hero an assassin already half as efficient.
Yeah, because it almost feels that way, right? This is the point of the Hirara pick that we've been talking about so much. If she's first pick, if she's stopped in the jungle, that's the thing about assassins right now. The jungle assassins, if you pressure them early on, if you stop them from even getting a hint of momentum, they seem to struggle extremely terribly right now. I don't know what it is about the current meta.
That's why, despite Moonton's efforts in the recent Scarlet Embers update, when we all thought, hey, they killed the big 3, Fredrin, Akai, Baksha, they didn't. We still live in a utility world. Praise be, opening with a Baksha.
Yeah, I was going to say, speaking of the Baksha, there's one of the big 3. Lock it in. You know, this is good. Yeah.
He appears.
Pick it up, roll around with it. Again, this style work of a hero has, I don't know what his the cross KDA is for Baksha right now, but I know it's one of the junglers that has the least deaths out there currently, just how fast you can move around the map, how tanky you are.
And that's not even what proves his efficiency. He can die like 5 or 6 times and still do what the team needs. Him not dying just shows that the opponent had nothing on the squad.
Pretty much. So how do you slow down the drive-by?
Find a way. Oh my lord!
You give him the glorious way.
Yes. But I was going to say also, get a carry, right? And she just shreds through any tank, but not when you got the Pharaoh Spear on you.
I like it. The Pharaoh Spear.
For sure, you've been
I've been throwing it out there, but
yeah.
You know, I wanted to make sure that she was, you know, the accuracy was there, and Names has done it, so might as well just go to Moscow again.
And the Hylos allows for a front line to exist, which is something that we didn't get to talk about much about Game 1. What impressed me the most about Falcon Vega's playoffs form is, in Game 1, despite them not having a traditional box, they were able to make one along the way.
How'd they do that?
The Sora starts it up. Great initiations from Nocturne. You have the threat of the linking from the Carmilla. And that automatically just creates a box that doesn't have to be a physical box like an Eve.
It's like a moving box.
It's a moving box with the Gourd too. Geltec now looking to try and dismantle that with a lot of on-ground damage, almost literally, with the Lilia, and of course the carry to answer to the Hylos. How does Mena close up the first half?
Do they lock in the mid lane option now, or do they also pick up a jungler just to make sure that more aren't banned out. I mean, there's a couple things, and one thing that Falcons MEN has really showcased is that versatility in the draft, you know, and they've showed us here, they're going to go ahead and pick up the Fanny. Speaking of versatility, it's only been picked twice so far for MWI, and now we get to see it showcased here.
There's Fanana. She's phenomenal with it.
Phenomenal.
I mean, there's got to be a reason why Coach Koba agreed to picking it here in Red 3. Good news is they're going to be able to protect it through the Red 4 and 5 bans, and then still Red 4 power pick.
Yep.
Which is, come to think of it, maybe the reason why assassins are still scarce in the current metagame. It's because you have to protect them. You have to find a way to get them to work in a certain environment. And looking at Galtech's draft right now, the box is what, 50-50 with the Fanny. You have to find her midair to stop her, or else she just goes roughshod. There you go. Getting rid of the Ruby. I wouldn't be surprised if Red 5 was a Cho.
Red 5 Cho. Something to support that Fanny pick. These are basically the picks being banned out that just counter the Fanny directly.
Yeah. The Hilda, the Ruby, deny her the purple.
Yep, get rid of those. What's the last ban going to be from Galtech here? They still want to hone in on the XP option. We still need a mid lane or two from Falcons. Oh, we have
Sora, because they can't invest in a Valentina anymore.
Yeah.
One of the few valid ways to beat a Sora, so they put Nocturne on check. Red 4, I believe this should be the mid laner.
What do you want to take up here? Eve?
Eve's open.
Yeah, Eve's open. You're going against Lilia. There's not too much, unless you are looking to experiment a little bit.
And
but
you outrange the carry.
Yeah. Eve seems like the only answer, unless there's something else up the sleeves here of Falcons MEN.
This might be the swerve.
There could be a swerve.
But I do think, yes, Eve is the categorically correct answer.
Because other than that, it's just, what, the Farsa? They're gonna hold off on the mid lane pick. They'll pick up a Lapu Lapu for now.
Yeah, no rush. They know it's a Lilia, and they know that there's no way that Eve can get denied anymore. I wonder if that's something Coach Osprey at this current moment is thinking about, or did it even cross their minds or come up in conversation?
Yeah. I almost thought they'd just hold off on the XP just to see what the XP lane would be for Galtech first, but I think this is also just kind of showcasing how confident Nocturne is in her play and her ability to go ahead and fight off. Yeah.
Coach, give it to me.
Coach, let me take it.
Coach. Also, it's another way to, in the early to mid, put the carry on check.
Yeah. Keep that in track. Enough pressure towards the Lilia if you need to. You're kind of that front line.
Yeah, which is just how they won a majority of game ones.
Yep.
Just by being in your face.
What's this answer here? Phovius. Phovius goes in the XP lane. And then a Kaja. Debut Kaja. Interesting pick up too, hero-wise. I mean, lore-wise, to pick up against Falcons MEN here. Could this be the answer? Because I was saying that uniqueness of the draft from Galtech is what has helped them get to this point in the knockouts.
And then it comes out again.
This is unique.
Right when they needed it the most. At match point against Falcons Vega Mena. One more pick, the mid laner. As we mentioned, is the Eve still solid? Would you still, even with the Phovius and the Kaja?
Yeah, I think you still go Eve. Gives you control, gives you utility, fight around the objective. You know, you're not going to be too worried. I mean, even so... Whoa! The swerve is here. Another debut of Vexana?
Double debut in game 2 of this best of 3. I haven't seen enough Vexana in recent history.
Correct.
She's such a stationary hero. Where's this coming from?
Where is it coming from? Well, we all want to know, and we want to know for sure if Galtech's Cyber Team can in fact come back. Or will Falcons MEN close the series out with a 2-0 victory, once again continuing the history they've already made so far? Galtech Cyber Team, do they have it within them to come back? Let's find out. Miracle Eterna, sending it to you.
We're at match point, ladies and gentlemen, here with DD.
Whoa.
The double debut. All right, we have the Vexana on one side and we have the Kaja on the other. This is ramping up to be a very exciting matchup. But one thing's for sure, taking a look at the composition from Galtech, the Kaja in the roaming position, they are looking for a ways to shut down Nana and perhaps names in the later portions of the game.
It's crazy. They doubled down on it, man. I thought the Phobia was going to be enough, and then they would go for something like Cho, right? But they didn't really need any more clear. They would already have it with the Lilia. You add in the Kaja, and it just makes it so difficult for anyone to walk up without getting...
And you can see it, right? Almost forcing a recall there by Nucci. You can already see that even Strings was caught low. And look at the Insta invade.
Oh, Nana though, walking up with the cable, sunned up already. Nana gets away with a Revitalize, helped out by the team, and still is able to get the purple buff. Not a successful invade for now because it's a Purify for a Revitalize. And look at the wave that Sonjika is going to be missing out on.
Yeah, not the greatest of trades, but obviously they are trying to look for ways to shut down Nana early on, and they're gonna look for something more. I mean, technically the Lilia still clears very quickly. Kaja as well should be able to help facilitate that, so we can expect more aggression and more mid rotations, especially with Kyoe on the Baxia, ever as mobile.
The zoning as well now for Nucci. It should have been one of the winning conditions for GCT, getting instant mid prio, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be the case coming into turtle number 1. Sonjika, she won't be level 4. Nana's already level 4. On the other side of the map, Liuban is going to have to play it safe here. If she walks up, she's going to get chunked, and it's just a bit of damage by Nana.
And so far, Nana doesn't really have anyone to use that kill pressure on. I guess you could go for the gold laner, but even the Lilia is not a straightforward target that you'd want at this state in time.
Level 4 advantage. No Eternal Guard, but Kuecho's down to Sirius already. And now Sirius gonna throw the Eternal Guard straight into the Raven Spider. Kyoe locked down. Now the Raging Slashes and a Flicker as well by Nocturne. Nucci with the Revitalize. That's a Dark Wave and a Flicker into Sonjika's Glooms. Tokyo with the rotation all the way from the bottom lane. No SOD. Just a turtle for Falcons Vega and 2 kills to GCT.
Which is not bad, right? That's a trade that we didn't really see from game number 1. I mean, Falcons Vega went a little bit too greedy into the enemy jungle, and Geltec was able to punish them for it, right? 2 members. Luckily, there was, you know, the facilitation or the backup coming in from Liuban on the Phobius, and they were able to get a little trade of their own. Now, the big question is, what do they use alongside it? Where do they go after that? Because obviously neutral objective will go into the hands of Nana, and that is going to push them a little bit further on as we get into the mid game.
Kyoe is going to go in with the shield unity a couple of times there. For me, it's just strange. Falcons Vega, they got enough damage on Kyoe to guarantee turtle, but then they just overextended. The Lapu Lapu Nocturne decided the Raging Slash, missing the first 2, but wanting to flicker past for the third one to hit. A bit off on the calculations, but at this time, it's still okay. They were able to make it away, but it could have been a big win.
Could have been. It's not that bad though. They do see the rotations coming through from Falcons.
Whoa.
Mena. It looks like they want to target the gold lane like we talked about earlier on, but Nucci there gets spot out. Kuejo and Sonjik are in the vicinity, but the thing is, if the Kaja gets the Divine Judgment, there's no insta-burst to follow it through. It's a Lilia. It's not like a Farsa. It's not like a Kadita. So it's going to be interesting to see that chemistry between these two.
Yeah, the combo will be for later. I agree, the Lilia won't be able to go for it, but that's why Nana is trying to deal with Tokyo. That's the real one-shot that they have right now. With the Divine Judgment straight into the carry. Now that the carry, Tokyo, has already used the ultimate, I think Falcons Vega has just depleted GCT of that resource, that main resource, negated the insta-kill with the Divine Judgment now.
And that's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Geltec if they still want to contest for the second neutral objective, the second turtle of the game, considering that Kyoe is a level below of Nana right now. I guess she does catch up. There is still a chance for a drive run. Let's see if they're able to get it, because it looks like Geltec are actually in a better position to pick up this turtle this time around.
It should be Geltec with the advantage over the neutral objectives with the Phobies and the Baksha. Nucci gonna have to escape from this one. Dark Blade comes out with the Eternal Guard, locks them down. 2 members. AoE coming around with Nocturne and Nana with the cutthroat around Tokyo. Nana with a double. Now the Black Shoes baited away already. Nocturne trying to go for this dive again. But Sonjika is able to escape. Names in that skirmish, so chaotic, getting a double as well.
A 4-for-2 trade at the very end of it. And Falcons, they're able to utilize the composition really, really well in that particular team fight. We're going to take a look at the replay here. And Strings, just impeccable timing with her ult, and the follow-up definitely was there. You can see Names unable to get that SOD, by the way. And if she did, Tokyo would have been eliminated way, way earlier. But it looks like it's a reset for the neutral objective, and eventually Falcons MENA are going to be able to pick it up for themselves. This is a 1,000 gold lead now for the MENA reps.
And yet again, Eterna, it's Geltech Cyber Team who find themselves in the same situation. Divine Judgment on Names, no one there to follow it up though. And now it's the Eternal Guard. Names still able to cut away as Nana's going to try to go in. Able to clean up on Sanjika. Forcing the black shoes, and a big cursed blast to send Liuban running back to base.
It's uncanny because game number one, if we're looking at the composition from Geltech, right? Kyoe has always been like a really important figure in the team with the way the team fights go and how the tempo of the game goes as well. Game number one, risky play. Wait a second. Nana, 3v1. Still able to clear. Not a bad job there, as it looks like Coelho might be looking for something, doesn't necessarily get it. And it looks like they might be able to pick up that structure in the bottom side of the map. A good trade, unless Nana can do something about it again.
She should be able to clear, but she's got to be careful of Coelho. Yes, we know there's no Divine Judgment, but the timing is a bit different on their side. Sanjika up top. So it's a turret for turret, but this is still a big problem for Geltech Cyber Team. If you look at their composition, it's the exact same thing we went through in game one. It's a composition that should be the one ahead right now. It should be the ones dictating the tempo, looking for picks around the map, and taking away the purple buffs, mainly from Nana at this point.
So what do you think went wrong for them?
I think they botched that early invade, man. Sanjika not getting level 4 for that first turtle played a big role into Falcons Vega's win. Coelho didn't want to flicker for that, waited a bit too long, and gave Nana the right amount of time to react to it. It seems like GCT, they're hesitating a bit too much.
Oh, Divine Judgment?
It's on Nucci. It's such an awkward skirmish, and the rest of the team, it feels like they didn't want it. It's almost like Coelho just wanted to get a Divine Judgment. The rest of the team called against it. And now it's a wasted Divine Judgment. Now there's no real lockdown to Nana, and they're gonna have to rely on the Phobius. Liuban's bottom lane. Nocturne now with the Bravest Fighter. Zoning them in the back. Law and Order lands on Coelho. 3 turtles to the fanny of Falcons Vega. And it's so big. Nana 2-1 and 3. The Moskov is scaling again.
What do they do at this point? Geltech Cyber Team, this is very uncharacteristic of them. I mean, the last time we saw them, they looked sharp, they looked precise, even in the drafts. So they lost that window in the early game, and now there is still a ways in the late game because they do have Tokyo, they still have the carry that scales into the late game, and I feel like that earlier Divine Judgment just really didn't work out. Wait a second, name's Flicker.
Gets away, pins them down with the Spear of Misery. Now the rest of the team coming over.
She gets out?
She does.
Oh!
None of it's getting punished. Now the Flicker, but it's onto Nucci. They get a kill in the end. The SOD goes wide. Nana now on Liuban. The Dark Wave doesn't land, and it's going to be the trade. XP for Rome in the end.
They take what they can. They take what they can at this point. And to continue on the earlier sentiment about the Divine Judgment is that even if they were able to get that Divine Judgment down, there is no burst yet. Tokyo is still very far. Black Shoes already utilized, burnt out. The cooldown isn't as bad, and it should be up for the next neutral objective to spawn, which is the Lord, in under 40 seconds. But there you go, the items aren't there yet. A Corrosive Scythe, and we also have the Golden Staff. But she's away from, you know, DHS and so forth. You can see that she's falling behind of Names, who already has that Swift Trinity down.
Still losing out on so much farming space, so you can see Names and Nana constantly in the side lanes working up. Nocturne knows the Black Shoes was used earlier, so now the Purify gets sped away. Nana's going crazy with the cables, but it's on to just the frontliners. A few of those shots. Nocturne getting caught by Divine Judgment straight up into Tokyo. Dark Wave lands on 2 Syrinx. Trying to cut away, but Kyoe's going to be able to cut her down as Tokyo gets a double. It might be the way for them to come back in the game. That gold lead now erased completely.
Falcons MENA need to be very careful when they choose to pick their team fights.
Yep.
Right? Because in situations when they take the team fights in the enemy jungle, you know, the nooks and the crannies, those are prime positions for Sanjik to deal out the damage, for Liuban to go for an engage. So that's why they lost 1 by 1 there. And Geltech, they finally find their rhythm, they finally find their footing here in the 10th minute of the game, and it feels like that gold lead that Falcons was able to get earlier on easily taken back.
Well,
the comeback play.
It really is. It's a punish Geltec were just waiting for that punish, and like you mentioned, Falcons Vega Mena, they have to be very careful where to pick these fights. If they go around those choke points against this AoE of the Dark Wave and those blooms, to be fair, it's going to be really tough. So GCT, they do better while they're moving backwards through Falcons Vega's crazy aggression. But a lot of times, Kuejo again doesn't want to use that flicker, is going to stay very conservative. Sees two members' names. Oh, whoa, these are crazy moves to be making on Kaja with the flicker up. Nucci just face checks that push and gets obliterated.
Not sure what the plan is. She really can't underestimate the damage from Geltec at this point. She felt the damage earlier on in the top side. I think it was the first 7 minutes or 6 minutes of the game. And she did get obliterated after that. There was still a Lord marching, by the way. So it looks like now Falcons Vega, they're gonna have to be on defense. They lose all the outer turrets. The inhibitors still stand, but even the shield gets popped there in the middle and at top.
Full defense mode for Falcons Vega. They have pretty good clear with the Moskov still. GCT, on the other hand, it's going to be very tough for them to siege past these base turrets. Tier 2s, all right. But then into the base turret, that's where their lack of range will start to hurt them. Tokyo's going to have to get a mel pick done before she can actually threaten these base turrets. But finally, this is what we were talking about in the early game with this composition. It's all about tempo and then taking the purple buff away. Nana wanted to get a bit more compensation on that purple buff take. No pick gun, there you go for Tokyo. So far so good now for GCT. They can just play to peel for Tokyo.
And that's a winning condition. After they lost that window in the early game, like we were talking about earlier on, they just needed to buy a little bit more time to wait for Tokyo to come online, and she is coming online. They are gonna really feel that damage sooner rather than later. Even though the damage dealt ranking, it looks like Sonjik is still up top. Lilia, again, the burst damage, sometimes you just really don't feel it coming. It's uncanny. It's like you don't feel it and then suddenly you're dead. Especially when the items start rolling in.
And the penetration. It's tough. Wait, what? Sonjik are walking up way too aggressively. Kuejo Divine Judgment is only on to Nucci. This is actually the angle for them to go in. Dark Wave lands. But that's about it. Nana, no purple buff's gonna have to play it safe now, but they have split the fight open. The Terrified comes around and they bait it out. Oh, Tokyo! Taking them very low already. Insta shred. Like you mentioned, Eterna onto Nucci. A big blast of damage, and now it's Geltec Cyber Team. It's looking for a shield unity. Lands onto Nana, but she's able to get the cable in time. Now 5 seconds on the purple buff. GCT looking at the Lord.
Uh-oh. The Lord is going to be blitzed. It's going to be shredded down. The SOD hits, but I don't think she wants to take that one. A little too risky, especially with the Divine Judgment still up. Names will not be able to do anything if she gets caught in it. And because of that burst damage coming through already for Tokyo, now Falcons Vega are playing on the back foot. 4,000 gold lead for Geltec here in the 14th minute of the game. Is there a way for Falcons Vega to come back?
I think the only way right now is for a mistake to happen for GCT around the siege. If they push a bit too far, if they overextend and they overstay their welcome in the siege, Falcons Vega could very easily still come back in the game because it's all about keeping Tokyo safe right now. If she's able to free hit in the back, I think it's GG. But if Falcons Vega can somehow break that box, get past the frontliners, there's a chance. It's very small, but there's always a chance right now. No way. Shield unity into mid. The Curse Blast able to clear out the wave. And it's all up to Names to clear it out. The Moskov.
How do they do that? Nocturne, can she look for a crazy play of her own? Get a pick onto Tokyo? You can see the clear really going through. It's happening. But the Invade and the Engage is happening as well. Kyo is looking for a pick onto Names.
That's about it for the siege. It's mid in the top lane. Now Nucci with the Glorious Pathway, walking up again, trying to go for the stun on Newbon. Rest of the team knows they've gotten what they needed to with the Lord. They're gonna try to go for one more here in the bottom lane. Now this could be the angle for Kuejo to flicker in and get a massive Divine Judgment. Rest of the team coming down. Nocturne with the bravest fighter. Divine Judgment locks her down, and Tokyo's free hitting. Nana next to the chopping block now as they go for the damage again, but Nana's able to cable away as Nucci pops in Revitalize. In time, that was Tokyo with the tread again. It's enough to take her down. Nana with the cables though. Is it enough? Syrinx needs to flicker out. Nana's going in again with the black shoes already from Sanjika. It's Names who takes the SOD. That's Nana with the jump again onto Tokyo. Still is able to keep herself out of harm's way. And it's GCT with a clean 3 base turret take as they disengage and wait for the next neutral objective.
Good defense, but an even better offense by Geltec. Right? They came in, they saw that they were able to get 2 inhibitor turrets, top and mid. They took a gamble for the bottom side, and they get it. And it's great that they were able to get it as well, right? The bottom side of the map, the inhibitor turret being gone will allow them to utilize this to their advantage as they go for the next lord of the game, and it does give them a lot more to work with compared to Falcons Vega, who have to constantly think about that far side of the map. They do still have the Moskov to work with, but with how fast Kyoei roams around the map, with how things have been really just unfolding in front of our very eyes here in game number 2, it feels a bit too risky if they send Names down there alone.
Everyone's so squishy too, so there's no way for them to just enter in. Wait a second, conceal! Kuejo there, good Terrify in. Divine Judgment not used just yet. Eternal Guard a kite away. Nucci gets away with the glorious pathway, and they've already baited big resources. Tortoise's Puissance, Tokyo's ult, together with the Divine Judgment. If there's an angle to go for a fight, it's now. But Falcons Vega, do they know?
They should. They should. They use the Flying Clouds to come back into the game. They re-engage. Nucci once again just receiving the bad parts of it. She's at 076. She's been taken down 7 times. She's always the target of the Divine Judgment as well. But you're right. The wave is pushing on the bottom side of the map. Falcons need to make a decision now.
Nana's finding an angle here. Off angle. Wave gonna be reset again. GCT. One of their strong suits, playing the macro game, waiting for the wave in the bottom lane, waiting for Nana to show up. And they started again before Nana can show up. She shows in mid. Kuejo's taking a beating from that Lord though. They have to be careful of their health bars here. Curse Blast coming down. Kuejo! Flicker in Divine Judgment as well, but it's good kill from Syrinx as he able to land the Eternal Guard. Liubot's all on the back line as Nocturne's able to deal with Kuejo. And now it's a shred coming down as Nana will lose her immortality. But the rest of the team is dealt with the front line. And now it's 3v3. Syrinx, Nucci, and Names up against Sanjika, Kyoei, and Tokyo.
It's still a huge advantage for Geltec, right? Nana gets taken out. They have no source of retribution. Names was so low as well. The SOD lands, but she's not gonna take it. This is a free lord over to Geltec. A really good way of making things messy and chaotic in that particular team fight, and still able to come out on top. Tokyo is hitting like a truck.
She certainly is. She's shredding anything in her way, and that's why she sold boots. It's Windtalker and Immortality just in case. But the thing is, for Geltec, they don't have 5 members up already just now. Only now do they have them. The Flying Clouds will get them back into this board quicker, but Falcons Vega, they have the advantage of having their members spawn right next to the Lord here. It's into the base they go. They couldn't manage the waves properly, so we're going to see another delayed end. Falcons Vega have another shot at coming back in the game.
But they can do it all over again, right? They can try to go for the exact same thing. Because again, despite the Lord spawning on the opposite side of the map, it's still an advantage for Geltec that they can utilize. But look at this weird rotation from Kuejo as well as Kyoei. They're anticipating for a buff take, and they're waiting in the bush there to open up a trap. They see no one picking up the bait, and Tokyo picks that orange buff for herself.
They're just abusing this map control, utilizing to get everything out of Falcons Vega. No purple buff, no orange buff, not even a single green camp given over to Falcons Vega. They're literally suffocating Falcons Vega inside of their own base, waiting for the neutral objective to spawn and not giving any chance for them to build a lead in gold to try to swap those items later.
But it looks like there's a gamble. Wait a second, Nucci again? Does she want to go for 8?
Divine Judgment and a Dark Wave. Nucci's gonna pop the Revitalize, but she's gonna go down. Kyoei zoning them in the back line right now, as that's gonna be the bravest fighter by Nocturne, and the Flicker out as well. Now a stun onto Sanjika, who still has the black shoes. Nana Tries to walk up. Waves. Good for GCT. Nucci is down. It's a one-man advantage.
It was a gamble. It was a gamble made by Nucci once again, opening up the map, but they're not going to get anything out of it. It's just another death. The Black Shoes gets picked up there, and it looks like they want to still look for the end.
The Curse Blast is doing a lot of damage. They're able to clear out the wave. 19 seconds on the Lord. Tokyo, very dangerous, very risky move, but she gets out of the way. Nucci's up in 16. Lord's up in 8.
Can they buy enough time?
I don't think so. Geltech,
yeah.
They have a carry. They can shred this Lord instantly.
With a Wind Talker as well. So additional attack speed, but it looks like that's not the first thing that she goes for. She actually goes for the orange buff instead. That's going to give Falcons a little bit more time to, you know, come back into the game. What I really wanted to highlight was the fact that the Holy Crystal was built in by Syrinx. So you can obviously think that the damage will be felt. She has the Divine Glaive as well, so they have to be careful. Falcons, they just go to the other side of the map. They go for the far lane. They don't go for the contest. They let it completely go. And Geltech pick up this Lord uncontested. Falcons pick up a structure on the top side of the map.
It's the only thing they can get.
Yeah.
They can't walk up to the Lord. If they do, it's an easy insta-kill for any one of their frontliners. And at this point, they need all their members to be alive if they want to defend this Lord. Geltech Cyber Team this time around, not losing a single member to... Well, what? Yeah, 300,000.
No, Jesus.
That mistaken, rather. Sorry.
Not the best game.
I mean,
feels bad for her.
Depending on what kind of roamer you are, this is the best game, right? You want to be taking damage. It's just... That's crazy, dude. 300,000? That's like more than the rest of the team combined.
It's definitely a lot. But Mirko, this might be it. This might be game 3.
Oh, Divine Judgment lands. Names. Immortality right in the Rose Gold. It goes through her. Monster kill for Sonjika. Now it's Nana in the back with the cables. Immortality going to be popped as well. Lord involved still in the mid lane as Nana buys the Rose Gold Meteor in time. And it's Kiyoe to take Nocturne down. Nana again with the cables. Still has the Rose Gold Meteor. Series is right there. But the rest of the team will target it down to bring us to game number 3.
A back-to-back game 3 here in the knockouts, ladies and gentlemen. The reset came in clutch for Geltech Cyber Team after their loss from game number 1. They completely turn it around to game number 2, bring it back to the tank junglers and bring it back to a surprise Kaja pick, a debut Kaja pick that eventually worked out for them in the end. We're back to a best of 1 between both teams. Again, everything is on the line. Elimination match and match point. So we'll see what happens in game number 3. But before that, we're going to throw it over back to the panel. We'll see you after.
We're there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Against all odds, we go 23 minutes for game 2. And Geltech Cyber Team take the win, which means we're going to yet another game 3. The knockout stages has been anything but entertaining. It's been incredible. It's been wonderful, and it's been awesome. And we will continue to go down the line of our quarterfinals, but still, we've got one more game to get through for these two amazing rosters. What changed from game 1 to game 2? Because game 1 wasn't even competitive.
You know what changed? The draft. I think the draft was a big part. Leo and I shared some sentiments about that. Really difficult to have a Fanny, a hyper-scaling jungler like that, not being able to be protected well, and honestly, the Vexana pick left me perplexed.
Oh, the celebration is in. You said don't celebrate too early. Well, maybe that might be the case for Falcons Mena, but of course, Geltech Cyber Team are also going to get their celebrations in order as well, Leo.
It's the opposite of celebrations that fans of Falcons MEN are having, because I had a conversation not just with Joseph. Of course, we have friends out there. Jonas, one of MENA's great names in MLBB, he was asking Leo, why Vixana? Why Vixana? We were saying that it was Geltec who needed to adjust, but they did more than just adjust. They actually optimized their picks. But on the other hand, it's Falcons Vega MENA. I think they got carried away. Coach Kobo, why? Why the Vixana?
Carried away with the Vexana specifically?
Yeah, I think a lot of players say Nana's Fanny is almost the best. Some arguments we had there, asterisk, but she's good on it. But Syrinx's Vixana. Joseph, when was the last time you saw Vixana in competitive play?
And that's the thing. It hasn't been picked up at all in MWI just yet. They decided to go with it. Again, not sure why, because the Vexana works in a really specific way, right? The main thing is you have an Eternal Guard, it's your ultimate, you drop down, you have this extra kind of body on the field. She does have good damage within her first and second skills too, but other than that, it's just not the protection value that you would have got, for example, with an Eve that we were thinking would come up from the draft.
Vixana almost has 0 combat resilience. You need so much more than that in the current metagame. Looking at this 23-minute bout once again, names still, the rich guy, she was given everything she needs. It's just, it was too much to ask for that lineup to win. Songjae, the carry, of course you're going to get that kind of damage down when you have a Divine Judgment on. Nucci took so much damage. What was that, 300k?
300k, I have to agree.
That's significant.
Yeah, that's so much damage to take.
It's all of it. That's all of the damage.
All of the damage, indeed. We'll get to look at some of that damage heading into our first clip from game number 2, which went the distance. A far cry from what game 1 was. We're now at the 15-minute mark. We're now approaching the home base.
Yeah, a lot of these base defenses that they tried again, you'll see that whole choreography. The Eternal Guard goes down while they deal with the Lord. But it just, again, when you're trapped in this kind of space to work with, once those tools are used up, where do you go from there? You know, and Leo, we were talking about this, especially on some of the later base defenses. It just, they didn't have much of a choice once the tools were gone. Like, what else do we do here? And our Fanny doesn't even have a buff.
And that's tough, isn't it? When you get that pressure on, it's tough to come back from. Only few teams have been able to accomplish it and be successful, right, in backing the team away from their home base. Let's look at our second clip, Leo, and start breaking it down from the perspective, obviously, of yourself as an expert of the game. What are we looking at?
We're now at 20 minutes, and this was quite the oopsie. Nucci just face-checked into 5 members of GCT, and there's, I can say, about 100 other things that you should have been doing with that Flying Clouds, with this kind of map, and I'm pretty sure they're talking about it now. That's what I hope they're doing, so that we don't see the same kind of result, because no one saw this coming from out of nowhere. It was a draft that shouldn't have happened, with a result that no one was thinking could happen in game 2.
Nice suit. Let's go to our third and final clip from game number 2. And I'm sure it's going to be towards the tail end of things. Now 22-32, and the Crystal is at risk of being eliminated.
Main point there, Names gets dragged by the Divine Judgment. That's the Kaja ultimate. Once Names is gone, your main point of contention in defending this base are pretty much out of the picture. And Names was such a big part of what their concept was. Other than the Fanny, you rely on, okay, well, we can split push with a Moskov. We've seen it many times. She's relying on the spears. But once you're taken out of the picture with a Divine Judgment ultimate, you're pretty much gone.
We have to appreciate, though, the composure from Geltec Cyber Team to be able to come back after that map 1 loss, because we were thinking personally it might be a quick 2-0 series. Not the case here. After all, Geltec Cyber Team didn't make it to this very stage by just rolling over and dying. No, they won and dominated their respective group, winning 2-0, 2-0, and they're coming in with a mission.
Game 1 was their very first loss in MWI 2026. So that puts things into perspective. Now it comes down to 1 more game. No more flexing, no more experimenting. If you do, this could as well be your very last chance to do so. I'd hate to see a weird pick from out of nowhere again. We have to stick to the metagame. As Joseph put it, it's one or the other. The Vixana or the Fanny. Pick your lane.
But sometimes going with the comfort picks, especially in stressful situations, seems to be the way certain teams end up going. But the question is, Naisu, who would feel uncomfortable going into this game 3? I mean, they've both been neck and neck.
They have, and I would say that's the nature of the competition, right? For all of this, for all our competitors here, for all the female athletes competing for that championship, and to potentially get to the grand final, you're going to feel the pressure. Now, do you crumble under that pressure, or do you rise above it? And both these squads now have that opportunity to do so in Game 3.
I think there's a...
And look at the pop-off, by the way. Big victory. Slamming the table. I love the celebration, but also the sigh of relief right after that celebration, thinking, oh, we finally did it. Okay, we're going to a Game 3. We still have a chance.
After the dopamine and adrenaline hit, I'm pretty sure there is a valid reason for both teams to actually be just as confused. Number one, for Geltec, why would they do the Vixana? That did not feel like a real game.
And by the way, if you feel like you can predict our tournament winner, scan that QR code and get involved. And let us know if you did it out in the chat. We'd love to hear from you. And more importantly, who did you end up going with? Are you so bold to make that prediction yourself? A lot of great things, though, happening, of course, on the stage as the ladies once again are getting set up for now a finale. Final map, best of 3 going to map number 3. They've gone tit for tat. Now, map 1 again was a dominant form for Falcons MENA. Map number 3, or map number 2, excuse me, went the distance, but Galactic Cyber Team looked in control. What will map number 3 look like? I know we're all waiting on bated breath to see how this is going to end up unfolding. Again, for both of these rosters, history is being made, you know, for Falcons MENA, especially for their region. They're looking to catch up to the top dogs such as Indonesia and the rest, right? They want to be the best region when it comes to the MWI, and of course for the ladies for MLBB. But you've got to beat Galactic Cyber Team. And for the club championship race, Falcons need this win in map number 3.
Oh, I was hoping it'd be Expanding Rivers for map 3, man, because I was like, give them even ground, you know? Flying clouds from the last map, it either works for teams or works against them, like we just saw.
It gives you so much room to just make mistakes and shoot yourself in the foot. And hence that last clip featuring Nucci. But now in Expanding Rivers, you can just play fully optimally. Make the right rotations, draft better, and make the right calls to respond to your opponents. Not just to plan for the sake of planning. And I think that's where Falcons MENA are right now. It's a matter of recentering and respecting the metagame, respecting your opponents, getting back to your winning ways.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think we've had 3 unique maps across the 3 games on the stage, which doesn't usually happen. A lot of times we'll get a repeat map. This time we're keeping it fresh, and we're going to go into this blind. We don't know how it's going to end up unfolding, but at least we get to see the pick of bands.
And Falcons MENA are going to be on that blue side, so they got the priority. Bands kind of adjusted here too. Paquito, Matilda, Marcel being banned out by Falcons MENA on the blue side. Over on the other, Belric, Carmilla doing the due justice here. What's the last one you want to take out? Do you opt for one of the gold laners right now, the carry maybe, or something else here?
Carry, Freya, still
Esmeralda.
out there.
Sora. Could this just be also a time to take Baksha first pick blue side because of Expanding Rivers also?
For Falcons MENA, yes.
Yeah.
That or Esmeralda. But I think Geltec could ban that too. Instead, it's the Gourd. So yeah, Falcons MENA, Coach Koba has 2 solid pickups here, maybe 3. Moskov, Baxia, and Esmeralda. Those are his, I'd say, 3 priorities.
Because whatever you don't take from one of those top 3 is definitely going to go to the other side. There's at least going to be one over there.
The least of which is the Moskov.
Yes. I don't know, man. Maybe lock in the XP lane, right? Get Nocturne going here. Allow you to have that power play in the XP lane. I think that's why you really take your time up to this point as Game 3 is so crucial.
So obviously still waiting for the first pick here, and Baxia, I guess, is one at the top of your list that we're wanting to see. And that would be a big move coming out from Falcons MENA, and it is going to be a Moscow.
Wow. They're still leaning on names. The Moscow for names, man. Now...
You think it's a comfort pick more than anything?
Oh, 100%. You know, even granted how the previous game went, I think still names has been phenomenal on the Moskov, and there's a reason why they pick it up first.
More than a comfort pick, it's a power pick.
Yeah.
She is the Pharaoh's Spear.
She is.
The tip of the blade that might make Geltec bleed finally and just lay down and take it. Them or Falcons get shot out of the sky, one or the other.
So the answer here is do you pick up a Belric Baksha? Do you go, oh wait, no, Belric's banned out. Valentina, Baksha again, maybe? Just because, again, it allows you that space to work with in the jungle, but they'll take up the carry instead.
I think this is a clear tell from Galtech that we're not banning the Sora. Make my day. Pick it. We're going to answer to you. And the Baksha, they get away with it. They can actually still... No. You know what? It's a 50-50. I think Baksha going into a carry can still win. I'm not fully against it.
Yeah, neither am I if it ends up being that case. And I think Falcons MEN, they're the decision here after they already picked up the Moskov is they could do Baksha, then they're mid, or Baksha and then go with a roam. Esmeralda still being open, but they'll take the Hylos again. Okay, there's nothing. Oh, even the last game, I know it didn't look too great for the Hylos in the hands of Nushi, but yes, she took a lot of damage. She kind of had to do that for the team, and they go the Sora. No, mind you, the Valentina's on the other side.
So I think we're seeing two sides of the same coin here. They're both power picks and comfort picks.
Has to be.
And then this is, I'm sure, a conversation that Nocturne has had with Coach Koba saying, I know there's a Valentina, but Coach, trust, we can do this. Hoping for no Vixana.
I was gonna say, so you're at that point where it's down to the one game. Give us our comfort. Our tournament lives are on the line. Let's just do that.
Why not? I think comfort picks at this point might actually be a smart play because, like it was brought up earlier on the desk, if you don't have to really worry about playing around the hero, you just know how it works inherently. I mean, that's a comfort in its own right, especially going into a game 3.
Definitely so. Atlas is going to be one of the main picks that we've seen in the Roam work so far throughout the current meta.
Yep, he is a rising tide. The buffs over the past couple of patches have done well to make this bombastic setter really make an impact in the current metagame. Going into the bans, attack the mid lane. I'd say, given the, bold decisions Falcons made, you still have to watch out for that mid pick. Take out the... I don't think you want to take out the Eve. You want to give more to the Valentina. Take out the Lilia?
Take out the Lilia?
Yeah, no, take out the Lilia.
Yeah. Since they already took out one of the main pickups, that Gord, they'll take out the Alice. Lilia next.
This is so weird. Why the Alice? There's no... Wait, Alice jungle.
I was going to say Alice jungle. That's the only other caveat there since the Sora's in play. Alice jungle. Because, it's not often that we see it. We actually thought we might see it in the previous one, but...
It already won.
Yeah, already won. What else do you want to go here? At least for Falcons MEN to take off the XP lane. I think they're still going to hone in it. They go with Guinevere.
Also a solid jungle pick.
Jungle.
So it's both. 2 birds with 1 stone. Galtech, this has to be a mid. I'd say.
Mid lane? Yeah. Go with the mid lane ban. At least to... I don't know. Like you said, you can just leave the Eve open. You can let the Eve go through.
Yep. I think it'd be to Galtech's benefit because they'll have so many more options.
Okay. Take out the Fanny. You mentioned about Nana's Fanny in the previous one. I think it would have gone a lot different if, again, the composition was a little bit different because Falcons MEN need that support if you're going to pick up an assassin jungler. So now that the Fanny's gone, I wonder if they're still going to opt for that. Knowing that both junglers haven't been picked up, and how this has changed the course of the meta in its way, at least here for MWI, has changed where sometimes it goes this way where it's down to the last 2 picks for both sides. You don't have the jungler yet. You kind of leave that swerve opportunity. So here for Galtech, do they just go with an XP laner now and then hold off on that jungle?
Or just jump to the best jungler that they can think of now because they want to see what the XP laner has to deal with in terms of early rotations after Mena's blue 4 and 5.
You're not thinking it could potentially be an Allis again, right? And Esmeralda first, so we're going to have suspense.
That's what I'm saying. Yep. They want to have the element of surprise. So that could possibly be totally nothing, and they just go back to a normal meta pick, or everything that just shocks Falcons MEN into submission. Now, 4 and 5, Coach Koba back in the driver's seat. I'd say, looking at Galtech's draft for now, And knowing how Falcons MEN rely so much on names, maybe a tank jungler or a fighter, a tank or a fighter jungler.
Tanker, fighter, jungler, Eve, but they'll go Lilia.
Very good.
At least a Lilia's there. Either of the two were great. Now for jungle option, what do you pick up? Oh, the YSS.
Okay.
So fighter. I mean,
and a hybrid.
Hybrid, basically.
He's a tweener.
Yep. In between, right there. And then now for the last pick.
And I think it's just so much better, given that his old Mountain Shocker provides vision, something that Falcons MEN was struggling with in game 2.
100%. So now this is up to Kyoe. What is she gonna put in the jungle?
Ice Queen, what you got?
She could be cold with it, or is she just... Because if this is a standard pick, this would be one of the most standard compositions that we've seen Geltec actually play.
And I would be all the happier for it.
Same.
I don't want no shenanigans. I want them to earn their slot in the top 4 by playing the best MLBB they got.
Oof. Decisions made. It is the Aulis. And I'll say this again. Leobon mentioned, I asked why the Aulis. She said, you know what? Kyoe just likes playing the Aulis.
If they're going to make it a top 4, they're going to make it with style.
Geltic Cyber Team, their key was at risk of being crushed. It still very much is. However, their chances are a lot better as they force a game number 3, putting the pressure back onto Falcons MEN, who is once again trying to achieve history. They've already done so, but do they want to end in quarterfinals or progress forward to semis and therefore closer to the trophy? It's up to them to decide. Miracle, Eterna, let's finish this story.
And finish the story we shall. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 3, the final game of this best of 3 series between Team Falcons MEN and Geltec Cyber Team. Tournament lives are at stake. Keys are going to be crushed after this. The question is, who will move forward and who will have to bow out? We're going straight into this with a very signature and unique Aulus for the Ice Queen.
It's just so weird to see the Aulus, but it's already something that we've seen from Kyoe, right? She won on it too. It was with a Hanabi, I remember. It was kind of a crazy game. It's just give it up to Coach Osprey and the Geltec Cyber Team girls to pull off a pick like this and a Hanabi. Look at the emblems though, nothing too crazy. Nucci already maybe suffering the same fate as the previous game. A Liubon's taking a beating. Has to flicker out. Nocturne. Cancel that regeneration. Flicker for Revitalize. A win for Falcons Vega.
So she still gets out this time around. I think her last KDA was 0-8 something. But she got punished a lot. And I think the panel also mentioned it, right? She was struggling with visibility. She couldn't see around the map. So it does make sense that the YSS comes through, gives her the opportunity to help out Nucci in that respect. She was the highest damage taken earlier on. Had to chuckle a little. And not because it was funny, it was just, man, what a fate. Must have not been as easy for Nucci, and hopefully this time around it will be different for them. But as it stands, still at a 0-0, no one has been able to get any pickoffs so far.
Yep. A slower game. They know what's at stake. They're literally fighting for their tournament lives still here. 1-1. It's all or nothing. Nocturne first onto the XP Crab. It's going to be a big battle for the XP Crab because whoever gets it first, they get pure tempo over the turtle. But it seems like Liubon doesn't want to go for it. Kuejo baits out the Mountain Shocker. That was Kyoe with the walk-up. Gets caught in the Mountain Shocker. This could be the chunk of damage they need to start the fight. Sanjika with the steel and the black shoes. Now it's Liubon. Getting a bit of damage. Kyoe having to use the ultimate to get out of harm's way. Sanjika now holding the position, splashing a bit more damage. Nucci with the Vitalize, taking a heck of a lot of damage. Toki with the rotation. Nocturne diving in, first blood. The SOD lands as well. This could very well be a 5v5 as Nocturne takes to the skies. Very well, no! It's terrified, cancelled out. Nana gets the turtle. It's level. 2 kills for a kill and the turtle.
Huh. They wouldn't for the re-engage. Eventually it does pay off because they do get 2 kills because of it. And it feels like a similar story from Game 1, Game 2, right? Falcons being able to get the neutral objective first. Geltec being able to get the team fights, and usually they're able to capitalize over that with another domino effect around the map. But so far, again, still very equal on the board. Nana, though, I didn't expect that much damage from YSI's early game up against the Owlers.
It's so tough when you get chunked like that, right? You're built for CC immunity and long team fights, but when you just get bursted at the start of the fight, when you're down to a quarter of HP as an Aulus, it just gives over neutral objective for free. Luckily, the rest of the team, Sonjika, definitely the MVP of that fight, coming back into the fight, rotating over, getting space, and in Tokyo, always rotating quicker than names. Certainly going to be a big problem as we get into the later stage of the game if Tokyo is this active. There's no one on the side of Falcons Vega that can really zone Tokyo. That was why, you know, the Yeeve could have been an answer. The Mountain Chakra now opened up. Nanakama, perfect match. Thrown back again in the rotation instantly from Kiyoi on the Aulus. The SOD this time doesn't land. Nocturne with the shifting skies. Lands it on Sonjika, but she has the black shoes. Stunned up constantly. Oh, a few recalls. Sonjika's feeling it. Spear of Misery into the CC immune. It's still so close. 50-50 in the mid lane. Flicker out. Syrinx with the black shoes. A win in the mid. 13 seconds for the next neutral objective. And it does seem like it should be Falcons Vega with tempo.
It's a battle of micro, it's a battle of macro, it's a battle of flare as well in that mid lane. Both took black shoes out. And luckily, both of them were still able to escape with their lives. But with that being said, it's another reset as both teams are going to be corralling against the next neutral objective. You can see that Kuejo is already in position. Unfortunately, the Fatal Links isn't there just yet for her to utilize. Sonjik as well with the IMU doesn't have anything prepared. So we'll see exactly how this falls down because Nucci is already there. She knows where the positioning of Liu Ban is. But I think Kiyoi has the better grasp over the turtle.
It's all up to Kuejo to find a big set. She doesn't have the flicker, but she's waiting right at there by the legs! A massive combo! Kiyoi running it down as well. The SOD lands, but Kiyoi able to survive right now as Nocturne's gonna get taken down. Names just teleported straight into harm's way! Kiyoi Tokyo running it down. Sonjika gonna be taken out, but Shu Bon is still there, chasing Nucci away. Nana's out of the fight. Nucci's getting chased by Liu Ban under the turret. This should just be a kill, a falling Star Moon to take Nucci down for the first time in this game. Sorry, rather the second.
A 4-4-2 trade, and unfortunately it was Kiyoi that was able to pick up the neutral objective as well. It was a big Fatal Links, a really good initiation play coming in from Kuejo, and everyone collapsed over that really, really well. Falcons are now on the back foot here in the first 6 minutes of the game. You can see the gold gap instantly take its place. 1,000 gold lead and counting. And they were able to pick up a structure in the top side as well. Things are not looking good for Falcons Men.
Sonjika and Kuejo, redemption from the previous games, especially for Kuejo. On the Kaja Gunshot here, on the Atlas, she's just running with it. Perfect match lands. Fatal Links. Whoa. What the heck? That was Nana with a traceless forward. Luckily, the rest of the team was there to help her out. But this could be a tragic day for Falcons. Hey, Turner, just earlier, Falcons ID sent home by Vitality. Falcons Vegas started off really strong with game 1, but game 2 slipped out of their hands. Then we have a game 3 where Geltec Cyber Team, for the first time in the series, hold a lead at the start of the game.
They came in this knowing that Geltec was a strong foe. They wanted up again, but that's a Fatal Links.
Waiting on the Purify, shifting skies by Nocturne, delaying the skirmish a bit. Nana with a rotation as well. Nocturne just walks into it. Tokyo with the tread. That's a big Mountain Chakra, but there's no follow-up now. Black Shoes in the midst of it all. Black Shoes again from Sonjika. Liu Ban, falling Star Moon, stops Syrinx in her place, but no more kills. Just an open turtle for GCT to take.
Another advantage that they are able to put in their belt, or under their belt rather, a neutral objective, a kill over, and they have as much map control as ever. You see the SOD being placed but doesn't get its mark. Nucci tries her best to try and prevent this structure take. They go ahead and open up that ult.
I think it's fine if they lose Kuejo. That's a sacrifice that they should be willing to take. Kiyoi, CC immune, gets out of the Mountain Chakra. Tokyo picked up the turret while all that was happening. So it's value.
And we're now just about to hit the power point of Owlers. Typically, mid-game is where they're the strongest, and we're heading into that point, and Geltec already had the early game under their belt to begin with. So Things are going according to plan for Geltec here. 2,500 gold lead. You could see the top lane being bullied. Names and Liubon. Look at the damage that she's outputting onto Names. Names has absolutely no space to farm.
Nowhere to farm. Wherever she goes, there's one of the Geltec Cyber team members just stalking her. And this time it's Liubon. Always on her. In the skirmishes as well, what makes it so good for the Aulas is that usually as a normal, assassin jungle, you gotta be creative. On an Aulas, you can just brute force your way into it with CC immunity. Through the front line, right into Names and Syrinx. And Sanjika, always stealing the black shoes, has given Falcons Vegas such a tough time because there's no one that's vulnerable on this team.
It's really hard to look for an advantage. It's really hard to look for something to trade with. And now you can see that Nana is taking a risk there, trying to push in that bottom side of the map. She should be able to get it, but wait a second, the SOD does not land. Esme, she's gonna be able to clear it. They don't even get the structure down bot.
It's almost like Names made a sacrifice in that game 1 to land all the SODs, but never to land them again in game 3. Tokyo with the shred on Nucci. Sanjika with the terrifying Purify comes out, but Syrinx gets away in time. Now it's a pullback. Tokyo shut down. In the midst of it all, the Bailey lands. Now with Liubon on the falling Star Moon. Sanjika trying to provide damage. Oh, the AoE is big. Names survives Liubon. Flickers in forward, but Names is able to blink out in time. Signs of life from Falcons Vega. It's mid for gold. Tokyo finally shut down in this game.
Really, really worth. Really, really worth. They don't even lose the structure in mid, so they do still have a control over their own jungle, but Nana's in trouble now. There is backup coming from Nucci. Do they really want to go for this re-engage?
Coelho's in a tough spot. Nana, shifting skies and a flicker, bringing her back as well. Nana on a quick spree. Names. Spear of Misery lands. Sanjika now. Does she pop a shifting skies? He goes in deep onto Names. Spear of Misery. Peels for herself. Gets Nana. The double.
That would have been too much. That would have been too much if Sanjika could get that kill over Names. Luckily, she still had the spear to bring her back and eventually have the damage to take her down.
Tokyo.
And this does mean that 2 members are down. Falcons should be able to pick up this Lord.
Kyoe went for the chase. Lord's already very low. Kyoe won't be able to make it in time. The retreat from Nana is good. And Falcons Vega get their hands back in the game. 10 minutes in. Only a 1,000 gold lead. And I do think that Falcons Vega have a very good scaling comp. It's a Lilia and a double marksman composition. They should be able to shred now with items.
So they're still in the game. They still have the foot in the door. It's not a 50-second kill. What is she doing?
Nocturne goes in, but none of the other members capitalize on that. Nana, Mountain Chakra just a zone. 2 levels ahead of this Aulas.
She's fine, she's fine. Falcons take something of their own. They pick a structure up top. What it was really peculiar for me was during that entire Lord. Wait a second.
The first time she got away. The second time it might just be a bait. The whole team coming around. Oh, Kuecho! Fatal links into Tokyo's free hits. That's Nana taken down, and Nucci's gonna be next on the chopping block. Kyoe just made them. Sanjika with the SOD! Breaks the formation, and it gets Liubon to get a falling Star Moon on Nocturne. Oh my god, we thought it was a mistake. It turns out to be a bait by Kyoe.
What a play, what a play, what capitalization from the rest of the team. Early pick Valentina. Black shoes was the choice. Suddenly she picks up the SOD and she gets a pick for themselves. 4 members are down from Falcons. They're gonna be up in a few seconds. Nocturne, the only one left standing here as Geltec look for more and take them away from Falcons. How did they go from a 50-50 to what we're seeing right now?
It's these very thin margins. They literally just out-mechanic their way into that win. Logically, it shouldn't have been a win. Kyoe is out of the fight. It was a 4v5 they were taking, but they split Falcons Vega just right for them to capitalize. Again, Nucci walks up. Now the Glorious pathway backwards. Oh! Kuecho! Fatal Links bites everybody! Kyoe gets a triple. Tokyo gets 1 on top. And it's Nana to try to cut the waves in mid. Wave bot is good. Nana's gonna have to pull a miraculous defense, but she's still handling the wave mid. She won't be able to recall in time.
This is it. This could be the very end. And it truly is. And Nana will not be able to deny
Cyber Team pull a reverse sweep to make it the top 4.
And they move forward, ladies and gentlemen, up against an experienced roster in Team Falcons MEN. QA has brought her experience from her last run at MWI and have brought Sonjika, Kuejo, Tokyo, and Liubon forward here in MWI 2026.
It was a symphony of skills together, baiting out those purifies in the prior fight, and then a massive Kuejo set into a follow-up from Sonjika. It was immaculate.
It truly, truly was. We want to hear from them. We want to know what they have to say about that victory. And with that, we're going to throw it over to the stage. Yes, congratulations! And now Galtech Cyber Team has secured their position over in the semis!
Wow, we, the team, are so excited. You can hear cheers coming from across the floor right here. Now, we would like to ask, what happened in the first game? You guys had a real smooth game so far without dropping a single game, but that one game happened. What happened? Tell us more.
У нас не было урона на миду, тренера налажали.
Well, we didn't have the drop, but anyway, the coaches, the trainers somehow screwed up.
Oh, so there has been a misdraft?
То есть, получается, произошел мисдрафт.
Okay, and then they regrouped and has taken the series itself, so congratulations. And now, we would like to have Falcons MEN hand on over the keys to Galtech Cyber Team. You fought valiantly well. Thank you, and your journey ends here. So now that you have the keys of Falcons MEN in your hands, how are you feeling right now?
Ну, тяжело немного.
Well, a bit happy they are.
You guys are really happy? You know what will be even happier? When you hear that pop. Congratulations one more to Galtech Cyber Team. Take your walk of victory!
Galtech Cyber Team getting it done in the clutch when it matters most, and we're seeing the trash talk as well. Love to see that type of energy. They hit him with the, I like that right there, baby. You know what I mean? Galtech Cyber Team showing that they are here to stay, and the trash talk wasn't enough. You know they're about to savor. You can hear their fans in the background. They're about to savor this key pop. It's gonna get serious. It's gonna get serious all the way. Congratulations to Galtech Cyber Team. You see what type of energy we have right here. You only get this action right here at MWI, ladies and gentlemen. EWC 26. We have one match left for today. Let's go ahead and check out our highlights.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
It wasn't easy, but they got the job done. Celtic Cyber Team get the win, crush the key of Team Falcons MEN, and just like that, Falcons are now out of the MWI, but a valiant effort nonetheless. And hey, shout out to the fans for Celtic Cyber Team showing up, not only cheering on their team to win, but also going over to the Crusher.
Yep, it's unfortunate. Again, another key is crushed. Nature of competition. Both Falcons now have bowed out.
That's it.
Back-to-back heartbreak.
Heartbreak.
I think they still get 400 total, or at least 200 points for sure for the club championship. But Falcons have had a tough run so far when it comes for the club championship, of course, run. Now, of course, there was a lot of great moments throughout that game. Number 3, let's take a look at least at one of them and start breaking it down of how Celtic was able to get this win in the end over Team Falcons MEN. As we take a look, Leo, what do we see?
So this is the second turtle take, and this is, I think, the main storyline. Celtic Cyber Team are just all the more locked in. There may be a factor of, I'd say, fatigue, because Falcons MEN of Vega have been playing since the morning today.
That's true. They have, and they've had to go through the ringer up to this point. So endurance, that mental endurance, is something we always talk about here with our esports athletes.
You have to, right? And you're right, they are, in fact, athletes. It's not easy to stay mentally composed, really. You have an early call time, you come in, and now you're playing this late in the day, but that is the nature of competition. Let's take a look at our second in-game moment. And we'll start to notice, I'm sure, Celtic starting to win this ultimately, 12-34. We actually have another battle taking place just outside of the base.
This definitely looks like leftovers from the engagement patterns from game number 2. Nucci, far away from home. I'm looking at Nana. What was the plan? I'm sure the Mount Shocker was there to be used. How could you not have told that there were going to be a kill squad nearby?
How could you not be told that? Well, communication is key. They move on in, they destroy the crystal, and ultimately take the win in just 13 minutes. And we did get some insight as to what happened in game number 1. Well, Naisu, it seems like it was a bit of a hero mismatch, maybe a misplay on their part.
Yeah, it comes down a lot of the times we hear from the interviews and even our own kind of sentiments. The draft is so important in the nature of MLBB, the competition here. But also, too, again, I was wondering, would we see that Ollis in the hands of Kiowe go through? They leaned on it, and this time, again, it works out. She's the only player now to bring out this Ollis twice.
Oh, wow. And by the way, casters were getting into it, and they were getting loud. Let's take a look at how they looked during those casting moments.
Fire.
What?
Lord, wait a second.
The first time
Again?
she got away. The second time it might just be a bait. The whole team coming around. Oh, Kuecho! Fatal links into Tokyo's free hits. That's Nana taken down, and Nucci's gonna be next on the chopping block. Kyoe just making them Sonjika with the SOT! Breaks the formation, and it gets Lubon to get a falling star moon on Nocturne. Oh my god, we thought it was a mistake. It turns out to be a bait by Kyoe.
Mirako and Eterna have been bringing the energy throughout all of our best of 3s that we've watched for the past 2 series, and they've got one more to go. But make no mistake about it, they are giving their all. And Eterna was giving some dance moves, I think it was at the beginning of that clip.
It's like, was it like this?
Something like that.
Something like that. You know, hey, us as casters, when we're in the heat of the game,
that's right.
We can't help it.
We do what we do, and don't ask any more questions. This was a great series. Falcons MEN, to celebrate them. Again, making history for their region. It was a tremendous deal that they made it to the knockout stage. Yes, they fall short from what they wanted. Everybody wants that championship, but only one team can get it.
And now, Celtic Cyber Team are in true dark horse territory. Much like their counterparts in the men's division, they are the pride of ECA, and they can legit just upset almost anyone, especially in best of 5.
Ooh, that is a big talking point. We brought it up at the beginning, right? EECA, maybe an underrepresented region now looking to make headway and join the likes of Indonesia and the rest of them out there. And they very well could do so, because now they are officially top 4.
Top 4 secured right now, and yes, a big representation for the ECA region is something that they can hold high. Because top 4 against some of the best teams right now currently in MWI, let's see how they compete in the days to come.
That's right. We'll have to see. Oh no, the disrespect after winning, the crying faces, and you know what? Well deserved. We love when personality is shown out there on that stage. No hate, of course, towards the other roster. It's all love at the end of the day. But in the heat of the moment, sometimes you just gotta emote on your opponents after getting a big win. And speaking of emoting, maybe we'll have that coming up. From what I'm hearing, Damascus and Trev were roaming around and they got into some crazy business.
All right, we're on the EWC venue. There's plenty of stuff to do for the competitive minds like us. We played basketball yesterday. We're gonna play some more, Trav.
Yeah, we're cooking. We're gonna do this the reactions game here. It's gonna be Hollywood Rob TV up first.
Hollywood Miles Morales, he said. Listen, give it a try. Let's take a look. How much does he catch?
I don't think he's gonna do too well, and he's been doubting it as well.
No.
He's obviously got a little bit of a lower sense.
Bro, hit the fighting gameplay.
Oh, he didn't even see the first one. Alright, that's not bad.
Yeah, he touched it at least, but no. Oh no. He's adapting. Close enough. Brother.
Bro, he's not even seeing him drop.
Peripheral vision is cheeks. No.
No, this is.
Come on, this is easy now. There aren't many. There aren't.
I don't even want to laugh because I know I'm gonna do bad as well.
Hey, he got one.
Bro, I guarantee you this is so much harder than it looks, bro. What if he gets the first one?
That wasn't a bad reaction. That wasn't bad. Oh. 0-2. Oh, he's got one. Oof.
Yo, he's doing
the
good though.
The peripheral vision's working.
His peripheral vision is really good.
Oh, that feels like it should have been one. Oh,
did he catch that?
Oh, he did. That's two. Oh. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Man, this is going to be a 4. Damascus, no.
Trav did, when we did basketball,
yeah,
Trav did win.
Yeah, so he can't win 2 in a row.
So I'm definitely rooting
Trav.
against you, brother. I'm sorry. I gotta root against you this one time. Look, he's in position. He ready. Okay. That was a good reaction, though. Okay.
You catch it? Yes. Let's go. That's one. Almost. I'm scared.
He got one right now?
Oh no.
Still one.
Okay, 2.
Come on. What we doing? Can he match it? 4?
Yeah, that's it.
Bro, don't.
Can I be salty for a moment? His last 4 were the last 4 next to each other. My last 4 are like this one and this one. That's rigged.
It's all excuses. It's all excuses. But we have the victor, and his name is Trav.
Trev can't keep getting away with this. He won basketball. He took that away from Hollywood Rob TV, who's American, by the way. And now we just lost the reaction test. Somebody put a stop to that, man. I hope so. My goodness. But we're having fun around the EWC venue. It's a lot of fun in here, and I hope all of you at home get a chance to come and visit and check it out because it is nothing but good fun. Hey, welcome back into our desk. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble. Nice, Sue. And hold up. Wait a second. We got Zorn on the desk. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, I'm good, guys. Hello.
Hello. Good to see you, Zorn. For maybe the people out there who might not know you, which you should, who are you, man? Because from what I'm hearing, you're a serious competitor.
I'm known as a pro player, as far as you guys know, and now I'm here to be a KOL or media for Malaysia.
Okay, and now
one of the best.
And now he's an analyst, right? So another feather in your cap. One of the best out there for sure. And you're watching the best in MWI play. These ladies are truly talented. Have you had a chance to watch any of them? Because coming up next is our unfinished business. Keyboy and Quinn get another shot at the trio that ended their MWI 2024 campaign. It's a revenge match, and the business is unfinished, but it will be finished by the end of this series. Now, for you, Zorn, you've been watching MWI. I'm sure of it. You've been seeing some of the upsets. What has been some of your favorite moments, or maybe even surprises?
I feel like I'm surprised with so many country that already improved a lot, I guess, for this MWI since last year, I guess they cannot play very good as this year. So I guess it's going to be interesting to watch them.
Interesting to watch indeed, and we just had an interesting series ended up unfolding. And we've got Rose with our post-match interview.
Hey, Trentmar here right now with KOA, fresh off of their victory. I want to start off asking about your Aulus. What's so special about it? Why is it your pick now?
По поводу Аулуса, просто мне очень нравится персонаж, и мы с ним в целом очень хорошо играем, поэтому вот так вот получается.
Aulus, I really love the hero, and it just comes into play that we have a great chemistry, and that's exactly what happened.
So the chemistry is unlocked, of course, by the Aulus pick. Now, after that Game 1 performance, what was the discussion like behind the scenes? Were you more emotional and trying to motivate each other? Or were you more calculated about how you would make the comeback?
Ну, нам сказали, что мы сумасшедшие в очередной раз. Наш тренер сказал, что мы, просто энергия и идем до конца. У нас начинается вечерняя немножечко, как это сказать, шиза, типа, и мы в целом берем все в свои руки.
Well, our coach told us, as he does multiple times on repeat, that we are crazy. And we thought, well, we have no way back. We just gotta move forward, that we gotta do something. And it's late in the evening, we get into our vibes, and we just decided to refocus and move on.
Well, you got it. You got that win, and you're moving forward. Real quick, a message for your fans.
Посыл для ваших фанатов.
Спасибо большое за то, что вы нас поддерживаете. Я очень надеюсь, что мы покажем завтра очень хорошую игру. Наслаждайтесь, смотрите, болейте за нас.
Thank you very much for your support. Thank you. Tomorrow we'll try to bring out our best game. And yes, watch, enjoy, and continue supporting us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations. Geltek continues to fight.
И Geltek идет дальше.
Geltek continues to fight. They're now top 4, but we still have one more spot in our semifinals to determine what it's going to look like. Let's go to the stage and get it started.
Thank you, Taylor. It's time to kick off with our final match of the day. The knockout round has been incredible, and once again, there is one team that will stay away as a victor today and one last out. Without further ado, let's get our first competitors onto the stage, qualifying out of Malaysia, Team Ray Young.
Team Ray Young has pulled up this year with an absolute vengeance. They are representing Malaysia, the phenomenal region, a phenomenal country, and they're led, of course, by Quinn and Chiboy, who missed last year's event and have come back here to right all wrongs. This is a newly assembled team, but make no mistake, they play with the chemistry of 10-year vets.
Chiboy, remember 2 years ago, exact same team. Anything you would like to say to Navi?
Good luck, have fun.
So friendly, but I'm sure she will not be over at the Land of Dawn. Take your positions at your battle station.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and their opponents, the 2024 champions, put your hands together for Navi!
We talk about regional rivalries. Navi qualifying out of the Philippines, and that team has been going through the trenches, losing early to Galaxy Phoenix, but then a big comeback against Falcon Thesis and eliminating last year's runner-up Gen G to make it all the way to the knockout stage. And now the mission is simple: keep winning, come back tomorrow.
Alright. 2 years ago, you have met the exact same team. Any comments to your competitors?
Just say good luck and have fun.
So friendly, but I'm pretty sure there will be absolute bloodshed at the Land of Dawn. Please take your positions. And here's a story for you. 2 years ago in the path to victory, Navi PH took down and crushed Quinn and Chiboy's dreams, sending them home in 2024. Now, 2 years later, a revenge arc in the making. This time, they stand before Navi PH without dropping a single game. On one hand, it seems they look ready. Question is Navi ready? Let's settle that score over in the land of Dawn. Over to you guys at the studio.
Thank you, as always, to our stage hosts, of course, Damascus, Hollywood Rob TV, and Cheryl. Thank you for the story as well, setting the very stage, the history between these two great teams. This is our last quarterfinal matchup to determine what the semifinals will look like. Nice, Leo. Let's talk about it. It's Team Ray Young versus Navi. This means a lot for both regions.
Just to add a chapter to the story that Cheryl told 2 years ago, yes, Navi PH, then known as Smart Omega Empress, dropped Quinn and Chiboy, and they lived happily ever after. In case you missed out, they became champions.
They eventually did, and they rode their way all the way in a sweep, I believe, in that championship in 2024. So this is a great story of redemption, revenge, however you want to put it, for Team Ray Young.
Team Ray Young has shocked us all, making it this far. Not because it wasn't expected, but just because of how well they continue to play. Such a very talented roster. And they are officially known as the Momentum Stoppers, stopping those rosters who have the momentum, who try to push forward, but simply cannot take down this talented roster. If you had to pick one lady from Team Ray Young to be the decisive factor for victory, who would it be?
I personally say, not biased, because I'm a jungler too, but I'm looking at Tan. I think, Tan. As the Indonesian import, I think she does so much to make this momentum breaker character come through for Team Ray Young. And now I'm looking back at history. This is not the first time they're facing off against a Navi. They took down Navi MY in the qualifier.
Yep, and I think either way, at this point, I know Zorn mentioned this too. He mentioned that last year. It was so different watching MWI because the quality of teams, the quality of gameplay we've seen from these ladies so far for 2026 has been a huge leap in just performance and improvement. And so who's to say that maybe new history is about to be made with Team Ray Young defeating potentially Navi here.
That's right, and Navi, by the way, has made great headway in our tournament. Also, not only winning the 2024 MWI with 3 out of the 5 members currently playing on that very stage, but also beating Jinji, a powerhouse, the runner-up from last year. But from what I'm hearing, not Ayanami, she's her. Right, bottom line, period. And she's been playing incredibly well since their comeback win against Falcon Daisies yesterday. Not Ayanami has shown a true mastery in her role.
Gwen, Na Ayanami, Diagon, a national athlete at that, has awoken. I think that's the key to Navi's rise throughout the brackets in MWI. The first couple of matches we saw her play, she wasn't her.
She was not Ayanami.
And by the way, she is going to be picking first. And just so you all know at home, she's got a deep hero selection. 7 unique heroes in just 7 games.
And she needed to be that for Navi Philippines to get back in form, because at the opening matches of MWI, we were in kind of in the agreement that they were struggling.
Yep, in disbelief of what we're seeing. But now we're back to reality, snapping into the game after Coach Salman, King Salman, bans out the Atlas glue and carry to pick up the Baksha, which is, again, an effort to put Keishi in a good position, a comfortable way to roam through in mid. That mid trio should be solid. Team Ray Young, Coach Frost picks up a Lily and a Belleric. I missed you, Big Tree.
Big Tree, man. You know who else, surprisingly, is banned out is the Chips. I mean, because Chip was picked up by Navi yesterday. I don't know if it's still the only team to actually bring the Chip to play, but a good smart ban from Coach Frost and the rest of Team Ray Young here. This Lilia plus the Belric pick already pose a huge amount of threat, and that's why you have to pick up the Eve. If you're Navi, again, Claude being the most picked gold laner aside from the Moskov right now is going to be the choice. These first 3 picks for Navi are already solid across the board. Team Ray Young to match this. What do they pick up? Their jungler now?
Maybe Esmeralda. She's still open.
That's true.
Does well against the Eve.
Yep.
Stops Zac holding its tracks. Might struggle against the Baxia, but again, a powerhouse pick is such, given the meta game, overtuned, this one.
Esmeralda?
Still, I believe so.
She's a little OP.
Yep. And look at that. In your first 3 picks, you get 2 out of the 3 best in lane.
Yep.
Eve is on the other side. I'm gonna die on this hill. Eve is the best mid laner right now.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. So I would say Gord is like, it's weird how much he's climbed in the meta.
50-50 maybe? Do
50-50.
they share the podium?
I don't think they share the podium. He's like almost there. You know, maybe I put him at like number 3, maybe 2.
Who's the other choice?
Other than Eve?
Valentina?
Lately Valentina, yeah.
Lilia's working her way up.
Lilia is starting to get there too. Maybe 5.
A solid start for Team Ray Young. Going into the bans, Gatot Kacha, get out of here. Moskov. So, Navi PX, the play seems to be choke out Quinn.
So this could potentially be, because the carries already banned Moskov, you already picked up the Claude.
Harith?
Is it gonna be a Harith, a Harith, who we haven't seen picked up as much as we used to? Which I'm not complaining about. It needed to change. That gold lane was getting a little stale.
What else is there for the SEA Games gold medalist in Quinn? Granger?
What else? Other than the Granger, maybe, I don't know if there's room for...
A Bruno?
A Bruno. We've seen that in the hands of the likes of Lunar.
These are the choices left. Alice taken out of the equation by Coach Frost. King Salman.
Oh, the
there you go.
Another one.
There is an absolute that you have to get out of your opponent's hands. Now Quinn has to have a conversation with Coach Frost. They took it all away.
What do I pick? Maybe just the Granger, Harith. Who else do we have?
Bruno.
Granger, Harith, Bruno.
Those are your choices.
That's about it. Unless they have something else planned. I know we did see a Clint also come to play. That could be something they lean on.
But that's outranged by the Eve.
Exactly. Guinevere for now. So this is the
jungler.
Combo. That combo we saw on Stream B. What's the name of it?
The Bellavere.
Bellavere.
Yeah.
Bellavere. The Belric and the Guinevere combo is deadly. And it's worked a lot of times, just those 2 heroes alone.
Yep, they set each other up.
Exactly.
Beleric can taunt them, and then the Requiem or Lancelot's sister can come in and then extend the crowd control, and then, you know, have the rest of the damage dealers come in. Deep in thought is Rain. She'll be playing the Eve here. Yet to see not Ayanami's pick, and of course, a roamer.
Yeah, a roam option. Atlas being banned out. Glue's not potentially there. CC for now for the XP lane.
Solid answer to the Esmeralda.
Exactly. And the roam option, it's going to be an Akai.
Okay, so we've seen Mirai.
Is there a world, Leo, where it's a roam Baksha and a jungle Akai?
I don't know. I was about to say, Keishi and Yakai, at least here in France, at least in MWI 2026, did not look good.
Yeah.
So I'd say stick to this. Stick to this. Heavy spin people into the RWM.
Yeah, that's true. Last pick, Team Ray Young. They still need that gold lane option. What are they going to throw in here? There was so many bans towards Quinn.
What is Quinn picking? Yeah, 3 in the last half of the draft. I'd say Bruno. Bruno's the safest.
Yeah, Bruno's probably your safest. You can move around the Wrath of the Dryad. You have that setup potential already, but they don't. They go the Hanabi. How do we forget about the Hanabi?
Of course. Now, in a lot of people's heads, she's still more a meme than a dream pick.
On Stream B, it was a pick.
Hey, but already in the opener, Quinn won via split push with a Hanabi.
That was the first win, I believe, of Hanabi, of MWI.
I hate that we forgot, Joseph.
It's Team Ray Young versus Na'Vi. Unfinished business. G-Boy and Quinn get another shot at the trio that ended their MWI 2024 campaign. But just because you get a shot doesn't mean you will be victorious. Team Ray Young takes on Na'Vi now. Miracle Eterna, let's get it started.
Another team on the brink of elimination, ladies and gentlemen, as we get to the final round of the best of threes of the day here at MWI 2026 at EWC. It's a time to be alive. Another Hanabi pick, a signature pick at that, and we'll see exactly how this all pans out.
If it's pure front to back, the Hanabi can work. And I think Team Ray Young, yeah, they've made it work a couple of times. They mentioned it on the panel earlier. Young man from the Philippines, Leo, in the building, Naisu.
That's not very nice.
What? Oh, he's a building, dude. He's massive. He's like, he goes to the gym and stuff, right? Team Ray Young, though, this is a problem, Nora. Nora in XP against a CC. I think a lot of players now, they figured out the winning matchup. We were talking about this as well, right? Who wins against Esme? Not a lot of picks. CC's one of them. Does well. The other pick that I would like to see is a Dyroth.
Ooh, the Dyroth. I think a lot of people have been mentioning it, you know, stream A, stream B, the Dyroth pick. Technically, it does really great in lane, and we have yet to see whether or not the Dyroth really pays off later on. Wait a second, Miko gets caught really low here. Did she get it off quick here? Okay, she still gets out.
Yeah, it's just revitalize out, boom, there you go. The Dyroth, I think, especially if these teams want to start playing more of those assassins, physical assassins in the jungle, can work really well.
Imagine Dyroth Paquito.
Paquito jungle?
Yeah.
Or Dyroth jungle and Paquito XP?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? You might be cooking there. Could also work with Balman. I think the Balman is technically the better version, right? Because you have that shred. Leo loves Balman, by the way, just saying.
We saw Bauman earlier on. We're not going to see it right now, though. We're going to focus on the Gwyn and the Boxias of the world. So far, everything has been quite passive. No crazy plays just yet. But we do see a rotation coming in from Tan on the Guinevere here to the top side of the map. But little do they know, there's 4 members from Navi up top too.
Yep, Keishi with the shield unity. I mean, to be fair, it's expected. Team Ray Young and Navi, they're both very calculated. They don't just go in randomly and go for skirmishes. They wait for neutral objectives and they play it slow. I got to talk to Frost, and that's exactly what he said to the team. Just play it slow. As long as you win, Takani burns it down by not Ayanami. Ben just popped as well. She's able to survive the RBM. Peels for Ayanami now with the yo-yos. Gets away just barely. Oh my goodness! Ayanami with 1 HP gets away. Now beyond the turtle. It's free.
She was there, and then she wasn't. Tan early exit even before the objective, really allowing Navi to pick up the first neutral objective of the game. And my oh my, did we not account for the damage of not Ayanami? What is that shred?
That's the shred you should expect when you got a lot of HP. And to be fair, Team Ray Young does have a lot of HP in their composition. Now, losing in the early game ain't all that bad. They can still play for that scaling game. But listen, if this composition snowballs...
Oh my god, Nora?
Hanabi won't have a front line to rely on. That's the problem. Yeah, Nora, not gonna have a good time. Not Ayanami. I'll be surprised if she doesn't go see Halberd first item.
And it feels like if we, go back to the discussion of the gold lane, Hanabi requires a little bit more time to get rolling, to get online. She needs a lot more farm. She needs to scale. She needs to get to her items maybe a lot later than compared to the Claude. So Team Ray Young right now are in a peculiar position where there's a window that they lost early and they need to rely later on, and hopefully they can withstand the storm coming through from Navi PH, because if we know them for anything, Navi PH are great at looking for opportunities and looking for weaknesses in the enemy composition, and they're doing just that.
Uh-oh. Headbutt baiting on the Purify. The RBM as well. Chiboy's gonna get thrown back by the heavy spin. Now Mirai with a pin down on Miku. The current call on both of them. Oh, they gotta run together. Synchronize Ayanami. Almost takes Miku out of the skirmish. Kin. All she can do is clear bot. Right now, that's the case. This is the weak side goal laner effect.
Absolutely. Now things are shaping up to still be in favor of Navi. We do see that the turtle is going to spawn in under 7 seconds. Keishi's already in the area, just picking out her own jungle, looking to farm a bit more. And something important to note is Keishi's actually a level ahead of the enemy jungle right now. Tan, does she really want to go for that 50-50 on that neutral objective, or does she want to get a pick before she goes for that 50-50 retry take?
I don't know. It's going to be very, very tough, man. I don't even think it's 50-50 with all the poke that Navi have and the heavy spin. That's an all-in over on Chiboy. Wrath of Machai going to use up, but look at the heavy spin again. Able to pin her down for Keishi to get a free retribution as Rayan walks up with the Blazing Duet. Rain gets away as well. Now Riyadh goes back to the BMI onto Nora with the anti-regen honor for the passive. Ayanami just tearing her apart. Nora goes down. Rian's on. Quinn, she has CC immunity. She's going for a little bit more damage. Keishi's going to walk up. Slam onto the minions. 5-0. Navi are just clean.
Brutal, 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 brutal. They made a decision there, Team Ray Young, and it really didn't pay off. maybe they'll understand that they need to play for Hanabi more. It looks like there are rotations coming in from Miku and Chiboy to the bottom side of the map, maybe looking for a punish on not Ayanami, who's sitting at 202. Let's see if they can make it happen.
Higabana lands, the taunt doesn't, the Raptor drive though lands, but Ayanami still able to survive for a bit. Gets one kill before she dies, but it's now going to be 2 on the board, and Miku might just follow next. Rain is going to go for the chase right now, and Mirai is looking for the cut. RWM dropped on her, and the Panda gets a big body slam to take her down. Rihanna instantly with the Blazing Duet. Headbutt and the heavy spin. Tans just pinned down. 8-1. This is a stomp and a half for Navi. Whoa. Nora with a walk up.
Huh?
Yeah, she just purifies out. This is very unlike Team Ray Young.
Okay, I think they're really playing into the tempo and the momentum that has shaped from Navi PH. And you would think as an experienced roster from Team Ray Young, they even have a gold medalist in the midst, that they wouldn't, you know, fall into that kind of momentum. But Navi, again, taking so much control over what's going on right now here in the 7th minute of the game. That was a 1-for-4 trade, by the way. They only took not Ayanami for the price of everything. But luckily enough, Team Ray Young, they do get something in return. They get a structure.
Keishi just really wants to go with the fights, man. This is Spatial Migration and the Valor Requiem landing, but Keishi with the Poisons is unkillable. Quinn, though, is very vulnerable. Mirai with a pin down of the heavy spin. Tan and G-Boy isolated from the rest of the team, and it's just pickups here and there. Nora gets a trade in the end with Ayanami falling, but Mirai is practically soloing Miku with the hell of the Blazing Duet. Now Rian's gonna take the kill on Miku, and it'll be all good as Rain flickers out to safety against Nora.
13-3. That's a 10-kill gap in the span of 7 minutes. We were talking about them being 2 teams that really love the objective plays. 2 teams that really play slow, and yet this is what we're getting here, as it seems like Navi PH are playing like they have something to prove. But here it is, the replay. You can see the collapse coming in from Mirai as well with the heavy spin and the follow-up damage coming through. Not Ayanami still is just wreaking havoc, and it was somewhat of a staple before, and it has come back again. Not Ayanami, again being one of the pivotal roles here in Navi PH from then and now back here again.
And you can see it already, perfect turtle, that impact showing right in the land of Dawn, man. Dominance Ice picked up by Mirai. She's got to be careful. She has a bounty on her. 3-0-6 on the roaming Panda. That's kind of crazy.
Huh? That's your what?
She got more kills than
right.
Rian. If you swap, if you cover the names, you'd expect Rian to have that KDA.
Maybe she's like, you know, Rian, it's okay. Just chill. I can do it for a bit.
I thought that was going to be like an inspirational message.
Sorry.
Just, okay, Rian, it's okay.
Do I want to bring up stoicism now?
You know stoicism? That's how I deal with it. Yo, Winter Crown picked up by Tan. RWM straight onto Quinn. Blazing Duet is whoa. Maybe they need a bit of stoicism. This is a bit too crazy, a bit too bonkers. Rian gets punished for it, and now Keishi as well. Spatial Migration and the Violet Requiem. Right when you bring up stoicism, they start going a bit too bombastic here, Eterna.
Okay, maybe it was stoicism for Team Ray Young.
See?
You know, despite being behind for the first 9 minutes of the game, they finally see a loophole in Navi's gameplay and they completely punish and take advantage over it. They come back here. That 3,000 plus K gold lead that Navi were building has now shrunk to only half. So Team Ray Young are definitely still in. And it's scary because, again, Navi is a gold laner that scales so well into the late game, and it's definitely going to be a problem when she gets to her power spike.
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 It's very close for Quinn to get to that power spike. Ayanami. Current call, but it's only on Chiboy again to go for a fight, but now it's going to be all the damage placed out. Oh, Quinn gets pincered all over with a flicker. Ayanami survives again, getting chased out by Nora. Miku has to flicker out of the way. Ayanami's going back to sustain, and it's Nora who got baited by Ayanami. Now the rest of the team falling through, and it's Nora that pops in to Purify, gets out with the help of Chiboy's Revitalize.
That's the second time. That's the second time not Ayanami has done something like that and still is able to get out alive. She is so good at baiting, and Team Ray Young always fall into that. Look at the space now Navi instantly has. Team Ray Young was able to find a moment of capitalization, and yet Navi adapting again on the fly, and they have all it takes. They have the tools, but they don't have the ults just yet, so they do have to buy a little bit more time for those resources to come back up if they want to go for the 5v5 contest on the Lord.
The goal lead's gone though. Despite that crazy fight again, it's 14-5, but the goal lead is only at 1,600. Team Ray Young, they gotta understand the winning condition now. They need to kite back. They need to be the ones to play around Quinn and Miku. They can't be the one chasing. Navi losing out of that mid-prio. Team Ray Young wanna gamble. Tan's level 12. Keishi's level 13. Now it's Rihanna plays into N and the pin down as well. Wrath of the Giant locking him down again as Mirai gets shut down, with the retribution comes through from Keishi. RWM onto Chiboy. In the back is finally Ayanami falling to Miku, and Chiboy gets away in time. Lord for Navi, but everything else goes to Team Ray Young.
It was a really good winter crown, I believe, for Tan. She knew exactly what Navi wanted to do earlier on. Sure, she misses out that retribution and, you know, gives the neutral objective over to Navi, but at the very end of it, she wastes a lot of resources and allows the other members of Team Ray Young to actually find more value in that particular team fight. So now they're going to have to push with not Ayanami. I know she's spawning in 6 seconds. So hopefully Navi can still utilize the wave control and allow them to collapse together so they can get something out of that Lord take. Because it looks like Team Ray Young are in position to look for that clear before the structure.
Seems like they've also figured out the fact that they need to kite back against Navi. Navi, crazy engage. They got that zoning as well. If Team Ray Young chase though, however, they don't really have the right resources to get the Hanabi and the Lilia in place. So it's all about kiting back with your carries. Sure, you can have some few members doing their own thing. I'd say Nora can just try to split this front to back of Navi, but everybody else gotta peel for Quinn and Miku.
I agree. Lilia's starting to hurt. Miku's starting to hurt. She has 2 items under her belt right now, the glowing one as well as the lightning truncheon, and that burst damage is not seen, but it definitely will be felt, especially when it gets to the team fights where they group up a lot, and I think Navi are definitely starting to feel it now.
I wonder what items Quinn is on now, right? Has she gotten every one of those Swift Trinity items?
Yes.
Alright.
She has the Golden Staff, Corrosion, and the DHS.
So does she have the Melfic Gun now is the question. There you go. Melfic Gun on the way. The Flying Blade just picked up by Ray now, so that'll certainly help with shredding down some of these frontliners who already have the Chastised Pauldron, and that is interesting. Ayanami, Sea Halberd only now picked up. Like, earlier on, I expected it to be the early pickup, maybe second item because of the lane, but I'm guessing it's just because they're thinking, alright, we got a Baksha, we don't need the anti-regen. But it's hurt her quite a bit in the later stage of the game right there, because Keishi a lot of times is playing a different game entirely, playing for Rain, for Rian, and Ayanami just doing her own thing without the Sea Halberd. Now with the Sea Halberd, that'll certainly help. Quinn actually goes and prioritizes the Rose Gold Meteor first instead of the Melfic Gun. More defense, playing it a bit safer.
I think she knows that she's going to be like the main winning condition for Team Ray Young, right? There's 2 options in that scenario. Do you want to go big or go home? Do you want to go for...
Go big.
Go big.
Go big.
Okay, so they don't go home.
Hope not, right? We don't want anyone to go home, but kind of have to with it.
Yeah, that's how competition works. But
she's getting crushed.
14 minutes in, 14th level here for Keishi. It looks like Tan has actually caught up.
They go for the pincer maneuver again on Tam, but the winner crown buys a little more time as Mirai gets bursted down entirely. Put in the back line though. Pops into Aegis, easy for the kite for just a bit longer. Miku's right there, but it's Rian with a triple kill. Tearing through the back line, and now it's Nora next to see how we're doing work. Ayanami trying to go for the dive. Tan and Nora surviving, but it's just a big win for Navi.
It's crazy how one item can alter the course of the game, can alter the course of the team fight, and alter the fate of Team Ray Young earlier on. I mean, you guys saw that, right? The shred coming through once again. You know, Nora unable to have the impact that she initially had, and we were talking so much about, you know, the itemization coming in from Quinn, and little did we realize Rian hit her power spike as well. The Swift Trinity is already taken by her, and she was able to get 3-1-7, that triple kill in, and things are just turning around. 3,000 gold lead now for Na'Vi. And it turns out that's a 1k gold difference between both gold laners.
No wonder. You can see the damage definitely, and the go big factor. That's a Melfic gun instead of the Rose Gold, and the Winter Crown's gonna give her so much more ways to actually just dive in, honk her down, and then freeze while gunning people out. Winter Crown for Keishi as well. I love the response here. Team Ray Young, they were the ones first onto the Winter Crowns for the Guinevere. It's just kind of like a common item though for the Guinevere. It's like the usual build for her. Now for Keishi, she realizes that. She realizes that Team Ray Young can actually start shredding down a lot of the frontliners, so she wants to delay the fights as well. Ray, just for a bit more safety, picks up another Winter Crown. So we got 3 Winter Crowns for Na'Vi.
That's crazy. That's a lot of Winter Crowns.
Gotta say it right. That's crazy.
That's crazy. But wait, here goes the siege. That's a real world manipulation.
Crazy zoning with the Winter Crown already used by Tam, but she's gonna get changed CC now with the Raptor Dryad locking him down as well. Mirai loses the immortality, but the rest of the team's right there. Mirai's able to flick her out, so they just crack open the far lane base turret and they back away. Signature Filipino discipline.
And that's all they need. That's all they need. They don't even have to risk anything more. They know, once again, the opposite side of the Lord Inhibitor was taken down, and that's something that they can play to their advantage. And if Team Ray Young forget housekeeping, remember, there is a Claude on the other side of the map. We already saw a Claude backdoor in MWI earlier on. I think it was the first day of the MWI groups. I don't think we want to see it again. Not with everything on the line here.
150,000 damage taken by G-Boy. Retreat from Keishi to take the purple buff away. It really is a battle of front to back. You see those numbers on the frontliners. It's purely who has the better front, who has the better peel for their backline. Thing is, for Na'Vi, only Ray needs peel, really. Rian's diving with the rest of the team, and that's really what's caused such a problem for Team Ray Young's backline. Miku and Quinn, they don't have enough sustainability to deal with a Claude and Ayanami walking up on the CC with all the CC of the Akai.
And that's not even taking into consideration of the magic damage coming in from Rain.
And Keishi.
It would be interesting to see what items Eve has right now, like how far she's in.
Flashing Lantern, Glowing Wand, Divine Glaive, Winter Crown. At this point, I won't be surprised if that's a Holy Crystal.
That
but
hurts.
It's probably Blood Wings.
That hurts for the frontliners, man.
Oh, yeah. That's the reason Chiboy's been taking a lot. Number 1 in the damage taken, and look at the waves in the bottom lane. This is why Na'Vi just back away after getting that base turret. They have a slow push built up bot, and they know for a fact no one on Team Ray Young can be sent down below. So right now for Team Ray Young, it's either you gamble on a 5v5 or a Lord take, or you lose out completely on the bottom lane.
They need to make a decision now. They need to make a decision quick, because the waves are still crashing there in the bottom side of the map. Tan,
Back road.
You want to go 50-50? You're both at level 15 now.
Oh,
but...
no.
Huh? They sent Quinn to mid?
Just for a bit. No vision, though. So that's why Na'Vi are going to play with it. And the bottom wave's going to crash into the base. This is big. Who are you going to send? Oh, they're hesitating. They don't know who to send, and it's already going to be crashing in. And again, they're just going back and forth with the waves still there. Na'Vi loved it here. They thrive in this position. It's Team Ray Young that need to make a move. Nora's going to be the one sent down below, and this might be the time for Na'Vi to look for a 4v5 or to look to burst it down. Keishi taking position, forcing Nora away from that wave again, and that's going to be another wave crashing down as Chiboy looks for an opening. Wrath of the Dryad, and the heavy spin comes around from Mirai. That's an RBM as the Lord gets taken, and now Chiboy is going to lose her immortality. Isolated in front of everybody. Headbutt knocks her up for Ayanami to take her down. It is the perfect Lord dance for Na'Vi.
So smart, so intelligent, and the experience is definitely showing here for Na'Vi PH. The winners of MWI 2024 once crowned champions, and it's definitely showing here. Not Ayanami, very smart build with the Winter Crown earlier on. She had it just before the Lord, and she utilized it in that Lord take, understanding the amount of resources that would be wasted to take her down, and the amount of time that she was able to buy for the rest of her team to do the work for her. 7,300 gold lead now for Navi PH. 20 minutes already has elapsed. And that enhanced Lord is marching in the bottom side. They're relying on Miku and Quinn to be able to clear this as fast as possible.
Whoa, Quinn's doing so much damage. Ayanami down, very low. Blazing away on the ground. Mirage will be caught by the Raptor Dryad earlier. Keishi with the Poissons. And look at that. The struggle for Na'Vi to take the crystal down, but they've taken all the base turrets. Team Ray Young, they have amazing clear with the Hanabi and the Lilia. What's been the problem has been the frontliners not really being able to peel for the backline, but when they're under that crystal, makes it a heck of a lot easier.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all G in their own base. It's so much easier as well to go for the targeting. They don't necessarily have to go to that much of an effort. There's no possibility of like a backdoor play as well, a flanking play. And we can already see that Quinn, full items. Swift Trinity, she has the Malefic gun, and she also has the Immortal, just in case things go south for her. There's also another layer of defense with a Rose Gold Meteor, so she's going double defense actually here.
Love to see it. Team Ray Young just doubling down on defense. Winter Crown again. Rian swapped it out earlier after utilizing the Winter Crown, going straight to the Immortality. Now we have a slow game again before the Lord spawns. And this time around, folks, it's another Evolved Lord. We're waiting for another Winter Crown picked up. Mirai baits out the Purify. Big resource spent. Down for 90 seconds as the Lord will spawn in the game. And the bottom wave is still in favor of Na'Vi. Hell, it's not just the bottom lane, it's mid and top as well. So Team Ray Young, they're gonna have a lot to deal with.
It's these small things that Navi PH are able to get out. Like something as simple as a spell that can really alter the course of these particular team fights. So it looks like they do and will be able to clear in that bottom side of the map, but it's still going to be pushing in favor of Na'Vi. So again, Team Ray Young are the ones on the timer here. They have 2 waves pushing in favor of Na'Vi. This is a headache, if anything, for Team Ray Young. They really have to dig deep into this one.
And Na'Vi are not giving them any chance. Constantly resetting the Lord, not giving Team Ray Young any space. Ayanami will shove in mid to force these rotations and to force Team Ray Young to reveal themselves. Quinn and Miku both visible on the map. That means Na'Vi are going to go straight for the Lord again. They know Team Ray Young have no hold. Even in their own jungle, Na'Vi, a free Lord. This time it's Evolved. They're going to have that damage reduction as they look to close this one out.
They don't go for it. They don't go for the gamble. And I
No
guess
chance.
I guess it makes sense. Their only hope now is to wait for maybe an overstep or an oversight from Na'Vi as they push in with the Lord. But like you mentioned, an Evolved Lord is not a Lord to underestimate as well.
So we'll find out whether we're underestimating the Lord or we're underestimating the clear potential of a Hanabi Lilia combo. Because if there's a composition that can clear an Evolved Lord at 23 minutes, it should be one with a Lilia and Hanabi.
That is true. That is true. Game 1 on the line here for Team Ray Young. Na'Vi Philippines looking to close this, but will they be able to? Chiboy jumps very low.
Look at the zone already. Mirai in the back line now, gonna go for the zone, and pins her down with the RWM as well. Hanabi and Lilia not able to go for the hits. The base just gets wide open, and Na'Vi close it out with beautiful macro.
Match point now for Navi PH. As they were able to get that very decisively, very clean, very macro-centric. And Navi PH show you just how the small things in the game can lead to something big, can lead to mountains as well in the particular game. But of course, Team Ray Young, once again, like we mentioned in the previous game, they do have time to go for the reset. We did see a reverse sweep in our previous match, so let's see if we're going to game number 3 and see how they reset come game 2. We're throwing over back to our hosts.
Well, that's it for our first quarterfinal matchup, or our last one, I should say, anyways, for map number 1. Potentially 2 more to go. That's how we've been going, anyways, for our quarterfinals. They've all gone game 3, but now it's up to Team Ray Young to force a third map. It's not going to be easy. Na'Vi played that very, very well.
They did. They started off strong. I mean, I thought it was going to be a much quicker game than it was, but there were some good adjustments throughout the game from Team Ray Young. They did challenge Na'Vi Philippines, kept them guessing, but I mean, this is a long game, 24 plus minutes. But they can bounce back. Who knows if they do that starting in the draft.
After the first few engagements, I could have sworn it was going to be a quick one.
Yeah.
Maybe like a 13, 14-minute banger. But Team Ray Young, partially the reason why I think they took this past a 20-minute mark was the fact that their draft was solid. Even the Hanabi, I'm not even going to laugh at the Hanabi anymore. I've watched enough of Stream B, called enough of the matches to say Hanabi is a legit threat. So going into game number 2, in the effort to force a game number 3, take us all the way, finish the 3-3-3-3 streak,
yeah,
I'd say change nothing in the draft.
Change nothing. Let it be known what you want to bring to the table. It started to work out for Team Ray Young. It just took them some time to basically get this to cook. But yeah, I heard Mirko say it. If any composition could defend at this 20-plus minute, it's this kind of composition with a Lily and a Hanabi.
Lilianabi.
Lilianabi.
Ooh,
that's why. Yeah, see, so that's why I'm okay with it. If there's something to change, right?
Yeah.
Coach Frost, take heed. I beseech thee, change the order. That's it.
That's true.
The heroes are solid. It's just, it was tough for Nora to run into not Ayanami, especially now that she's awakened.
She's definitely Ayanami now.
She's not.
She's not Ayanami.
She wasn't not Ayanami.
She's not a one, yeah.
Now she is.
You guys are ridiculous at this point, but I'm loving it. Not Ayanami was phenomenal. We'll be seeing her in just a second, but let's take a look at our first clip from game number 1. And obviously from this point, we start at the 9-minute mark, and I do believe the Lord's going to be spawning up relatively soon, but we have this massive mid battle.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. They started off strong. Na'Vi Philippines had a lot of control, but then this is the combo. Why the Guinevere and the Balric are so deadly. There's so many options because the Wrath of the Dread was used before that. There's so many options for them to re-engage into a fight and win with that kind of composition.
And not Ayanami, you just talked about her. Not Ayanami. She actually had plenty of great moments, and this is going to be 2 of them because sometimes staying alive is almost more impactful than getting the eliminations.
And there it is. Look, as early as the first turtle, she goes ahead and takes one down, serves up a kill, stays alive via the vengeance, and then gets on out. I muttered underneath my breath. I think, Joseph, you heard me say, she's so dead. She's so... Oh, and then how often is that Rian, the gold laner, comes to the EXP laner's rescue, and then she keeps doing that. She continues to, again, not die.
This is how hard it is to find a CC sometimes with a Brave Smite emblem, plus the vengeance, and in the hands of a player like not Ayanami. It's a little finicky to try to even catch the CC, but then, again, with the way the team played in the early portion of the game is what made it so deadly.
Again, staying alive like that is, it really does take talent, it takes timing, and just overall experience. A phenomenal job as a whole in general. I believe that's all of our actions, but hey, I do want to say that we have, I believe, our competitors about to get set up. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm ready for that to take place in just a second. But of course, plenty of storylines still to come, obviously, between even just these 2 varied teams like Team Ray Young and Na'Vi. What are you expecting from round number 2?
Round number 2, I don't know, Leo, you're probably in the same camp that I am. They need to go ahead and adjust the draft from there. Not too much. Maybe the order, like you mentioned. Maybe just the order. But Team Ray Young has the tools that they need. They showcased it in the latter half of that game 1. They just need to get a head start, get momentum building up, and then follow through because that's what's worked for them up to this point in MWI.
Emotions here, obviously on stage. Sometimes it's hard to watch. In this case, though, I think the players are just so locked in. It's been a long day for both of the teams, but they're here on that main stage. And what's up for grabs is super serious, right? Going to semifinals, a top 4 in MWI is a huge accomplishment.
And what's interesting is this is the other side of that coin of fatigue and emotions and adrenaline fueling you. We've seen teams now just clock out because it's been a long day. The ladies of Na'Vi, take it the other way. We played and earned our slot here in the knockouts by taking down a tournament favorite in Gen G.
Yeah.
We can't let anyone down now.
That's a fact, and Na'Vi also knows what it is to play long tournaments. After all, they did win in 2024, so they've been there before, and they want to return to the main stage, final day, to play whoever is opposite of them in the grand finals. But let's not forget, Team Ray Young also wants the same, but they're going to have to dig deep if they want to try and take down Na'Vi, especially in map number 2, to force a game 3. They played well, they really did, but they're going to have to do a little bit more going in to the next matchup.
Truth be told, in competitive scenarios like this, a close match, 25 minutes, is harder to digest than a 13-minute stomp.
Yep. It's part of... I think it's just part of the way that works, you know? At this point, you have to... Whether you have these long games, 20-plus minutes, or the stomps we've seen, you take what you will, and you just go next to the next one.
It's easier because you're like, oh, this is where it went wrong. Bop, bop, bop. But in 25, with a perfect draft almost, such as Team Ray Young's in Game 1, you go like, where do we go wrong? Can we watch the tape again? Can we...
don't have the time. Yeah. You don't have the time. 20 minutes, it's not enough time. You only get a 10-minute break after all. We head back to the stage, and the players are getting set up once again. It's not that long of a break, and I love that you guys brought that up. Look, a long 23-minute game. You can't really digest all of it. You just got to go in with the cliff notes, with the key points, and then come back stronger if you possibly can. Now, speaking of coming back stronger, for Team Ray Young, a real chance to tie this series up. But again, they're going to have to dig deep. What's the gameplay? Because the hero selection, honestly, wasn't bad on either side.
Yeah, it wasn't. You know, the teams that gave those defeats to Na'Vi Philippines in the first days of MWI, they did one thing. They really honed in on one member of Na'Vi Philippines. Leo, we remember this. You remember this. We were casting it. They really honed in on the roam, Mirai. They just continued what we quoted as, they just honed in on her, bullied her, took her out many times. The main stalwart, the bulwark of that lineup of Na'Vi PH fell apart, and so did the team.
Unironically, I have merch for those who might want to see Na'Vi PH fall.
Yeah.
Put it on a t-shirt. Deny Mirai.
Deny Mirai.
TM.
And one of the interesting things you guys said for Na'Vi during the hero selection is they were planning potentially to choke out Quinn specifically. But not only is it Quinn, but on the opposite side, right, you have, or at least for Team Ray Young, I mean, how do they deal with not Ayanami? She has been insane this entire tournament.
I think it's less about denying Ayanami from playing, taking her out of her comfort. It's isolating her from the rest of Na'Vi. If you're able to make her play selfish, then you're already off to a great start. That's one way. Maybe you can do that in the draft.
Focusing on not Ayanami, it could be like a two-way thing. It's like, if you put too much focus there, maybe that's a distraction that Na'Vi Philippines is going to be happy with. But if you let her to her whims, again, depending on what hero she picks, that could also be devastating.
Are we watching the same game? This
It looks like it.
a
Same
mirror
bands.
of Game 1.
Okay, the Claude is different, right? At
Either way.
Yeah. Lilia, Claude.
Yeah, Claude's different. Claude was on the opposite side last time.
So that means they're missing out on the Esmeralda. Belleric is still out there too.
Do they take the Belleric now?
I see what Coach Frost is doing.
What's he doing?
He's saying, you go Esmeralda, we go CC.
That could work. Either way.
Yeah, in the current metagame, even if we are all in agreement that Esmeralda is the currently overtuned queen of the XP,
yeah,
she has one foil.
What's that foil?
A Sea Halberd equipped CC.
Yep. And it happens so quickly too in the early game because usually Esmeralda dominates, right? But
there's Eric
against the CC. Yep, I knew the Eric.
Whoa!
Harith. Harith.
Welcome back. I mean, he's seen play.
What is he, a Leonian?
6 times. He's a little baby Leonian.
Little baby Leonian. Welcome back.
With time magic. Doesn't show up as often.
So Harith, I mean, obviously getting your attention the most, how does that shake things up specifically on Na'Vi side?
Since they are ending up with the Harith and not the Claude, their box is going to be slightly smaller. They're going to fight in the short to mid-range, which is something Team Ray can start to attack now since their re-engage is so good. You have the black shoes, you have the BMI, and you still have the Esmeralda. I'd say ban the CC now.
Ban the CC, because when they saw that Harith picked up, Team Ray Young this is a green light to take the Esmeralda.
Yep.
She takes the shields that are there from Harith when he's bouncing around his Dom and force that ultimate. So this is a good counterplay into the Harith pickup.
Wait, let me just put on my tinfoil hat here. There's a world where possibly this is not a Rome Belleric, nor is this a Rome Baxia or a Jungle Baxia. What if, hear me out, Taylor, hear me out, Joseph.
Here now.
What if Rome Baxia, XP Lane Belleric, Bammond? What if it's Valon, right?
Has it been that long of a day?
That's one of the few answers to an Esmeralda. It came from the horse's mouth.
That's
Navi.
true.
Navi explained it, right?
That's how you dealt with that durability. Shred it out. And, you know.
But you might be overshooting. You might overcook because you're all the more accepting the stereotype of we're playing in the mid to short.
And it came from the horse's mouth, aka Leo.
Daniel.
Well, yeah. don't paint this as Balman propaganda, all right? I'm just saying.
No, he loves the Ballman.
If you want shred and you want to work on the Esmeralda, then that's how you do it.
Hey, you know what? I know you missed the Bane. Ballman could be the next successor of that. But yeah, it makes sense. I think you're right though too. It's a little bit overcooked. It's
too in your face.
It's too much. Yeah. This is interesting though. The X-Borg ban comes through.
This is possibly telegraphing the fact that Navi want to play in that short to mid range.
Yeah.
And imagine how difficult would it be for this front line to survive and to succeed when you're getting scorched, getting barbecued.
I was gonna say, you know what else is counter into the tree? Fire.
That's
it's
right.
either the Valier or the X-Borg. So
no room for the Valier though.
No room for the Valier. Might as well take out the X-Borg. This was actually played earlier today as well, if I recall.
As a jungler.
And which is exactly what Team Rayoung still needs. They're going to pick up the Gatakacha. This also has been kind of slept on throughout MWI.
It looks like Team Rayoung, whatever conversation they had with Coach Frost, there was one keyword, re-engage.
Yep. They have all the tools to re-engage, man.
The only thing that would be better is Matilda, but...
That's true. What are they? So, jungle-wise, if they want to lean into that re-engagement against a Baksha, because the Kai's gone, we don't see the likes of Fredrin.
Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Harley. That's the double Shadow Jutsu duo, right?
That's true.
PMI and Space Escape.
Yep. Even if they nerfed his Space Escape a little bit, he's still deadly. There he is. Yuzhong, Valentina. Last picks here for Navi. This is good. I mean, the Valentina, you have... What do you mainly take here, though? Avatar of the Guardian or maybe the Black Shoes?
Avatar of the Guardian is your main choice. Black Shoes we've seen do very well in recent memory. That's a weird ult that's usually used defensively but can win you fights. But you're right, what's in the jungle? Harley, by the way, just came to mind because it looks like what they need.
It looks like, yeah.
But is that enough of a front line? Esmeralda Gatot, I think it is.
It could be. I mean, those two heroes alone built up the front line. You can use the thing I'm worried about is, again, the Gatakacha being picked up. If you're not able to actually jump in offensively with the Avatar of the Guardian and you have to defensively use it, then that's the thing. There's the Suyo, though. That's going in the jungle. Last pick for Team Rayoung.
How could I forget?
Ooh, it comes down potentially to this. Na'Vi is one map away from moving forward in the tournament and getting that much closer to reclaiming what they lost in 2025. Can they make it theirs? Well, they're going to have to get through Cheap Boy as well as Quinn, who are still on that unfinished business because they want a shot at taking down the trio that ended their run in 2024 MWI. But time might be running short. They need to get to work. It's Team Rayoung versus Na'Vi, map number 2, Miracle Eterna. Let's get it started.
Potentially the final game that we are going to be seeing here at MWI 2026 if Na'Vi PH get their way. But of course, there is still potential for Team Rayoung to come back here in game number 2 in this best of 3 series. Let's head over into the land of Dawn.
It's not potentially the final game. It is the final game if you're Na'Vi. You gotta look at it that way. 2-0. But Team Rayoung, they've got a solid composition, and it relies on, I think, what we've seen more of from Team Rayoung towards this tournament, right? It's a lot more aggressive. It's a lot more, all right, in your face with the Suyo. Thing is, though, they picked it up against a Baksha, Harith, Valentina, and a Yuzhong. There's going to be so much punishment for Tan with the slightest of mistakes.
So if you want to be the best, you got to literally be the best. And you gotta beat the best, all right? Suyo, definitely not the easiest of matchups here, but hey, if they're able to make it work, then that shows the level of potential and the level of skill that they have here and the mastery of it in game number 2. But so far with the Lilia, you know, being in the mid lane, she is going to be able to clear a lot quicker. It looks like Rain can't be as aggressive as she was in the previous game.
No, not as aggressive, but it's still kind of like the passive early game we expect. If there's no neutral objective, no real crazy fights. Tandel picks up the XP Crab, takes it away from Ayanami. But do we call her not Ayanami, right?
That's why. Is she Ayanami or not
No,
Ayanami?
I confirmed it. It's Ayanami, but you can say not Ayanami when you want to, you know? It's like
So not Ayanami or Ayanami?
Nora's doing a pretty good job in lane right now with the Esmeralda. Despite going up against Yuzong, you'd expect Yuzong to do really well. Keishi getting a quick wheel on Tan. The battle for Prio. Who gets level 4 first, Nora or not Ayanami?
We'll see. We'll see. It looks like both of them are actually at level 4. But it looks like the mid laners are the ones that are falling quite behind. Rain is still level 3. Meanwhile, Miko already has that black shoes down. And that's a black dragon form for not Ayanami.
Boom, bang, bada bing. Instant neutral objective take. Every single time you have a Yuzong, as long as she doesn't get ganked early on, you don't lose on that level, you get level 4 quick, it's almost guaranteed. Unless, you know, you're like the goat of MLBB or something, like that Carl or Nepomuceno guy.
And we learn, you know, black dragon form is required when we want to get the neutral objective, or just fights in general. Okay, we learned that from someone very wise once, but...
He's not with us anymore.
He isn't.
He's alive, but like, you know, he's just...
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that is true. 3 minutes in, neutral objective take for Navi PH, and it looks like Team Rayong are still struggling to look for something on the board. Obviously, they do still have Quinn to fall onto in the later stage of the game, but of course, they do need to be able to work with the lane because the Claude and the Harith matchup is a definitely interesting one. I think it was something that was way more popular back in the day. We don't see the Harith too often anymore, and there's a reason for it. But, oh, look at this interesting lane, Quinn and Rian.
Yeah, Rian's doing a good job right now, just freezing a wave, and Quinn, I think early on, lost out on a couple of trades because Rian is a level ahead of Quinn. Interesting stuff. You'd expect the Cloud to actually do quite well early on, level 1 to 3. But it's Rian really pushing the pace. Look at that, more and more damage piling onto Quinn. Now 2 levels ahead, she's gonna have control over the Gold Crab as well.
Keyboy and Tan have come to help though. G-Boy is in the building, obviously still has the AOG if they want to go for an engage, but it was just pure backup here, making sure that Quinn has the time and the space to farm, but Nora, will she have the time and space? She's still able to get out, but G-Boy?
Walks up, gets a passive AOG onto Mirai, but it's going to be caught by the Wrath of the Triad. 2 members. Zaman force back up. Miko's going to be taken very low. Splash of damage from Rain. Just a little bit more on the basic attack to take her out for first blood. Rain has Black Shoes. Quinn in the midst of it all now. The Black Shoes going to be procced by Rain as Quinn might be caught as a flicker in, and Keishi's on the other. Miku falls. A double kill for Rain. And Navi go up 3-0. Now the Black Dragon comes around. And it's the Zone Tan away from her orange buff.
When Navi is silent, they're just building up to that one moment when they know, yes, it's now, it's time to strike, and that they did. Rain and Keishi on separate occasions were able to find great picks over Team Rayong, and that's left them on the back foot. They pick up the neutral objective, and they get way more pressure on the map. What a play once again from Navi.
3-0. You'd know a thing or two about that, right?
I don't recall what you were saying.
In a month. Navi up top, gonna try to go for the clear and the siege. Rain down below, gets caught on a taunt, no flicker here. BM minor blazing away. Whoa, AOG forward, gets a knock up but gets quelled down. Now it's Ayanami with the furious dive. Lands onto Quinn. It's a 2v4 with Rain dead already, but they still get the favorable trade on the gold lane.
So worth. Rain for Quinn, a really, really good moment there from not Ayanami as well with the Petrify, just really locking Quinn down. She was definitely unable to escape, and the damage output after that was really the nail in the coffin. You can see Tan here trying to do something, but she can't. Goes in for a recall. Mirai as well doing really good at zoning. Keishi's going to be able to get her hands on the enemy jungle, and that's going to put Tan in a bit of an awkward position. Already a level below of Keishi there on the Galaxia.
Leads across the board. 1,600 for Rian.
Damn.
Damn indeed. It's looking tough, and this is what happens when the Harith wins out in the lane early in level 1 to 3, and then you get all the control with the Gold Crab. Such a good lane for Rian so far. It's been fantastic, and you can already see how desperate Quinn is getting. Trying to get farm in the mid lane as Rian just zones up top. Look, doesn't shove. Gets the Gold Crab, rotates straight into the mid lane, now catches the wave up top, and it never shoves over so that Quinn can get free farm.
That's why I told you from game number 1, right? It's these little small things that Na'Vi have been able to do that really amounts to a lot. Like something as simple as a small rotation, a small move, a trigger of a single battle spell, and so on and so forth. But it's led us to this moment that Na'Vi are now leading with a 3,000 gold lead. Quinn now has absolutely no choice but to try and push in that top lane, but Flicker?
Yeah, Flicker's out of the way, has the chrono dashes, oh god! Keyboard's gonna be caught in the back line, Ayanami assassinates Miku with the AOG cancel, and she's taken out before she can even fly. Quinn gets a trade up top, and look at Keishi. Can she cancel in time? Does she know where Quinn is at? No, unfortunately not. A taunt comes down, Nora. In the mid lane, a Terrify from Rain, and that'll be it.
Another 2 men down there for Team Ray Young. Nora might be the third.
Oh my god, the chrono dash is single vision. Rain with a splash of damage. Black shoes away. Now Keishi trying to go for the cut. Mirai zoning them. The taunt lands on G-Boy. 7-1. 5,000 gold lead at 7 minutes with a Suyo down in levels. 2 whole levels.
It's uncanny. It's uncanny, the aggression and the dominance that we're seeing here from Na'Vi PH. And I would say that they're coming into this match with a lot of weight on their shoulders, right? They were knocked out 2024 by Team Ray Young, by Chi-Boy, as well as by Quinn. So definitely vengeance is on their plate right now. And man, they're cooking and they want dinner.
You have to take a look at the run again to get to this point. Na'Vi losing early on, then almost getting knocked out by Falcon Daisies, a game down in that best of 3. Coming back from that, turning things around, reverse sweeping Falcon Daisies, and then having to meet the team that literally threw them out of the tournament to make it here. And now, a 1-0 lead. Match point, 7-1. These ladies know how it's been while being behind.
And they're so close.
And they're so close.
They're so close
to coming back, making it to top 4, guaranteeing that spot, and maybe, just maybe, reclaiming that 2024 glory.
That's been the whole story for them right now, and it's looking really good for them so far. Look at them now rotating back onto the Lord. Nora is in the vicinity, and it does look like Tan is near as well, but with her so far behind, Keishi's level 12, Tan level 11, there's no way for a contest. This is a free Lord over to Na'Vi PH.
And it's still the same clean macro from Na'Vi that we saw in Game 1. We saw a few bombastic moves from Na'Vi in Game 1, and it almost seems like instantly they fixed it. Playing it clean for all the Lord fights in Game 1, and then transitioning into this game, not letting that match point get into their heads. They're playing it even cleaner than that Game 1 endgame.
Especially when they get the tools to do so, right? Rihanna on the Harrod, not Ayanami on a hero like this. Very aggressive.
Is that a misstep?
Could be, could be.
Now she gets a purple buff, so I guess, you know, more cooldown, it don't matter. Could be up as well. Mid lane's gonna go down for sure. Chi-Boy's the only one sent there. The rest of the team knows it's better to just play in the back. But the thing is, for Team Ray Young, they don't have a Hanabi to clear these waves out. It's not as good as a Hanabi. Yes, you have a Lilia. Yes, they have the Holy Shields. But Na'Vi also in this game have a better way to siege with the Black Dragon form zoning everybody away.
Despite them not having like the siege potential per se, right? They have the Valentina, but Mariah is walking in very deep actually. And she's receiving a ton of damage, but look at Rian go in.
There we go. That's the Black Dragon form I was talking about. With the first Lord, they'll be able to get the base turret in the far lane again. And they instantly disengage. Classic Na'Vi. Surgical precision.
Just like game number 1. Just like game number 1. They're gonna toy with the minds of Team Ray Young here. with an 8,000 gold advantage. At this stage, I'm wondering what the items for Quinn are. Has she reached her power spike? Is she close to it? Turns out she's not, but wait a second, Nora.
Oh, no, Purify. The AOG from T-Boy walks up again. The Wrath of the Giant gets 3 members. Mirai with a big set. Now, can they follow it up? Rain with a splash of damage. That's the Black Shoes torn apart already. Rain has to go with the Black Shoes again. Ayanami deep in already. And it will be a kill back. A Sky Piercer for Tan. And Deja Vu. To a little bit of what we saw in Game 1.
Okay, a step in the right direction there for Tan, picking up the Sky Piercer. So the stacks are there, and if she's able to get more onto it, that just might be the way for them to turn things around. Keisha, though, will be able to get the orange buff away from Team Rayoung, so that is another resource that they have eliminated away. And it would be nice to take a look at the items once again. We see that Rian already has the Divine Glaive alongside the Holy Crystal, so we can definitely say that the damage is there, alongside, of course, the 2 integral other items coming in from the Harith. But Quinn is still 1 item away. She should be able to get it really, really soon, but will she be able to get in time before the Lord spawns in under 10 seconds is the case and the problem.
If you look at the equipment, man, that's a big Harith. Divine Glaive at 12 minutes. Yes, it's with the Bargain Hunter, but look, Quinn has only now finished the Swift Trinity. That's almost a 3,000 gold lead, 2,800 between the gold laners. Rian can start popping these players.
She has purple buff too.
Oh God, wave down below is great. Team Rayoung, they have to go for the gamble. That's the only way. They have a Soul Sever, they have a Retribution. But Navi's got a Black Dragon flying across. No way for Tan to look for the opening. Another free objective to Navi.
Yeah, they don't want to gamble. They tried to go for scouting, maybe look for a precise moment where they could grasp on an opportunity to maybe take 1 member down from Navi, but they don't find it. Considering that Tan is a level below of Keishi still, going for the 50-50 might have been too much for them to handle. Again, the inmates from Navi, they're taking everything away from Team Rayoung. It's looking personal now in 13 minutes.
This is the form we were expecting coming into this tournament. A shaky start to the tournament, but they found their way back into that form. Rain up top. Has the Black Shoes, doing a good job zoning. Mirai zoning everybody from that mid lane for the minions to take the turret. And now it's the Black Dragon form used up by Ayanami. Slashing down, zoning Tan away. Rian's already used his Amon Force. Lord gonna be cleared up again. Team Rayoung stripped down to just their crystal. The Wrath of the Giant catches them. Miku has the Black Shoes, but now it's gonna be Chiboy jumping in with the AOG, finding everybody. Tan getting against Sky Piercer stack, but it's Rian with the retaliation already. Rain just a bit more damage. Throws gold meteors right there. Tan, Soul Sever. Nora still able to stay alive as Rian goes in for the Synchro Vision. Bloodwing spawn in time. Samon Force of as Rian goes for the palm, and Keishi takes Tan out. A big mega kill for Keishi. The Synchro Vision again. Rian's gonna go for the kill under the base. Not quite enough as Quinn gets the healing from the fountain, but they have more waves.
It's a 2-for-3. It's a 2v3, and they still want to go for it. Nora.
Oh, mega kill for Rian. That's a double. Nora's gonna be next to the chopping block. Rian has no mana, and it saves Nora. Just in time. Chiboy back up. Waves. They need to handle it now for Team Rayoung to survive. Rian has no mana. Nora's dealing with the wave in the bottom lane, but she gets caught in the shield unity. That was the AOG to try to help her out, but it's the AOG from Rain. Stolen away. Now it's Chiboy's. Tan walks up with a Queller. Tries to clear it up with a Soul Sever, but Navi, stay objective. Welcome to the top 4, Navi.
After placing so low last time around at MWI 2025, Navi PH, the 2024 champions, come back. And they come back with a vengeance. They woke up today and chose violence up against the former rivals Team Rayoung, as they will be the ones to crush their keys later on. They did it. They found their revenge here. What a time to be alive. They must be so excited as they move forward here at MWI. The dream for the PH former champions are still alive. We're gonna talk to them real soon as we throw it over to the stage. Heartiest congratulations to Navi Philippines! And here I have Marai with me. Congratulations. Now, the thing is, this exact thing happened in 2024. And you remember what happened in 2024? You remember the ending? Do you think it gives you a good feeling?
Yeah, I think it's just a deja vu. Yeah, for me.
Deja vu moment. We really hope you keep that momentum. Now what's coming would be what you earned here in this matchup. Team Ray Young, please hand on over your keys to Navi Philippines. Respect, you guys did amazing. As a Singapore representatives, you guys did MYSG really proud. Your journey ends here. Amazing showing from Malaysia. Thank you, Team Ray Young. And now, Marai, next question, all right? It was a little bit shaky, you know, at the start, but with this matchup, you guys looked flawless. So now you guys are heading over to the semis. Is there anything you would love to say to all the Filipino fans out there who are literally sitting on the edge of their seats? You can say in Tagalog.
I just want to say that thank you to everyone who is believing in us, especially we had a rocky start at first in group stage, and yeah, thank you, and keep supporting us up until the playoffs.
So can we say, Pinas lang malakas?
Pinas lang malakas.
Take your walk of victory! It's Navi Philippines!
An ecstatic win for Navi Philippines, staying alive in this tournament, and we mentioned it, their start was extremely difficult, they've been through the trenches, but is there anything better than an early loss to just get that confidence back? It is time to go through the grueling process that is the key crusher. This is the 8th key that's about to be crushed today, 8 dreams that went completely out in shambles, and this is the final one of the day, to the delights of Team Navi and all the Filipino fans out there. Ooh, a good old loud key broken to finish the day. Another dream is shattered, another dream is up in the air, but Navi's dream is still alive. Team Navi will move forward to the top 4 tomorrow. The playoffs are going to happen tomorrow, and Navi has an evening to celebrate and to get ready for tomorrow.
Now today, we have seen 8 keys crushed. 8 teams that we have said goodbye. But throughout this long day today, it has unveiled 4 teams who are gonna make it over to the semis, and us being one step closer to crowning a MWI champion. So this is us, our final key crush for the day. And this is Cheryl and Damascus signing out. Back to the studio.
And that is the final series of the quarterfinals. The semifinals are set up, and Navi will be one of those teams aiming for the grand finals. But shout out to the hardworking team of Team Ray Young, who battled very hard to get to this point and making it to the knockout bracket, man. Knockout bracket was just absolutely phenomenal and a huge accomplishment they should be proud of.
Despite this not going the distance of what we expected in the quarterfinals of the knockout stage, I think Team Ray Young still put on quite a show. Tirimakasi for representing MY and SG, but tonight, how could you defeat Navi, who is what Cheryl was referring to as back to their winning ways? This is the championship run, possibly.
Absolutely, and they are in fact making a championship run, and they've taken down Titans, not only Jinji, but also in this case, right, Team Ray Young, who had a phenomenal running throughout their groups and ultimately here coming in to the knockout stages. But Navi is on fire, and it looks as if they are poised to go into the grand finals. We take a look at the statistics, and honestly, pretty reminiscent of game number 1 outside of the game time, which this time was shorter.
Yep, and you can see it. They controlled the macro, the objective that they had to, and that seems to be the key issue here for a lot of teams when they do eventually face up against Navi, who has again found that form. When they find that form and they are in this position, they're nearly unstoppable when it comes to taking objectives, fighting against that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely so. Their stats don't lie. Navi is on fire, and they're looking great. Now, of course, as some of the teams do move forward into semifinals, that unfortunately means keys were crushed. As we go through the day, some talented rosters unfortunately had their heart of the competition, their key crushed, their route towards the grand finals officially coming to an end. However, again, I celebrate the fact any of these teams made it to the MWI stage. Regardless, we must celebrate them even though they had an earlier exit than they wanted.
You know, this is one of those things as we take a look at all the keys that were crushed today. Again, 8 keys were crushed, again, as the nature of the competition, but with that is the dreams, right? The dreams being crushed to get to this point, but this is, again, brutal. I love the opening video that explains the whole format for MWI because it is essentially, it's a really brutal format to go through.
Absolutely.
And that's what it is.
Oh, 100%. And I think it just elevates the competition and comes to show how seriously you need to play in order to protect your key. Hearing it snap must be absolutely heartbreaking, but that's the way it goes.
The fact that your hopes and dreams are tangible and are now suddenly broken in half, that's got to be emotionally taxing, mentally fatiguing, and you know what? What happens on the stage is in history forever. Your key is not gone. It's just part of the trophy now.
That's right. And Navi, this was the moment where they ended up crushing Jinji's hopes of going back into grand finals. Ashley handed over the key, and it ends up getting eliminated. Foot Esports as well, also eliminated a little bit earlier on. This time, though, obviously making a show of it.
Yeah, we saw that over on the B stream.
I missed it, so I'm glad to see that now.
There was a lot of. This is one of the things, right? It's great to see the personalities behind, again, these female athletes that are competing here for MWI. And there's so many stories to tell. I know this was one of the quotes from Kiyoe earlier on today, where all these ladies have such deep stories on how they eventually got into competing in MLBB and then how now they're competing in the biggest tournament for them to compete against the biggest prize pool as well.
Vitality also crushing keys. However, there was almost a world in our bracket where Vitality was eliminated 5th through 8th.
Not to mention the world where possibly Falcons, as a club, could have gone back-to-back and scored so many points.
Absolutely.
To have locked in 2 teams in the top 4, but that's not the world we live in.
Not at all, right? We are in reality, and that is Navi crushing the final key of the day, Team Ray Young. It snaps in half. Now, one also brutal aspect of EWC to add on top of the key crushing is that the competitor who wins the grand finals, who wins MWI, can choose up to 3 different crushed keys to use for their very own trophy.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier today, man. You know, just exactly whoever ends up being the champion here for MWI 2026, who do you choose, you know, to add to that trophy case?
And for us to have just talked about it, there are 2 teams in the top 4 now who have actually done it. Team Vitality and Navi.
And looking at some of these emotions, again, you'll see elation, happiness as the teams win not only maps, but ultimately series, but heartbreak as well as you see tears flowing from the competitors' faces. And this one, man, well, actually, maybe not this one, but a little bit later on, just the tears flowing down the face truly breaks my heart. It never gets easy seeing the keys get crushed. and ultimately never gets easier seeing some of these competitors on stage crying. Here's our knockout bracket as it stands. We went through all the quarterfinals today, and now the semifinals is set up, and it is looking epic.
Oh, I love that, man. Galaxy Phoenix versus Navi Philippines.
That's a rematch.
That's a rematch that needs to be made. And then, of course, Team Vitality versus Geltec Cyber Team.
Oh, that is the tournament favorite versus the penultimate dark horse.
I like the way that sounds. It's not going to be easy for any of the competitors, but obviously it never is to be a champion. But one thing is for certain, for the 4 teams in semifinals, they are just 1 series away from being guaranteed up to 2nd place. Hey, let's start recapping the day and see how everything ended up unfolding.